there, Dota fans, and welcome back to Epic League. Europe continues today. We've got day one complete. We had 3 awesome series to get us started, and today we've got 3 more good ones. Back with the usual suspects. I'm Zyori, joined today by Trent and Lacoste. Welcome back, gents.
Hey.
Hey.
Hello. How's it going? Did you guys get some good sleep?
I did. It was a long day one, Lacoste, but I slept like a baby, and I'm feeling fresh today for rematch day.
You know, talk about phrases that are kind of bullshit.
Babies
slept
don't
like
sleep.
a baby. Slept like a baby sometimes can be okay. But I don't know. I keep getting these 5 a.m. wake-ups lately and not too happy about it. He's decided he wants to sleep 11 hours now or 10 hours. He's not up for the 12, which means I'm up. So today, last night actually was pretty good. Last night I did indeed sleep like a baby, for we both actually slept.
Oh.
Yeah,
well, congratulations, Trent.
Thank you.
I didn't
Getting
know
a
that
full
was the
night's sleep
case.
is quite good. You know, getting like 7, maybe 8 hours. That's nice.
Yeah, I slept like a baby as well. I pooped my pants twice. Just kidding. You know.
Oh, you were? I thought you were serious. Oh, okay.
Oh, that wasn't sarcastic. Okay, got it. I am starting to learn. I see, Lacoste. Big day yesterday, though. VP, we saw them go 2-0 over OG. Navi 2-1 over Liquid. And then we saw the mighty Mudgolems go 2-1 over our new squad, the Just Errors. And they made a couple yesterday, Sumail and co. Not looking so hot. Today, we're going to have Liquid versus Viking GG as our opener. That should be getting started here in a few minutes. Then we've got Secret versus Mudgolems. Big rematch there. I'm sure Secret hungry for vengeance, and Mudgolems hungry to keep some of this streak alive. I know it's not really a streak anymore, but keep some of this momentum. I was really trying to hype up 33 yesterday, and he just immediately hit me with the, well, we've already lost, so momentum's gone. Like, come on, man. You got to ride the high a little longer than that. You got to ride the wave, dude. Come on. Then we got OG versus Alliance as our closer today, our third series.
Every day I look at the schedule and I go, wow, this looks like it's gonna be a great day. I just like looking through all this because, of course, it's Tier 1 Europe, man. This is awesome.
Every day.
But yeah, this one in particular, very nice. Much like the grudge match we had yesterday of Liquid versus Navi, very similar situation with Liquid versus Viking GG, right? Just a different best of 5 final. Liquid Navi ESL, Liquid Viking GG from the Dota Summit 13. And that was also a 3-1 finale. So we'll see if Liquid get their vengeance here today.
Yeah, I don't know if Viking. I was actually casting it, so I have a lot of information about the game. Even though I tend to forget a lot of the things, so I need to remind myself what actually happened. Thank God we have Dota Buff and Liquipedia. But Viking, they lost in ESL One Germany to Liquid, and they beat them 3-1 in Dota Summit. And yeah, it kind of looked like Viking. They were prepared. They had Liquid's numbered. They knew exactly what they're going to do. They were prepared for that lone druid. They knew exactly how to counter it, how to draft. And I think we might see, Medusa getting banned by Liquid in this particular matchup where it seems like also like Team Liquid, they are pretty much the only team that runs Lone Druid. Sometimes Team Secret runs it, but Liquid, mostly known for Quoiqua's Lone Druid, and they lost 3 out of the last 4 games with Lone Druid.
Yeah, we saw a win yesterday, right? But the streak running up to this event has been pretty rough. Now that we're seeing Slardar banned first and a more regular frequency, though, maybe we'll see that Lone Druid perform a little better.
Maybe, but they lost to it versus Navi after that too, though.
Well,
and it's not even there's not a common factor in terms of heroes either that's like taking down this lone druid. I mean, usually it is like it's like a hard carry is like the most common thing, be it like the Spectre or the Medusa or something where
Storm
they're
too.
kind of stalling out, right? Getting to this like big solid unit that maybe lone druid can't close the game out at a fast enough pace to make them irrelevant anymore.
Yeah, that game 3 yesterday was even with a Lesh and they still couldn't close it out.
Yeah, this patch kind of reminds me of when we were younger and kids just arguing whose father is stronger. Like, my carry is stronger than yours. I'm going to buff him up with some Slaughter, throw in Solar Crest, Vlad's Alacrity, Empower on top of that. Well, your dad doesn't have that, so, my dad's going to win.
It's pretty accurate. Yeah.
That's
basically this patch.
10 out of 10 analogy. You pick up a Snapfire and it's like, my mom and dad are way cooler than your dad and mom.
Yeah,
my mom's throwing my dad across the map.
My dad can fly.
Yeah. That's pretty good. I like that. This Viking GG squad. Oh, we got a draft starting? Okay, we're going to hop into it momentarily here. Very exciting. Yes, indeed. This Viking GG squad, though, relative young guns. I think Toby is their oldest player at age 23. He was born in 96. Everyone else is 20 or 21, and they're players that we don't know that well. Shad, Boom, Toby, Aramis, and Solari, 2 Dutch players, not a region that's very well represented in European Dota. This is a pretty cool squad. They've turned some heads already, gentlemen.
Well, I mean, they've just been grinding. They are the team that I feel like has been the most elevated throughout the past like 6 or 7 months. Like, these guys are in every single tournament, and just slowly over time, their placements have been increasing.
Their 1-year anniversary as a team is coming up. It looks like the founding date for their members, everyone aside from Boom, was 2019 November 21. So we're like a week out from their 1-year anniversary, boys. That's pretty cool.
That's pretty cool. I thought they are together for a longer period of time, because it seems like it. I think this team, I already said it, like I have high hopes for this team. I said it multiple times. Like when we go back to DPC, this team will win a major eventually if they just keep grinding like this because there's a ton of potential. Like it's just a pleasure to watch them play what they're doing during the drafts. They are playing chess, they know exactly what they're doing. And here goes the slaughter that we mentioned. Like both of these teams really like to have it, but. Maybe they're thinking this time we have something else prepared and we need to see what that is. I think Viking, when they're drafting, they're not just, thinking about how we're protecting our carry. They're there's so many layers that they're focusing during the draft that it's actually insane when you think about it.
And they're just going to be building off of the meta that they kind of had in their last series, right? Like some things are going to reset a little bit, but surely both teams are considering like what happened there. Like for example, this first pick IO. Every game, Viking GG set themselves up in that best of five that if they had first pick, they leave in the IO. If Liquid had first pick, they ban the IO, right? That's just going to carry right through to this.
Boys, here's
This
a
is a good
support that we kind of
response.
forgot about, the Grimstroke. Yeah, where's this guy been?
This is one of the best heroes in Dota. I mean, you can't have every single hero each time like teams play, but you're gonna have a great target since Wisp is gonna be tethered to
Mm-hmm.
one hero, and his ult is gonna be insanely good. That's one way to counter it. It's a leash mechanic as well, and Grimstroke's one of the heroes that checks a lot of the boxes. I love to compare him with the Tusk, where like you have silence, you kind of
That's
have
pretty
a
good. I like
stun,
that.
you have great wave clear,
Is Viking cheat?
good laner, and this is also the hero that Viking ran against Team Liquid, where
Yep.
like eventually this hero in the mid late game becomes what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna give attack speed to my carry, and I'm gonna get Solar Crest eventually, possibly Guardian Greaves, but they have Wisp this time, so he might be able to skip it. Also, one of the heroes, like he reminds me of a Venomancer, where you can build pretty much any item and it's gonna feel good. Like you want to get rid of Atos, you want to get Pipe, Mech,
Mm.
whatever. Like whatever your team needs, Bloodseeker can buy it, and it's gonna feel good.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a block pick too, right? Grimstroke and Bloodseeker can be a really good combo. When I see Grim, I always think of
Yeah.
what he does in terms of enabling cores. He pairs really nicely with the Inkswell, even just having the stroke of fate to help set up kills. That one's always a tongue twister for me.
Block Seeker, yeah.
Yeah. Mars as well. This hero has been banned out quite a bit. We've talked about him, but haven't really seen him played so far in this group stage. So
Yeah, he's a very common second phase ban. He just has
yeah.
so many good pairings, and I think he's the easiest offlaner to play in that classic sense of like, okay, let's go do something, right?
Mm.
Like, let's just
Short
smoke up and
cooldown.
try and get back in this game. Yeah, best initiator at the moment. Also has some pretty like versatile builds. Like it's okay to go auras or whatever, or you can like double down on just your own effectiveness in the team fight between initiation, be it like blinks and BKBs or whatever.
Is Phoenix still a contender here for Liquid, or does the Grimstroke
No.
kind of replace
No,
that?
I
Okay.
mean, there's too much attack speed coming out from Tether and eventually
That's
Bloodseeker's
a good point, I guess. Yeah.
Blood Rage. So, like, just imagine a carry with Tether attack speed, Solar Crest eventually, Mech.
Yeah,
This is
okay, all
already
right.
looking
It's
scary.
like it's
You're
like you
totally right.
could, but why wouldn't you just pick Dark Willow, right? Because like they
That's
also
just
play
a
Dark Willow and
yeah,
Mars, and then that gives way better like abilities with the IO, or
agreed.
versus the IO plus one rather with like the Terrorize.
Well, that's why you guys are here, all right? To stop me from going down a rabbit hole that's full of
Well,
bullshit.
I mean, your head's in the right spot because it's Mars Phoenix, and Mars Phoenix is very strong. It's just
But
how
it's all
good is Egg?
but as Lacoste said, the
Yeah.
layers, right? It's almost like Viking had considered that and picked heroes that were a really good block pick against that combo that they left in for Liquid to potentially pick. That's good drafting, boys.
It is. I
Is that how
think
they do it?
Liquid right now needs to start thinking about, which carry we're gonna play and which carry does not want to play against because Viking they banned out Lone Druid. Okay, so they still possibly think it could be like Venge Drow Ranger, Venge Medusa
Mm-hmm.
in Dota Summit 13. They lost two times with Venge and Medusa, and Viking GG they made it look pretty easy. Medusa gets two items. You get the first Roche. You don't need to eventually close out the game, but you're just building up to advantage where you just get the second roast, cheese ages, and your Medusa gets another one and a half item and just feels unkillable.
Are other teams running Medusa right now? I haven't seen her that much. Feels
Not
like a
very
niche
often.
pick. Yeah. Also, Enigma, another big team fighter here for Liquid, a hero that they have run quite a bit historically. We saw him banned a couple times yesterday as well.
Yeah, they give this to Taiga a lot. Just like a kind of greedy position 4, but gives you some AoE. And all right, Viking GG, it's either Spectre or
Okay.
Medusa, it seems. And with the Venge being gone, the Spectre's just way too good with the IO, right?
I think so.
Yeah, you don't have the like kill potential in that lane, but all you want to do is break even and get some stacks for Spectre. Just secure that Spectre doesn't die. That's what's important. A lot of circles: Mars Arena, Enigma's Black Hole, Midnight Pulse, and Spectre's very good against that. Like uncontrollable damage. Uh, she naturally
Yeah.
builds into Blade Mail. Okay,
Oh,
so they're gonna go with Sven.
I think Bane's kind of tempting here. I don't know. They need. I feel like I want some 5 that has like BKB piercing. I kind of want Undying, but
No, dude, they're lacking in lockdown so hard right now. Spectre,
yeah,
Wisp, Bloodseeker, they don't have a stun.
yeah, I
This
know
is a
that's what I mean.
mistake
Like,
they made in the first game of Dota Summit 13, where they could not, like, they wanted to play Dota, but they couldn't because of the
yeah.
draft. They had Io, Sven, Undying, Bloodseeker, and Queen of Pain. Like, Sven was forced to get a Blink Dagger so they can eventually start a team fight. I don't think they're going to make the same mistake again.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, I get why though, because like he's so good and like it secures the lane super easy for Spectre. Because I want Io and Bloodseeker in the lane, right? They take the Rubik
Okay.
instead.
Okay,
Well,
that's much better approach.
Against
I just love
Enigma,
Rubik.
this
I
is
can't believe
amazing.
Rubik was still in. I'm so used to
Yeah.
being like first phase banned. Or
Hey, we
first
saw
phase
him get
picked.
5th picked yesterday, so I mean,
That's true for
Rubik
Snell,
is
yeah.
all over the place. I like this a lot. Against an ordinary draft, maybe I'd be curious if this is enough control. But you've got a Sven, you've got an Enigma, Mars, Grimstroke, some amazing steals, some big ultimates. This looks good.
And
I'd
it looks like we're just
prefer
mid
if
versus mid, right?
yeah, I still want them to have like any kind of BKB piercing ability against Sven, against Enigma. Like if Rubik gets caught, like you're relying so much on Rubik to like steal the black hole. His positioning needs to be amazing. It's gonna be a bit harder when you have these two great initiators, Sven and Mars. I don't consider Mars like a I'm gonna go in first and just start a team fight. I prefer if like Mars is your second wave of initiation where everyone just groups around and then he gets a good arena.
That can be nice, but when you
Is
have Enigma at the same time, it's like, all
Yeah,
right, well,
in this
yeah.
in this case, like Mars needs to go first because Enigma wants to be that second wave of initiation.
so you guys want to call these last picks and look like gods here? We both need mids.
Who's left? Lena's gone.
Ember Spirit for Viking because right now Liquid is very limited on the like real lockdown. If he's fast enough, he can pretty much dodge all of those spells.
Pretty
This
mobile as
seems
well. Gives him some more catch.
very open-ended for Liquid. That Brood, is it a Brood game? Remember, they will last pick Brood if it looks good. That's a Viper ban now, protecting the Spectre. Probably smart.
I don't know. How couldn't you just send the Bloodseeker with like Blood Right versus the Brood if you had to? That
Isn't
sounds
that
like
one
it'd
of
be
those?
really good.
It's annoying, but it's not a hard counter the same way like Kunkka is. I
You
think
know
that's
what?
playable for Brood.
I'm just
Right?
gonna say it. One of these teams is gonna pick Lashrak. That's my
That's a good
guess.
hero.
I think Liquid's going to pick Tinker. I'm calling it. Crazy left field prediction, boys. Get ready.
That's very left field.
Yeah. So is Koikva. All right, he's a lefty. Don't make fun of him.
Is he though?
I have no fucking.
Can we confirm that? We need an interview. They better win. Can you please confirm if Quake was left-handed?
You know, of all the times I've hung out with Koikva, I've never asked him to write something down so I could take note of his primary hand.
I do like the Kunkka
Sorry
here
about
though,
that.
or the Tiny. I think like those kind of heroes for initiating with the IO relocates and the Spectre could be kind of nice.
No Zeus, no Quap, no Lena, no DP. No Storm. If they want a leash mechanic, like Puck is in, I feel like we suggest him a lot and he doesn't get picked ever.
And it's not good against Sven. Sven gets Aghanim Scepter, breaks the coil eventually.
Oh, yeah.
It's very
It's
sad.
not the greatest. But
Yeah,
I'd
that's
still
true.
prefer like Lash. If Viking can get one Lashrak and Team Liquid can get one Lashrak, like I would love both of these lineups.
Is that the feature of Dota? There's just no bans. You just pick the 5 best heroes in the game. That will get exciting really fast. Ooh, they take the
Okay.
Doom.
Wow.
Oh, nice
Kind of
one.
forgot about him. He made it all the way through.
Yeah, the mid
That's real
Doom.
nice. Yeah.
Still very popular in other regions, not so much Europe.
It just farms so fast. Every time I see it mid, I kind of marvel at what the built-in Midas does for Doom.
It's a possibility that they get something like a Monkey King,
Yeah.
put him on a mid lane, but also like Lashrak, I think one of these two heroes lanes well against Doom. Spectre's afraid of Monkey, and they have such a good like Mars Arena,
Yeah.
Wukong's command. It's one of my favorite combos in Dota.
I mean, they've already got 2 circles, Lacoste. You want a third
Third
circle
one,
to mix
yeah.
in with this?
They still
All
need
right.
a Spirit Vessel, though. So maybe
they-
like the Kunkka still
Do they
good,
take
or...
a look at the
Ooh, the
Visage?
Visage.
Whoa. Okay, not the Tinker, but it's a Visage.
It's kind of like Leshrac, though. It's very similar,
Yeah.
right?
Plays
Same style.
fast, big burst damage. Lets you punish quite a bit. If you win a fight after Black Hole, you can actually take an objective.
I feel like I haven't
Very
gotten to see
interesting.
this one in a little while, though. Like
Well,
push for Visage.
I like both these drafts. Predictions here, gentlemen, before we hand it over to our casters. What are we feeling here for game 1?
This
I
is
kind of
a
like
tough one.
the Visage. I think I assume he's picking it because he likes the lane. Because it sounds pretty good in theory
Yep.
versus the Doom. I haven't got to see it with like new Doom, but I mean Doom. It's not like you're gonna beat out the Doom, right? Because he can just jungle and stuff, and his game will still be okay. But Visage should get what Visage needs. Hit the 6. Taiga is really good at getting actual farming levels on this Enigma, so I kind of believe in that like 18 to like 29-minute timing of like Liquid feeling very strong.
Yeah.
Whereas Viking GG need like really good haunts around then.
The reason why they got Visage is because they want to punish Doom. Like he's a decent laner. He gets a lot of gold from the laning stage, but he doesn't pressure the enemy mid laner in terms of like getting a kill before he gets level 6. And I think Visage can punish that. Like there's gonna be a lot of chaos with Visage birds, Enigma's Eidolons, Mars going in with the arena. Like Sven, eventually he just is going to get some farm, and Liquid is known for stacking the camp. So whenever I see Sven in their hands, in their lineup, it feels good. So I'm going to go with Liquid this time.
All
If
right.
Viking wins, though, it's going to be like a sick blink on the Doom where they just get like the good Doom off the start of every fight. That could just win you the game when you're playing.
It can be a trump card to the Enigma for sure. But interesting drafts. We're going to hand it over to our casters, get their thoughts. We've got Nomad and 1437 to carry us through game 1.
Howdy, folks. Thank you very much. Yes, indeed, we got Liquid versus Viking playing off against each other, and this tournament ain't big enough for the both of them. Theban, who do you think is going to take this first game?
Ooh, looking at the drafts, I got to favor Liquid here. I'm looking at Viking GG, what they picked up. If they end up using the Haunt and the Doom in one engagement and they don't get any kills, I think Liquid is just going to walk up the high ground, and the only deep push you have bolt. And I think that's not one pipe, one mech is just going to mitigate all the damage, and then you're just going to lose pretty much lane of racks instantly.
So you're not really worried about the greed of this Enigma plus Mars thing, where we're going to have Tiger probably heading off to the jungle and just trying to secure himself a bunch of farm and leave the Mars pretty much alone?
Well, I think they're playing for this mid-game timing, and Liquid has done this Enigma greed style for a very long time. They're very it's like a well, executed plan. I think they're gonna have.
Yeah, they're very proficient in it.
Yeah, it's not gonna be a big problem for them, in my opinion. I think Viking are the ones who have to constantly make good plays, and all their spells need to connect on the right targets, or else they're just gonna lose objectives one after the other in the mid game.
Alrighty. Well, yeah, let's talk about this mid lane as well. Quaker on the Visage versus Boom on the Doom, which is very nice to say. I mean, this isn't a matchup I've ever seen before. I think they described it quite well on the panel as being like, Doom, this hero which kind of just greeds out the lane, can't really put a lot of pressure, and Visage is a hero which is basically a turnip before level 6, I think it's fair to say. It doesn't really do much at all. And then he hits level 6 and it's just this insane power spike, and he can just put on so much pressure either on his lane or wherever he really feels like it. So we have Shad and Boxy actually trading a lot here over this rune. Boxy's going to bash him back and be able to secure the bounty rune whilst he's at it, and Shadow's dropping very low indeed. So Solari is going to have to slide in and save him.
Well, at least they still managed to get 2 bounty runes, considering they have an Enigma on their side. So that's a pretty big win for Liquid here. In terms of the mid lane, this is going to be an absolute free farm lane for anyone that lanes against Visage, to be honest. So Doom on top of the free farm, he's got Devour. So we're going to be seeing a very, very farm Boom in this game. But what he does with that farm is going to pretty much make or break the game for Viking.
Yeah, I think Viking are very, very dependent on, as you say, making some big plays with these Dooms. Because if they don't, then they don't have a space maker. We saw OG running a similar thing yesterday, where they had the Morphling and who were they running that with? It was Alchemist, wasn't it? Incredibly greedy draft. No one could really, Thompson did actually make a ton of space just by running around the map like a lunatic most of the game. But Boom, I'm not sure he's going to be able to do the same thing if he doesn't get off some really clutch Dooms this game.
Yeah, definitely. And he's going to have to constantly think about the Enigma, the Visage that he's blinking into and such. So getting the perfect Doom targets every fight is going to be so crucial. The Silents are quite interesting. Bo3 is already gaining quite a bit of XP. The lane is in front of him. Taiga going to be pretty much getting free from. But this bottom lane, though, I think there's going to be a lot of pulling and trading of farm. But once they hit level 3, things are going to hit the fan.
Yeah, we're actually discussing a lot about the bottom lane, how this one was going to go in the chat between us, because I had concerns about the Sven Grimstroke lane, but you put my concerns to rest, and you said these guys are just going to farm into each other, but with the possibility of either of them really getting kill potential on each other, as you say, when they hit the levels. So it's all going to come down to that. It's all going to come down to the pulls as well. But one thing I want to mention as well is when you're watching this Sven on Team Liquid, you have Insania playing the Grimstroke. He is going to make stacks. I mean, that is a guarantee when you're playing against Liquid, is that they're going to have stacks in the jungle. I'd actually really like to see Viking having done their homework or having a plan to go and invade. Maybe this isn't the draft for it, to go and really invade. But then again, you got Fade, Bolt, and Blood, right? So if he does go and make these stacks, as he tends to do on Insania, then I'd really like to see Viking going to poke their heads into the jungle, get a bit of vision down, and maybe steal some of those. Would be nice.
Yeah, Insania definitely stacks a lot, especially on Dire, but Viking GG, knowing their playstyle, not going to give them Dire. So I think there's going to be a little bit less stacking than normal. I think Dire generally has a lot easier of a time because the camps are much closer together, where you can constantly double stack and make a lot of farm for Sven. But nonetheless, we will definitely be seeing a lot of Ancient stacks come out, because that's just how Liquid has been playing for years now, or these players, I mean.
Yeah. That's their calling card, They're gonna stack. So far so good in the bottom lane. It's been pretty peaceful. But Mikael's got his level 3. But Insania's not quite there yet. It's all about the supports getting there as well. Let's have a look towards top. We have, of course, Solari on the IO playing into Tiger. Tiger's just going to try and play as annoyingly as possible, whilst also trying to consolidate his own farm. That's basically the job of this Enigma, denying creeps from the lane and interrupting pulls where he can. Yeah,
you should check the last hits right now between this. This is a 2v1 lane, and guess who's winning?
Bo3. He's the king.
Exactly. Yep, Shad is having a terrible time right now, and Io has made his way into the jungle. Like, maybe he can soak some XP from Enigma, kill some Eidolons or something, realizing that he can't actually help zone out Bo3 at all.
No, he's living the dream, this Mars. Even a single point in Bulwark as well, just to really tank up and make sure the Spectre really can't trade with him at all. So yeah, that's going to be a tough one. Meanwhile, Solari gonna go watch Tiger jungle, but we'll take a ton of harass for his efforts as well. I mean, what can Solari really do here? He's just kind of Jad so low. Bo3 chasing him down. He's barely taking any damage from the tower. He's just gonna try and finish him with the right clicks and might exactly do that. Shad is gonna get just right clicked down by Bo3. My goodness. First Blood goes to the Mars in the top lane. He is dominating this top side of the map.
Yeah, you're asking if Bo3 is going to be fine 2v1. Well, he's got the most CS on his team, and he net himself First Blood.
Jesus, what a player.
Yep. They know how to play this Enigma Mars lane. They've done it multiple times now. And this is like just something unpredictable, I think, happening for Viking, and that's going to put a huge wrench into their plan.
Yeah, it was supposed to be the dreamy Spectre game, but turning into a bit of a nightmare as Bo3 takes control. I mean, what do you think about this Io then, going to kind of invade Tiger and trying to steal some XP from the Enigma? Is this the right play in your eyes, or should Solari be helping the Spectre in lane?
Well, the thing is, he can't actually do anything with the Spectre in the lane, right? The one level in Bulwark, and then the Io just hit him. He took like 5 damage. He's pretty much out-regioning the damage Io can deal to him. So there's not a whole lot he can do other than leash the Spectre's XP. So he just decided to go do something elsewhere. But, it's just such a hard lane. Shad just doesn't have enough damage. Going for that Ring of Regen build. Look at the difference in base damage just between these two heroes, making it so hard for Spectre to last it.
Yeah, 61 versus 81.
Ooh, boom though.
Ooh, in the jungle, they have actually managed to find Tiger here with leading the charge onto Doom. He's got himself a rock to throw the way of Tiger, but he doesn't even need it. He's just going to run him down with a Scorched Earth, burn him up, and get themselves a nice kill in the jungle onto the Enigma. So there's a first invasion made from Viking, and successful indeed.
That's definitely gonna be something scary. The Scorched Earth, IO, tethered Doombringer running at you. I think that's gonna be pretty much guaranteed kills with the Doom at least. But Visage has hit level 6, not any pressure applied to him in any way, so he's gonna be able to just jungle up whenever the lane gets pushed, go back to a mid lane, control that. Quakebot is just gonna focus on his farm. This is just exactly how they want to play this.
It's been a while since I've seen Visage. Do you know the current builds which Visages tend to go for these days?
I think there's a few builds they can go for, but most of them end up with a Solar Crest for either your ally or using it on your enemy, helps your birds, yourself do damage, just pretty much aura items overall. I think the Sven is going to be the hard carry in this game, so he's going to go for that full DPS, while Visage is going to go for the boosting of the Sven.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Also, you get a bit of value there with the Soulbind, right? 'Cause you can double that up and...
Oh yeah, the Soul Assumption actually with Soulbind is quite a nice spell. He's not going to have that maxed out anytime soon, but later on in the game, it's going to be dealing a lot of damage.
Yeah, and I guess with the hitting 2 targets, that's essentially 4 Soul Assumptions in 1 at that point, so that's pretty crazy. Wonder if we'll be seeing that coming out later on. I would imagine so. But yeah, that spell's pretty bonkers. Soul Assumption just does so much in the mid game once he hits level 15 as well. So far, have we seen any stacks being made from Insania? A couple, just actually the one, which he's pinging out, saying, hey, there you go, Sven, you got something to fall back on. But because Tiger's been in the jungle, he's been kind of limited in where he can actually make these.
Yeah, I think because this top lane has been so disastrous, the Rubik or the IO hasn't really found his way down to the bottom lane quite yet. Been having to help against Bo3, defend this tower top and such, so the gameplay is a bit
run from the Doom. Run from the boom Doom. He's here with a double damage, but he's going to go in for the Inkswell stun, but his right clicks are huge. Though Koikfa coming in from the side, just trying to force them back, oust them from the jungle, protect those stacks and protect this area from their map. Liquid playing very defensively in this early game, and Koikfa just making sure that his teammates are nice and safe.
Yeah, making sure that they do not enter the Radiant jungle. They just want to keep splitting the map 50-50 right now. I think Radiant is just farming much faster as long as they get their levels up, or they will be farming much faster very soon. Sven has made his way into the jungle. It's got that Mask of Madness, has cleared that stack over there. And that's what I mean by Radiant versus Dire, right? If this was Dire, there would be like a medium camp and a big camp, like triple stacked already. But because the camps are so much more spread away on Radiant, can't do that. Ooh, shot again.
Yeah, Shad going down on top to Boxy, dropping that arena and getting that kill. And now Boxy trying to get away with it here, but unfortunately there's a Rupture out onto him as well, with the Solari and Boom just chopping away at him. He's going for the TP, but that's never going to happen. They will grab the kill onto Boxy and make it a trade up in the top lane, but probably not one they're too happy with, as their Spectre goes down for the second time this game, and really not having a good game at all in the Spectre. I mean, looking at the net worth, she is the lowest net worth core in the game right now, which is not where you want to be on this hero. They're using the Haunt to find something, and they will find it, as Insania is the one who drops down in the bottom lane, and Shad gets a free TP back into the lane. It always feels so good to drop that Haunt when you respawn immediately and just get straight back into a lane, and if you can combo it up with a kill as well, you're feeling very happy. So, well, that's a little bit of a boost for Shad. Still behind, but silver linings, eh?
Oh, he really needed that, because if he actually TP bottom, there could have been a chance where Liquid runs at him and tries to kill him again, because he would be stuck in that area. But now that he does have a TP still available, if anybody does come to him, he can TP out. Boom here, trying to get a bounty rune. A little bit of a dangerous...
There's a lot of heroes nearby. Insania's coming in as well, looking to cut him off. He's actually going to drop down the Doom onto the Mars, but with the stun coming in from Mickey, he's popping the God Strength as well. They're throwing everything at Boom here, and they are going to be able to finish him off. Solari, meanwhile, able to run himself away quite handily, but that is an overextension from the Doom and punished thoroughly by Team Liquid. And they are just playing this map really defensively, even though they're getting some kills up in the top lane. Boxy's having a good time just solo. However, every time Viking come onto their side of the map, they are being punished really heavily for it, and that's going to make Viking feel pretty pretty scared when it comes to making any of these invasive maneuvers in the future.
Yeah, I think the onus is on Viking to actually invade into Liquid's jungle and try to make something happen, because they're going to be on sort of a timer in terms of, you know, all these auras that are going to be built up on Liquid and going to be overwhelming Viking. So that's why they're content with just playing on their side of the map and waiting for Viking to come in and do something and just counter that play.
Yeah. Well, the game's going to slow down a little bit here as we are 3 for 3, although Boom, once again, just kind of wandering around the enemy side of the map. Liquid assembling the heroes across to try and deal with it. But there's so many scary ultis on the side of Team Liquid. I mean, you've got that Mars ulti, you've got the Black Hole available as well. You've got to fear them. Grimstroke ulti, not that good this game. What have we got? We've got double Malefice and we've got double Stormhammer. It's not exactly going to make me wet myself.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Not too scary. And yeah, we're already seeing these auras start to come out from Team Liquid. I mean, even the cheap auras, they're just going for them all. They've got themselves the Vlads up at the top lane on this Mars. That's shipping out to him immediately. The Visagers finished these drums. So these two heroes just by themselves are a bit of an army of two.
Yeah, and they're gonna just go for the tier 1 towers one by one. Top gonna be the easiest one. They're okay with trading bottom. Next is gonna be the mid tower for Liquid to try and take. I'm going to predict. Actually, I'm quite surprised that Enigma is not going for a mech in this game. Just going for that Blink BKB instead, straight into that late game. I feel like if he does have a mech, it's just so difficult for Viking to just fight into it. One mech would just mitigate the damage of like Blood Rite or a Fade Bolt or something, and that's a lot of Vikings damage actually at this stage in the game.
It is, yeah, it is. Doom's kind of that control, but everything else got to come from other sources. Especially when you've got a Spectre carry as well, you know, it just feels like it's such a long time in the game before she's doing any real meaningful damage. Usually that Manta pickup is when the hero starts to hit hard, but she's actually going for the Blade Mail into Radiance build on Shad. What do you think about this?
I guess he kind of needs it against the Visage.
Yeah.
Works against the birds, right? You get that mischance.
It's something. Tiger finding him, might be tempted with a Black Hole here, jumping forwards onto Shad, and there it comes. Black Hole comes down, Koifa coming over as well to offer a bit of damage. Is there anybody nearby? There is! Io comes in with the relocate and gets that Spectre to safety, TPing her up to the top lane, and actually, Viking are bringing in some heroes, so they don't want this Io to go down. They don't want to give the free kill away to Team Liquid. They want to make something of this. So Ari's going to come back in, the birds with the Ink Swell, that's a nice little combo, going to drop onto Toby and just stop the counter aggression. But I like the rescue force that comes in for the IO rescue team comes swooping on through just to make sure they don't just feed away the free kill there to Team Liquid.
Yeah, it's really good counterplay there, wasting that Black Hole too. But I mean, Spectre was pressured, I guess, is in a very safe spot now to farm up, since Visage did have to TP down there to make that play. And on the other side, Sven has been free farming that entire time too. Look at Sven's net worth. Holy smokes. He is just skyrocketing right now. Zero pressure put on him so far.
Oh, here it is. And there is the first ult of the game from the Grimstroke with the double Stormhammer coming down as well, but there's a Horn to answer it as well. And actually, the Spectre jumps into the tree. They immediately turn their attention to Shad, but the counter aggression's coming through, and they're going to be able to drop that Grimstroke. Now look over towards the Sven. He's a little too tanky for them to take down. Boxy on the side as well, being a threatening presence. Boom with the Doom hanging around, looking for something. Might be tempted here to drop it onto Boxy. He's running forwards, and the team knows with him, but there's no real effort being made. Just the zoning of Boom's presence is enough to force back Team Liquid. This is really good from Viking at this point.
Oh yeah, that was a really nice soul bind there. Steal from Aramis onto the Grimstroke. And then Sven just kind of got locked in. As soon as they saw the Haunt, they're like, all right, guys, just get out. That's already a big spell used up. We don't need to continue on with this. That being said, I feel like Liquid should play a lot more around top and middle, and maybe try to play for the mid tower if Viking decide to spend so many heroes bottom.
Yeah.
Not entirely sure why they don't actually opt to attack that area of the map right now.
True enough. They are being. I mean, yeah. What the timings each of these teams are looking for then? Because it feels like Viking are kind of happy to just rock up and put pressure whenever at this point. Are we waiting for the Sven's Axe perhaps for him to be a real factor in this game?
I think it looks like he's actually going for the BKB. If he doesn't have BKB, very difficult for him to just stand in the fight. So he's just gonna go for that. I think Liquid are kind of losing a lot of their tempo right now. They had pretty good levels. This Mars was like insanely farmed early on and high level too. They should have just went mid with their spells and tried to take this tower.
Ooh, great arena from Bo3 in the bottom lane is going to find him a free kill onto Io here at the very least. So Bo3 once again making them these solo plays.
It's pretty much the only play he could do. It doesn't look like his team has any plans of just grouping up at the moment. Maybe they want to wait for that AC from the Visage. That could be it.
Yeah, really interesting stats on this Mars actually, as he's currently 3-1-1, so he's had 100% kill participation out of the 4 kills they've had so far. And looking at his team as well, you know, there haven't been a huge amount of assists either, so basically 2 solo kills from the Mars so far has been the story of this game. Bo3 really kind of being a one-man army in this one.
Really has. Got a Blink Dagger now too. Got that form of initiation for his team.
Ooh. Quakever, he's going for the Assault Cuirass. That's an interesting one. So that's going to combo up quite nicely with that level 15 talent with the Armor Corruption. Although I still think he's probably going to go for the Soul Assumption hits 2 targets. Just like, you never know. He might see the value in doubling up on the anti-armor. What do you reckon?
Very possible. I think this AC is going to be quite nice, especially for the Sven and obviously the whole team. So again, like I'm just so puzzled in this game as to why Liquid just doesn't want to go mid and force out maybe some spells from Viking and try to take some more engagements around that area. I think this Visage was so strong with the drums and the Vlads from the Mars. So I think the more the game slows down and Viking are going to hit their timing, like if they get this Radiance before Liquid do their first move even, it could be quite problematic for Liquid because they're always constantly spread out on the map.
Yeah, and Shad is, you know, he's having an amazing game and kind of new, you know, obviously he's playing well, he's farming the right areas of the map, but he's not made any spectacular plays other than some nice haunts here and there, but he's just kind of farming, he's just playing Spectre, you know, and he's been given the space. Uh-oh. Yeah, this Enigma is very far forward here. Well, actually being invaded by Doom and Aramis, and they're going to be able to bring him down. So much damage pouring out of this Doom, and up in the top lane, you're absolutely right. They're going to be able to get the return call to Insania as Viking make 2 strikes across the map and get themselves 2 kills with it. Nice relocate in from the IO there to help out, bring in the numbers and finding the punishment.
Yeah, this is exactly what we mean. Like, Viking is starting to get more comfortable. They got, like, this BKB on the Doom. You know, the Bloodseeker is getting quite tanky now. Spectre has pretty much caught back up in this game. It's actually the 3rd net worth. You remember when the Spectre had a terrible laning stage against Mars and pretty much had to catch up the whole time? Well, she's caught up now. So I just feel Liquid just had to punish that big weakness Viking had with the Spectre being so far behind in this game. But now she's good.
Feels like many moons ago that Spectre was struggling, and as you say, she's doing absolutely fine now. Very nice game for Shad. Liquid waiting and waiting and waiting for this Sven to really come online. He's now got that BKB finished up. I think that's all coming to him on the courier. Yep, indeed, full BKB coming out to Mickey. So, I mean, you know, he is the hope for Team Liquid. They're putting a lot of pressure on him, though, this team. You know, Liquid are really expecting Mickey just to carry the entire game for them because they're really not making many plays amongst the other 4 positions at this point. More just playing reactively.
Looks like it. They're trying to go back bottom here. See if they can get any lingering heroes for Viking.
Yeah, they're just hoping to find someone interrupting their jungling. And it's Mars who is going for the Soul Crest in the end here, or at least going for the Medallion to start it off. I imagine that will turn into a full Solar Crest, and that's going to free up the Visage too, as we see go for this AC, which he has now finished up. Full AC completed on Quakever. And gonna look for the next item. Probably another aura, I would probably
Alright,
guess.
here we go. Here's where they're gonna do it. They're gonna get this Aegis. They got the BKB on the Sven now. Liquid feel like farming.
But Spectre, she's got the Radiance coming out on the courier. I mean, if Viking are quick enough, they might be able to interrupt this Roshan. Are they making their way over? Doesn't look like they know. Oh dear. Yeah, Liquid are going to be able to take it for free. Viking, I mean, they've just been lulled into a false sense of security because the game's just been so slow, and now Liquid allowed to just run in and take themselves a free Aegis.
And that's very nice now for Liquid. All the items have lined up. They got that AC online. They got the BKB online now. So if they can make some kind of play before this Doom finishes Shivas, I think that could be it. That could be that big blow up fight Liquid is looking for right now.
Yep.
Explosiveness. I'm waiting for it, Nomad. It's been a very slow game. 4-6.
We've been waiting, haven't we? We've been waiting for this game to really blow up. We've been expecting it from Team Liquid in the early mid, and they've kind of just been like, it's fine. We can just wait for Mickey to farm. We don't need to make any plays with this Visage. They're just waiting. They are just playing the waiting game. Surely we'll see some players coming out soon, because we know Viking are not going to want to play into this Aegis, Sven. No way. That is very scary. Oh, we have an arena coming down. They've managed to catch out the Rubik. Alright, that's a freebie. Boom actually came over here. Not sure about this one. Has to pop the BKB just to stop that Stormhammer from connecting and back himself off. So that is not the ideal usage of a 10-second BKB charge, but kind of fitting for the pace of this game so far, at least.
Yeah, I mean, Rubik is a huge kill. I guess probably their second best team fighting hero at this stage in the game. Got a blink, Aether Lens, can steal really good skills, and him dying first just means Viking just cannot take the engagement at all. They take the mid tower, go into the Ancients, steal the 21-minute Ancient camp and the 22-minute now. So I think Viking are gonna lose out on a little bit of gold here on the map. They're still not too concerned at the moment, right? They're just trying to wait out that Aegis timing. 5 minutes, 3 more minutes to go.
Yep. And the moment that Aegis runs out, or they find themselves an opening, they've got this Haunt Radiant Spectre. She's going to be a big problem for heroes like the Visage and the Grimstroke as well. These heroes do not like playing into Radiant Spectre because she's just going to sit on top of them and annoy you, bring you down. But Visage especially as well. I mean, this hero hates playing into Radiance. Both his birds and I believe I can't imagine Gravekeepers does very well against Radiance, does it?
Yeah. Exactly. It'll just get removed very quickly in the fight. And Spectre, with this Radiance, even if she gets Black Hole, she's going to be doing so much damage.
Yeah. Annoying hero indeed.
Blade Mail Radiance. I think Enigma might even kill himself if he Black Holes or Blade Mailed.
If she pops Blade Mail in time, yeah, I think that's very likely, especially with the, position for Enigma with not that much farm, though. He is getting a BKB. Oh, okay. I always underestimate position for Enigma, especially when Tiger's playing it. He's nearly got a BKB, so definitely not underfarmed by any stretch.
Yeah, I can't help but feel like Liquid just had a really good draft, but it just sort of feels like they're playing this a little bit wrong. I mean, I could be completely wrong about that too. In 5 minutes from now, they might just be up like 15 or 20k gold, but buying Blink BKB against Rubik over buying like a mech and building something tanky and try to be like this immovable wall with your team just seems like the wrong decision here. I think even if he does have this BKB, he's not going to feel comfortable going into the engagements and black holing as long as the Rubik has like very good positioning.
Yeah, and he's obviously going to be looking out for that. Meanwhile, in the top lane, they're having a little poke at Toby, but again, just giving him just a poke, really. Nothing more.
Yeah, he's got a Crimson Guard too. This is such a great pickup against the Visage. The birds will not be doing any damage. This is not an item you see at all, actually, Nomad anymore, right? It's just most of the heroes just burst through you, but Visage birds, they hate Singar.
Yeah, interesting. The two teams I've seen build it recently have been Liquid. Oh, they're jumping forwards here onto the IO. Superman Sten coming flying in and get himself a kill. Not the most high value kill, but they do have Boom on the front lines here. Maybe they can bring him down as well, but the Rupture's been thrown down onto Mickey, meaning he can't really do much more. Can't chase with this Rupture on him, and certainly doesn't want to drop that Storm Hammer on anyone.
They might want to fight here. That's God Strength going to be on cooldown in about, what is that, 20 seconds here? Yep.
Seconds, yeah.
So I think Viking are really don't want to let Liquid get out here, but Liquid realizing that if this God Strength is down, they are toast. They cannot fight back. They gotta get out.
Yeah, and again, this is what 4 or 5 heroes moving top lane, and for a kill onto an IO, not even getting a tower. That's not efficient, is it? It really is a game of efficiency here, isn't it, from these two teams?
Looks like Liquid now. The Aegis is going to expire pretty soon. Yeah, it's expiring right now. So they're going to be waiting another 3 minutes plus another 3 minutes on top of that for the Rosh spawning time. It's going to be more of a stall game at this point. And it looks like Enigma is going straight for that Linken's. He's casted one black hole in this game, Nomad. That's it. And he's already going into the late game build for Lincoln. It's the only way to counter this Rubik, right? From stealing your black hole. But if the Rubik ever gets to Aghanims, then, you know, you're going to face the same problem. Someone on your team has to kill this Rubik.
Yep. Someone has to. Not an easy task either. He's going to be playing very, very scared on Aramis. He wants to stay back. He wants to be finding the... Oh, hello, Mr. Mars. Maybe they're going to go for this Boxy kill here. Boxy is going to turn around with the arena. Unfortunately, misses a spear onto Solari, so they're able to just circle him around and kite out Boxy and get that kill. But in they go with the Black Hole. Tiger dropping it solo onto Solari, but the Doom actually cancelling out the Black Hole as Mickey jumps to backlines, trying to find himself a kill. But Insania actually gets killed off by Shad in the backlines, who also finds Tiger. Now looking across to Mickey. Mickey trying to fight into the Spectre somewhat successfully as well. Spectre's been cut down. They're looking over towards the Doom as well. Mickey is proven to be a huge problem in this fight, which they can't deal with on the side of Viking. An awkward start to the fight for Team Liquid. I mean, fighting on a corpse, basically, of their Mars, but they still find something. Only a kill onto Shad. They do lose 3 heroes of their own, though.
Yeah, I thought that was going to be a much better fight for Liquid, though, because Rubik...
Hold on, it might not be over. They jump forward onto Mickey. He's stuck around for a camp, but Viking, they see the numbers advantage. They go for it, and they get the kill onto the Sven. 78 seconds now dead on Mickey. A great movement in from Viking, just knowing exactly what moves to make, and finding a great little kill there onto Mickey.
Wow, that's crazy. So that fight started with Rubik stealing the arena, and then that gave Taiga an opening to be able to BKB and Black Hole, but, you know, Spectre coming in, killing off that Enigma. I thought Viking destroyed this fight, but then Sven, with his big damage output, was able to bring down the Spectre, but, you know, hanging around like that afterwards, oof. Very uncharacteristic from Mickey there.
Yeah, usually a very careful player. Doesn't usually get caught out farming like that, but hey, dropped his guard on this one.
Things are starting to look really bad here for Taiga. I mean, not Taiga, for Liquid, I gotta say. Can't help but feel like they're starting to fall off, and they just weren't able to apply the pressure when they were really, really strong.
No, I mean, this was their timing. The Sven with the BKB and Aghanim Scepter, that was their time to go when they had the Aegis as well. Couldn't have asked for a better kind of mid-game lineup, and unfortunately, Viking just held strong. The wall did not break, they didn't show any cracks, and now they're looking really good as we come into this 30-minute mark.
Toby already has a Lotus Orb now too. He's quite tanky. Can throw that Lotus Orb onto the Spectre or the Doom. Sven's gonna have a hard time just storm hammering in as well. So he's gonna end up stunning himself. Looks like Aramis is on his way to his Aghanims too. Just 2,000 more gold. Right.
Liquid, they are definitely feeling the pressure. The flames are being put to them now, and they want to make a play. Smoke up, 5-man rotation in. They have found Doom. It could be a really big kill as he pops the BKB, turns it around, drops the Doom onto the Sven, and now the Horn comes through as well. The turnaround could be huge as they just wreck this Sven on the backlines. The arena comes down, and that's going to spin forward the Doom. Maybe Boxy can get the return kill. Sven's still... Oh, never mind. No, he's not. Shad has found him on the backlines. Mickey is going to drop. So far, the only casualty of this fight, but it looks like Boxy is going to be following him to the grave as the Mars getting singled out by Boom and Celery as they chase him into the Roche pit. Meanwhile, Tiger being chased by Toby. He's going to get run down as well. Viking in full control of this game. The rotation in from Liquid is less than successful.
And that was their smoke play too, right? It just happens to be the worst possible hero that they could have smoked into. The one who had BKB and Shiva's. Excellent Doom from Boom there, you know, taking it chill. He knows he's got the help of the Spectre with that Haunt. And that's it. That's going to be the Aegis. This is probably the most important Aegis of the game, the second one, which also gives you a cheese. This is where I fully expect Viking to just dominate this game, or dominate the map, I mean.
Yeah, I mean, what hope is there left for Liquid at this point? Viking just looking so damn scary. I mean, maybe they can take a fight whilst the ultimates are down, but just like running into an Aegis Spectre generally seems like a pretty bad idea.
Insania.
Insania drops in the bottom lane. Nice little pick up there from Aramis, Shad, and Celery. Exactly, you got Relo. Yeah.
And that's an IO with the cheese too. So good luck killing someone next fight,
Top tower is
Mickey.
under attack.
Oh boy.
The burst Sven ain't gonna feel so bursty no more.
Mech, cheese plus greater fairy fire on this IO.
Oh my god, Tiger is so committed to the black hole life. I mean, I respect this kind of ride or die mentality from Tiger, going in for the Lincolns, but I mean, yeah, I don't know, man. I feel like just doubling down on the aura strat could have been the play here. Maybe a bit too late for this at that point, but yeah. I mean, Visage is in a whole world effect. He's gonna get killed off here by Viking. Just another casual kill. They'll take the burbs as well. Not just the daddy, but also his little kiddies as well. No mercy from the Vikings.
Not only that, I think auras is exactly how you counter heroes like Spectre and Doom. Like these heroes hate playing into Greaves and Pipe and all these Vlads like that can just constantly heal up and just stand their ground. So that's why I'm still so confused by Taiga's build.
Is now active.
Big time.
Another
Bo3
reload.
once again caught out in the bottom lane. Reload comes in just to make sure they'll bring down the Mars. The Gladiator will fall inside his arena.
We're at 9k now. They were at 4k when they got the Aegis. Continuing to build on up.
Middle tower is under attack.
Getting bigger, faster, stronger, harder.
God, he complete on the Spectre. Whew.
Dire's top tower is under
All right. What is Liquid's fighting chance here? They wait for Aegis, go for the 5-man black hole, hope that Enigma doesn't just straight up die to Spectre anyway.
They don't even need a 5-man black hole. They gotta get like Rubik, Io, and Spectre in the black hole. At least those three. Or like Doom, Spectre,
surely
Io,
Doom.
right?
Radiant's bottom
Like
Do you need
something
the
like
Spectre in the
that.
black hole? Sure, isn't the play now just to kill everybody except Spectre? Because I mean, trying to bring it down inside a black hole just feels like
Yeah.
a
Well,
tricky
Spectre will
task.
kill you with a hunt if you black hole, I think. Like she's really farmed and strong right now, so I'm not sure if the Enigma is gonna be able to survive through a hunt if he actually just goes in. So yeah, you gotta get at least like 3 or 4 people probably to be able to fight. I mean, another option would be you smoke up. Viking are like a little bit split up. You instantly burst one hero with the Sven, right? And then Viking still decide to take a fight after that one hero is dead, and then you can just play off that. Just outnumber your opponent. So there we go.
Soulbind down in the bottom lane, just trying to hold back the forces, but Mickey is actually going in on this. His team just aren't backing him up, though. This is a one-man army of the Sven, and he is just going to get killed by 4 heroes, surrounded, beleaguered, and brought down. Meanwhile, the rest of Liquid just retreat to the high ground, and Saner, of course, dropping as well in that one, as the 2 heroes die. Not quite sure what that was from Team Liquid, but they do lose 2 heroes. Now Viking get a free invitation to the high ground. The red carpet is lined up, the door is open, there's some warm cakes on the windowsill, beckoning them into the Radiant base, and Viking, you know, they will take that up with open arms. Down go these barracks.
Radiant's bottom barracks has fallen.
We said it, Nomad. This is Aegis. And dominate the whole map. 16k gold lead now. In a matter of what, less than 5 minutes. In 4 minutes, they actually built up 12,000 gold on the side of Viking and a whole bunch of kills.
Yeah, the net worth chart is just like a plummet.
Now they're just gonna control up top, mid. They don't have Aegis, but I don't think the Spectre has any fear in the world that he's gonna die right now. He might even pick up the cheese if he wants to. Like Io doesn't need this cheese, honestly. Like you might as well just give it to a Spectre if there's an open slot.
Makes sense to me.
Yeah, there we go. He passed the cheese already before the Aegis even expires. Perfect.
So who's been the standout performance on Viking to really kind of create this this game for them?
I think it's got to be Boom, right? He got the perfect items like the BKB first, built the Shivas, made sure mid tower doesn't fall, even though there wasn't a whole lot of pressure on that mid tower anyway. I think he just played so perfectly in this game, and no hesitation when he broke the smoke, instantly doomed up the Sven, turned the fight around, understanding his limits. Look at his build right now. He's got so much armor, and he's keeping the ice armor. Not going for that blink hoof stomp creep. I think that's like quite big.
Yeah,
Because I think that would have
we'll
been
see
a
how
soul
much help
for his
with.
Yeah.
Not just himself, but Sven as well. Like, it's super annoying
Exactly.
for Sven to go on these high armor supports. Yeah, I agree. Boom's had an incredible game, and this Ags now as well is going to make this Mars feel like a complete potato. Like he can't just jump in and drop arena and expect to live anymore. Once you drop that arena, your time on this earth is done. Boom is going to end you. Also, of course, disabling it stops you getting charges of Gravekeeper's Cloak, which is kind of a weird one. It doesn't just take off the buff. It stops the Sven cleaving, of course, and just in general just gives you so much more damage and control in these fights. Meanwhile, we have a Soulbind coming out, as Insania has been caught doing some warding, going to try and force stuff down to low ground, TP himself away, and will be successful in doing exactly that, so he will escape on his mission.
Looks like the first thing that's gone right for them in a while now for Liquid.
Yeah, the fact that the Grimstroke surviving is the first thing that's gone well for them in the last 10 minutes is a very sad idea of how this game is going.
Yeah, and I think Viking, they're going to play the patient game. They don't need to throw this lead away, want that next Roshan. They're even willing to take fights on the next Roshan too. They got a Butterfly now complete on Spectre. My lord. Does Sven have anything against evasion? No, he does not. So.
No. He is a little boy. A little
Enigma,
boy.
still very far from that Lincoln's, it looks like. Actually, not that far. About 900 gold. But if he buys the Lincoln's, right? Or if he buys his, like, Perseverance, he's not going to have buyback gold anymore.
I mean, Tiger's feeling pretty all-in at this stage, you know. If he's all-in for the Black Hole build, I can tell you he is all-in for the Lincoln Spear as well. My man wants to make this work. He doesn't want to feel silly at the end of this game, having gone for the entirety of the Black Hole build and landing approximately, 2 Black Holes, which both got cancelled out pretty quickly. And in we go down to the bottom lane. Horde comes down. They're trying to break on top off the Sven, but he's going to jump across to Toby and Solari, trying to bring them down. But the Abyssal Blade comes down to Sven, controlling Mark. Meanwhile, the backline, there is trouble. Insania's lost his life. Solari has gone down, but Quake's going to follow. And now the arena comes down from Bo3, holding still the Doom. Maybe they might be able to bring him down, but now the Sven is looking pretty isolated. His teammates just so low, but Quake's coming back into this one. They're trying to fight up into him. Mickey is still doing okay. Shad's on top of him. They're pinging him out, but I'm not quite sure that's a possibility. As a blink away, got to cancel out that Sven stun. He will not follow through. And now Rubik comes charging in. Hello, Aramis, and now the Black Hole lands on 2, but cancelled out by the Yules immediately from Toby. Fortunately, there's no Black Hole available. Now Tiger stun out onto Shad. Shad is getting really low, will get finished off by Bo3. Liquid, they dig deep, and they've actually been able to find themselves a fight that is do lose the Sven at the very end there, but somehow with a couple of buybacks, Liquid are able to hold just about. My goodness, I mean, what a scrappy, messy fight there. What happened?
Well, they used the Doom onto the Enigma, which I think was the right target because there was a BKB on him. So they get him out. The Sven, there wasn't a whole lot of lockdown available on the Sven. Sven starts to smack on the Doom. The Doom is actually a very high source of damage for Viking. So as soon as he died, things became much harder for Viking. And I think Visage and Enigma both used buybacks there to come back in and help out Liquid, at least salvage that fight, right? But I think now they have a win condition on Viking. If they get rid of this Visage or the Enigma, they're dead for over 100 seconds.
Yeah, that's gonna be the win condition now for Team Viking. Roshan up in 15 seconds as well. Obviously, being ruptured here. Has got a TP if he wants to get himself away safely. Isn't doing that. And Toby with this pistol's gonna get speared up, controlled. And Bo3 can now run himself away with relative safety, although there's another hero coming in here as Boom gets onto Insania. Insania could be in some issues, as there's a BKB pop from Doom just to make sure he can fully get this kill onto Insania, and he will do exactly that. So they got a sneaky kill onto the Grimstroke, and this might make Roshan a bit easier for them with his Grimstroke dead for 43 seconds.
Yeah, they know it's alive. 40 seconds. They might actually want to make a smoke play first instead. Just make sure that they can guarantee this Roshan without any crazy stuff happening, because that's the one way Liquid can actually come back into this game, is if they manage to win a fight here, take this Rosh, and there's also an Aghaden's Blessing available too.
Ooh. I wonder who's going to get that. Any good contenders? I mean, I'd love to see it on Spectre, honestly.
Ooh. For Viking?
Viking, yeah.
Yeah? Rubik's already got one, right? Yeah. I guess.
Yeah, Rubik
Spectre
and Doom both have one.
Yeah, Bloodseeker is not bad too. You get 2 ruptures.
True.
On Radiant,
it has its value, but
on Radiant,
that's a lot of fun.
Or Grimstroke. Yeah, Enigma or Grimstroke, because Grim can actually steal like an illusion of Spectre, right? If you get that Dark Portrait ability from the Aghanim, and then you got that Radiant.
Yeah, I mean, it pretty much instantly dies against Spectre is the problem there. I know because I've done it thinking it would be really sick and like kind of, oh, Haunt coming out. And they're looking around. A scouting Haunt, I guess.
I think it's misclick.
Yeah. Zoning Haunt.
Or maybe they're looking for
thought
boxing
Roche?
retreats. But
Yeah, it looked
on.
like it actually.
It was one of those
Oh.
two.
Well, I mean, that's 120 seconds. 2 minutes without Haunt could be a real opportunity for Liquid to find themselves a good fight here. Yeah, they know this is coming.
They got Lincolns too. That's huge.
Ooh,
Enigma
okay,
with Lincolns.
Tiger. Okay, Tiger.
Finally
Let's see
got
what he
it.
can do. They even gave him the Spore Prism as well. They're committing so hard to this black hole. He's got to make it work, Tiger.
Spectre's got a shackle on right now. 4.5k HP.
Jump up to the high ground. Boxy managing to find the arena down onto the Iron to start off this fight. Solari is going to get hold still by Boxy, and Boxy's going to be able to get the kill. Solari dead straight away, but in comes the black hole onto both the Doom and the Spectre. They've actually got him locked down, but the follow-up, where is it? They're finally the Doom comes in, but the stolen black hole is actually used by Aramis to give him a little bit, but interrupted by Boxy with the spear. But Mickey will be able to take down Boom on the backlines. He's going to buy back into this one as quickly goes down. Boxy will lose life as Chad comes into this, and now Mickey is looking a little bit isolated. Where is his team? They're nowhere nearby. I mean, you've got Insania, but what can he do? Absolutely nothing is the answer. The Sven goes down, and just like that, Liquid fall. They don't have any buybacks left at this point, and it's looking like this might be the end. It was a noble attempt eventually, but unfortunately, they're actually going into Roche, so this might give Liquid a chance to respawn and maybe take one more fight, but at this point, it is looking very, very unlikely that they'll be able to do anything about this game. Oh yeah, they might be able to get the Aegis and win.
And they got the Ags on the Spectre. Shadow Step.
Woo! So yeah, I mean, I don't quite agree with this Roshan attempt with all these buybacks available, but I mean, it was so quick that why not, I suppose. That fight though, I mean, what happened to that Lincoln's? Because Aramis just took the black hole and used it anyway, so the plan clearly didn't work.
Well, Spellsteal has a 2-second cooldown, right? So your initial usage on the Enigma will break its Lincolns, and the second one will steal the black hole. So unless the Rubik gets hunted during the black hole and dies, then he's gonna get the black hole regardless.
Yeah.
So there's not a whole lot you can actually do against that unless someone on your team is actively looking for the Rubik in the engagement. And with 2 buybacks down and Sven also having to go all in at this stage in the game, they're just
not going for the win versus Liquid though. Even we know how this one goes. They're at their strongest when you mega them. But even so, considering this team's track record, this
got
game
another black hole.
There's no way, right? If anyone can do it, it's this team, but they are so far ahead. 34k gold advantage on the side of Viking. Ancient now exposed. Viking like, oh, well, you know, I guess we'll go for this. Repair kit on the Ancient. Oh, lovely.
They're going to be patient with this. They know there's a black hole available. They don't want to do anything crazy.
Nope. A couple of spells being thrown towards a Mars, just soft poking. No hard commit.
Io and
From Viking.
Doom.
Oh, he's getting very low. Haunt being popped. Oh no, Shadow step forward onto Boxy. He's getting a bit of extra damage on Tim, popping the BKB. Now the Haunt comes down, jumping the backlines, finding the Grimstroke. That's going to be the easy kill to start off this fight. Another black hole comes in from Tiger, catching out too. It's pretty good with the Spectre and the Fountain. She's taking a lot of damage, but it doesn't matter. Tiger's going to drop all the same. The Spectre is tanky enough to survive the Fountain all the same, and that is bad news for Team Liquid, but they are still trying to go for this one as Mickey will jump forward and kill off Solaria. Now jumping into the middle of the fight, Mickey with a BKB, takes down 1, might be looking for more, takes down 2. Now looking for Shad as well. I mean, Shad's going to lose his life. That is 4 dead. Make it 5. That is an Aegis Doom nonetheless, but I think he might be dying a second time here. Oh my goodness, it's like a storybook for Team Liquid. Every single time they get mega, they always find the energy to bounce back. Viking, you should have gone for the win, and now they are in a spot of difficulty. I mean, well, I say that. I mean, that is a huge exaggeration. They are still mega creeps up. They are still 30k gold up, but somehow Liquid dig deep and find the fight.
That's crazy. I thought they were
Unreal.
going to wait it out, you know? Like, they see the power of Liquid and their potential and such. Oh, no. This Doom doesn't have buyback. Now, if the Spectre uses buyback while they're pushing on the high ground, that could be very scary for Viking. Because now the Spectre has to play very passively for, like, the next 8 or so minutes. So here we go. Visage does have AC. Does plenty of damage. What does Sven have? Buta Travel's ready. Oh, they both buy back here. Oh no, they cannot die.
They're going for it. Team Liquid Are they going to try and go for the Rax, or are they going to go for the Jugular? I mean, I think we already know the answer. This team has spotted their opportunity. They know how little chance they have of winning this game, and, well, this might be the Hail Mary, the all-in-or-die play. Rupture used onto Mickey, just trying to slow things down, trying to buy time for the Doom to get back into this one, but 60 seconds is a long old time. They're going for the barracks, going to push through mid. Liquid, what is the decision here? There's tier 2s up, so there's no chance of going for Megas. They have to go for the win, or they have to go for nothing. Crimson Guard also going to slow down the push a tiny little bit. 40 seconds on the Doom. Liquid trying to make this happen in style here, but I mean, it's just so hard. And in they go. Verena comes down, actually just giving them the protection, but the Abyssal Blade comes down onto Mickey, just holding him back. He's holding back on the BKB, waiting to use it with the Satanic as well. Meanwhile, Bo3 just focusing on the tower for the time being, and now Mickey jumping forward onto the Spectre. Spectre taking so much damage, but with the Satanic, they're actually ripping through him. Stellaris trying to keep him alive here. Spectre just trying to fight into the Sven. Sven finally getting pretty low as the Mars has gone down, jumping back to the creeps, going for the TP out. Not going to happen. Yules comes out, cancelling the TP. Aramis jumping across to Insania as well. The Sven will die, buys back into it because their Fountain is in trouble. The Ancient has fallen pretty down low on the side of Team Liquid. They have to buy back and TP back to defend it, and they will do exactly that. The push, unfortunately, doesn't work out for them. Now they have to somehow find the defense. 3 versus 5. There is just very little chance at this point for Team Liquid. You've got to respect the all-in plays, but unfortunately, with their Ancient exposed, they had to come back and defend it, and yeah, didn't quite end up going how they wanted on Team Liquid. And now, the full 5 force of Viking coming in, looking to finish this game. And there is nothing for them to do except hit the Ancient. There is a fortification on the Radiant side. And in comes a Horn, jumping forwards onto the backline, looking for Tiger. They know that this Black Hole is the only chance of them turning around this game, so they're going to try and jump on Tiger immediately. But Tiger gets back into the Ancient, but unfortunately, into the Fountain, but unfortunately the Ancient is now exposed. The fortification comes out. They have this Black Hole, but it's just constantly getting cancelled by the Dags. And now they jump, but they try to look for it, but he actually goes in for the Black Hole, but unfortunately gets cancelled out. And now the Sven dead, stolen Black Hole to end the game. But end the game it certainly will. Viking will take the victory. It was way harder than it should have been, but there you go. Viking take the win in the end there and get the first match of this series out of the way. Wow, I mean, it took a long time coming, but in the end, we do get some kind of explosive finale here. Liquid, they tried their best with their backs against the wall, but were unable to convert it, and Viking now 1 game up in this series, Steven.
Yeah, I mean, that was a lot closer in the end than I thought it would be. The Spectre, oh man, the buyback, whatever. But what I want to focus on was we had an idea of how Liquid could have played this game, but it didn't seem like that's the vision that they had for this game. And I think that's where they got to go back and look at here. This Enigma could have went mech. They could have got a bit more aura-oriented build, try to take this mid tower, try to play a bit more aggressively. I felt like Liquid's first team play in this game was at 20 minutes once they got a BKB and an AC and they took Roshan. And that's just not okay. Like, this is probably one of the most passive games I've seen in like the past year, and I think Liquid, they're gonna have to bring a little bit more fight if they want to be able to beat out Viking.
And I'm sure they will. Game 1 out of the way. We are going to throw it over to a break, after which we will be back with game number 2 in this best of 3 series between Team Liquid and Viking. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon for more Epic League action.
$600. EGB. You know for sure who's gonna win.
And wow, an exciting game one, at least towards the end. That early game got a little slow. The mid game would have liked to see Liquid maybe play a little bit faster, but Viking GG, they hold it after a stressful pseudo base race scenario. How are we doing, gents?
We're doing fine. I think we're doing better than Liquid because I still think personally that they had a chance of winning that game. Enigma TP'd back to the base to defend, and he had black hole ready. I think they needed midnight pulse damage and the black hole, and just try to reset. Maybe Insania TP's back instead and deals with the creep waves. It's one possibility. Maybe they're just like, screw it, we need to go in right now. Like, this is it. But I still think it's a mistake that Enigma TP'd back.
That was a tough one at the end. It was hard to really judge like what the right play was. I think just overall it was probably, the whole early and mid game of just like super. It just felt really static, right? Well, it was like 4-4 at like 15 minutes. It felt like, or somewhere around there. Like it was a pretty slow game overall, and didn't really seem to have that like group of effect that seemed like was going to happen from Liquid. Things just got a little bit delayed. So,
that game felt like the dark side of Sven sometimes. Like, he is one of those heroes that if your timings aren't exactly what you want, you get stuck in that one more item syndrome. It's like, well, let's just wait till he gets the Ags. Okay, well, let's just wait until he gets the BKB or whatever that next item is. And Spectre ended up getting so much space that it got pretty tough there. And we'll see Spectre again. Enchantress Spectre, the opener for Viking. Void Spirit Enigma, now for Liquid.
Liquid, they had like good laning stage. Sven was getting a lot. Boxy was being a monster on the top lane, getting a solo kill on Spectre. He was level 6, 5 minutes in. And you have Visage, who was also on top of network. I just don't think I think they missed their timings, where they should have pushed like after 15-minute mark, where Spectre is really not strong. And they have the answers. They have enough damage with the Visage Birds. I just think they didn't play as aggressive as I think what they drafted themselves for. They needed to be more active on the map. But, game one done. Let's see what they can do in game two. Once again, going in with Enigma. Now they have a Void Spirit. Whenever I see Void Spirit, I always think of him as a mid laner. Not a big fan of the offlane Void Spirit, even though he can win some games. For example, we've seen yesterday Navi, when General played Void Spirit, they most of the time played it on the offlane. Also, Rubik's still in the pool. Rubik gone. Okay, I was thinking about it. Surprised they went with a Spectre instead of Rubik, because like Rubik did not allow Enigma to play a game. Even though he had some good black holes, they didn't have that one hero besides Sven who's going to go in and find Rubik. They were kind of lacking the vision. If they had someone like a Beastmaster to show where Rubik is standing, someone who can close the gap from further away, possibly someone like a Phantom Assassin with level 15 blink range talent, it's a different story. Like, Rubik needs to be aware, but his positioning was extremely well in the previous game.
It shows the confidence and maybe the dependability they have on the Spectre right now. Just like, it's so easy, I feel like, to play your game around Spectre at the moment, because we all know that it is like a very carry-oriented patch already, and then Spectre just has so many tools that make the game feel kind of easy for you out of the carry. Like, it's not just this person that shows up for this like perfectly executed team fight you've set up for them. Spectre just helps a lot in getting that good team fight for your team.
Will Viking GG ban the Viper? I'm pretty sure they did last game, and instead they ban out the Jug. So could be a potential tool that Liquid want to go for, but now we get this percentage-based heal from the Phoenix, and look at that.
There he is.
Snap pick Viper. Sometimes we all get to call one. Lacoste, I want to go back though to what you said about Void Spirit. I agree with you about him being better in the mid than off lane, with two exceptions. Do you know who the two exceptions are?
Not really.
Boxy in general. They're the two
Okay.
guys that play Void Spirit in the off lane and actually make it look good. I think it's hard. You got to be unafraid to throw your body at the cause sometimes. You got to go deep. You got to create a lot of noise. It's a very specific play style. But to me, they are the two that really stand apart from the herd when it comes to off lane Void Spirit.
Yeah, I mean, Viper is a flexible hero. We've seen mudgolems; they really run it mostly as their position 3, so they can still swap things around. They can even run it as position 5 if needed, because it's doable. We've seen Liquid kind of experimenting with the things, playing Pangolier position 5. Now they're gonna go with Sven.
Okay.
Ooh.
It's back again.
So still some confidence against the Spectre, but now they're going to have to deal with this Slardar. He has snuck through this time. Slardar, some options against Enigma, and honestly, pretty okay. Well, how is the Sven versus Slardar matchup? Because Sven does have some built-in armor buff, which kind of counteracts the amp damage. So,
Yeah.
I guess
it's
Sven-
kind of a wash.
yeah, I guess I'm saying I'd rather have Sven than like Life Stealer if I have to go up against the Slardar.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
It's it also doesn't give Slardar like that free reign on a hero, like kind of how we saw for the Shadow Fiend, right? Where it's like you BKB and you just stand there and just beat the hell out of the Shadow Fiend until he
Yeah.
dies. You can't really do the same thing to a Sven.
Right.
You get into this like trading game of like what's worth, but he will be backed up by the Sunray. So that's going to create a little dynamic where the Sven might be thinking like, okay, between these bashes and this % heal and damage, like how much do I need to get done right now? Or am I just going to die to this Slardar +1?
Yeah.
Looking at the heroes, like they're very limited with the stuns, slows. The only stun they have is Slardar. That's not enough to control the Void Spirit. They definitely need like, is Ember Spirit still in a pool? He might be a good catch for Void Spirit or any kind of silence. Not a big fan of Puck against like Viper, Sven type heroes.
How
Where
about Kunkka? Kunkka
he
for
can
Viking?
still dodge things with the Simulate. They will go with Crystal Maiden. Trent Pax, are you satisfied?
Trent again. The last pick, Crystal Maiden.
I don't know. It's really good with the Enigma 4, I think, because it makes his game easier with the aura.
Oh, it's classic
it's-
anti-ench. Come on now.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm getting there. Hold on. I've got 2 actually for the other team. It's good versus the Eng. And then also at level 20, you got the attack speed talent and you take down the egg by yourself. Late game
Dope.
Phoenix egg. Yeah.
Dope.
Boom.
And then Phoenix will get an Aghanims and
And you can still take
know.
it down. Have you seen Crystal Maiden attack with that talent, dude? You don't need any. You buy a pair of drums, you pop that thing.
I have. Have you seen
don't do
Crystal
damage.
Maiden
don't do
get
damage.
killed by a Spectre illusion in the team fight when you're up against the egg? Because I have. So,
Have you seen Crystal Maiden getting one-shotted by Slardar with amplified damage? I've seen
Yeah.
it
Dude,
so many
that's the
times.
pain.
I've been that Crystal Maiden more times than I'd like to admit. It's not a good feeling. I can definitely say that. So what is it here? Viking?
It has to be someone that can lane versus the Viper, right? Because
Yeah.
they can just swap this between the Void Spirit and the Viper. You don't really want to put some mid hero here that's going to get trashed, like, I don't know, like
And,
a Queen or something. I
like
don't feel
ideally somebody with a little bit of catch. Wait, is this
Possibly-
a Storm? Nope, he's banned.
A Death Prophet. Oh, Death Prophet banned. Never mind.
Wind Ranger. Oh, Invoker. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
So Quaswex, really good cover for the egg. You've got EMP, Tornado. Obviously, great tempo for the mid game to control these team fights. Good setup for the Slardar also. I like this Invoker pick.
Yeah, I was not thinking that it's going to be Viper on mid, so they needed a good hero against Viper who can kind of not care about the harassment coming out from Viper, where you can out-region it with the Quaswex.
Mm-hmm.
Still a bit limited, on the lockdown against Void Spirit. The only BKB piercing ability, once like Taiga gets BKB, is like
Yeah.
Bash, which is not that great, or Phoenix Egg, which is hard to use.
Yeah.
Hard to counter Black Hole with that. So
Yeah,
that's-
like just
yeah.
preemptively pop it.
Yeah. Big
That's
brain.
Enigma countering himself, I think, is how that one works. But
Yeah, that's worrisome though when it's like first phase Enigma and you end the draft without any way to deal with the potential BKB. So
it's still Viper versus Spectre, though. You've got this Viper that can plant in these fights. Doesn't that open up so much more space for Sven to pick targets and jump in the back line? I think
Yes.
Liquid are taking this one. What are your predictions, boys? I'll throw mine out there first. I'm confident in the Viper.
Yeah, it's very hard for Spectre to play into Viper, especially when there's Sven on the other side, and Enigma will have much easier time than in the previous game. So I think Liquid I think Liquid should have won the last game and just didn't play it correctly. And I think they can win this one as well.
Yeah, the thing I like most about the break this game is that they actually have a lot of control to like keep them in the break. Because sometimes you see this Viper pick versus the Spectre, and like the Viper just can't lock it down with another Toxin. This time there's like Black Hole, Sven Stun, even just a Frostbite. So I would favor Liquid as well, but I could also see another scenario where this game just starts rolling with like the Slardar. Maybe he gets a good start. The Sven takes too long to come online. The first couple haunts go well. I'm going to favor Liquid, but I don't think it's like a super outdraft or anything.
All right. Hopefully, it's another nail biter of a game. Game number 2 of this series set to start now. We've got Nomad and 1437. Take it away, boys. It's you. Is he in the wrong channel?
Well, I was muted for that intro, but nevertheless, let's get into game number 2 of Team Liquid versus Viking. Yeah, very exciting match. Theben, do you agree with the panel in that Liquid has a slight advantage here?
Well, Liquid is playing Dire. I think they're off to a great start already because this is their bread and butter side. They love this side. They can stack way more camps efficiently. So this is where they want to be, and that's why they're so comfortable with the Sven pick once again, just because of that. So it's going to be a pretty fun game, I must say. We got a Slaughter that can really bully the Sven as well in the laning stage. But I think for the most part, Liquid are going to be content no matter what, just because they're playing on Dire.
Yeah, I mean, this is their more comfortable side for sure. But when it comes down to the heroes versus heroes, as we say, this Viper, I kind of feel like he's going to have a huge target on his head this game. Because whilst, yes, he can nether Toxin the Spectre, at the same time, as you mentioned to me in the draft privately, the Slardar can get on top of him quite easily and kind of take him out with that armor anti-out. Oh, talking about Slardar, he's having some troubles up in the top lane. Boxy, Mickey, and Insania are all surrounding him. Fire Spirit's coming through, but I don't think it's going to be enough to save him here. A couple of right clicks from Insania might be needed to finish the job. Looping the red. Toby, he's got his dancing shoes on. No way. He's still in a bit of trouble, but he's popped the salve. They have got, the Remnant comes out. He's caught by the Remnant. Surely this is it for Toby now. The right clicks will come through, and he will go down. But he didn't waste enough time in order for Viking to go over and get the bounty runes. Aramis is able to pick up them both and give them the 4 bounties. So whilst he did die for first blood, you do get that.
I'll take
something.
That. Yeah. Boxy's the one who got the kill too. So unless Boxy is going to do something insane with this, I think that's a pretty good trade. And Taiga off lane.
Oh, they're doing this again. So we've actually seen this from Liquid before where they play the Void Spirit as the 4 position.
Interesting.
So they might be doing that, having Boxy on 4 and just letting Tiger solo in the off lane.
Well, this is going to give Spectre a lot of free farm bottom, that's for sure. And Enchantress is a great hero at bullying out solo heroes. So bottom is going to be a free farm for the Spec, that's for sure. Top though, Sadar is going to be suffering quite a lot.
He is indeed, yeah. He's trying to get away with the creep wave steal here, but Insania's always able to pull 2 of the creeps away as well on the Crystal Maiden. And Toby getting very low to box. He's just constant peppering. He's been able to pick up this Orb of Venom. Yeah, you were saying how much was he really going to do with that first blood? Well, this Orb of Venom might just get him a kill onto Toby. Toby turning around with the stun, tries to get the deny and does do so. Thank you, Tomato Man, giving him the big slap. Double kill for the Tomato Man. Highest kill score in the game right now is a neutral creep.
Wow, so the neutrals are they're the ones who got the most kills in this game. I mean, we've already got 3 kills in this game, off to a great start compared to last game.
Hell yeah, dude. I was a little bit bored in the last game, it was a long downtime. Not what I expected from these 2 teams, but it seems like, they've got the gloves off, they're changed out of their pajamas, and they're ready to bring us an exciting game too.
Yeah, they really want to secure Mickey's lane the best that they can. They'll punish this Slardar. And this is the effect of the Enigma. Enigma's actually level 2, so he's quite happy.
Aramis, though, he's not very happy as he's stunned up on the top lane. Right click's coming through, has got the Icarus dive to get himself away, and Toby will be unable to... well, Aramis will not go down in the end. As Boxy just continues his harass, though. I mean, that is the thing. It is a very heavy harass. They are giving their Sven the best game possible. I mean, while the bottom lane, Tiger, he's well, he doesn't have a lot of CS, but he has got a creep wave under his tower. So that's something, at least. Getting a good amount of XP.
Yeah, I mean, this is a wonderful trade for Liquid right now. They got that free farming Sven. Sada got 1 last hit. This is not a hero that's good at coming back into the game. and they don't have like this clear hero who's gonna play with that corrosive haze later on, like a phantom assassin or something. So
Up the top lane, they have got Aramis. Toby might be heading the same way as well. Certainly will. Another 2 kills up here in the top lane, as this trial lane from Team Liquid is working out beautifully.
yeah, and Celery can't even go up into this lane and help them out because it is a Crystal Maiden up there. Any creep that you bring into the lane is gonna get instantly frostbitten too. So that's why they're just playing this lane out 2 versus 3, and they're just feeding so many kills. 4 deaths already combined in this lane.
Yeah, it's kind of like they've forgotten how to play into trial lanes. It's been so long since we've seen it, and Liquid are abusing that fact marvelously as Toby once again coming too far forward, does get himself a level 2, grabs a Guardian Sprint and trying to get himself away. Meanwhile, Bo3's getting pretty low to the harass of Aramis. He's going to continue chasing the Void Spirit and force him back under that tower. Meanwhile, Insania just continue with the harass, a stun out onto Aramis. He could be in some trouble as Toby heals up in the trees, but he can't pop out to save his Phoenix. Another kill goes the way of Team Liquid as Toby just trying to run around Bo3. Links up though with that.
Yeah, it definitely is. And this is the weak point of Liquid, right? They got that Viper against a Quaswex Invoker. If Celery can continue to keep on making plays with the Invoker and boost him up, then they're going to have 2 winning lanes in the Spectre and the Invoker, even if the Slaughter and Phoenix are getting crushed up here in the top lane.
Yeah, although meanwhile Liquid are looking to return the favor as Bo3 comes in towards the middle lane, and with the damage coming out from Koigu, he's got plenty of stacks in that poison. They're gonna easily find that kill straight back when equaling out this middle lane.
Bo3 finding that angle.
Oh, he's doing so much work, seriously. You'd think this guy always played 4. Insania meanwhile being peppered by Aramis.
I won't lie to you. For the longest time, I couldn't tell the difference between Bo3 and Taiga. I thought I don't know which one of them played 3 and 4 in this team, because they always like played actually the same role, right? They share the same amount of farm in the games like throughout time. So
yeah, true enough. Definitely one of the OGs of the whole 3-4 kind of merging. Instead of having a 3 and a 4, you have 2 3.5s. Meanwhile, Aramis, root into this remnant. Stun gonna come through, but Bo3 wants the kill for himself. He's a greedy boy, and he will gobble up Aramis. Meanwhile, Solari also going down elsewhere on the map, down in the bottom lane. A rotation in from the Viper actually led to that kill.
This is insane. Taiga's level is gonna be level 6 before Shad. This is actually crazy. He was against 2 heroes.
We saw them do this exact same thing in the grand finals of ESL Germany versus Na'Vi. Tiger was on the 3 position there. He was playing the Enigma, and he just plays with the Eidolons so beautifully. He uses the Eidolons to block the camps, to interrupt, to pull for himself as well. I mean, it's basically like he's got a position 4 with him. Meanwhile, Slada going down in the top lane. Toby, nice 2-man stun, but unfortunately, Azania is still out there, and they will be able to finish him off with a Resonant Pulse. Mega kill streak now for Bo3. This man is going off. 5-1 and 2. Dude, he's mad about last game. He wants to take this series back.
He's hungry, man. He's out for blood here. He knows exactly how passive they played in game 1, and he's like, no, we ain't having none of that. Let me play 4 right now. I'll show you guys what to do.
Yeah, Tiger, if you want to go and build yourself a Blink Dagger BKB, you can just go in the off lane.
Smoker and Ench making a smoke rotation to Mickey. He's level 6. I want this big kill.
Yeah, Mickey being controlled up really well here. Tries to pop up the God Strength, the Warcry, but it's not really going to help him out. They will be able to get the kill. Viking find a successful rotation with Solari's movements. Really, really big.
Really big. And now if he doesn't show up into the top lane, they're going to know that the Sven is probably in the triangle, farming up. They might even make another smoke and try to kill him once again to keep him down further.
It really helped kind of neutralize the advantage that Liquid have gained up in this top lane, that's for sure. Koigva's moving on over, looking to take the stack. Bo3 just moving on in from the side. I mean, look at this dude. He fears nothing at this point, and neither should he. Meanwhile, down at bottom, Black Hole's going to get dropped by Tiger onto Shad, going for the solo kill here, and it looks like he's going to get it.
Wow.
Tiger, oh my goodness. He gets a solo kill onto the enemy Spectre at 7 minutes into the game. Fantastic stuff from Liquid down here at bottom. Whilst they are away, Tiger will play and gets himself a massive, massive pick-off.
2 games in a row.
Oh yeah, Voxy here with a bit of trouble maybe as a cold snaps out onto him. The right click's coming through as well. Finally he's bitten off more than he could chew, trying to run to Roche, but Daddy Roche will not answer his calls for help, and he's going to get killed off. Meanwhile, the Horn's going to come through, look for the +1 onto Insania. An extra kill into the bank of Viking here as they strike back hard, trying to balance out this game with aggression of their own, and they do exactly that.
Yeah, they got back a lot of that gold that they were bleeding away to Liquid early on. That Tiger kill was, that Boxer kill was worth 350. He died for the double damage rune there, so Vikings still keeping there, you know, not losing hope after that disastrous top lane. Slaughter does have a long way to go though. He's only he's at the 3rd lowest net worth. This is not where you want to see your Slaughter.
Now, is it time to make my bold prediction? I think it is. I really think that it would be a great move for Shad this game to go for Blade Mail, Manta, Aghanim's. I don't think it's going to happen. I think it's kind of unlikely, but if there's ever a game for it, being able to play really actively with his Slardar, getting on top of that Corrosive Haze target every single time, would be fantastic. We have a motion moving into the bottom lane. They're looking for Tiger. They're going to throw in that dagger. He doesn't have the Black Hole, so no counterplay here really. He's just going to drop down the Midnight Pulse, kind of knowing he's dead, just trying to get the plays onto Invoker, and they will make that trade. A pretty good trade for the side of Liquid, if you ask me, and now they're looking for the +1 on Solari. He's going to make it an excellent one, but he does heal himself up quite nicely with that magic wand, still trying to chase him down, but not coming under the tower, and we'll let Solari live. Not wanting to overextend onto that one and risk rotation in maybe from a Phoenix or possibly the Slardar as well. Yeah, very, very high octane game right now as we have 16 kills coming up in that 10-minute marks. That's what we like to see, and it's not stopping as they drop the ultimate forward onto the Spectre. She has got that Blade Mail, so Koik for taking a bit of damage back in response, but it doesn't really matter. They will drop that Spectre with relative ease, and that is a nice little kill for Team Liquid.
Huge kills. Every time.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say, every time a carry dies, it's just like the biggest kill you're gonna get on the map. It doesn't matter what carry it is. It's just a meta of carries, right? So Spectre, that's 2 deaths already now. He could have been spending all this time just jungling up with his Blade Mail and just waiting for his next haunt and making plays off it, but Viper mid. And some TP rotations.
It's not really a commitment. In fact, he might have just overextended here as Boxy comes in, throws down the Remnant, and they will be able to eat up Boom. Not quite sure what that was. A very ill-thought-through play there from Boom leads to his death, unfortunately.
Yeah, this CM with Frostbite.
Meanwhile, bottom,
plus...
Tiger. I'm sorry. Oh, he gets a return kill, though, with the Eidolons. That's kind of nice, getting a kill on Slary. All right, quickly, speed analysis go before the next action happens, Steven.
Yeah, this game is crazy right now. But I was going to say, this Crystal Maiden with Frostbite plus the Aether Remnant from Void Spirit just making so many plays on the map. They got an insanely long disable time when you combine the 2 skills. And when you pair that with Viper's damage output, look at him. He didn't even go for the Corrosive Skin in this game. Quakewa. Oh, wow. Just max out the Nether Toxin.
Oh, GMG, baby, and now they're looking onto Shad as well, immediately haunting out to the top lane for him, but he's right into the answer. Boxy. Boxy's looking to trade with him, but not doing so very well due to that Blade Mail reflecting a decent amount of damage. His teammates need to come over and help him out, though. Boxy trying to play here. Meanwhile, a Veil on Phoenix going to be cast onto the Void Spirit. He's got himself to dissimulate to get up to that high ground, get to the safety of his Sven, and Mickey will just be the guardian of those steps, allowing none to pass. Meanwhile, Tiger taking some damage. I hope MLP is catching all of these. If he is, then he deserves some praise. He just told us he's not. Poor guy. Ah well. It's an impossible game to keep track of at this point. But who's in the lead? I mean, it's a 2k gold advantage for Liquid. Are we feeling pretty good about their game so far?
Oh, I think so. This Sven has been untouched apart from that 1 death top, right? So Spectre is having to actually join fights. Can't just simply farm in the jungle and join fights whenever, you know, it's suitable for her. She's actually actively looking for fights right now in the game, and that's never a good sign.
No, it is not.
Dire structures are fortified.
Well, 12 minutes into this one, and it's an absolute brawl. It's a bloodbath. They are making up for the lack of kills last game for a huge increase in kills this game. And as we say, it would be really nice to just see Shad get left alone for a while, allow him to get some. Oh, he's going for the Radiance. He's got the Radiance queued up.
Look to their middle tower.
Well,
Once again, huh? He wants that Radiance.
seems so.
It's very interesting actually. Just treads into a Radiance. It's gonna be very hard for him to fight into this Viper though if he goes for this build, but we'll see.
Yeah. Like last game, I could totally understand it because of the circumstances, but this one I really don't. But hey, I'm
Bottom
always
lane.
ready to be proved wrong.
Tower dead.
Aramis. Yeah, I was trying to do what he can to defend this tower, and we'll have to Icarus dive himself into the trees. Oh, no, okay.
I do want to say though, I think Taiga needs to play a little bit more cautiously in this game because he is the position 3 after all, so he can't be dying off as much as he has been so far. 3 deaths, giving away 1 his lane that hard. Yeah. He's giving away way too much XP and gold back to Viking, which is allowing them to have a chance to come back into this game.
Yeah, could come back to bite them later on. We'll see.
He's going for the same build, the Blink BKB. I'm okay with that this game at least.
This game, yeah.
Looks fine, yeah. It's not like you have a Visage that you're snowballing the game with. You're just pretty chill, playing for the Sven. You got the Viper who's going to be countering the Spectre until Spectre has a BKB, so...
Yeah, the only thing he's got to make sure of not to do is obviously cast the Black Hole too far away from himself, because I think Slardar can... Nah, he can't cancel it.
Oh, right.
He
Also,
won't be able to
they don't have a Rubik this game. That's probably the number one reason.
Yeah, the
enemy
BKB
does not have a
penetrating
Rubik.
stuns are Bash of the Deep, which is, kind of tricky. I don't know, maybe he picks up a broom handle just to try and cap that off. I am joking. Meanwhile, Bo3 looking on to Boom here, or is it the other way around as the Pokemon comes in from the side with that Atos, starting to get up the damage in time, and he's going to be able to turn around with the Tornado, but unfortunately it looks like he's going to get cut down, but now the Black Hole comes down onto 2 of them, holding them down beautifully as Toby loses life. Shad going to head the same way as well, but not before the takedown Tiger. Shad will die to Mickey though. Mickey now looking over to Solari as they have the Supernova to force back Team Liquid and stop them getting any more kills, and Solari will throw some FU spears back as they retreat. But that will be about all of it. Although Mickey, he's looking. He sees himself a little dough, and he wants to do things. Oh Jesus, that was disgusting.
Yeah, that was a really nice smoke play from Liquid onto the top bounty rune. They wanted to see if they can get a good fight. I love it. I love this aggression coming out from Liquid this game. They are definitely not playing to not lose any. And that's what it kind of felt like in game 1, where they were just playing not to lose, but this game they're actually playing to win.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of what we wanted to see from them last game, indeed.
Yeah, definitely. And they're so comfortable on Dire. This team is so scary when you give them Dire.
Yeah.
Here it is, a stacks coming out from Insania. He hasn't been able to stack so much this game because they've been pretty much brawling non-stop. Literally no downtime, but... It's gonna get some stacks right now as the game is starting to slow down while the Sven doesn't have his God Strength up, and Taiga, Quakebot, they just want to make their way to their next items already.
For sure, though Viking are doing some nice things here with God Strength being down, pushing in the top tower seems like a really good move, and now they jump forward to Bo3. Bo3 those link away, dissimulate, another astral step, double steps away, and that's going to waste most of the cold snap duration and get him out absolutely fine. Meanwhile, Liquid are bringing over some heroes. Again, we see this team, they really love defending these ramps. This ramp here, these 2 ramps here. If there's ever an opportunity for them to just plonk themselves there and just stop the enemy team from going up there, they will certainly take it. Meanwhile, whilst this is all going down, Tiger's been able to take middle tier 1 tower, which is a pretty big deal. I mean, even this late into the game, it's a pretty nice thing to have that tier 1 tower still up. And, well, Viking don't defend it.
Toby went for that straight Blink Dagger. Didn't even complete his power treads. Just wants to be able to have that initiation at least for his team. They're baiting out this Viper.
A little bit, but meanwhile, Toby's dealing with the CM on the sidelines. They won't get the kill onto Quakefoot, but it looks like Insania is going to go down, and the Tornado's going to take a little bit longer than maybe it should. Now they've got the Atos out onto the Invoker. Another stun coming through as Mickey jumps in, pops the God Strength again here, finds the easy kill. Toby gets the kill onto Viper in return, though. Now Mickey's trying to chase him down. Will he be able to do so with the Maramis here? Also trying to help out and just slow down the attack speed of this Sven. Is it going to be enough? No, it ain't. Stormhammer to finish the job. Toby goes down, and it's a trade. An Invoker and a Slardar for a CM and a Viper. once again, I mean, gotta say, Liquid, they are finding the efficiency in these trades.
I think Vikings should be quite happy with that since they are behind, and this has given a lot of space for the Spectre to be able to farm up. And Sven using God Strength there, maybe there's also an opportunity for Viking to make a smoke play as soon as they're alive with that Haunt.
That's what the plan, I imagine, is for Viking. Hopefully they do something. Now it's actually looking dangerous for the Spectre if they jump on top of the exact hero. They don't want to get jumped on here, and they're dropping down the black hole, the full kitchen sink, throwing away the Spectre. Sunray trying to heal him up again with a burst heal with the wand. It's not enough though. The Spectre still falls. They will get one return kill. Now looking towards Tiger as well as Boom comes in. They will punish hard for this, but the damage has already been done. 3 kills though.
They're okay.
I might be willing to take that. Yeah.
Definitely. I mean, it is a Spectre who died there, but 3 kills, that's a lot of XP going the way of Viking. Phoenix now has level 12. They were already unable to kill the eggs in the last 2 engagements, so this is going to get even more difficult now for Liquid. It's going for a Halberd too. That's going to be nice against the Viper and the Sven.
Yeah, agreed. And when they're back, they're going to have Haunt on the Spectre. Not sure they're going to want to use it, though, with the Radiance still on the way.
I'm thinking the reason why he's going for the Radiance this game is because of Sen. Doesn't want the Cleave to just pretty much take out his illusions right away, but I'm not even sure he should be worried about that. His goal is always to probably pair up with the Sauter, whoever he jumps, get that Manta split with the Crows of Haze. Oh, bottom. Mr. Toby. Yee. Ugh, yucks.
Having some Viper problems down there. Does not find the antidote.
Boys.
Yeah. Ouch. Should that be allowed to happen?
It's very nasty, that's for sure. Viper is just a really nasty hero overall.
Can happen, but we certainly don't like seeing it happening, that's for sure. Meanwhile, Bo3, once again, having a look around, seeing what there is to see. They're going to try and go with a cold snap again. Didn't work out too well last time, but, I mean, they're doing a decent amount of damage to Bo3 here. Bo3 is able to find himself that bounty.
More
Trying to
bounty.
jump himself away into Roche. Roche doesn't bash him. Tornado. Oh, nice tornado from Boom. Just about catching him out. Is enough. I think the Spirit Vessel certainly will be. Bo3 goes down, but now God's Strength pop from Mickey. Try to jump onto Solari, but the deer actually survives this time around, and the disarm is going to save little Solari's life. Oh, I almost saw flashbacks there. It was almost a 2-hit, but Mickey didn't quite manage it to get off the hit off. Meanwhile, Insania running himself back. Boom is just dishing out these Spirit Vessel charges. He's actually got none left, so not quite sure that was the best idea, just to throw them all out as willy-nilly like that. But then again, with the way this game's been going, I'm sure he's going to get some more soon enough.
Yeah, so our last engagement, they got 4 bounties on the side of the Liquid, but they lose Bo3. I think that's favorable for Liquid here. I think Viking are in much need of gold at this point in the game, and taking away the bounty runes is the best thing that Liquid can do. Oh, here it is. This is a big play right now. If they can actually get this Aegis, this is going to bring them back into the game. It doesn't matter how much gold lead Liquid have right now. It's going to make it infinitely more difficult to fight.
It's going to be a huge play from Viking. Are they aware of it? They're sending the little Eidolon in. He sees everything. They're going to take it over, but it's too late. The Eidolon already knows. Although Roshan is looking like it's going to go down, and Cerny State Bo3 tries to come in, but he's too late. Shad takes the Aegis, and now Viking have a big advantage in this match. And actually, Bo3's just going to lose his life. Toby just sneaks in and grabs the kill. That is a big slip up from Liquid. Then again, could they really defend it without their God Strength? Maybe not. Maybe so. Doesn't matter now. The Aegis in the hands of Viking. It is now on them to make some plays in this game.
Yeah, that was a very good call.
Level 12 soon as well. Go ahead.
Level 12 gets that level 2 Corrosive of Haze, goes instantly into the Roshan pit. Now that Radiance is 100% guaranteed, and Haunt is ready to. So if Liquid don't make a play right before this Radiance hits and gets like some 1 or 2 kills, it's going to be very awkward. They're going to have to go into a very defensive stance.
Can certainly see that.
Blink and BKB though on the Enigma. Finally, we got the Blacking Bar complete.
Quick, they're looking for the solo kills onto Enchantress. Just sneaking up on the little Ench there, using that Atos plus Clumsy Net to do a bit of damage, but it's not really much. It's just kind of pressure from Quakever. Making plays deep into the enemy side of the map is almost always a good move unless you die for it. And Mickey's just pressuring this tier 2. He's doing a great job. So how does the game shift now from around taking any skirmish they can? How does the game plan shift?
Well, I think Shad just gonna keep running at Liquid, and Liquid need to find the back line. They cannot jump onto the Spectre and use majority of their spells just to bring down the first life. So Liquid is in a really good spot though right now. They have the high ground. The vision advantage is theirs for this engagement, at least.
Yeah, same time, kind of expecting Shad just to rock up onto this high ground, although they're actually wrapping on the back. This is Liquid being the aggressors here, trying to jump on top of Toby. Toby needs some help. Meanwhile, the black hole comes down to the backlines onto both Invoker and Enchantress. It's brilliant from Tiger. They will take down 3 heroes. The Shad finally arrives this one, kills off the Crystal Maiden, gets 1, maybe gets 2 as Boxy's looking to go down as well. The Reflection will kill him off, but now Mickey just turns his attention to this Spectre. Spectre will die. That is only the Aegis though. Can the team come and defend him? They don't have the Supernova. Sven just going for the TP out with the BKB, gets himself away, as well does Tiger. They see Koikfer. Do they have the catch? Doesn't really look like it. They've got no Icarus Dive. The dagger is available, but it's too little, too late. Liquid, they go in deep. They get themselves an Aegis. They get themselves 3 kills. They get themselves 2 buybacks. I mean, that's so is good. Worth.
I love this Liquid. Like, this game 1 and game 2 Liquid is like day and night right now, right? Like, the way that they're playing. The enemy has an Aegis. They're on their side, you know, and they just go in. They just didn't care. They found the
Invoker. But Viking looking for the revenge play onto Mickey here. They found him jungling. They might just get him, bring him down here. They've got so much damage between these 3 heroes. They get 1, and they're looking towards Insania as well. He's under the tier 2 tower. So this is a pretty deep dive from Viking, but hell, they're angry. They want revenge, and they will find it. 2 heroes brought down for free for the side of Viking. Just the instant smoke up and charge into the enemy side of the map. I love this game.
That was super fast smoke, and Mickey really did not expect that play at all. I think they were celebrating after that win, went back to farming, forgot where the enemy was, and now they can get tier 2 tower. Surprisingly, Viking is the one who's getting the first tier 2 tower of the game. It's gonna give him a chance to defend bottom 2.
You're absolutely right. Bottom is taking a decent
and the mid tower. Okay, so those buybacks really accomplishing something, at least in this game. If it accomplished nothing, then it would have been so bad. But that being said, if Invoker dies now, he is dead for about 80 seconds. Yeah. So Liquid can just do anything they want.
So I guess, I mean, we're expecting once this black hole's back off cooldown for the plays once more, and that is really when Liquid want to grab themselves a big advantage in this game. They will be waiting. But I do just love how Viking, you know, they abuse these cooldowns so heavily. God Strength, Black Hole, the moment they're down, Viking just want to play on map as hard as they can. Could have been a considering factor when they went for these buybacks as well, possibly.
Definitely. And Enigma is going for the Shadow Blade build this game. So the Spectre, when the Haunt comes out, the Enigma is going to be invisible, not going to be able to find them so easily. Not impossible. You can have a dust on your Spectre. Find for that. Look for that illusion that is chasing nobody. Pretty much. Go there. Dust. Get the Enigma, but it's a lot of work.
Yeah. And he still will get his blink cancelled as well because of the Radiance, which is unfortunate for poor old Tiger. They're looking now, Liquid, you know, Black Hole's off cooldown, you know exactly what they want to do. They want to find themselves a little fishy, or maybe a little birdie, but both seem to be... Oh, maybe Aramis might get caught here. They see Boxy, see him just charging into them, and they're like, oh boy. This guy's got friends. Toby getting controlled up, Tiger comes in as well, stun is out, and I don't think this little fish is going to get away this time around as Insania and Koikfer coming on through. Toby, you're moving over to the trees, going for the TP, but immediately seen, immediately stopped, and immediately killed. A small kill for Team Liquid. They did bring a lot of heroes up for that one, and it's on their side of the map, so in terms of value, it's not huge. It's about what they can make happening off the back of this, which is a big question.
Gonna smoke up. They're gonna run at Viking right now. It's 4 versus 5. No Aegis this time around, so even if they find a Spectre, they're willing to jump that Spectre.
Yep. And they, of course, have that Nether Toxin. Although Shad has a BKB to counter the Nether Toxin. Very unusual pickup for a Spectre, but into Viper, it does feel really good to have it.
Yeah, you have to buy this BKB or you're just going to evaporate in the fights. Liquid would have just popped that Black Hole onto the Spectre, dropped the Nether Toxin, killed her during the duration of the Black Hole, but now with the BKB, I think it's going to be very difficult.
Boom's kind of baiting a bit in this middle lane as well. it's just sitting here, right-clicking creeps, saying, all right, you know, you guys want to come to me? We've got ourselves a disarm now. Oh, I think Aramis is hiding this Heaven's Halberd from the Sven. See if they can bait that one out and catch him with his pants down. I like this pick up a lot from Aramis.
Yeah, it's a very nice item against Viper as well. 5 seconds. Stop that Viper from attacking would be quite nice, not only for the Sven here. Sven going for that AC, extremely farmed this game.
He's massive.
I think Viking taking away this Aegis has really put a wrench in Liquid's plan, or their flow of the game, but, you know, Liquid just looking beyond that, continue to play aggressively, using their advantage very well, and now they're going to control the top and mid area of the map. Look at how they're drawing on the map right now. They know this Roshan can start spawning in 30 seconds from now. They do not want to give away this area.
You know, every hero is so crucial to this Roshan attempt as well. I mean, everyone needs to be here. So if anyone gets picked off, that could be potentially game losing at this point. Aramis,
they're
positioned
under the enemy vision.
Yeah. Interesting moves from Liquid. Just broad daylight, no smoking, just walking straight into the enemy jungle. Find themselves at least Invoker's Courier. Never nice for that to happen. Yeah, Liquid being completely unsubtle about this one, and just kind of charging in to where they know Viking are and forcing them to move around the map. What's the benefit of this play?
I think they just want to find maybe a pickoff, because they know even if the Roshan can spawn, it's like a super early spawn, which is unlikely. So they just want to see if they can find maybe a pickoff in the bottom jungle of some sort. And now they're making their way back up to the top and mid area of the map. Shadowblade is complete on Taiga too now.
Looking at Insania here. It's got to be a tempting target, doesn't it? The CM, the little maiden, bring it down nice and quickly, and Boom cannot resist. He's going straight in, and then comes a Black Holes just onto the Invoker. I mean, they're more than happy to try and take him down. They know that he doesn't have this buyback, and he is going to be sent to the grave for 90 seconds. Huge, huge pick off. I mean, that really was the old carrot and stick there. Bait them in with a carrot, take them down with a stick, and a supernova on the high ground. Mickey's just got to come in and deal with that one. That's another hero dead. Viking really letting it slip right now, as they're going to lose Solari also. Shad trying to do something here. I mean, he's not going to pop the horn for this one, because he realizes there's really nothing to be gained from trying to take this fight when the 2 versus 5 is on the cards. But man, I mean, that's a supernova down, that's an Evoker down without buyback. I mean, Liquid are actually looking for racks here. They don't even care about Roshan. Phoenix with the buyback. He's going to try and slow this down with the Fire Spirits, see what he can do. Jeez, I don't know what that was from Viking.
They really did not expect the Viper go up the high ground like that. So.
Toby jumps in, 3-man stun, pretty good. Maybe they can take down Mickey here. He's looking pretty low, and they will be able to get that kill. Now they look across to Insania as well. He's trying to make it sing, but unfortunately he's going to lose his life. Corrosive Haze onto Bo3. He's jumping himself away. Tiger as well with the Shadowblade TP away. Gets away safely, and now they look towards Koikver as well. Corrosive Haze onto him. Also, Shad gets on top of Koikver. Can they take him down? Hurricane Pike buys him a little time. Is it going to be enough? Doesn't look like it. Another one down. Bo3 as well, hanging around the outside of the spike, but he's a really tricky target to bring down. But now 3 heroes dead, and no racks falling either. There is still Catapult going to work, but I'm sure they can deal with that one, because they are much more interested in taking Roshan, and with the Slardar, it will not take them a long time. Buybacks should probably be on the cards here for Liquid if they want to try and defend this one. We'll see what they tend to do here, but Aramis is already up on that high ground, taking that outpost. Opportunity gone.
There's no buybacks from Sven. He knows if he buys back for this, they don't get the Aegis, and he dies, the game's just over for them, right? So they gotta just give this away, play the long game now. Not a whole lot Liquid can do from this position. I think the mistake there was just committing for the racks when the Spectre does have Haunt available, and they don't have Gosh Strength or the BKBs on both Sven and Viper. Oh, and the Black Hole too. So they used up all the big key fighting tools that Liquid had, and they still committed to the racks, and just Viking so good at finding that punish right there.
Yeah, also one thing which is seems to have been massively underestimated by Sven. Without looking, do you know what did the most damage to Sven in his last death there?
Must have been the Phoenix. Or I didn't check.
It was the tower. The tower with the Corrosive Haze did hella damage.
Yeah,
Yeah, 1,300 dealt by the tower. The Spectre did 1,100. The Phoenix did 1,000, and the Slardar did 900. So between them all, they did do a big old slappening on that
A
spend.
lot. Yeah, you got to be very careful as a Sven against Phoenix. I mean, you're a strength hero, and if you don't have your BKB ready, and we saw the power of the Slardar initiation with the Spectre Haunter. It's really, really good combo. And they're going to have to be very careful of that throughout the next fights on Liquid, because this Spectre now has Manta ready, and it's an insane amount of damage. Enigma especially. I think Viking's #1 target is either going to be the Enigma or the Viper at this point. Viper only has 16 armor. Slaughter's haste takes off 20. So with that Manta split, this Viper will just melt.
Yeah, all he's got is the he's got the Hurricane Pike and the BKB to try and give him that defensive side. It probably won't be enough against Slardar and Spectre. They don't care about full stuffs or BKBs. I'm interested to see what the next play is going to be then, because we've got this Aegis on the side of Viking. They have their Haunt available. I mean, they have all their ultimates available. I would imagine it's probably them who
There it
are
is. Here's
making
the
a
play
play.
you're looking for. Liquid, Dame stopping.
Yeah, they aren't stopping at all. I love this. Liquid, despite playing into all the ultimates and an Aegis, they just feel like, hey, our ultimates are bigger and better. We have ourselves a Blink BKB Black Hole. We know there's nothing to counter that. We want to make full use of that fact. Make Viking fear us. What will it be and where will it be, though? They're managing to actually force Viking back to their fountain, back to their base. Viking not really willing to risk anybody here. They're realizing everyone's off map, and it's just like, yeah, they're looking for something. These guys are crazy. They'll play into an Aegis. They don't care.
Very tense at the moment.
It is.
Liquid trying to shove all the lanes in so Viking don't get any openings, but this can only
Bo3,
create.
they might have
openings.
found one. He has got himself a Dissimulate and Double Astral, so he's going to be able to get himself out, as well as Lotus Orb to take off the Corrosive Haze. And now Tiger, he's looking in for revenge. Toby, don't stick around and farm this. He's suddenly realizing that I probably shouldn't be here anymore. Does clear himself out, and Liquid are actually distracted by other things, because over in the mid lane, it looks like there was a bit of trading between Solari and Insania. Ooh, it really is just such a tense game. I mean, no one wants to hard commit to each other. No one wants to be that one to make that play. Yeah, Solari says lag, but I'm sure they've got the team masseuse just coming around and giving everyone a quick tension release.
Neither of the teams are playing into the opponent's vision, and that's making it very difficult for one another to jump in. So that was the closest play they were going to get onto Bo3 there, but he's got the perfect items to be able to stop those initiations. He's got the Lotus, the Solar Crest. He's extremely tanky now. I love this item built from Bo3 here. He's recovered very well from that position 4 roll.
Yeah, but that said, Aramis is in a similarly great position. I mean, he's got himself that Aeon Disc, so that if they were trying to jump him, he's always going to be able to get off that Supernova, and the Halberd as well, just to make him a huge annoyance to the Sven, especially as we get later into this game, and this BKB lowers in cooldown.
I want to say Aramis has been the #1 source of damage, like, for Viking in all these engagements. He's been at the right place at the right time. His Supernovas have been on point, always forcing Liquid out instead of going in to kill it. Except for that one engagement on the high ground where the Sven and Viper with the BKBs killed the egg. But that led to, the Sven and the Viper dying, so.
We could forget about that Supernova. It's fine. And as you say, overall net gain in the end. So, he knew. Galaxy Brain. He knew. Hopefully they sort out these ping issues quickly enough. But yeah, man, I mean, how much longer have we got on this Aegis? We've got 1 minute 30. And it's weird that Viking have the Aegis, yet they're the one being scared to jump into Liquid. I mean, how long can they actually keep this up, though? Because surely they want to fight at some point with their Aegis, but are they that scared of the Black Hole that they just feel like they can't do anything until Tiger's either dead or has used it?
I think they're still looking for that positioning on the map. All their lanes are constantly pushed in for Viking, so they can't go past all these lanes to an engagement because the enemy just will know where you're coming from, right? So they can position properly with all their heroes. So until all the lanes are pushed out for Viking, it's really difficult to just smoke out. Right now, the mid is pushing out just a little bit. They might make a smoke play here. That's exactly what they will do. And Invoker is even going to tornado the wave middle, so they can get a little bit more vision out. The creeps.
Pings out. They might find Bo3 here. Smoke gets popped. Bo3, as he realized, he's just walking off. I don't think he even realized that he popped a smoke there.
Yeah.
Calm.
And Salary's like, guys, I have 3 wards. We have to just get this vision out and control some part of this map right now.
Scanning for enemies.
Yeah, they'll do exactly that. Some nice wards being placed by the Enchantress, going to give them that deep vision to try and make some plays. So nothing found from this smoke, but maybe the next one will get it done, provided these wards don't get taken. And I like where Shad's farming as well, you know. It could be really tempting to go down to this bottom lane, because you've got this, like, lovely observer ward up on this cliff down here at bottom. And the idea to just push out this bottom lane feels really nice, but yeah, you make yourself a sitting target there if you do that.
Yep. And Spectre's Aegis is out now. 1 second, boom. Right? There we go.
Yeah, I always doubt myself as well, because it often comes at like 59 or 58 rather than on the minute, and I'm always like, wait, did I time that correct? And then it goes down, you're like, oh, phew, I did. Just Dota things, keeping you guessing. Meanwhile, we have some tier 4 items dropping, and Liquid are just broken the high ground.
Oh, Enigma Timeless Relic, that is pretty legit. Your Midnight Pulse with that damage amp, whew. It's gonna do damage.
Gonna hurt. Gotta take it seriously, folks. Oh, another thing I wanted to touch on as well is the Spectre going for the Abyssal instead of the Skadi. I mean, the conventional build is to go Skadi after Manta, but he wants the Abyssal. Is this to do with trying to cancel out the Enigma Black Hole, possibly?
Yeah, I mean, that's one, right? And the other one is like, maybe if you have an Abyssal, then off the Slaughter, Corrosive Haze, Bash, Crush, you get another follow-up stun on top of that, not letting the enemy BKB it off, right? And turn the fight around. So I think it's going to be way more helpful than the Skadi in this game.
Okay, I like the call personally. I think, yeah, Abyssal and Skadi are quite comparable.
Normally,
the Spectre.
The Black King Bar slot would be the Skadi, right? So because he had to go for the Black King Bar too, he can't really have the room to go for the Skadi at the moment.
Okay. Meanwhile, our Sven, what's he sitting on? He's finished off his Silver Edge, and is looking to go into the Satanic next. Has Ag, Silver Edge, AC, Mask of Madness. Yeah, Mickey is feeling good this game.
Spell Prism. Oh, Spectre Spell Prism?
Possibly. I mean, she's currently got... Oh, no,
Okay.
never mind. Illusion Escape. There you go.
I think the Invoker probably doesn't really... Okay, Invoker does Spell Prism, yeah. Alright, Cape is way better for the Spectre.
Yeah.
Much better item distribution for Radiant this way around. He
Toby
was holding the
could be
Pikmin.
walking into a bit of danger right now. Ooh, blinks away. And yeah, Bo3 doesn't want to overextend onto a target and end up getting himself killed off. It's both teams are playing with quite a lot of fear here, it feels like. Neither team really wants to make the commitment to a play which loses them the game. Every hero is just so important to these engagements that no one wants to be caught out. No one is expendable.
When was the last time we saw a kill? It's been 8 minutes already, I think.
It's like the opposite of last game, where we had like a very quiet early game and a very early game and a very quiet late game.
Yeah.
But I'm
Both
sure
teams,
this game's gonna kick off.
They're just clearing out the vision of one another. 40-minute bounty rune. This is gonna be it. Oh, there's all pulls.
Look at Solari, dude. Look at Solari. He's like, stop.
Clearing out the vision of one another. 40-minute bounty rune. Pulls.
Look at Solari, dude. Look at Solari. He's not taking my outpost, sir. And it's like, what? Really? Really, Solari? Just murder her. Poor Enchantress.
Maybe they just need like a tornado there or something. I think that would have been enough to stop him from taking the outpost and just walk away. But, you know, I think Boom has realized every time he's walked anywhere near the opponent, he's just got black holes. So he's not going to do that anymore.
Yeah,
And
I mean,
this Aghanim's build from Boom here, that's going to help kill the Enigma when he pops the black hole, right? Because the Spectre's Dispersion is going to deal damage to the Enigma. And then the Invoker Cataclysm is going to come down, and Enigma can't move. And that might just kill him. He might not be able to get 2 black holes off in the fight.
that's why it's got the refresher. You know, you pop one black hole, refresh. When the Cataclysm comes out, just move out the way, cast another.
The bait black hole. Bait your own team.
God, I'm going in.
Like,
just kidding.
Why would you move?
Normally.
Sven goes in, and then he gets hit with all the cataclysms instead, with Enigma once was. Yeah. That would be nice to see.
It would. Certainly it would.
Almost
I think,
Abyssal Blade.
this is just the Roshan waiting right now. I don't even think with this Abyssal Blade they're going to want to make plays on Viking.
Yeah, they could also Cataclysm off the Abyssal Blade too now, which is nice.
Oh yeah, yeah.
19k gold lead for Liquid. Like it's felt like both teams have been farming quite evenly, but Viking has spent a lot of time running around trying to find something. Right, their lane pushing abilities is not that good compared to Liquid. They got like Void Spear, who just goes in and out really quick. Enigma got Eidolons, Viper got Netatoxin. Liquid don't show on lanes for that long. Push them out.
Yeah. No, they're very brief with showing their heads as well. And yeah, I mean, you just look at the heroes as well. I mean, Liquid just have a lot of flash farming capability. Enigma's always good at farming. The Void Spirit can just blow up creep waves. So across the board, we really do just have a slight imbalance. I'm surprised that Koigva's been able to keep up so well, though. And this is a hero which generally I see wanting to get money from kills and team fights, but he's actually managed to find himself a Skadi. Wow. Yeah. So
this is the power of the Boots of Travels. If you're a mid player nowadays, the trend is Boots of Travels. That's how you farm a lot, a mid player. So, because normally the mid needs to be like, with the team and constantly ready to fight, right? So the Boots of Travels just helps you do that. Also maneuver around the fight very easily, get plenty of movement speed, and you will be farmed.
Bo3 just feels so confident to rock up into the face of his enemies. Doesn't have a care in the world. Jump on me, guys. See what happens. I've got an Enigma in my pocket. And Roshan is up, so now we have something which is going to force these teams into a fight whether they like it or not. Presumably, at least. Maybe one team will just let the other have it, but I find that highly unlikely. I think
nope,
gonna be
not a chance.
Oh, no chance.
Not a chance.
Anyone's going for that Roche. Smoke up from Viking. They're looking to make something happen here. Aramis just seeing how close he can get, but they actually dropped the Haunt and the Cataclysm. So what avail?
Oh, didn't go
absolutely
Enigma.
None. Oh, they tried to go for the Abyssal play onto Enigma, but they didn't connect. So he had the Shadow Blade and no vision on the Spectre. Oh dear.
What a disaster.
Huge oversight from Viking here. I mean, can they even still take this fight? It seems like they've just blown so much.
Yeah, they can slow it down, but I mean, Liquid wants to run at them right now.
Larry once again embracing death with open arms, just running into the enemy team and getting completely slaughtered. It's now an Enchantress down as well. Yeah, it looks like they have called it on Viking on this Roche attempt, and there is nothing left for them to give. They will let Liquid take it, which is insane. And this is going to be an Ags as well. Might be going to Bo3 here, I would imagine. See? Oh, yeah.
The quick fingers, Shadow Bladed as soon as the Haunt came out.
No Abyssal.
Yikes.
I mean, it's very hard to find this Enigma for the Spectre because, as you said, wait, she didn't even have the Abyssal. What was the play here then? Was it just hoping for the... Well, I'm now really confused because I just assumed that she had Abyssal, though. Huh.
Maybe it was a slaughter. Okay. He didn't have it, but all I know is that they were on top of Taiga, and Taiga was Shadow Blading out. That's the last thing we saw as soon as the Haunt came out.
Well, Abyssal now finished. That combo is now possible. But might be a little bit too late as they have this Aegis Sven whacking away at your barracks. Spectre comes in on the side, says hello to Bo3. Bo3 throws back a Remnant. Now has that Ags instead. So the Resonant Pulse is going to silence with 2 charges, which is just ridiculously annoying for heroes like Aramis. If he gets caught out, it could be really... Oh, actually he's got the Minotaur Horn, so that's okay. That's actually huge that the Phoenix is able to find the Minotaur Horn, because he could be in some big trouble if... I guess he can always get it off with the Air Disc anyway, though, right?
Mm-hmm.
No risk of him not getting off Supernova in these fights, really.
Taiga really wanted to get an engagement there with his Arcane Rune. He was very sad he was not able to use his Black Hole on that discount.
Always looking for it.
Yeah.
And here we go, both teams going to see each other here. Viking, they have some good vision up for this fight, so if there's ever one they want to go for, Aramis just jumps in, Supernova right in their faces, Taiga turns around with the Black Hole onto 2 targets. We want the back lines, they'll look forwards here as the Abyssal Blade comes out onto that Enigma, they'll turn around and kill him. Taiga, he does get killed off eventually. Meanwhile, Mickey looking in from behind. I mean, they might be considering this if they can get a good enough initiation. Mickey is in the neighborhood, and they will now see him. Meanwhile, they're looking forward to the Spectre here. Shad getting jumped on by the Viper, trying to get down Shad, but he's got that BKB to get himself onto the high ground. But Toby in the river, so damn fast, and in comes the stun out onto Boom. Boom's got the BKB, pushes back the Sven, disarms him as well. Ice Wall comes in as well, just to get themselves away. They will jump onto the Spectre illusion, quickly realize it's not real. Or maybe not, but they'll kill it off all the same.
Ooh, huge win for Viking here. They got the buyback from the Enigma.
Oh, they did.
Yeah.
Got it, yeah.
But
Real opportunity to do some real damage to Liquid, but yeah, Liquid are pissed at this point. They want to make some use out of its God Strength. They've got a little bit of time left on it, and Mickey could just clean up those racks in milliseconds. That's now done. No refresher for him. Toby jumps in, now looking into the Cataclysm, trying to get any kills from this. They cannot. They do a decent amount of damage to both Mickey and Koikva, but all they do is force them away. These Katas have been quite underwhelming.
Yeah, they need that Abyssal Blade into the backline with the Kata. The only way that they're gonna get it landed there, but they only lose 1 Rax here. Not a big loss for them at the moment.
Am I crazy to think that Shad could really use swapping out the Blade Mail for the gem and just trying to throw everything at this Enigma?
No, it'd be pretty good. Just for the initial, like you can put it in your backpack, right? And then like go in for the Enigma kill or whatever. But next hunt, does anyone have a gem?
Yes, yeah. Not that I've seen, no.
Oh, okay.
No,
well, you can do it with dust too, right? Just go in, dust him, put it back in. Your blade.
True, true. Just for the sole purpose of getting off this Abyssal.
Aeon Disc now complete on Taiga. He knows what's up. He's got it. And he's going for Boots of Travels next, so he's going to be a speedy warrior. Perfect.
Oh, man. He's just making himself harder to deal with every item purchase here. And Mickey's got that God Strength off cooldown again, so he wants to play some Dota. Viking, they know their opportunity to take this by. I mean, they're actually not backing away that hard. And the Hex comes down onto the Slardar, and comes Superman on top of him as well. Cataclysm going to force them to reput themselves here as Toby pops a BKB and gets himself away. And actually, the Sven losing a ton of health in this fight, of course, has the Aegis, so isn't super scared. And is holding off on popping that God Strength in case he does want to just die and come back and then have it available. That is the curse of Sven with Aegis, though, is that once you pop God Strength, you've committed already a lot. And we do have a gem now on the Slardar, so they pick one up on Viking.
Defensive Cataclysm there. Just get him off your Slaughter. It's alright. It's going to be up pretty soon. I mean, I love how Liquid have been playing this game up so far. They know how sensitive these engagements are, but they're not taking their foot off the pedal, right? They keep pressing. Whenever they have skills up, they just keep going, keep going, keep going. Chipping away at Viking slowly but surely. 33k gold. And they ain't going to stop there. They know they still have room to grow on their heroes. And this Aegis, I think, is out. So another 3 more minutes for potential 4th Roshan in this. Who got the Ags, by the way, earlier? Someone got the Ags. Being Void. Okay. That's
with the silence on his E. Oh, yes. I mean,
Look at
it's not the nicest game to have it. Yeah, where it just skyrockets up. I was saying earlier, it's not the nicest game to have it because you've got both the Aeon Disc and the Minotaur Horn on Aramis. Shad, I guess, can be slightly annoyed by it, but he's got Manta and BKB, Toby's got BKB. It's a little bit late in the game for it to have a huge impact, but I mean, it's still going to be super annoying, that's for sure.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Oh, here we go. Running into Boxy, he's got a Lotus. Oh, he gets Hex first.
Yeah, that was just the Prince's Knife, but Toby jumping in pretty deep here. Look at the 2-man stun and actually jump in as they get the end disc triggered onto Boxy, so he could be a real target for them now, but Mickey just posturing in the front, forcing back Viking and threatening as much as they can. Toby just setting himself. They actually see him here, though. I don't know how they've got the vision, but they will jump on top of him here. Hex comes out onto him, but in comes that Supernova right into their faces. But Tiger turns around, tries to look back hold, but instantly cancelled. Has another one. Can he drop it, though, in time? No, because the Supernova comes out and stuns him up. Tiger trying to run himself away. Shad trying to fight into Mickey, but Mickey doing way too much damage. Down goes the Spectre. She does have flyback. They jump forwards onto Invoker. Invoker might get killed off. Toby comes in with a stun, but there's the black hole, catching them both. Tiger jumps in, catches the 2 heroes running away, and that is a dieback on the Slardar as well. Liquid strike hard, and they get themselves 5 kills, 3, 4, 5 buybacks. I mean, that is insane.
Everybody bought out. Everybody
oh my goodness!
bought out. 5 buybacks. And Slaughter
Yeah, look
died
at that net worth advantage now. 46k.
They're not gonna stop. They're just gonna keep running at this 90 seconds of no Slaughter. They're feeling good. They're baiting out this bounty rune right here, I
You
think.
say that, but Viking are here to fight. They know there's no black hole, and they feel like without that, they still feel pretty strong. It's a 4-4. No Crystal Maiden. Viking are posturing.
I can hear it, Sanya be like, guys, just wait, I'm alive in 20 seconds, and then we'll go. Wait for me. Jeez, that is absolutely insane.
Do you have any idea what cancelled that first black hole?
I think he cancelled it on his own.
Abyssal. Oh, really?
No. Okay, so first he abyssaled in, right? And then the Enigma's Aeon Disc popped off. He popped the black hole, and I think he cancelled it on his own, like accidentally. But the Phoenix Egg was about to like go off anyway. So
that's why he couldn't pop the second one because of the Phoenix Egg. So
exactly.
he realized he had to back away.
Yeah.
The
one
BKB. Kind of funny that the one BKB penetrating ability on them Bash is the supernova. It was actually a factor in that last fight. It was like, oh, yeah, don't want that to happen. Ooh. Quite looking to move into a right-click build, going for crits next, and has that 25 talent with the Nether Toxin silences as well, so that's pretty huge.
Yep. I can't help but feel like this Enigma at this point is just like this big threat, you know, that you have to deal with. Like, whether he gets the black hole off or not, it doesn't even matter anymore, right? It's just, as long as he exists in this game, Viking just can't fight properly. They constantly have to think about this Enigma, and this Enigma has an Aeon Disc.
Yeah.
Level 25 now. Got the demonic conversion island. Oh wait, well let's check out the 25s while you know, the game has slowed down and people are waiting for the next
doing exactly that actually. They've already looked through them all. I'm a step ahead of you, son.
Alright.
But there's not really much exciting. I mean, it just kind of highlights the XP difference between the two teams, because Viking barely have any 25s. I think all they've got is their Spectre, who's at 26. Meanwhile, Liquid have 4 heroes at 25. They've got the Dissimulate stun for 2.5 seconds on Void Spirit, which is very, very good. Demonic Conversion is kind of decent for split pushing. Sven with the extra damage is obviously insane. And another Toxin silences, which, again, an annoyance. Meanwhile, Toby sees Mickey in the pit here, jumps himself away, blinks himself out. Meanwhile, Aramis being chased around by Mickey, forced out the Supernova. Mickey trying to take down the Supernova, will be able to do exactly that. Phoenix is out of the fight. Now Toby's being seen as well. The Tiger comes in, thinking of the black hole, but Shab's actually playing around the wall here. Doesn't want to get caught out by that black hole. Trying to go for the TP1, no, gets cancelled out by Boxy. Boxy's on top of him. He's pinging him out desperately, saying, guys, come get him. He's up for the taking. The black hole gets dropped, and down goes the Spectre. 3 heroes dead on the side of Viking, and that will call it. GG is popped, and that is going to be a win for Team Liquid. Patience, very, very patient, but in the end, they do draw the series out 2-1-1. I mean, what a beautiful game from Team Liquid, Thieves.
Oh yeah, I mean, this is the Liquid that we saw win BTS, and they brought it this game, man. Every time their spells were off cooldown, they just kept running at Viking. They knew exactly what they were going to do. This team, I don't know if they need a dire or they just need a wake-up call, be like, hey guys, stop playing not to lose. Start playing to win. And it was so nice to watch them play this game. I'm really looking forward to Game 3 now.
Well, it might be some foreshadowing there, Theben, as Viking were the ones who won BTS, and it was Team Liquid that won ESL Germany just before it. So, right. I mean, yeah, exactly. But no, this is exactly how they won ESL Germany. It was just efficiency, patience, just playing all of their roles to the best they possibly can. And that's what put them ahead in that tournament. And if they can do this against Viking again in game number 3, then that's what they can do in this tournament. I mean, 2 of the favourites battling it out, and Spect are going to a third and final game. I'm very excited, but we're going to throw it over to a break, and then let's throw it over to the panel. So we'll see you very shortly for more Epic League action just after this.
EGB, your esports betting world. The only place to find the widest choice of popular games and matches to win real money. Choose your bet on a single event or express of several matches with dizzy odds. Serving the market for 7 years with over 800,000 users. Join now to get your bonus for the first deposit up to $600. EGB, you know for sure who's gonna win.
Hello, my lovelies, and welcome back. Game number 3 on the horizon after an epic game 2. Lacoste is smiling. He's got big thoughts about this one. What happened, buddy? It was close until the end.
I'm just laughing at my notes about the game. You know, I have Cataclysm and triple question mark. That's the last one. I don't know. I think Liquid played a much better Dota. This is the kind of Liquid that I want to see, where they go in hard from the laning stage, aggressive tri lane. They keep the aggression going, and from now on, you know, they're just rolling with the kills, net worth advantage on their side, and they had so many spells to actually keep them inside the nether toxin. I'm a bit surprised that Viking did not ban out Spectre, and did not ban Viper against the Spectre, and they did not have any answers to this Enigma. Like, their best spell was Supernova, and at one point Spectre bought Abyssal Blade, so it was not really effective. You know, you needed to be very careful about how you're going to approach the team fights, because Taiga was playing position 3 in this game, and that's what I like about Team Liquid, because they have these versatile players that can switch between the mid lane, between the safe lane, position 3, position 4. Also you don't know what they're going to do, because you might think, oh, it's an off lane Void Spirit with Enigma being position 4, moving to jungle, but an aggressive tri lane, and then you feed 5-6 skills in the laning stage.
Yeah, and then the Void Spirit just leaves, and now he's roaming, and the Enigma solo kills your Spectre, and you're like, oh, okay, what happened to our game here, guys?
Yeah, that's like 9 minutes. Spectre solo dies in the safe lane. That's not supposed to happen. That was the moment I knew this was going to be a tough one for Viking.
Yeah, and Sven, like, naturally he comes faster online than Spectre does because of a built-in cleave, and he had a better laning stage, clears the stack faster than Spectre. And in this game, Sven did not have a hero that he's afraid of. Like, there's no long cooldown stun that's just gonna, you know, keep him in place, and he can do whatever he wants in the team fights.
But all that said, and it looks like we are going to have game 3 draft beginning now. I feel like Viking did make a statement in that game in terms of their resilience, right? There was that moment where they were down by 30k net worth. Liquid had Aegis on the Sven. They still took a smoke engagement mid. They still forced a buyback, I think, onto either Taiga or Bo3. Like, they held out for a really long time despite that big deficit and difficult draft. So still something to be proud of there, I guess, is what I'm getting at.
Yeah, for sure. Like, we've seen Liquid in the first game that almost kind of won the game, even though they were playing against the mega creeps. Like, I want to see either Rubik here or something like a Beastmaster, any kind of BKB piercing ability, because it's gonna come down to that when you're playing against Enigma.
Yeah,
they're
especially when he has
committing
refresher,
so
too.
early for it again, right? Like they're just like, yeah, here it is. Like you kind of know what's gonna happen. Sure, maybe he won't be like as farmed as last game, especially if you start actually picking those counters. But I think they've learned they have to actually respect it a bit more.
Definitely. Wisp though for Viking, so they've got a option here to pair it with something. They could grab a Sven.
I like the Beastmaster that Lacoste said because I think it pairs really well with the
Just get
IO
the
and gives
vision.
you the BKB piercing.
Okay,
And it's a
I'm into that.
great setup in general for like IO's relocates. They might still think, what if we go with Spectre one more time, see what happens?
Well,
mean,
that's true.
If they take
actually.
Spectre and ban Viper, that could be a fair play, but instead they go back for this Bloodseeker instead. Immediate snap pick from Liquid, and they take Storm Spirit very early.
That's a great response to IO, Bloodseeker. Like, Storm doesn't care about Rupture, can easily find IO in every single fight. All you need to do is have vision.
Okay.
Pretty good silencer game. I imagine
For
that'll get
Viking.
banned out by Liquid.
Yeah.
Just feels like a little bit too strong.
Like historically, picking Storm this early, I would say it's like, oh, this is risky. They can counter pick him. Storm's going to get punished. But it does seem like Storm is a more difficult to punish mid than not these days because of the nature of stacks, because of how fast he recovers in the jungle, rune control. So many things can tip the scales for Storm, even if he has a rough lane. And as Trent and I talk about so much, he's got like 6 or 7 armor, which is kind of stupid. So
yeah, I don't know why. Like, where does this armor come from?
He's pretty well suited. He's a finely dressed gentleman.
In cloth, yeah.
That's Kevlar, baby. What are you talking about?
It's gotta be, dude.
I don't know. I think it's like the silencer like kind of looks good, and then I start thinking things like, oh, but then there's no stuns. Like,
yep.
It is tough to deal with the Storm Spirit at this point in Dota when you have so many stacks going. Maybe that's what the concern should be. Is like invading the jungle right now looks like a pretty high priority for Viking between an Enigma and a Storm Spirit.
Yeah, if you first faced Storm Spirit a couple of years ago, like, you would definitely lose that game because it was very punishable. But today, how game is played, like, you can easily get away with that. And once again, the stacking, a lot of things changed, especially like these new mana items, neutral items that allow Storm Spirit to play a bit faster. And Invoker banned out, something that Storm does not like to play into because of the Cold Snap, Mana Burn, set up with the Tornado. But I want to see some stuns. I want to see some silences coming up from Viking against the Storm Spirit, against the Enigma, because these two heroes, I mean, Rubik's still in the pool. Not sure if Liquid will ban it out, but it's a pretty common lane with the Bloodseeker where you have a stun into the blood, right? Pretty easy setup.
Yeah, I think that looks like the safest.
Lacoste, do you like silencer for Viking in this case? Like, do you think that
no.
Okay.
I mean, okay, but then you need to have like low cooldown stun, something like an Earth Spirit with the silence, and you need to play IO as a 5. Or you can get something like a Lion, but then I think you're putting yourself in a very bad spot by just picking a silencer. I don't mind silencer, don't get me wrong. One of my most played heroes. I'm a big fan of him, where I think he can be played at multiple roles. We saw OG playing him as position 1. I think what suits him the best is the off lane, but we might see him as position 2 as well when the matchup is good. Like, so if this is Na'Vi against the Storm Spirit and it's a good silencer game, I know Iceberg would love to play into that.
I see. Okay.
True.
I'm just trying to think of who are our top tier heroes in terms of like BKB piercing interrupts to deal with that black hole. There's like Hook Shot from Clockwork, Beastmaster ult, like Chronosphere, Bane ult, Global Silence.
Void's still in the pool. That's a good call, Zayor.
Faceless. Oh, no, he's not. No, he's not. He's first banned by Liquid.
He's gone. Okay. Yeah. I was like, how's that hero still
not banned? I had the exact same reaction when I saw the Bloodseeker, and then I was like, oh, okay, he's banned.
Yeah, I was more kind of just like, even on broad strokes, and it's limited from that list. We got LC Duel. There's another one. RP, Doom. It's not a lot, though. And a lot of them are like really close range, right? I don't think you're going to rely on LC Duel to interrupt Black Hole. That's not.
Yeah, you can really with Ether Lens. Yeah, it's doable, but you don't want to buy that item.
Yeah,
we should not go into that path.
Yeah,
overthinking. Just go with the simple stuff.
Well, there's Doom taken out, so the simple stuff's quickly being removed from contention, Lacoste.
Simple is good. I love simple.
You are.
Maybe Liquid think they can just steal the Rubik away themselves. I would just ban it.
Well, I would just take it. That's comfort pick deluxe for Liquid. What do you mean? They have first, third pick, right? Okay, they do ban it though, so never mind.
I think it's like, but then
Damn
if
it.
you pick your Rubik, it's like their lane, like they don't really want Rubik for Insania because then they have to go like Troll or something. I think like some really strong safe laner, and then maybe the Spectre's not as easy to run for them versus the Bloodseeker and potentially even the IO down there too. You know?
Okay. But that begs the question now, what does Liquid take? It's got to be a support here.
Yeah, it could be Wyvern. They could like take it for themselves because it's pretty good versus the IO, and then it also denies it away from Viking GG.
Wyvern, Witch Doctor, Disruptor. We have our big 3 Wisp counters in the hands of a support.
Grimstroke.
Okay, Grimstroke.
Disruptor
I like that
possibly.
one too.
Yeah, but I still prefer Grimstroke, where you have like Storm Spirit zipping in with the Inkswell on him. You also amplify your carry with it. Just overall a better hero, in my opinion.
I'm surprised we don't see that hero more often with how flexible it is and like how good it is at wave clear, especially. I feel like a lot of the good 5s right now are pretty bad at wave clear.
He's just so dynamic. CM again.
The mana battery for the Storm.
Snap
All right,
pick
it's
bench.
coming. This is
the
Medusa.
Deucer.
This
Yeah.
is Medusa
And
game.
Tiny. And snap picks again. It's Dusa.
Yeah.
One I didn't mention, Vengeful Spirit. That is a good anti-Enigma hero. A lot of
That's
range.
a really good one because you don't break on the with the Lincolns or whatever. You get to keep the charge.
Yep. And now you have 2 charges, so you can swap in and swap out. It's not just like a complete suicide to stop the black hole. That's a really good pick. I like that a lot.
Ooh, this is a scary looking lineup from Viking. They played it same 4 heroes during the Dota Summit. The last hero was, I believe, Lina, which just allowed them to play a bit faster. You know, you need a hero that's gonna buy time. Eventually, it's gonna come down to that, where Medusa gets the extra attack range, extra stats from Venge Aura. You have a guaranteed save coming out with either Io's Relocate, Mech, Vengeful Spirit Slow, and there's going to be sick attack speed coming up from Medusa with Io's Tether, Bloodseeker's first ability, possibly a Solar Crest build up. Even though looking at this game, they might need like a pipe carrier. So could be a decent pipe build on the Bloodseeker.
I'd love a mid with a solid stun here. Like I think Kunkka's not that good because it's a Storm. But like, I mean, that's why you see the DK and the Ember ban. Like, I just want something that can like lead into everything else from Viking GG. You know, maybe the Leshrax's still kind of okay.
Yeah, he is. Definitely. I
Lesh.
think Lina already banned out in the first phase.
Yeah.
So not too many stuff available. They also needed like a mid hero who can buy a BKB a bit faster. So I think Lesh is that guy. I mean, you can just get possibly Yule Scepter and rush into BKB. Like
Yeah,
if the
good
game's going
boots.
well, somehow you manage to get Aegis, you can get the Bloodstone. It really depends, but definitely a BKB carrier against the tiny Storm Spirit Crystal Maiden. All they have is pretty much a spell damage.
Man, I kind of
What
still
about
like
Beastmaster mid? Oh my god, get out of my head, dude.
Yeah.
Stop it. All right, they take the puck. The one time we don't call puck. We've been talking about this hero. It feels like every draft. Finally, Viking will give him a go. So not exactly a hard stun, but a leash mechanic, some silence, big time AoE damage. Definitely plays fast. Can gank very easily.
They have
I'm
the
a big
swap
fan.
coil
It's
too.
big brain
Oh,
time.
Yeah, swap coil. Ooh.
Yeah.
That's
What's
dope.
the
They
big
need a
brain?
carry that, possibly builds a Diffusal Blade. Maybe Slark. It's not a good Phantom Lancer game against the
You knew
Puck
I was going
coil.
for the PL. You knew it.
Yeah.
It's Jug.
Okay, so more sustain. They have no abilities that go through like magic immunity besides the rupture. So, but yeah, it feels like a good Juggernaut game, even though I still prefer Vikings lineup. I've seen the huge potential of it when they played it. And trust me, if they don't lose the laning stage, if they don't get rushed the same day, thing they did in game number 2, I think
Mhm.
Viking, they're on a good path to just take this serious.
What does Taiga build this game?
It's a Taiga Enigma, mind you. Boxy tiny.
Yes. What does Taiga build? Does he go for a blink? Does he bother going Blink BKB versus the Venge, or do you think he should just go like mech into auras, whatever they decide?
First game, he was playing against Rubik. He did not go Greaves. He went for Blink BKB, and it could have been stolen. Still managed to land some really good black holes. So it's hard to say. I mean, you need to see how the laning stage is gonna go, how the game's gonna develop.
All right.
I just think it's
Predict it, boys.
interesting. He leans heavier into the Blink than a lot of Enigmas do, and I think he probably will go for it. And that to me seems like one of the key aspects of this match is just how many times he can catch the IO +1 with it.
So who we think is
Predictions?
taking it? What do we got? Trent?
I already said I'm going with Viking.
All right. That's one for Viking.
Back me up here.
Ooh. Yeah, I'm going with Viking too. I feel like the burst damage is going to be like, it's a lot of burst on Liquid, but it can be very hard to make that work versus the Medusa.
Confidence in the Viking, Dusa, the puck coil with Venge Snap. We'll see if this Juggernaut will be up to snuff. Two casters once again. It's Nomad. It's 1437. Gentlemen, take it away.
Howdy, folks. Indeed, this standoff is heating up in the third and final game. I think this is the closest draft we'd have so far. My partner, Theban, what do you have to say about this one? Where do you think it's going to go? Oh, it's your turn to be muted this time, Theban. I did it last time. You did it this time. See, we just complete each other in that way.
I'm good. No, you didn't hear anything of importance anyway.
There we go.
Yeah. So I was saying though, I think Vikings got this game. I think their lineup is much more well-rounded. They got a lot of combos with the Bloodseeker, the Vengeful Spirit, swap off the Rupture, the Puck Coil swaps. These are all very nice combos. I think the Dusa is going to be well protected with the Puck and Bloodseeker constantly wanting to fight, and the IO boosting them up. Liquid though, they need to play fast. I mean, they do have a chance, definitely have a chance, but they got to play very, very fast in this game. Constantly shutting down Viking, keep this Medusa down. Don't let her get too fat, and a lot of that is going to lie on Mickey. I think his rotations are going to be very key. His Omni Slashes are going to be very important, and let's see what they're going to do.
Just enjoying Insania circling and pointing at Koikver and calling him an ape in the mini-map drawing. I don't know why. Some funny shenanigans coming on from the captain. Clearly doing some discipline of his mid laner. But yeah, no, the Omni Slash for me is one of the most important spells of this game. That Diffusal as well. You know, obviously if you can land like a full Omni onto Medusa, can be nice, but I think the bigger target is usually like the IO or something like that. If you can bring them down, then obviously the Medusa is going to be having a pretty sad time. I mean, Viking obviously love to run this Medusa. It's something they're very comfortable with. She's actually going to go up onto the high ground and start trading with Bo3. You want the bottom Liquid getting chased away by Aramis and Toby, so that's going to be a skill. But yeah,
one. Oof. Actually, he skilled it so he doesn't die to Boxy.
Yeah, it's kind of important, wasn't it? Because
it's got boots. You're 75 movement speed hero. You're never walking up that hill. But Shad, you know, he was feeling a bit frisky there.
Thought that maybe Liquid were trying some shenanigans at bottom and thought, if there's too many heroes down at bottom, we could maybe get ourselves a nice little bounty there. But Lass ended up losing way more than she intended. So that's a kind of rough start to the lane.
They were expecting they were expecting a trial in bottom once again, and he was thinking, oh, it's just an Enigma here. I'm just gonna go get 2 runes, right? So
yeah, you're right. Well, this mid lane is going to be Koikver versus the Puck. How does this matchup usually go?
Well, I think Storm is going to have a really tough time because every time he's got the Overload, hits it onto the Puck, he's just going to get phase shifted. So it's quite difficult, I want to say, for the Storm.
Okay, so Boom has some plays to make in this lane. And also much easier for him to grab the runes when you're pre-level 6 on the Storm, because you can obviously just orb to one, walk to the other, and then just not have to worry about the 50-50 so easily. So definitely some advantages there.
Koikver is also a great start for now, at least.
Is indeed, yeah, 10-3 versus 6-0. No denies yet on Boom. And a level 3 gained very quickly by Koikver. You're down at bottom, Insania and Aramis just trading hits. As IO doing what he can. Trying to get off some pulls here if possible. Well, stop the CM pulling is actually more the case. She might still be able to get this off. Oh no, Aramis is still hanging around, just being super annoying. Fair enough.
It's very interesting. This IO plus a Bloodseeker. Both of them become absolute race cars when they're tethered to one another and someone's low.
Just fly across the map, can't you? It's not a challenge at all for Aramis and Toby to just start running after heroes once you get some points in first and some heroes start getting low. But at the same time, Mickey can kind of deal with that with his healing ward a little bit later on as well. Heal them up quite nicely and stop heroes being low in their lanes. Always nice. Meanwhile, wow, Quover getting very aggressive onto Boom here in the middle lane, forcing Boom to back himself off a bit. Yeah, really good start for the Storm in his middle lane, and he's gliding towards level 6 at a really easy rate at the current moment.
Yeah, he's got no creeps denied against him, so it's going to be as fast as he possibly could. I think the first rune is where things are going to change, right? Top lane, Tiny's going to have to help the top rune, and then bottom side, we'll probably see the IO rotate into the puck, maybe even heal up the puck a little bit, and whoever gets the rune is going to get a pretty significant advantage over this lane, I think. Storm already has his bottle, actually. Feeling
quite
very nice. Yeah, Boom went for a second null instead, because he really wanted to punish us. Feeling
quite
very nice. Yeah, Storm in the lane right here, but Quaker going for the region here instead.
Yeah, and as the first 4-minute runes come up, I think it's kind of important for Puck to grab these and start getting himself a bit of advantage in this middle lane. Or possibly rotating, but I don't really see that happening. I don't know what he could do this early on with a rotation. We don't see mid laners rotate until level 6, generally speaking.
Boxy actually made his way down to bottom now, so that means he's not going to be able to help the top rune. Both of the runes are actually being controlled by Viking here.
They are a little bit, and Quaker just jumping onto the IO. Boom's just backing himself up because there's 3 heroes coming in from Liquid, and they will draw first blood onto Aramis. Fair enough, but meanwhile Solari is able to control the Invis rune, which Boom's going to be able to grab, although he doesn't have a bottle, so it is just an Invis for the sake of an Invis. Probably not the most ideal thing. You want him to turn this mid lane in your favor.
Yeah, and Koikwa actually was the one who got the first blood there too, so he's extremely happy. Off to a great start here.
Yeah, loads of CS, loads of XP, and a first blood to go along with it as well. Now look at him get aggressive onto Boom here as well. I mean, he is doing damage. Boom's got to be careful. I mean, staying just out of range of those static remnants nicely. Nice maneuvers from Boom to keep himself alive here. Man, that was a little too close for comfort, as Clover's off to a good start. If this Storm comes out of his laning phase as strong as he is now, and keeps on this trajectory, is this going to be a big problem for Viking, or do they have the capability to deal with the Storm?
I think they're going to be fine. Storm is one of those heroes where it really runs out of damage in the late game against heroes like Viking. If the Bloodseeker buys like a pipe or something, the Storm's damage just falls off very heavily later on. They just have to get through the early game, don't feed them too many kills, and they're going to be fine.
Okay. Sounds straightforward to me. Let's see if they can pull it off, though. And they also have that, as you mentioned, the coil, and then the swap snap, which you can use just the last few seconds of the coil just to really keep the lockdown going. But mid lane, they're moving on to Boom. Boxy coming in from behind the tower as well. The Avatos is out, and the puck is dead. Great kill in from Boxy there. And once again, causing some damage on this on this Tiny.
It's very nice. Before Puck could actually hit level 6. Quakefog getting out with like 100 HP there. But taking every advantage they possibly could get right now. 6-minute runes are coming up. Puck is going to be able to TP back to contest for this. What's Quakefog going to do here? Just going to go back to base.
Yep.
DD bottom. Ooh, he would have loved that.
Oh, yeah. Well, Boom's now got the bottle. He's going to be able to grab it. I really want to see Boom making some plays with his DD somehow. Maybe in towards bottom, maybe in towards top. Or maybe they just try and set up for mid again. But I mean, I don't really feel like an IO is the best ganking partner in the world. Although Celery's here as well, so... Maybe they're looking for the tower, actually.
Yeah, they really want to protect the catapult. It's
dead. Well, Boom dumped a bunch of health into that one as well, and to not even grab it. And now Koifer is going aggressive onto Solari because there's a jump around from Boxy trying to blow up Aramis in the backlands. He was trying to be the distraction on Koifer, and he's just going to get himself killed. That was not the play, unfortunately.
Ooh, and he TP'd in for that too, so when he's alive, he's going to have to make that walk of chain back to some creep camps, and his mid tower still being pressured up. That advantage
there's
that
DD on
Quake
puck.
had, it's all gone
Yeah.
now. Just like
I
that.
kind of liked the idea in theory, you know, jumping the storm down to the low ground, trying to create a distraction for your Tiny to come in and just blow up Aramis. Unfortunately, Bo3 didn't have the damage to kill off Aramis, and they definitely did have the damage to kill off the storm, so it turned into a very awkward situation.
Yeah, it was just a miscommunication. Like, they wanted to go to the Venge and kill him, but they saw the IO. I think Storm was just supposed to jump the IO with Tiny and just get the free kill there.
Meanwhile, kill down in the bottom lane for Mickey. Just very lightly helped out by Insania, but that's pretty nice.
Yeah, that Bloodseeker was the top of the CS charts, was doing very, very well for himself. Mickey now gained that kill, pretty much boosted him almost to level 7 already.
There is little hope for Dire's middle
It's just me or is this Juggernaut sword way too long? I swear the others are much, much shorter.
Yeah, it is pretty long.
Really weird. It's very unsettling. Anyways. That's
nice,
not
though.
the size of the sword. Bo3 once again just roaming around, looking to see what he can see. See some couriers, but
Stacks.
yeah.
Viking. Oh, Viking had
Ooh.
some big camp stacks here too.
Yeah,
They
they're
would
liquidating
love
this
that.
game.
Yeah, Medusa. Would love those creeps and boxes. Like, okay, I see what's going on. I see you. Let me plant this word. And next time you guys go to farm that and you get low, I'm gonna come in here and pop you guys.
I think it's
Boxes
quite
gone.
important that Bo3 doesn't get spotted here, because if they don't know that Liquid know about this, then they might not try to defend it as hard, and
Yeah.
that means there's a possibility for Quakeford to come in and take them.
Damn, this is some imposter vision from Boxy right here with those words. He's just like maneuvering around Viking, you know, making sure they don't see him at all. He got 2 words there.
Dire should look to their
That was really nice. Oh, they're gonna TP bottom. Play onto Mickey.
Ooh,
Nice
it's
fight.
getting very low on Toby, but Mickey as well. He's actually caught inside the silence. He's going to actually tick down to the rupture. Toby gets himself the kill, and unfortunately the TPs in from Liquid aren't enough to turn anything in their favor. Toby with the rupture kill. Very, very big. Turning things back around in Vikings' favor in this bottom lane as well. This series is just so fun. I mean, it feels like these teams are so equally matched in skill that all these little 1v1 plays just come right down to the wire. It's very entertaining. Meanwhile, Insania, someone's been caught warding. Are they going to be able to kill him off? Looks like it. That's a lot of damage from the Blood Right. And Aramis will finish him off with a little tickle from his right click.
At least they didn't get his ward. We thought maybe we were just trying to de-ward here. And here it is, Shad. Level 4 Mystic Snake going in for the camps now. His net worth is just gonna skyrocket right here. There's a four stack big camp on the right side here too.
Yeah, and the neutrals as well. Just grabbing all them newts. Love to get that as well. Just buffing up his
nice.
team. Very nice. And Solara even going for an extra stack here. Meanwhile, Medusa trying to pull it off as well. Oh, the efficiency. Oh my goodness. Well, Shad fails, unfortunately, but
Celery got it. Don't worry, the support player always hits the stack.
you know it. Carry players never good at getting so it's not their job. Meanwhile, Bo3's been a little bit caught out here, and oh dear, a little bit mistimed there, both breaking the coil. Boom with the haste, finds himself another kill. Well, this game's come swinging. I mean, I was getting pretty worried with the mid lane performance that Koipo was having, and then the Jug was doing all right at bottom. Top lane was going pretty well as well, and obviously with Bo3 roaming around and Tiger just able to free farm top. That always makes me scared, because I've seen Liquid take many a game under this this strategy, but Viking have utilized the lack of pressure which is coming out from Liquid in this early game, and then have swung things back in their favor quite considerably, I would say, in this game, but still very even. I mean, especially with this tier 1 going down, Tiger just kind of left to his own device in the top lane. Might come back to bite them later on in the match.
Another stack? Is this a 6 stack?
The madman, it can't be done! Oh, phew. Oh my goodness.
He did it! That's a 6
did it.
stack right there!
Damn.
Oh my
Larry,
god.
what a god.
That's an entire level. My goodness.
Don't think he wants anyone to fight. He wants to leave it there for everyone to look at.
Yeah, look, that's worth smoking into and just eating it up. Man, that's a lot of gold. Because it's so easy to kill too, right?
Yeah, for either team.
Not like
For either
Ancients, yeah.
team. Koipo would love to get his hands on
They
it,
had,
but he
they
has
had no
no
vision
idea.
of that anyway. Yeah, so they got the sentry down in their jungle too. Like, this is Vikings' plan. They're just gonna play super defensively, wait for Liquid to make the first plays, and just react to it for now. Because they got so much farm in their jungle, and they took Dire
my
away from
God.
Liquid. So
This is carry porn right here on the Viking side of the map. Taking this big old stack with Shad and the Venge. Oh my goodness.
Delicious. And more
they
stacks.
all got to, oh, they did it again. I can't handle it. Jesus. Shad and Solari just playing in the jungle. I mean, it is PvE, but it's damn good PvE.
Working.
Okay, he's
they're gonna make a smoke play. Back to the real game here, guys. There we go. Smoke play down to bottom.
Sorry to interrupt our PvE viewing experience, but we do have some real Dota to play. And Toby's going to be the target. In they go. Orchid comes out. Immediate TP coming in from the puck. Can they bring him down in time? He's very tanky on this Bloodseeker. And Aramis even got a fly in as well. TP him out. Not really needed, actually, as a tossback is going to snap the coil on Koikfer. Puck kind of alone here, but his teammates will be coming back soon enough. I think Liquid are just going to respect it and get themselves away.
Yeah, that was literally the worst target he could have jumped because that Bloodseeker has a hood already. Right?
Ooh,
and this is like the counter to Storm. Magic.
Ancient stacks as well. Oh my god.
Oh, wow.
It's never ending.
Yeah, that was the
time to do this.
Oh, jeez.
Shad, if you don't carry this game now, your team is probably going to kick you. Just saying.
Nah, this is fine.
Good.
Probably worth mentioning that Medusa's, I guess, like one of the best carries against Enigma too. Because if you pop your ultimate in the fight, the Enigma can't go in during that time because he will get frozen. So
unless he goes for some sick positioning black hole facing away from Medusa. Oh, he's
Very
looking for the black hole here, manages to land onto the puck. Sorry, actually swaps the puck away rather than cancelling out the black hole, which is probably the right play because he couldn't quite get in range for that one. But meanwhile, Storm's getting pretty low. Rupture is out onto Tiger. Tiger going for the TP away. Can he get out? No. Shad gets the kill with a snake and a right click. Meanwhile, TP out from the Storm. He just wants to leave. Low HP, gets himself out. Viking, though, they strike back pretty hard, and that is a black hole drop for a kill into Celery. That's not what you want to see. Viking, once again, coming out on top. They are making the great plays up in this early game so far.
jeez.
That said, it's not a huge gold advantage. Despite all of this, they're only 1k gold ahead. I would have expected it to be way more.
Yeah, well, Liquid are very efficient too, right? The Storm, the Juggernaut, then they got this position like 3-ish for Enigma, also farming. But most of the gold on Viking is on the right hero, right? The Medusa got all of it. And that's who you want to be pouring everything into.
Yeah, unlike chat, Liquid don't really like to put labels on things. Like Tiger and Boxy are kind of just like, we're just going to play how we need to play. However, whatever heroes we're on, we're going to get the gold we feel like we need. And
Boxy's definitely the 4 in this game. That's for sure.
Yeah.
And I'm glad Tiger adjusted his item build this game. He went for the mech instead of the Blink BKB that he's done the last 2 games. And it's the right choice, right? You're against Vengeful Spirit, you know, the swap. So your Blink BKB is just going to be detrimental, I think. You're getting countered by a position 5. So might as well just go for the mech, try to play with your team, maybe take some objectives and get earlier Roshan.
Meanwhile, Shaz was able to pressure down the tier 1 tower in the bottom lane. Gonna take a bit of time due to the fortify, but it will probably go down. I don't think Liquid's gonna try and defend this one, or they might try and cut them off as they come back to their triangle. What I wanted to ask though is, what do you think the Jug's gonna build this game?
It looks like it's going for Maelstrom. It's going for attack speed build. Get some procs in the fights. Maybe the Maelstrom or the Mjolnir will be able to kill off the Io or the Venge. I guess the active from the Mjolnir is quite nice too this game, right? You just pop it on yourself. Dusa is going to hit you with the Manta and such, and then it's going to keep on proccing nonstop.
Yeah, that sounds pretty nice as well. So we're not expecting a diffuser if he's going for this Maelstrom, are we?
Yeah, Diffusal is like kind of all in. You have to go, you have to fight, you have to win those fights immediately, and it doesn't actually help you farm any fast. So you're going to slow your game down too. If he does plan to go for a Diffusal, it's going to be later, I think. He didn't snowball enough to warrant a Diffusal, I think, in this game.
See, oh dear, he stuck around looking for the free IO kill before he just gets absolutely murdered by Viking, as of course they turn up to defend their IO. Oh, it was actually a reload in from IO, so they were just trying to get the easy pick off onto the Tiny. I thought he tried to kill him. Nevertheless, Aramis just gets to jump forward and find themselves a nice little pick off. Meanwhile, Liquid are all over the enemy jungle at this point. I mean, there's no stacks left, don't worry about that, but they are kind of just invading.
Yeah, they just want to take away whatever farm they possibly can against Viking, and this is what you got to do at least, even if you can't get to that Dusa and kill her. it's very hard, right, to get to this Dusa. You got to get to the Bloodseeker, the Puck, then you got to think about the IO and the bench, you know, be able to save this Dusa too. So just taking away the farm alone is quite a big deal. Like you said, only a 1k gold lead for Vikings, so at least Liquid is keeping up in that department. Dusa is almost 2,000 gold ahead of the Juggernaut.
Yeah, very good. Very good. And it's not even like she's had this IO buffing her up while she jungles all the time. It's just the stacks. Like, Aramis is actually playing very actively, making some rotation plays with the relocate and just generally being annoying with his team rather than just sitting AFK in the jungle with Medusa, which I really like this method of playing it with Viking. Not many teams would do this.
Also, quite an interesting build from Aramis. I'm not sure if other IOs are doing this too, but he's maxing out the spirits. So his healing is not that great actually at the moment. Without the max out tether. And his overcharge, not giving a whole lot of attack speed. Maybe this build allows him to farm a little bit more, which is true. It's normally what you see on like core IOs.
Yeah. Well, I can't say I know much about IO builds, unfortunately. You found one of my weak spots, Stephen, but I'll take your word that, yeah, not going tether. And instead going for the DPS this game.
Yeah, this hero has changed a lot since before. Maxing out tether, maxing out overcharge is just the thing to boost your carry. Oh, here we go. Dusa, nice toss back.
Yeah, this could be big, but she does manage to get off the ultimate before she gets stunned up by the Malefice. Therefore, she can force back the side of Liquid. Meanwhile, Insania caught inside 2 circles of death. Ooh, nice sidestep though from Insania. Pop himself as well, just to keep himself nice and healthy. Meanwhile, swap back, but blink away. Bo3, nice movements from him to keep himself in relative safety. Now turning around with the Avalanche, the toss back onto Celery. This Vengeful Spirit not getting out of this one, and now that opens up the possibility for a Black Hole to come out from Tiger, because that cancel is off the cards. But there is also a Yules onto Boom, so it's still pretty tricky to get that one off. Now look over towards the Tiny, a jump in from Quake, but jumping in the backlines, trying to get that Orchid off onto the Puck and try and bring him down because he doesn't have that Yules anymore. And meanwhile, the Black Hole comes out onto 2. They've got Shad, they've got Toby, along with the ultimate from Insania. The combination, it is beautiful, and they will bring down Celery, and down goes Shad. There's the big one, there's the one they wanted. And the Medusa is dead, the Queen is dead. Long live Mickers. He TPs himself away, gets himself out. Toby's still chasing. He wants something from this. I mean, they've lost so much. They feel like they need to find something. Once again, Insania just chugging salves like a madman, like an addict. But he's actually going to be able to get himself away. And that is going to put an end to that fight. But Liquid, for the first big fight in the game, they come out on top.
That's so huge. Getting that Dusa kill, she's not going to be able to farm anymore. Mickey is going to be able to catch back up. Do you know how that was even possible? So the Tiny got Yuled up, right? But he blinked. How? How do you think he blinked?
He didn't get Yuled. He got swapped back.
No. He got Yuled by the Puck, and then he blinked.
He's got raindrops.
Yes, exactly. He got a raindrop, then boom, he made the big time plays, and the Juggernaut. Oh man, that was actually.
Yeah, I figured it out.
Yeah, if it wasn't for that raindrop, I think Liquid are the one who are actually losing that engagement.
Because it came down to, huh?
Exactly. Repositioning Vikings heroes was the big key factor in all of that. And I think that's going to create an opening now, some confidence for Liquid. Next time Omnislash is up, I think they're going to go back and do the exact same thing again.
Man, I mean, it really does. Again, you know, I'm harping on about this, but you know what? It's a relevant point, so I'm going to go over it again. These two teams so close in skill level that these fights genuinely just come down to something as small as having a raindrop or not, allowing Box to get the blink, and thus, you know, it's just so close, so fun.
He's got the raindrop back in. He's like, yo, this thing was so clutch. I gotta get it. I gotta get it back in. Yeah.
Yeah,
I was thinking, was that? Yeah, I was thinking, like, was that his own Yules? Like, he doesn't have a Yules. It's freaking 20 minutes in. It's a position for a Tiny, and then you realize, like, oh, it was a raindrop.
Yeah.
That allowed him to blink in and use the spells. Dusa going for an MKB now. She's not gonna be that tanky actually. Her only she's only gonna get 1.6k HP. I guess she's relying a lot on the IO to keep her alive. Going for as much damage as she possibly could. MKB is a great source of damage output at this point.
This'll come in handy.
The game once again falling to a bit of a neutral stance here as both teams looking for their items. Net worth really equal between the two teams as the Jug farms just as quickly as the Medusa now. Due to that Medusa's death in the last fight, it's really kind of balanced things out now between the two teams. And Tiger has now finished his BKB, so black holes are much more on the cards than before. And Puck, he's actually not looking to his Ags as I expected this game. He's looking for a Dagon. Might change his mind if he sees this BKB soon. But he must know she's going for it, right? He's going for it.
On who? The Enigma?
Enigma's got the BKB, so I'm wondering if Puck's going to change his build to go Ags instead of Dagon.
Well, the Puck coil doesn't actually cancel the black hole if he's BKB'd. It will break if he walks out of the coil, and that will stun him while he's BKB'd. So you can pretty much lock the Enigma down, but it's not going to cancel the black hole.
Okay.
You're still going to need to get a swap out or save someone or something of that sort. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so he's just going to rely on the bench to be able to, like...
Hey, boom. He finds Insania, but the storm's coming in, just making sure that his support player is okay. And now Shad joins in, and my goodness, a flurry of arrows brings down Insania. But meanwhile, they get turned around and sliced up Aramis. Now, Rupture out onto Bo3. Bo3 immediately TPing himself away. Are they out of cancels? No, they're not. They've got a Yules just to mess him up. And now they continue controlling up Bo3. Meanwhile, Enigma really wants to see if he can land a black hole here. Can't do so. Now being chased, has to pop the BKB to stop himself dying. To that. Oh, he turns around, drops a black hole. There is no cancel available. There is a swap, but it actually comes down to the teammate to keep the Bloodseeker alive. And now they have Quakes, they're Yulesed up, Sanced up, killed off as well. This time the fight goes the way of Viking as they take down 4 heroes.
Oh, wow. And this was the fight where Viking was the one who initiated first. So Liquid were not prepared at all. They started to TP in one by one, and one by one they fell to. And Tiny also bought back in that engagement. So next time he dies, he's gone for 70 plus seconds. And Viking, I think they've hit their big peak here with the MKB. They're feeling very confident. No black hole. There's an Omni Slash available. I do think if the Storm does revive in time and the Roshan's not yet dead, they will take the engagement, but this is dying very quickly.
My goodness,
Everybody's
Shad's doing so much damage. Solara as well with the Aura and with the Wave of Terror, just bringing this Roche down super quick, and that is now an Aegis Medusa you're playing into. Liquid, they gotta be feeling a little bit scared at this point.
Yeah. It's worth mentioning that Toby also has Pipe on his Bloodseeker, so the damage output of Liquid has fallen off significantly with that item, with that pickup, especially Storms. A Storm just about to finish the Bloodstone in 5 minutes.
Poor Insania. This feels a little bit rude. Dropping down the Dream Corn and the reload just to bring down Insania. Well, it works.
Same place.
Yeah.
Happening again.
I mean, how do you feel about this? Is it right for someone just to be constantly trying to push out this shoulder?
Well, look what he's got in his inventory.
What the? Okay, Insania. Just rocking up with a casual BKB. No worries.
Yep, that's a BKB on the Crystal Maiden. I did not see that coming, but you know, he's been pushing this lane out. He's just been farming it up. Got that BKB, no Glimmer Cape, just going straight for that big item, for the big plays. I'm just afraid that CM is gonna die. It's just trying to catch that big black hole.
Yeah, I'm fairly sure like even the Medusa doesn't have to be targeting the CM for it to go down anyway, but I don't know, maybe with the BKB ulti she has enough armor to survive through it. It remains to be seen, but sure if Shad's targeting her, then the magic damage from the MKB will probably help bring her down nice and quickly. But yeah, CM definitely something for Chad made in this game as they toss back to Shad. They want to try and bring him down. There's a BKB from Insania just trying to get in a good position to drop down this ultimate, but there comes the swap and now try and bring him down. There's a BKB from Insania. Okay, that was quite fun. There's a Vengeance game. Oh, 3-man coil. That's pretty good. Jumping in deep. Shad's here to deal the damage. Mickey has to spin to try and get himself away. Bo3 tries to hide in the trees. There is nowhere to hide from Shad. And I'll jump in further. Tiger doesn't have the BKB, doesn't have the black hole for another 15 seconds. So Viking will be completely unabated as they take down this tier 2 tower in the bottom lane and continue onwards for more. They have this 8 and they want to take down this tier 3. Liquid, is there any answer? Tiger, he doesn't have the Blink Dagger is the problem, so if he wants to go for a black hole here, A, he has to wait 43 seconds for that BKB to come off cooldown. B, they got to somehow stop Solari just swapping him out. C, you got to get in position without a Blink Dagger. There's too many conditions to fill, I feel.
This Tiny being dead is the biggest weakness right now, and this goes back to that buyback he did earlier. Without the tossbacks, it's just no fighting capability for Liquid. They gotta walk into this massive auras and tanky disable heroes and such. It's so difficult. This Rax is just dead here, I think.
Yeah, Insania keeps trying to just come forward and use her spells on Shad, but it's not working. Shad doesn't care. Just keeps on ticking away. Viking positioned fantastically. And the bottom melee barracks will fall for Viking. They are taking huge steps forward in this game now.
This Arcane Boots mech IO is like twice as effective for Medusa. Because her mana pool is essentially her HP pool too, right? Because of the mana shield. So when you get that tether out and you pop the mech and Arcane Boots, Medusa's HP just goes up by like 600 to like 1,000. Crazy.
Yeah, she's becoming too big to bring down. It's all on Mickey now to actually get off some damage in these team fights. We haven't really seen much from this Juggernaut, unfortunately. He's had 1 or 2 fights where he's been able to do something, but not really enough. Meanwhile, Bo3 is going to rip off the band-aid here, but unfortunately there is a relocate coming in, and they will bring down this Tiny. I love how liberally Aramis just uses his reloads, you know? He's just like, hey, you know, kill onto a support, position 4, position 5, I don't care. We going for it. We is getting that kill, regardless.
Medusa's looking more and more unkillable with that Scotty finish now. So much more stats. Going for a Daedalus next, level 20. Whew. Oh, and she went for the +2 Stone Gaze duration. So that's gonna be even more annoying for the Enigma and the Juggernaut.
Yeah, it's counter to spin, it's counter, as you say, to Enigma. Can be very, very annoying as well for the Crystal Maiden if she tries to go for this feasting. I mean, again, this BKB purchase is just very strange for me. If Shad just ulties, then she's going to get about, what, 2 seconds off on this ultimate? And then there's a swap available, that's going to cancel it out. Like, I'm not too sure what the dealio is here for Insania.
Do prefer the Glimmer Cape. Also, if you had a Glimmer Cape, you would have had it earlier in the game, right? So maybe it would have had more impact in some earlier fights or been able to play aggressively on the enemy a little bit more. But this is looking like it's getting really out of hand for Liquid. They're doing a good job at splitting the map. Storm, Enigma, Juggernaut, all quite good at doing that, but this Dusa just growing so big.
I'm sure Bo3's not too happy about this game though, you know? He's like, hey guys, I thought I was meant to be the 3 in this game, and all of a sudden I'm bottom of net worth? This wasn't part of the deal. I agreed to go to 4, but 5, we're taking it a bit far now. Come on.
Yeah, I just saw his net worth. Don't Google Bo3 Tiny right now.
No, it's not a pleasant situation to be in. I wonder if JJ's going to throw up some mean SAP stats about him. I'm sure he won't. He's a nice guy.
Lotus Orb, Bloodseeker, next item, Solar Crest. They're really putting everything into this 2-7.
Reload on to Bo3, but Bo3 blinks away. They're pinging him out. They seem to know where he is. Can they connect is the question. Boom, he's got the coil, goes for it and gets him. Finds him in the tree line, and down goes Bo3 again.
He cannot catch. He cannot catch.
His KDA either, as well as his net worth.
You know what? I think Shad at this point, because the next Roshan is quite close, right? I don't think he's going to spend his gold yet. He's going to hold it, wait to get Aegis, and then buy a Rapier. That's what I would like to see, actually. Maybe it's not what he will do, but we would all love to see that.
I would love to see it from a gameplay perspective, from a tactical perspective. I don't feel the need when you've got an MKB already, and I don't know. It just kind of gives Liquid an in, you know, a way to.
Assert your dominance, right? Assert your dominance. Let's go. You got Aegis, and you got Io. You got a swap behind you. You got Bloodseeker with Lotus and Pipe to boost you up. Puck's just
Fair
gonna
enough. It's playing the long game as well, isn't it? You know, when you come against them again in the playoffs, and then they're gonna be like, oh god, it's the guys who built Rapier against us when they were really far ahead.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
no.
mean, logically speaking, it's still a very good idea with the heroes that you have, as long as you have Aegis, right? That's why I said as long as you have Aegis. I'm not telling you to just go, you know, Rapier without anything, but it's just gonna go for the crit stick. It's okay. It's all right, Shad. I understand. Your team doesn't want you to do it. Let's just blame them.
But that the S isn't changing to a C anytime soon for this Medusa.
Chad. Probably the captain. It's always the captain who's telling you, don't buy the Rapier. It is.
God, no. Oh, coil out onto the Jug. Jug, he does have a spin available, but he's not going to use it just yet. Bo3 actually going to toss him away. Ouch! Jesus! Juggernaut's going to get brought down from this. See you later, Jug. And now, well, they're going to kill off Boxy as well. That's 2 heroes dead in the bottom. About that one, Chief.
Oh man, that snap is very, very long. 4.5 second stun duration. I
He
think
must have not realized he had the axe, surely. There's no way Boxy makes that play if he saw the Boom had the axe, right?
Mickey would have liked to have stayed in there, I believe, to at least use it. I don't know. Oh, that's gonna feel really bad. And that means he's not farming for the next minute, and there's gonna be an even bigger difference between the Dusa and the Juggernaut now. And look at Storm, like he's completely fallen off, right? He's got the BKB, but he still feels absolutely useless in the engagements.
This is really Viking just in their element. They're very, very comfortable in these heroes, and they're playing them so damn well. This Io, this Dusa, this Benj, this Puck, everyone's just playing at 110 right now. Alright, what's the comeback clause for Team Liquid? What do you want to see in these team fights for them to come out with a victory?
I think they need to bait someone, make Viking relocate, and fight 5 versus 2. Right? That seems like a 5-hit kind of play that they need right now. So whoever goes bottom lane, Viking keeps like coiling and relocating on with the Io and the Dusa. I think Liquid need to bait one hero, pushing bottom out, and then just show up as soon as that relocate comes out with everybody else. And just like black hole, kill them, take the map back, and then keep on applying pressure from there. That's the starting point I would like. Or just wait for Roshan to spawn and then try your luck there. Like maybe you get some crazy black hole, or you can steal the Aegis away from Dire, make it awkward for them. Something like that.
CM ult?
Maybe. It's possible in the Roche pit. You can like ulti from outside the pit, and maybe you won't get hit as well.
Insane run! No, TP's away successfully. Makes lives for Toby, blinks away to the trees and TP's away. Does live.
Abyssal next for Mickey. Taiga's going for that Lincoln's. Still going to be very hard. It's like you go in for the black hole, the bench swaps the Dusa, and the Dusa just like 3-shots you. And Nima does not. Yeah. It's going to die so quickly.
Oh man, Liquid don't even want to make a play around Roche. I mean, what is the idea? Uh-oh, they found Insania. Quick, pop the BKB! Oh no. Oh dear. Another hero dead. And now for 45 seconds, they won't have their CM, but she does have the buyback option, at least. It's a very tiny at least, but it's there. Alright. What can they do? Can they defend this high ground? Team Liquid, where is that magic we know these guys have inside them? Nice toss back here. It is onto the Aegis target, and they go straight in with the Juggernaut here, trying to bring him down, but the ultimate from Medusa doing a ton of damage to Mickey. Mickey needs to get out of here, but the damage is too much. Does have a buyback on the Juggernaut here. Maybe he can come back into this one, but at the same time really doesn't want to have to use it if it's possible. Solari looking for a swap on the side here, doesn't find it, and Viking are just going to be patient with it.
One link from Io, Greaves, and Dusa is just fully healed back up. And that's just her first life. You gotta do that twice.
Yep, they certainly do, and they haven't even done it once yet, but now the black hole comes in, immediately swapped out though. Tiger gets cancelled instantaneously. The Omni Slash jumping around doing a bit of work, but not nearly enough, and now Mickey comes back to real life when he's getting jumped upon, torn apart. There's a buyback. Juggernaut, he is in some trouble. Sania and Tiger already dead. Mickey just about surviving as he runs away, but no, he's dead. He is out for the count. They'll take down Shad once, but he has that Aegis to come back up for round number 2. Meanwhile, jumping Puck in the backlines, Koifa trying to find a slightly easier kill here, but Shad comes back to life and just starts wailing on those barracks. With 2 heroes dead without buyback, it's looking like nothing's going to stop Viking at this point. They're going to go in for the middle barracks, and then they're going to go for the bottom barracks. Is there anything they can do on the side of Liquid at this point? I don't know. I don't think so.
They don't got the damage. I mean, you can throw a Midnight Pulse down, but without your Juggernaut alive, without an Omni Slash, it's just not possible. It's just too little, too late, Nomad.
Oh, dearie me. I love the draft. I love the style. Tempted to deny on the barracks from Boxy. At the point in the game we're at, Liquid, I mean, they were being more efficient for a large portion of this game, even though they had these big fat stacks. I mean, that is kind of a testament to how well Liquid do play the map, but unfortunately when it comes down to it, just a couple of fights not going their way, and all of a sudden they start slipping, and the slope ended up being much steeper than they first realized, and now they jump forward onto the Tiny. Bo3, he's tethered up, probably going to get brought down pretty quickly. That break damage is so much with the Ghost Scepter onto him. Storm trying to look for the puck, doesn't get the silence off in time though. Puck can jump himself away. Meanwhile, Shad, he's just not with the tier 4s by the way, so might need to worry about that. 30 seconds till the Jug's back. They need to do something. They don't have a black hole though. They don't really have much, to be honest. And Tiger dares get close to the Medusa, now level 25 with the attack modifiers, which means Scotties and MKBs, and Ultimate's going to get popped just to end the game. The Ancient will probably fall. They have a fortification. 15 seconds till the Jug is back. Swap out onto Insane and stop that Ultimate in its tracks. CM does nothing, as once again they're trying to make plays. Maybe Bo3 falls here as Boom jumps on top of him. The right clicks are in, and the Blood Right brings him down. Shad inside the fountain does give his life away, but the GG has been called by Mickey. They realize this one, it's just not happening. And the series goes to Viking as they take the victory over Team Liquid in this best of 3. I mean, Theban, last few minutes of the game there, it did look like an impossible task for Liquid to stop Viking's onslaught. I mean, what led them to this point?
I think Liquid just had to keep making proactive plays instead of reactive ones. The moment they decided to go bottom one by one and try to save their allies when they were, reaching a point where they could fight against Viking, that's when things turn around. I think the moment Viking won one team fight, they got the Aegis, they get this pipe that just pretty much nullifies so much of Liquid's damage. It was just impossible to come back from there.
It really was. It really was. Well, that's going to put an end to this series with Viking taking the victory here in the group stage. A massive win for them in this early point. Going to give them a ton of confidence coming through. But we're going to throw it back to the panel to find out how they thought this game went down. Take it away.
Thank you very much, boys. Welcome back, Lacoste and Trent. Now we've got a score screen to take a look at here. Impressive performance from Viking, and right back to the panel we are. Lacoste, you're looking good. How'd you feel about game number 3?
People did not want to, check score from Boxy, so we instantly swapped to our faces, which I like. Boxy was
Which one's uglier though? That's
he was sick and
question.
tired of all the travel restrictions happening right now, so he creates his own airline company, starts tossing his teammates inside the coil. It was very effective. It was fun to watch. This is the type of stuff that I've seen from Viking, that I've done it during the Dota Summit 13, and it was super effective. They pulled it against Team Liquid twice. It's simple Dota, like play lanes, get stacks going, don't lose the laning stage too hard, and in this scenario, don't feed away kills to Tiny, because I think a lot of the teams realize how to play against Tiny. Don't feed him away unnecessary kills, and he's not going to have a good time on a Blink Dagger. It's a different type of hero, if you have a Blink Dagger 12 or 15, 17 minutes in, it's a huge difference. And right now, the name of the game is stack, 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 and Vengeful Spirit, the best hero in the game to do so. Like, it was 5-6 stacks of creeps in the jungle. Io was stacking the Ancients. Medusa clears that up pretty easily, and it comes down to that. Like, my carry is stronger than yours, just on paper. In general, at this 30-35 minute mark, like, Medusa is just much stronger than the Juggernaut, especially if you have all this stuff to throw on Medusa.
Yeah, very, very well said. Thank you for that monologue, Lacoste. Trent, you got anything to add to that, or did that pretty much summarize the whole game?
The most impressive thing to me was, in terms of all of those stacks you're talking about, was the way that they buffered the Medusa, because everyone knows what Medusa wants to do, right? They know that she's going to be looking for these stacks, and they've also even played against the strategy like 3 times now, right? This will be the 3rd game in their recent matches. So you have to know as Viking GG that Liquid are going to be trying to get in there. They're going to try and mess up this Medusa stacking, but she was just completely free farming through there while they were creating all this chaos around the map. So it seems like this is a strategy that they're really starting to sharpen as of late.
So question about the Jugs build. We saw the Mask of Madness Maelstrom opener. Pretty good hybrid build, right? Lets you farm, also lets you fight and do some damage. Basher, Manta, and then had Mjolnir before the game ended. Do you feel like there should have been a diffusal mixed in there against the Medusa, or does
it doesn't matter
at all?
It really doesn't matter when you have like these heroes just playing with Medusa, where you have Io rushing for that mech. He even built mana boots going for Guardian Greaves straight away. Like, it's efficient HP on Medusa when you think about the mana that Io is providing her. And then you have Pipe Bloodseeker, which I really liked, like just a casual hood, went for a TP canceling item and the setup with the Yule Scepter, then getting a full pipe, and then you have like Lotus, Overcharge, Blood Rage, Solar Crest, Greaves, you name it. It's just too much Vlad's, like
actual raid
everything
boss.
possible.
Yeah.
The coil plus Medusa is basically Puck like level 25, right? Or it's you essentially have coil rapid fire, but way better by combining these two heroes.
Yeah. Okay,
They're
I'll
just
give you
stuck
that.
in there, and they're all just taking a stupid amount of damage. Like the Puck is such a good combo with this Medusa for so many reasons. Like with the Stone Gaze as well. Like you're stuck between trying not to snap this stupid coil, but also you have to make sure that you're like facing the right way from this Medusa, and then the swaps are added in. Then there's a Blood Right on top. Like the fights look just impossible when you don't have your BKB up.
Yeah, it was cool to finally see Puck and then also see Puck do well. Like Trent, you and I were talking during that game about part of the reason it seems like Puck doesn't get picked up as much now is because they took away all that damage stuff. Like the actual laning phase is a lot harder for Puck now than it used to be when he was picked a lot more. But that mid game still feels pretty similar. If you can somehow survive that laning phase, like he only died once that game. Puck is still this crazy beast that can take over, set up fights, and play super fast around his really short cooldowns.
It's become a hero that's much more reliant on its allies than it used to be.
What was that? We've got an interview. Is that Aramis? Oh, exciting. All right. I hope you guys have some questions ready. Oh, there he is. Aramis, is that you, buddy? Can you hear us?
Yeah. What's up?
Hello. Oh, hey. Well, not much going on with us. What's up with you? Congratulations on the big win here over Team Liquid. Viking strikes again.
Yep. Thank you.
Okay. See a lot of high energy. How you guys feeling after that win? Are you confident and maybe expecting to take that series?
I mean, we played Team Liquid a lot of lately. We played them a lot lately. Like in the last week, we played them like 10 games, I think. I mean, we won them in the BTS tournament last time in the grand finals, so we're pretty confident.
Awesome.
It seemed like you took a lot of the information from that best of 5, and it just kind of carried right through into this best of 3, right? I mean, you guys came right back with like the IO strats and now the Medusa as well. So did it kind of feel like you were just continuing the same series?
Yeah, I mean, we're on the momentum right now. I mean, that also time to adapt. I feel like they didn't really do it, so it just felt like the series from the BTS just kept going, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
I have a question for you. Like, did you guys think about getting the Rapier? Who's that guy? Did anyone say like, let's get Rapier and Medusa right now, or you just wanted to play it safe?
I mean, nobody really suggested that.
No? Okay. I like to hear that. You know, viewers probably think you guys need to be like more viewership friendly where, you know, you're playing for them. But I'm glad that you guys are playing well and, you know, just not trying to throw the game. Also, how much did you guys pay Boxy for his performance in game number 3?
How much we paid him?
Yeah.
I mean, that's not really, you know, it's not really something I can just say right here, you know. It's
yeah. Just message me privately.
yeah, it's you know my Twitter. Just DM me.
I follow you. Okay.
Gotcha. Talk to us a little bit about Viking GG from an org perspective. You guys have had a pretty consistent roster. I think you've been together for just about a year now, coming up on that anniversary. So congratulations at that milestone, and also that milestone correlating with victories in these big events. That's always exciting to see. It's a little storyline building here. Is Viking GG like a proper org? Is it just a Dota team right now? Is this like a player-owned organization? Can you shed any light on just how Viking is set up and how the operations go?
I mean, it just, from what I know at least, it's just a new org, like which was founded by our coach Immortal Faith and his buddies, and I mean, we've been playing, me, Shad, and Saleri. We've been playing more than a year now together. So I mean, the Oni Boom and Toby came later. So I mean, even before Viking, we played together. So it's actually nice that, you know, it's been so long and we're still owning. So
yeah, exactly right. You're still finding success together. I see your next matchup coming tomorrow is going to be versus Team Secret. Of course, everyone loves watching you guys play against each other. It's like, it started out as a little bit of a David versus Goliath thing, but now every time it's just like, all right, are Viking going to do it again? Is it time for them to take down Secret once more? Are you looking forward to that?
I mean, that's honestly news to me that we're playing them tomorrow, but I mean, sure, I'm down to owe them.
Surprise!
I'm down to owe them easily.
Excellent. Good. That's what I like to hear.
Gotcha. One last question. What's the communication like on your team? Would you say you guys are like a more talkative team, or is it a relatively like chill team environment when you guys are playing in these high, like tense games? Like what were the comms like in game 2 of this series, for example?
Game 2, it was, I mean, generally we're pretty chill. There's not much like too much shit going on, but in specifically game 2, it was just me like like screaming like let's do something, and whether it was working or not, it was like it's just a game. But I mean, generally it's pretty chill. We're not like super hype team on the comms.
Gotcha. Very cool. All right. Well, we'll let you get out of here. Good luck tomorrow. We'll be watching with bated breath against Secret. Hope you guys do well.
Thanks.
Thank
guys.
you.
Good luck tomorrow.
All righty. Well, great to hear from Aramis, the Viking GG team. 5 players that we don't know as much about compared to some of the other teams in this group stage. So hopefully they win more, so we get to interview more of them. That's what I'm looking forward to.
Perfect.
Sorry, Secret.
Yeah. Everyone's had enough of your interviews. I mean, they basically just do big rock, paper, scissors. They have a running list of who has to do the interview next.
Oh, really?
Which,
it's like taking out the trash. They've got a cycle.
Yeah, they actually just go by like how long it's been since you've done one. I heard Zai talking about it before. So but I don't know. We'll see perhaps in our next series who's on the list.
Yeah. So 3-game series. We're already behind schedule. It's going to be a long one again today, folks. Buckle your seatbelts and maybe even a long series. Up next, Mudgolems versus Secret. We're going to take a break and then come back for the rematch. Will Secret find that vengeance? Stay tuned to find out.
EGB, your esports betting world. The only place to find the widest choice of pitches to win real money. Choose your bet on a single event or express of several matches with dizzy odds. Serving the market for 7 years with over 800,000 users. Join now to get your bonus for the first deposit up to $600. EGB, you know for sure who's gonna win.
Dota fans, welcome back. It commences now. Mudgolems versus Secret. We threw Trent aside and subbed in the T-Gov to join Lacoste and myself. Welcome back. T-Gov, you woke up just in time for an epic bout of Dota 2. How you feeling, buddy?
I'm feeling pretty good. I think I'm kind of excited to see what Secret's going to have coming out into this series. Into any analysis here, guys. I know you like the chit chat, but I did a little bit of research. All right, I'm very sorry, but I did a bit of research, and
You're not getting paid more because you're saying this. You know that.
Wait, what? All right. Okay, yeah. So how's your
Wait,
evening
you guys
going,
are getting paid?
No, we're not. I thought. Wait, are we doing this because we have no? Okay, doesn't matter. Anyway, more importantly, let me talk about my thing, Lacoste. All right,
Go ahead.
Matumba Man, he hasn't actually played much Dota, in the last couple of weeks since, ESL
Time
Germany. I had a little look, and yeah, he's basically on a break. I think he's played maybe 4 games on his main account in the last couple of days, and that's it. So it'll be very interesting to see how Secret play after such a break. You hope that it's just going to be a good showing and they're back in full force.
Yeah, although you have to imagine that the mastermind puppy has gone back, looked over those replays, tried to figure out where they've gone wrong, and I would certainly expect some adaptations here from Secret. We'll see the Magnus opener, though, to get things started.
Yeah,
Mag sounds like a Mag PA to me. Like just, knowing Team Secret, how
Very
they like to play with Phantom Assassin. You call the mastermind. This is pretty standard stuff, I think of Puppy highly, but he can do so much more. Some kind of a carry mid silencer. I still remember the days when he was like really onto silencer position 5 train, where he just wanted to make it work, but never made it actually work, but still kept picking it. This is what I like about this man. He has his own process of thoughts, and he will make it work eventually.
Wow. How about that, Lacoste? There's that PA. How's that prediction going, bud?
Yeah, where you at?
Well, they still have chance of getting it. If Mudgolems still ban it, it still counts in my defense.
Okay, I see. Well, interesting. Lone Druid. Secret have played this before, so it's not completely out of left field, right? Matumba Man, Lone Druid. That's a fairly iconic duo.
Well, the interesting thing here is when Secret lost 2-0 to Mudgolems, the first phase bans were Magnus and Lone Druid from Mudgolems.
Are you serious? Are you memeing right now, or is that a real stat?
I'm hitting you with some stats here, man. So
hell,
the fact that in both games, these heroes are banned. So Secret are like, all right, lads, they got through. Let's show them what we got,
Lads, they've already made the fatal mistake. They banned Lifestealer Wisp. We were going to pick that shit anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. Yeah. But now Secret is going to have to toil with the double bubble here. I guess not the patented double bubble. That would be Enigma Void, but a variation of it here. You got Egg, you got Chrono, hallmarks of some amazing team fight for Mudgolems already.
Yeah, that's for sure. What I'd love to see Team Secret picking up is any kind of saving support, like Wyvern, Shadow Demon, talking about Silencer against Faceless Void, Phoenix. Tiga, what's your thoughts? Like, do you see a lot of Silencer being played?
Not really. I've seen it in the Div 2 qualifiers where they'll pick it as a snap response to the Void Phoenix.
There it goes. I'm sorry for the ban.
That was critical. That was very critical. And it now, confirms the cost views on MagPA. So thank you. But no, Silencer, it's just against the team fight. Really, that's the only time I ever see it picked up. I've seen it obviously mid, based in CIS, but other than that, it's hard to really put it anywhere else.
I mean, it is a good combo breaker, and traditionally it's really good against Phoenix just in general, countering Icarus. I don't hate it. I don't know about this we keep talking about. I think I've seen pictures of that Lacoste. That was when Puppy had hair down to his ass, right? The long days when he was really playing core Silencer, right?
No, he wanted to make it work as position 5, like position 4.
Yeah. Oh, I misunderstood. I'm so sorry. Well, now that flame made no sense. Redact it.
Thank you.
No, that was no flame. That was actually, me thinking highly of Puppy.
But the important thing that we have to look here, lads, is the difference in the opening so far. And Mudgolems, they're going for, the standard Void, the big team fight like you mentioned. But Secret, they're going to have this way to punish that. Sure, you have overwhelming team fight, but the biggest downfall is your ability to continuously chain those spells across the map, right? Like if you ever get baited into one wrong engagement, suddenly you're losing, objectives elsewhere. And that Empower plus, Lone Druid, it's going to be very annoying to deal with. And just a general kind of siege and overwhelming presence is going to be on Secret's favor.
I'm just wondering how mad Team Secret is because Mudgolems ended their streak. Like, I think they really want a revenge.
Do they
I would
though?
think so.
I
Do you
think
they
do.
like that?
I hope
Really?
so.
Like
I
they
wanna
won so
believe.
much. Like I feel like when you win that much, because there's no like TI at the end of the line, there's no like real big DPC. There's like
True.
there's not as enough meaning to it. So I feel like sure they lost Germany, but to me that's a big kicker to them to get better, right?
But
Rather
still, I
than-
remember
okay.
the interview with Poppy during the Omega League where he just says, like, we hate losing. I hate the feeling
True.
when we lose, you know?
Yeah.
And I think every single game, it's not like they're going to be clowning or anything. They're playing, well, it always seems like that. They're
Yeah.
playing 100%, just
They are, yeah.
want to win this one.
And again, to use this word stack maybe inappropriately, Lacoste, I think it stings extra to be Team Secret and lose your streak to, especially at that time, you'd call it a stack of players, right? Not to take anything away from Mudgolems, but that's an extra like, wait, this isn't even a long-standing team that we have a long rivalry with or anything like that. It was very surprising we're on that game. It must have been like 10-1 in favor of Secret or in favor of Secret or something. But anyway, a lot of time on these bans here in this mid phase. We're seeing Secret remove Tide as well as Snapfire, some big team fight, and then the initiation vision tool, that Beastmaster. He's been so key to some of the games that we've seen already in this group stage.
Yeah, especially the like Snapfire and Beastmaster combination when they're paired up together. When Hawk is providing the vision and you're initiating from like 3,000 range with Snapfire Aghanim Scepter. Okay,
So-
this is.
It's always
mean,
Viper.
Mudgolems banned, and one of the key tools we've seen against the Lone Druid in other matchups. That's peculiar. Why would they ban the Slardar here?
because it's a strong combo, having Slardar with the Lone Druid paired up together. You can take Roche 5, 6, 7
True.
minutes earlier than usual. Okay, so they go with Rubik, Break Mechanic. Against the
just
Viper, you're
standard,
going
right?
to use that Nether Toxin. Yeah, pretty standard stuff.
Yeah. It's a very good Rubik game, right? Still spells from
And-
so.
I mean, breaking Void's bash is totally a thing that mitigates his damage so much. So throwing a stolen Nether Toxin into a Chrono can be a big counterplay.
Are you excited to watch a Viper though, lads?
Not really, but
All right, cool. Nice. Just so we all make sure we're on the same page.
yesterday, 33 said like, well, "What do you mean? He's a
It's
very
great.
fun hero to play." And we were just like, "What?" It's like we're not on the same page.
That's understand.
I mean, I don't know. I don't mind playing Viper. It's fun to dominate people just because you're Viper. They attack you, they take damage. I
But-
like that. That's fun.
But like when you don't have a TP and you look across the map and you just realize you have to like sluggishly walk across the
When
map.
I have to move across the map with my treads, when I actually have to leave my lane, you're right. I'm regretting my decisions.
That's your mistake. 33 goes boots to travel. See?
I think-
I'm learning now.
Viper is the perfect example, like of Corona situation right now, where he's like, "Please don't get close to me. Don't touch me. You might get infected."
But he keeps coming closer to you. He just won't stop. Yes.
Yeah, he is
So
the
annoying.
plague spreader, man. That's for sure. Earth Spirit now to go with Mudgolem. So even more team fight. I do really like this Mudgolems draft, though. Maybe a little punishable around these bigger cooldowns that they have with their ultimates, Earth Spirit, Phoenix, Void, but still some amazing team fight.
Yeah, it's basic. Do you know that game 1 of Error yesterday? And I said, this is like the Mudgolems draft. This is the second draft. If you ever have to look at Mudgolems and go, all right, they're in their full comfort, this is what you'd see. The Earth Spirit, the Viper in that off lane, it starts off pretty weak just because they're pulling waves, but they get to level 3, 4, and they're battering down the carry, especially when you have that Magnus. He doesn't really provide that much. And then you have the Void on Skitter. Again, one of his like top 3 heroes that he plays right now. So they're very much in their comfort. And it's the same idea where they're going to look towards the aggression of that Viper to unlock that safe flame farm, to have his own jungle being freed up, and force Secret to react. And then in that reaction, you buy enough time for Void to come online so you can kind of mitigate that early pressure from Lone Druid. So that's the way in which they're going to be looking to play around, and why Viper as a hero is enabling their team so much, as it does give Skitter this kind of free window to go, all right, now I can make my entry into the game.
It's Morphling. Okay, a Nisha hero.
Looks like a good Morphling game. They don't have that much burst damage. If he gets the Morph off before the Chrono, I don't think he dies. That's the problem. Like their damage is a bit limited. Can't really throw much damage inside. Combo, of course, faces Void, Phoenix, but I think they can't really kill him during the duration of Chrono.
Yeah, I think you need to look at the 1-2 punch that Secret has is like this obnoxious, all right, when you think about killing Lone Druid in a game, how many resources do you have to use to kill him normally? And then you factor in a Morphling as well. It's the fact that, okay, you deal with one, but then this other one's still present in the fight. And when you have maybe Rubik stealing these big spells and then Magnus kind of, vibing it out, skewering around and just kind of existing, it is going to be very annoying to deal with, especially when your lineup's all about team fight and that quick one decisive fight. If you're not able to clean up all the cores in one big spell usage, then it is going to be difficult. So that's why Secret are diversifying their kind of win condition, because you don't want to see a very simple game, which is Lone Druid and 4 versus a Chrono. Like, you're going to lose that game 9 times out of 10 unless you just crush laning phase.
So just by looking at the bans, Mudgolems banning out Oracle, so they feel Team Secret lacks position 5, so they don't think this mag will be 5 here. And Team Secret just banning out Storm Spirit, kind of standard stuff where, Mudgolems 33 plays Viper on the off lane, and most of the time they just save the last pick for the mid lane.
Storm Spirit removed as well. I mean, it's really hard to call. With Secret, you can't write off the support Magnus for sure.
The thing is, though, Puppy has played the most Dota out of his entire team in the 2-week break. 44 games. He's only played 1 game on Magnus. That was a loss. So if we use that pub logic from yesterday...
He's done with Mag.
He's done. He's out. He's had enough, yeah. He's also tried copying Insania. He played 6 games of support Pangolier. He lost them all. So we're probably not going to be seeing that in this tournament either.
Well, they've decided it's Centaur. So it is going to be...
The curse is broken. This will be his support Magnus game.
Okay. I think so. I had a moment because I was like, I think I've seen Puppy play Centaur position 5 before, but I think that was the old Centaur with Retaliate. So much different beast.
Slow it down.
Much different beast, a long time ago. But I had a little moment there of Mudgolems, though. Laner, most likely, depending on what they want to do with the Viper. What do we like?
Is Lena available? Oh, they banned out themselves.
Negative.
Yeah. Because right now they're just looking for their mid lane. And I think that's where Secret... They have that slight flexibility if they want, but realistically...
Quap? Where's Quap been? Why is that hero so dead?
She just feels weird to me,
The spirits are just a bit better, right?
Synergizes with Chrono. Burst damage for the Morphling.
Yeah, great synergy. You push them out of the Chrono if they're caught on the edge.
Well, okay, that sucks. But you can push them into the Chrono if they're on the edge the other way, Lacoste. It cuts both ways.
Oh,
there we go.
I know you're a simple guy, but there's a big brain play to be made there.
Damn, shots fired. All right. Host is popping off. Don't worry, Lacoste. It's fine.
We've been working together for almost 2 full days. We need to... There's going to be some tension. So, you talked about the spirits. It's a much better game for Void Spirit, I would say. Yeah. They're limited on lockdown. The only instant lockdown they have is Rubik's Lift. Centaur, once he gets a Blink Dagger, and it's Borania's hero. I don't think he enjoys playing Quap that much. I would suggest Invoker, but also kind of not his hero.
Gotcha.
I do. Right. I think I prefer Secret's draft though. Just to put it out there before we. I think the itemization
very honest
from Centaur,
answer.
Yeah. Well. Yeah, I'm just talking about the draft, right? Take away the teams, just like that one person on Twitter said, if you take away the team names, will you really see the difference in tier Dota, That was the worst ever tweet I've ever seen in my life. But anyways, if you just look at the drafts, right? I think the itemization on Centaur can mitigate the early damage. He can lane up against that Void, and he can have a strong time. And the overall big picture of the draft, I think they have enough survivability and push to deal with Mudgolems over aggression. So yeah, I think I prefer Secret's draft, but you can't count Mudgolems out. They're a scary team.
Mudgolems are so damn good at playing around this team fight. I have trouble not favoring them here.
That's true. That is 100% true as well.
Yeah, I've been impressed the way Mudgolems play, their ability to reset team fights, go in and out multiple times. But this time, I don't think that's going to be the case. They're relying so much on the long ulti cooldowns. You have Faceless Void, which is very punishable. Team Secret knows how to play against it. You have Phoenix. And overall, I think... just Team Secret lineup has a better chemistry together and a lot of survivability. They're going to be so tanky. Centaur, Morph, Lone Druid, and they can also hit the timings a bit earlier, which also opens up the Roche for them with the Lone Druid. So I'm going to go with Team Secret.
Secret then. Well, let's see what our casters think. We've got Killer Pigeon and Pie Cat for this one. Gentlemen, take it away. Is he muted?
Yeah, he's muted.
I'm muted. There we go. I'm here. Hello. All right, get it out of the way, Pycat. Important question to ask here. Are they right? Is Team Secret stronger, or are these lads talking out their ass?
at least if we're talking just about the draft, of the secret drafts, I think it's very greedy, but at the same time it's secret, and it kind of feels like Nisha could just pop off and again like this. I think the lane mid it's not bad for Morph, and there's some chances Nisha just goes ham with this one.
That's kind of interesting. You bring. I was like, yeah, this is secret, and there was that kind of counter side that was given on the panel, right? So we've seen that this is a team that's very good at running away with the game from the lanes. Like, did these look like the type of lane matchups that should come out favorably for mudgolems across the board?
Well, that's the thing, right? It's like I think the Void Phoenix, I think they should be kind of fine against the Centaur Rubik. Void might be a little bit. He could be a little bit annoyed, but I don't really think so. I mean, it's not the old Retaliate, right, on Centaur, so you don't have this incredible damage to just out-CS the Void, so Void should be able to farm. Phoenix can kind of trade his life for getting some regen for Void or just making the lane easier, and I think the Void should be fine. I think the Viper Earth Spirit, I think Magnus doesn't really offer a whole lot in terms of this lane. It's basically up to Matoma Man, but actually it looks like it's going to be Nisha just in the safe lane. So it's going to be this Magnus Morph, which is, I don't know. I feel like Viper Earth Spirit should do quite well against this lane, the early levels. And then, I mean, if Morph gets to level 5 or something, I think the lane might be kind of nice for Secret, but I don't know. I'm kind of liking Mudgolems.
Do you think Secret are looking at it from the other angles? Like, okay, yeah, Nisha might have a bit of a harder game, but this mid lane, like, does this feel better for Lone Druid as a result?
No, it probably does. I mean, it is also Matoma Man on Lone Druid, right? It's kind of spooky. He's gonna have a pretty good lane, I would say, against the Void Spirit. And I mean, Matoma, he's one of those players who can easily take over a game with this Lone Druid and just, make enough space for this Morphling to just become really big. And at that point, it might be really difficult for Mudgolems. I mean, if the Void doesn't have a very good game, like going past the 30-minute mark, I think it's going to be very difficult.
Okay. Well, it looks like we've got a little bit of pause, some technical issues to work out. I like to just imagine different things as they're talking about smart things to draft. And I've been watching a lot of Gordon Ramsay videos recently. Yeah. And I looked at Mudgolem's draft. I was like, oh yeah, this is like a very simple one. So it's like, Void, he throws down his chrono. That's you wrapping the chicken in plastic to poach it. All right. Mm-hmm. Phoenix is giving the blaze in. He's cooking it. And then the green heroes are just like throwing the basil on. And then I don't know what Void Spirit is. I kind of like lost my train of thought as I realized I need to think about dough.
I like the chicken wrapping to burning. And then it's like the green heroes are just basil. And
yeah, I'm just like, you have to throw basil. I was like, oh man, because otherwise it's just like green chicken. And they're like, well, now we've got a problem. The dish is not going to be complete.
Yeah. I was actually really interested. I was just about to say I'm with this one.
Oh, okay. Because you can have basil, you can have thyme, and you can have like rosemary. So like, there's enough green. Mm-hmm. But then Void Spirit at the end. I mean, like maybe he's just like the master chef. Like he looks wise. He looks like he cook well. He's the chef.
He might just. I mean, some random garnish, right? He's just.
He's just that pretty garnish that you don't eat, right? It's like it's nice for presentation. And then when you look at Team Secret, I mean, they've already screwed up because they're trying to cook with bear. So.
Yeah, don't cook with bears.
Bit gamey.
No bear meat.
We've just seen the matches scout the lanes as we start this out. I think the other thing to kind of highlight here is like Secret. There is some kind of greedy elements that can be exploited here, right? Because you have gone for this Mag 5, whereas the thing that Mudgolems have going their way is their POS 4 is a very active support.
Yeah. I mean the Secrets, their safe lane is incredibly greedy. I mean it's quite unreal. It's just I mean Morphling at the early levels, and same as Magnus, just he went for this boot skewer build. He's I mean, yeah, it's a very sad lane.
I mean that's pretty much all he's doing at this point. And it's kind of the fact of what you're up against, right? Because you're up against the Viper. This is a hero that isn't really greedy. It's like, haha, me beat you on lane, and then we'll see what happens from there.
Yeah, I mean, how this lane should go, it's like Viper should be able to harass the Morphling quite well, but once Morph gets to level, 5 or whatever it is, he's just going to be able to kind of out-CS the Viper.
I guess the one we're really going to be thinking about is like this mid lane, because I feel as if when you look at Team Secret, it's not, oh, this lone druid gets a good start, he roams around the map, he ganks a lot. It's like, no, he just starts demolishing towers, and that gives Nisha space. Whereas Varanya is going to be the playmaker for mudgolems as well.
Yeah, I really haven't seen this lane much. I feel like in games, like, I don't know, pub games and just games overall, I feel like there's not a lot of teams or players that play lone druid right now. So the matchup is not, at least to my knowledge, very known, but it looks like for now, Barnier is doing quite well. You know, maybe it's secret shake. You know, maybe there's some rust somewhere in there.
What? There's no rust here. They love lone druid. It's always pick lone druid.
Nah, I just meant, you know, maybe they haven't played in a while. You know, the player's been chilling.
That's true. I think Poppy. I think Tito's Poppy was the one who's played the most. I think it's 44 games. Only one mag though.
Yeah, I mean, right now Barnier is sitting at 5 to nice against the lone druid. So far so good in this mid lane.
You feel like lone druid is kind of an easy hero to exploit in your drafts if you have a lone druid picker, because like you said, every team needs a lone druid picker. It's not like what Faceless Void is right now or what like Void Spirit is right now.
It's like, I don't know if you want to say need, but you know, it's a useful asset to have, right? Like the more heroes a player can play, or you know, like excel at, really, right? That's kind of, it's always cause for concern for the enemy team, right? You always have to keep in mind that, oh, they play this one niche hero where if you give it to them, you know, this is gonna happen, right? So it's not maybe about need, you know, like you need to have a player who can play Faceless Void, right? You need to have players who can play Rubik because these heroes are very common, but these specialist heroes are more flavored.
Yeah, it's more like when I'm thinking like specialist type heroes, right? You get things like Meepo, Broodmother, etc. It feels like if you are going to draft it, you have to tailor your draft and make sure that you cut out certain things. I wonder if, like, in those type of heroes, Lone Druid is different in that it's not as easy to counter, right? There's not, like, this pinnacle counter to Lone Druid compared to, like, a Meepo or...
I mean, I would say that there are a few heroes that generally are kind of considered counters to Lone Druid. It's like DP. I mean, Phoenix is one of the better heroes, I would say, against Lone Druid. Just the Sunray does so much damage, and it's hard to kill the egg, too. Fire Spirit's also, you don't really buy BKB, right? So Phoenix, DP, Lifestealer, these are kind of like the go-to overall counters, I would say, that most people consider.
All right, we are having a slow start to this game, because we just hit past 3-2-2. It's important to just put a bet now on who we think is going to die first in this game.
Yeah, I mean, right now you can see already, like, this top lane is, it's not super fun for Nietzsche here. He's only at 10 CS, he doesn't really have any regen, he's got some tangos coming out to him, but there's already an urn on the Viper, so he's gonna go for that vessel very quickly. And, yeah, I mean, there's some chances for Morph to feel not very happy this game.
So you think Morph's gonna be the first one to die?
No, not saying necessarily
that was the bet, Piker.
No,
you gotta choose.
Just, okay, the bet,
yeah. You can, like, point, and then you click your finger, and they're done.
It just might be Farah. Or actually, it just might be 33.
Oh, yeah, that's, look about 33. Nisha was almost too low on the health.
I mean, that's such a, I feel like it's such a silly thing to do. Just giving them, you know, this free kill, just, you get skewered into towers.
Sparta goes down immediately afterwards in the bot lane. You almost had it. See, I chose not to bet at all. Meanwhile, oh, they caught another one. Land under the tower. No escape. Now, I feel like we just need to go rewind the footage, take out all that stuff we said about greed, and oh my god. All right. They even get the foot. So we'll just take out everything we said about Secret's lineup being kind of greedy, because that doesn't seem to matter anymore.
I think it is very greedy. I think it's just Secret kind of outplaying in the middle lanes.
Yeah.
These kills on the bottom lane, I think the Phoenix might die, but the Void really shouldn't be dying there.
And
I mean, I think neither of these kills in the top lane should really happen. Just getting skewered into tower like that
is one of the potential weaknesses, because you don't really tend to rush for boots. Now they're trying to punish on Morph, but nice shift by Nisha. A little bit too quick with fingers. No chance.
The triple Wraith Band, and this is where it starts becoming a little bit uncomfortable for the Viper. He doesn't have any boots. Now, you know, getting skewered is a bit more scary. It's also the Morphling has this triple Wraith Band where it's hard for a Viper to see as against.
And he's always friends like this. Poppy drags him under the tower again. And it's looking bad. While that's happening in the bot lane, Farde is going to go down. They do get 33. The Skit's not able to get any vengeance here, so Secret just aggressing incredibly hard against mudgolems, and that's concerning because we said when you compared these two drafts, you could see mudgolems are the ones who should be able to be bringing it to Secret. The only thing they're bringing so far is their asses under tier 1 towers a little bit too early.
Yeah, I mean, Poppy's just... Poppy Magnus might just be too good, you know? It's just skewering everyone under the tower, giving Nisha a very nice lane. But I mean, you can see, like, you look at the CS, right? Nisha is not, in terms of CS, he's been very kind of shut down in terms of the creeps. So it's just these kills that they're giving away, they're very costly.
Yeah, it's more the early waves as well, right? Because now he's got 11 denies, and those CS advantage that came out 33 with the first few waves, and it's kind of a question of whether he can keep that going now, preferably without giving over more deaths.
Yeah, this is the point where now you need to consider, you know, what are your options here, because this top lane has already kind of, it has lost its purpose. It's kind of a suppressive lane. You want to make sure that you, yeah, this is kind of what you need to do here, I think.
Oh, they need to be quick. Oh, just in time, the true form didn't.
It's a nice rotation. I think the top lane is already kind of, it's already crumbled. Like this Viper, he's gonna sit here. He might just die again. You know, he's this no boots 275 move speed hero. He's very vulnerable.
Oh no! Oh no! Poppy will just block off his escape, and he will stand his ground as they get him again.
Yeah, and there's not much this hero can do anymore now. He can maybe try to find some farm in the jungle, but you have committed so heavily into this 3 points and poison attack that farming jungle is not even going to be that quick. So you need to have this Earth Spirit kind of rotate around, give Bornea an even better game. Matsumba man died, he didn't have a bear, so Bornea is at least going to have a pretty good time, and potentially, you know, if he gets to some early ags or whatever it is that he's going for, he could make some chaos on the map.
Yeah, and you kind of have to fix 33's game, because I wouldn't really say Viper's that type of hero you look and go, okay, he'll be relevant further down the line. It's usually about bullying the lane and then kind of snowballing from there.
Yeah, I just think this game Viper is gonna be, he's gonna be Nether Toxin and a vessel at some point. You know, he's not going to be this very farmed hero in this game.
Makes me wonder what Milan's like to go for in this game, because usually, of course, that's the type of item you want your Earth Spirit grabbing, but obviously they want it as quick as possible against the Morphling and Lone Druid.
Yeah, I mean, they actually have 4 heroes that can buy Vessel. Void Spirit, Viper, Earth Spirit, and Phoenix all are... at least the Viper in position 3 can buy it, so...
Yeah. It's more like, when I think of Earth Spirit, right, if you were to like break down the items he builds, he's probably the one that's kind of feels most limited, because it's always Spirit Vessel.
Yeah,
whereas,
it's a very
Phoenix
common build.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, Phoenix, for example, now has Yules and Meteor Hammer, which is quite popular these days still.
Yeah.
Maybe someone like I could maybe see a Veil for their team, actually. They have a lot of magical damage.
Definitely, Veil would not be bad. Just you can beef up with some Bracer and just get Veil. There's a ton of magic damage, and Bornea looks like he's going for the Ags.
Yep. With the smoke, he's gonna go for some heads in the bot lane. There's a ward here, but the smoke hasn't broken, so I'm not sure if they're fully aware. Yapstor's a little bit hesitant as they realize there's no one shown in the mid lane. Varanya does see his opportunity to jump in on the Rubik. Will run him down, but how many heroes rotating? You were looking for the offlaner as well, but Zai is far too far back.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's you commit this smoke move with your mid laner, and all you get is a kill on this level 4 Rubik. The Centaur doesn't even really care. He's just gonna go and take this wave. It's just... Yeah, you don't really have to care if you're Secret, and you still have this Morphling just free-farming away now.
And the pressure really is on mudgolems, right? Like, yeah, you've got this Faceless Void, yeah, you've got these big ultimate combos later on, but we already mentioned Team Secret's draft is scary. They'll get a lot of farms used to Magnus. You know, you don't really want to be going into that late game scenario against this combo. It's more about trying to kind of, you know, posture your flag on their side of the map in the first 20 minutes.
I mean, the thing that mudgolems has, they have this very, very strong team fight. Once they get a couple levels, the 6 on Earth Spirit, 6 on Phoenix with Chrono, Void Spirit potentially getting to this Axe, they have so much magic damage and so many spells. So before Morphling gets a BKB, obviously Lone Druid is not really a BKB buyer. Before maybe the pipe on Centaur, this team fighting combo of mudgolems is going to be incredibly strong if they just get to their levels and are able to set it up. And that's kind of what they need to rely on, I think, for this early part of the game. They just need to get to their levels, and they should be in fighting shape, even though they could be a lot of gold down. Just as long as they don't have the VKBs or the pipe yet, they should have some good fighting chances.
Yeah, it's the effectivity of your toolkit with the gold influx, right? Like if you look at Morphling, you go, there's not really a small item you get. You know, you're looking at like 5k items. Nice little pick off in the mid lanes. They do bring down Puppey. Problem is the catapult already got taken out, so they don't really have any way of trying to pressure this tower now. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, there is pressure coming from a Timberman as they actually keep the Kite alive, and with the bear here, they'll probably get this tier 1.
I feel like, yeah, they could make this rotation. I think this is this could be a nice defense for mudgolems here. You don't really want to initiate onto this Centaur.
No. That's the thing. I mean, he did throw out the Stomp, so I feel a little bit confident, but they were definitely looking for the Lone Druid. The problem was it was too obvious. So far, it just feels like mudgolems kind of shifting around the map, looking for these, you know, valuable pickoffs, and every time settling for next to nothing.
Yeah, they just don't really have any, like, they don't have any lanes that they can go to. You know, the Void doesn't feel comfortable sitting in this lane against Centaur. Anytime there's a lift into a Stomp, potentially you're worried that you're gonna die. If there's a third hero coming in, the Morphling, there's no real hero that can just go up to him right now. They need to bring numbers if they want to kick this guy out of his lane. And they just don't really have the resources to do this. So they kind of just have to sit and suffer for a bit. And Skeeter's actually queued up a Battle Fury. Of course, it gives them a way to scale into the game, but I fear it's going to be very difficult for them to fight if he does not get a BKB early on.
Yeah, there is
Skeeter
a worry.
might actually be in trouble down here now.
He's trying to time walk away, can't lift. Now he gets it off, able to move away. Stampede now going to run out. Yapso trying to move away, has got the Dissimulate. Rolling from Milan will be off the mark. Follow through. Slot though, and Silence is good. But with the bear here, they don't even get the kill on Yapso. They do in the end. As 33 moves across. They brought a lot of heroes here, though. They know they need more out of this. Play with, but Zai is not the target. Right,
I'm very surprised Skeeter did not commit to the chrono earlier there. I think he had
I think he's a big one, right? Like, I need 3 heroes, maybe 4 heroes. It looked like he was panicking when he just about got away with that time walk after the lift, right?
Yeah, I feel like he had some very nice chances to just get a chrono, maybe kill the Centaur, maybe potentially even the Morph. Although unlikely, it's still possible. They had the Phoenix who could set up with the egg and just maybe too much hesitation. You know, you're playing against the big boys. Although they did beat them, you know, recently, so.
Well, and as a result, punishments will be had. Fala's going to be able to move away, but this tower is definitely going down now. And while that's happening in the mid lane, Nisha and Matuvaman here, they might lose the tier 1 in the mid. Unless they finally are ready to commit a chrono.
Yeah, Matuvaman is kind of going a different route.
Never toxin out. Morphling control, good kill.
Yeah, I mean, Bornea is really making things happen for his team here. You can see he's topping the net worth. Despite his team having a very rough game, he's really been on point so far, and he's actually really close to this Axe already. It's only some 600 gold away. And yeah, Matuvaman is going a different route than we saw Kuiper go for yesterday. He's rushing this MKB after the Mask of Madness, whereas we saw the Desolator AC from Kuiper. So kind of different ideas here of what you want to do.
Yeah, I feel like this is one of the more regular things that I see whenever Matu's on the Lone Druid. Is he does seem to favor the MKB more often than not, and it's good in this game, especially against like the Void Spirit, right? Like Resonant Pulse, you're kind of giving yourself a secondary form of damage to go around that, chip away a little bit faster, a little bit more than magical, shall we say?
Time is money.
Room-wise, looks like it will actually go in favor of Secret as they've managed to yoink 3 of those. They are building a noticeable lead now, up 4,000 gold at just 15 minutes in.
Yeah, I think it was down to about 3k or maybe even 2 or something like that. I think they just got a couple bounty runes, brought it back up. Their heroes are obviously also farming a bit faster. You can see even in this game, actually Secret, they go for this Magnus as their first pick, but this Magnus is a max Shockwave Magnus as position 5, so... It's,
I mean, it's like you could empower the bear, but it's not really going to accelerate the farm rate that much.
No, it's not. And Sai now has the Blink Dagger, so
reveals
Skidder
it
potentially here.
They force out the egg very early. Skidder, he doesn't have a chrono target. I mean,
no, and
I guess
Nisha
they were
was
very paranoid.
Nisha was considering, you saw him use the animation there of the waveform. He wanted to go in, but he kind of realizes that he's just going to get chronoed, and it's not really a position you want to be in.
Oh, but now with no egg, all of a sudden you have to just vacate the area. I mean, yes, you have this chrono, but now big sizable chunky damage in it is gone. Hero is still posturing. It's just Zai. He knows. He's so confident right now. He can stand here. And it's just frustrating. The Roland's going to be there, though. Silence as well. They're trying to dish out some damage. Remnant dragging it back in. They don't want to commit any big spells. They're going to force out the Stampede, speaking of big spells. But the Astral steps through. They'll bring him low. Final hit should come out. Zai does go down to Baranya. That should be his axe now complete as he reveals it in that fight. And with that, you might just see them start to get more aggressive because finally they have tools to play off. I think 33 now has the Atos on the way as well.
Yeah, they're going to have some decent timings here. Baranya, he's in tip-top fighting shape right now. I think this is kind of when you want to be using over these team fights. Just try to force some sort of objectives.
It's just a case of you need a convincing fight to even get a tower, right? Because that's one big weakness in mudgolems draft. They don't have any great way of hitting towers right now.
Yeah, but that's the thing though. They don't really have to kill the actual towers. I mean, all they really want to do is force fights around the towers, or just force fights around objectives. Because
the force fights right now. Chrono interrupts the RP from Magnus, but Morphling's already shifted up. Puppy will try and zone them away. There's the RP, and he'll go for the TP out, which will be interrupted by the Atos. But Chrono for a Pos 5's RP and saving the life of Nisha, he'll be happy with that.
Yeah, at the same time, I think as Void, you're just happy to use this level 1 Chrono. You get some influx of gold from this kill. It's not the worst thing in the world.
Nisha, it's quite the hunt attempt, but Timberman goes down the mid lane in the meantime. The egg does go off, zoning away Zai. I mean, Nisha just seems to want to try and slow down Skitter's farm any way he can, seeing his Battle Fury. It was kind of a weird forward posture. But finally, they can actually hit on this tower. Like, getting rid of this tier 1 tower is going to be big as well, because then it's going to be very easy for Baranya to move across the map and just keep these gangs going now that he has the Ags online.
Yeah, Puppy is getting kind of close to Blink Dagger now. Matombo though, he's not really having the best of games. You know, he hasn't really found any solid kind of impact in the game so far. He's gotten some farm, and you know, he's up there in net worth, but he has yet to sort of participate in any action.
No, that's kind of the interesting part, because we thought that would be kind of the lane that would be doing the best for Secret. Then again, we didn't expect those kills that happened top early on. Speaking of kills, Milan caught out, surrounded on all sides. There's no escape for him there. But that was the Stampede.
Tomberman is on the board.
He is indeed. Well, once again, that was the Stampede to get the kill on the Earth Spirit. If they can get the tower off this, they'll be happy with that, though. Looks like there's
yeah, and I think getting this tower is kind of important for Secret. This is gonna go open up the Roche relatively soon. You know, if they can sort of take control of this area on the Radiant high ground here, and if you know, just they constantly send, like, Jepster has been sitting a lot of this game in just this bottom lane, kind of just hitting creeps here, just shoving this lane a bit. And if they force some heroes to go to this bottom lane, Roche opens up really quickly, as they have the almost the Lone Druid they have, and also the Morphling. They're very fast Roche killers.
Feels less good if you get caught in this bot lane. They're able to blink away in time, though, and they will probably realize there has to be at least 2 heroes, if not more, here for Milan to be making those sort of rolls.
Yeah, this is going to be the completed Menta now on Nisha, so he's going to feel quite a lot better here. And now the only thing he really has to worry about is the Chronosphere. Skeeter is getting kind of close to his Battle Fury, so at least his farming speed is going to improve quite a bit.
It's just a matter of what's going to happen, you know, before you have that next item after the Battle Fury, right? Like, can Secret apply more pressure? Pressure being applied top by Fada. Gets punished for it. He's just trying to shove out these lanes. He gets caught out. Nice,
yeah, it's the blink reveal on Magnus. Yeah.
Still, should deter mudgolems from fighting for at least half a minute until the bird is back up, so they then have that chrono combo.
Yeah, the thing is, you really don't care about using this RP, you know, for one hero. It doesn't matter at all. You have a lot of ways to still fight. You have the Sensor Blink, and you have Rubik with the Netherlands. And just using these spells for these minor kills, it's just buying you time. You see the Secret gold lead keeps increasing.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? The way they're doing this as well is they're kind of anticipating where mudgolems wants to go, getting there ahead of time, and then finding that kind of casual pick-off. and then that stunts the movement by mudgolems by even if just 30 seconds to a minute. It feels like a lot of time because you look at the difference in tower taking, right? Only one tower taking. This will be the second one mudgolem take, but they need to shrink this map at this point.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at how Secret's heroes versus how mudgolem's heroes are kind of how they're playing, like the mudgolem, they're always grouped up to try to take these objectives, and they're always just, there's a bunch of them at the same place.
Okay, I mean, Fada gets the egg off. The Chrono's going to go down as well. Mistake's been made. They can't finish offside. Needs one more hit, and he'll get it just in time. But they still lose Matuma and Yapzor, and Zai's going to join him. A little bit of miscommunication there as Yapzor threw the target outside of...
A rare sighting from Secret, like they have not yet returned to former glory.
Nice. I mean, we said someone were taking a break. Maybe they took a too long a break because usually Yapzor and Zai, they're the ones that are so in sync, right? Like you kind of get that when you're in the same team for a long time. Is that you almost like feel what the other person is doing.
Yeah, and a very nice kind of influx of gold there for Skitter. But yeah, I mean, still you see the Secret heroes. They're always kind of spread out, just farming. They're always, they're continuously just growing their advantage through kind of just playing the map better, because they know that the amount of heroes that are required to kill this Morphling and the Lone Root, they need a lot of numbers to kill these.
And they've kind of identified what Secret's plan is at this point, right? Like, you do it once, okay, it could just be a fluke. Twice, you try and kill Fada. Now they understand that Fada is their key target, right? They feel like if mudgolems don't have this bird, they cannot fight at all. So maybe you can use that to your advantage and kind of like dangle him more easily now, especially with him almost having the level 2 egg.
Yeah, Skeeter has to be a bit careful here. Don't stick around for this camp, buddy.
I don't know. Does look tasty. He'll move away. I don't think that's what set him off. Is like he looked at the map. He's like, okay, it's a bit suspicious. No one's about. But more importantly, Fada's next to me. I know they like killing Fada. I'll go to the other side of the map. Oopsie though.
And this might just set off a roach attempt here. They know there's no chrono. Secret is just gonna go in towards the pit. But it might not be the easiest roach. They have Nether Toxin in the pit here. They have some Fire Spirits.
No chrono for 40 though. They have got the egg. Buyback comes out from Earth Spirit. It's getting low. Remnant scouts out quickly what's happening here. Earth Spirit's core is in the pit, so they know exactly. They're going to force them out. And this will work against Team Secret, because that means the chrono is going to be up very soon. They will smoke. Kill the RP. Timberman just trying to poke it up with a bear, but bear being on half HP doesn't make him feel comfortable. No bear still for 30 seconds. Instead, Skitter goes in. This bold RP. No, it's a whiff. He misses. Magnetized's going to go down. Milan's going to be lifted up. Will be brought down in the end, but he gets a lot of damage out first. They do pick up the Aegis, and they force out the Stampede, stunning the Morphling and getting out with only one loss. And now they'll find more kills. Magnus going to be brought down. They'll turn around, bring Fada down in response. Varanya is stunned up, but he's free tanking in the meantime. Trying to get through him. The root's going to come out. It's enough to get him down. 33 will use the ATOS, commits to trying to just pressure Morphling, but needs to retreat now. He's going to be chased onto in the meantime. Skitter trying to retreat. It's going to be stunned up. They turn on the Viper, but realize the easier target is the Void. They'll bring him down once. Be happy. They've got the Stomp available. It's going to be the Aegis and his life. Is he going to go down for the second time?
I think mudgolems stuck around there too long. They should have just... The thing is, they lose... Their heroes are in an uncomfortable position when they're going for this roach play. I can't actually believe it worked. They get away with getting this Aegis, but then also Skitter's just indecisiveness. You see it costs him both the Aegis and his own life. But yeah, I feel like they could just they get this Aegis and they should just be happy that it happened. Sell Fada and you're gonna be fine. I think something really important for mudgolems now is they want to get this Phoenix to level 12. He just got it. The level 2 egg is gonna be so much harder to kill. And Faceless Void is getting kind of close to BKB.
He is, but now with the way that second half of that fight went, he's not going to be able to play as confident not having the Aegis. And it means the Secret, yeah, they had a few casualties at that pit, but they can immediately just go back to pressuring your side of the map again.
Yeah, and now you have to worry about Nisha getting very close to this BKB, and that's going to be Egg Killer.
Means you have to try and choose your location to fight around, try and actually use those choke points to your advantage so he can't really stick with his team and take out the egg. But that means you have to try and find the area to dictate terms on. And that means you have to somehow find a way of injecting towards secret side of the map and catching them off guard. Wonder if there's going to be a smoke coming out. Yeah, they got one on Milan, and it looks like the BKB still quite a bit off. So you might even see Secret be the ones that jump first at this rate, as they just picked up the BKB on Nisha.
Yeah, Secret are very much so ready to fight. They have the MKB on Matumba Man. They have the BKB now on the Morphling. Zai, yes, interesting to see what he's going for next year. It potentially might be the Axe. Could be just another kind of teamfight item.
Trying to think of like Heaven's Halberd feels pretty good in this game, maybe. Just tanks you up more, gets rid of some of the deeps.
This is gonna be a level 3 chrono though, and now with the BKB on the Void. Mudgolems have some... I mean, their team fight is still incredibly strong. You know, they play around this Phoenix Egg and the Chronosphere in the proper way. Their team fight is still gonna be superior.
That's true, and they're going to have some more sustain at this rate as well, because Bo3 is kind of diversifying the build. I thought maybe he'd kind of go more into the right click with his Dragon Lance, but he's going towards the mech next. Roll in. Lan actually commits to this. Going to be lifted up, and now he's going to turn around onto Nisha. I don't play Earth Spirit, he says. Doesn't matter, though. He's able to play this Earth Spirit. Pick off on Milan. Getting a little bit too aggressive there. I'm not really sure what the plan was.
No, Mudgolems seem to be a bit... kind of maybe not on the same page here.
No, it felt like when you saw the Sunray done 0 damage to Zai, that's maybe the moment to say, not really the greatest kills. No, let's let him be.
And now a Basher on the Lone Root. So Skeeter has to be a little bit concerned, even though he has the BKB.
He's going towards the MKB next. You see it so often. I mean, he just needs as much damage as he can get inside these chronos. You really do need the max impact the big ults now. Morph gets caught, but able to start morphing up. Still let the tower go. Only 1 out of tower remaining for the side of Mudgolems. The map is starting to feel pretty small.
Yeah, Mudgolems don't really have a lot to work with here. I think they need to just rely on their kind of team fight.
Problem is getting the ideal team fight, right? Like we've seen Secret, they have this way of bobbing in and out of the fights. It's getting a little bit annoying to deal with.
Yeah, Spy gets 4 staff and now queues up the Axe. But yeah, I mean, the thing is finding these fights, right? The way Secret are positioning themselves, it's never really easy to initiate onto a lot of them. You know, it's just Nisha hitting a tower and he's always ready with the Strength Morph. Even the Remnant from the Fog, he catches it and starts morphing, so... Catching Secret off guard it's very difficult.
No, it seems the best thing they can do is just kind of split the map a bit, maybe force Secret back to their side of the map while they look to the next items. Because it does feel like if you're Skira in this game, yeah, you got this BKB, yeah, you got your Battle Fury. You really feel like you need that MKB before you're ready to fight, though. Or someone else to get some sort of big power spike. But when I look at the items being built by Mudgolems heroes, it's really Skir's the one that's going to bring the damage. No one else is able to scale like he's going to be able to.
No, I feel like the scalability in their draft is like the spells from the Phoenix and Viper, the Nether Toxin, the Sunray, all of these kind of in conjunction with the Chronosphere. That's how they deal damage up until the Void gets to, you know, let's say 2 more items.
Yeah, once he reaches God mode, that's a different matter. But for a long time, you walk this awkward teeter-totter, right? Where, okay, if the chrono isn't good enough, not only do we lose the fight, we'll probably lose the follow-up one as well.
Yeah, and you can also see, like, Borenia, he had this really great start. He had the Axe at, I want to say, minute 15-ish, you know, 14, 15. Now he's got the Axe and the Yules, like, about 15 minutes later. So his farming has kind of slowed down quite a bit.
It does feel quite regressional. It's not like you could have rushed with BKB for a different outcome because you are still up against the Magnus RP. Trying to kill the bear, not able to do so though. And they need to be careful. If they pursue this too far, it might backfire. Nisha is in the neighborhood. Bear is going to be brought down. The damage on the Skidder though is going to be brought low. Nice, Remnant to interrupt. It's not enough. They're going to lose Skidder down for 70 seconds. They need to retreat. Cut and run. Give them whoever they want. Fada's going to be left behind as well. Big mistakes made by Mudgolems. Maybe that's all the casualties they get, but the RP's going to come out. 33 gets caught as well. Nice Yules to interrupt the Morphling, but 33 is so slow, he will not be able to move away. You just gave him the keys to your base.
just kind of, I think it honestly, like, there was a very heavy overcommitment there by Skeeter, but I actually think 33 just hesitating to use his Atos on the bear there. I think they had a very clean kill on that bear, and he just hesitated with the Atos, and they pursue the bear way too far, and now they lose.
They might lose more. Silence to buy some time. Will allow him to get away, you think, but nope. The Remnant was there to drag him into his death. They forced the buyback out at 33, but what for? What do you do here? You just watch your base die. It's going to be 2 lanes and even more gold from those kills going into the pocket of Team Secret. And you still have no chrono available for 10 seconds. You just get still being dead. Oh, no. Uh-oh. Well, luckily for Mudgolems, there's not much of their base left here for Team Secret to hang around for. Because that's the type of kill that would have led to another tower.
That's always an upside, you know? You just... There's no base to kill anymore. There's just this top tier 2, they can take it, and then they can kind of look towards closing out this game. I still think, like, if Mudgolems find the proper fight, I think they could actually win a team fight. Their team fight is that strong, but
yeah, but
I feel like they're
Secret's playing this. We might be waiting until next game for that type of team fight.
Yeah, and now Zai has the X on the Centaur, so now that becomes pretty much impossible. And also the way that Mudgolems are kind of... I just feel like they're way too hesitant. They're not... They don't look like they're, you know, like, alright, it's go.
No, this is not the confidence we saw in ESL. Okay, catch on the side, but what's that for, really? Earth Spirit is going to get caught out, fistled up, and killed by the bear. They did use the Stampede, but they don't care. Nisha's going to go in. BKB gets activated. Buyback gets forced out of the Earth Spirit. Nisha waveform and forward. Looks at the target. Sees Sparta. Gets him low, but not able to finish him off. Alive on 50 HP. Bud will live to fight another day. But the other flappy creature on the side of Mudgolems isn't so lucky. They lose 33. And he's still got buyback on cooldown. RP's going to come up to interrupt the fight. X going to go down, but it's pretty defensive. Varane will be wailed away on. He is going to fall. Yeah, the egg goes off, but for what? Baranya with the buyback. Skidder's going now. He's going to go for the chrono with the BKB. Able to bring down low, drain low, but no, the save out from Yapzor. Saves the day. Skidder has to run away. And for what? They're coming for you. They're coming for their base. They're coming for everything. Dragback will be there. Nice remnant to stop Nish from getting on top of him, but the jump is going to be there. Zai interrupts from use the stomp, but the dragback is there on the Skidder, and no easy escape. Zai gets the double stun out. Nefada will bring him down. Baranya able to move away. But without Skidder for 70 seconds, the rest of your base is going the same way as 3 heroes from Mudgolems. They call GG.
Yeah, I think I feel like Skidder's just hesitating way too much. He's really overthinking. The way it looks like he's just trying to go for these really big chronos, you know. And the thing about Secret is that they never make it easy for you to chrono a bunch of heroes, right? The way they're positioning themselves, it is very difficult to kind of speaking from someone who's played against this team, you know, a lot of times in different variations, but you know, like any team with Zai in it, the way they fight, the way they move around the map, it is very difficult to get these good chronos off. But it seems, you know, like there's too much hesitation from Mudgolems. I feel like they need to you just gotta go with it, right? You just gotta trust your gut feeling and just go with things. But it looks like there's a bit too much hesitation, and I also think just the way these lanes unfolded. Secret just getting too many free kills. This game was pretty much done and dusted, you know, very early on, I think. It's very difficult to come back.
I was going to say, do you think maybe like Secret got in their head a little bit? Because, you know, there's the awkward kills that occur, and you're like, okay, we'll recover post-laner phase. But you can get to this phase where we mentioned their positioning, right? They're always kind of dangling someone, but it's an unacquirable target, right? It's usually Zai far forward. And it's almost like when they do catch the flank of Team Secret, that hesitation sets in because, like, oh, maybe this is part of Team Secret's grand plan, right? Yeah. Conspiracy caps on. They're messing with us, man.
I mean, that's the thing, you know, like it's so easy to give more credit to whoever is the top dog. In general, I think a lot of teams tend to do this, where you kind of give them too much respect. I feel like the times when we see these teams upset these bigger dogs, it's when they just give zero respect to the team. You go and you play your own thing, and you know, Mudgolems, they've done it before, so they can do it again. And yeah, maybe we'll see it in game number 2.
Maybe. I mean, game 1, Mudgolems focusing on the giant in the room. Hopefully, game 2, they'll get back to the C'est la vie that they shoot us in ESL Germany. But all that after a short break.
EGB, your esports betting world. The only place to find the widest choice of popular games and matches to win real money. Choose your bet on a single event or express of several matches with dizzy odds. Serving the market for 7 years with over 800,000 users. Join now to get your bonus for the first deposit up to $600. EGB, you know for sure who's gonna win.
Hello there, boys and girls, and everything in between. Welcome back to the panel. Lacoste and T-Gov feeling fresh after game one, a decisive victory for Team Secret. That's the secret we've come to know and expect. They looked good, gentlemen.
Yeah, they did. The way mudgolems defeated Team Secret in ESL 1 Germany, maybe, it was a glitch in Matrix, and Team Secret is coming back on track. They want another streak. I feel like they were hesitating so much. Pycat is the one who called it out. Like Faceless Void, he was holding onto those Chronosphere for a very long time. You don't necessarily need to land like 2-3 man Chrono, but they had some decent damage to throw inside a Chronosphere. If that's not like, if their target is not a Morphling, they have enough to actually bring people down. And yeah, it's just, it's hard. It's Team Secret, so their positioning in the team fights is going to be better than the rest of the teams because, they know what they're playing against. They know what they can expect. If you watch the game, if you watch the replays, you can see how spread they are and not allowing Faceless Void to land a good Chronosphere, but he should still try to go for it. Just go for a kill.
I think the key thing in this game is simply 33's impact. When you see all the previous games that they had, especially when it's Viper plus aggressive 4, they're able to dominate that side lane. They're able to take pressure that tower at minute 10. And then Bo3 is normally doing a fantastic job, like he had this game, and they were able to pressure that, obviously that mid as well. And it's that combo that opens up the game for Skidder. And I mentioned that during the draft. But this game, because 33 was shut down, guess what? Where's the pressure now going? It's on that Void to hit that Chrono. If he misses that Chrono or they don't kill inside that Chrono, it just gives Secret a free objective, if not more. So I can see why he was hesitating, because he realized, like, if he doesn't hit the best Chrono in the game, there isn't going to be that insane follow-up damage. Sure, if you use all your spells, you might kill a Centaur or a Lone Druid or a Morphling, but you're not going to be killing all of them, right? Unless you hit, like, the big Chrono. So I'm not saying he should have been waiting for the big Chronos. It's just such a difficult game because unlike previous mudgolem games where they've had 33 to play off, they've had Boromir to play off, they didn't have that this game. And you saw that in the way that they rotated around the map. Milan, he was coming into mid, pressuring Matumba Man, because he didn't have that offlane in 33. And I think that kind of was the big demise of them. And the last point really is, when we mentioned the greed of Secret's draft, that greed is exactly what you need against a lineup that is teamfight. Teamfight takes time to come online. Guess what? That amplifies a greedy draft. Like, you're not going to get punished in greed, right?
I still think Milan played a great game considering the situation that he was in. He was making the moves on the map, like off lane, was kind of sacked. That was not the lane that he could come back to. And once you see Morphling buying a 3 raid band, you see Ricky with 3 raid bands, she just got serious. That guy really, really wants to win.
Yeah. Definitely. And it started rough for 33. Like Puppy, again, on this position 5 Magnus, every time it gets picked, you think he has to make plays. You have to connect with some skewers. You have to do something with this hero beyond just run around giving people empower. And he did more than once. He was killing Viper under tower. And I couldn't help but think, man, those like repositioning tools, that is one weakness you can really exploit against Viper early on. He does a lot of damage, but he moves so freaking slow. And there it is. The Lone Druid Magnus ban again from mudgolems. They're going to go back to what they know. This worked before in ESL when they upset Secret. Is it going to work again?
Are they going to pick Io? That's the question I have right now. Because if you're mudgolems and you just lost that game giving away the Mag and the Lone Druid, and you lost the fact that you weren't able to make moves realistically, then I think they're going to be going, all right, so what's the biggest, proactive hero in the game? And we beat Secret 2 games with. It's the Io. Are they going to do it? Oh, there it is.
Well, a fun fact, Barania and myself, we have a thing. So every single time he plays a competitive match, he messages me on that day, just for the good luck. He feels that whenever he messages me, he's going to have a good game. So it's been happening for a while now. And maybe this thing is not working when you're playing against Team Secret, but against some other teams, it's really working out well.
It depends though. Like, what's the content? Like, is the message just like a hello Lacoste, or is it like a give me a good luck charm?
It's always the same message. That's why it's working. Right. Okay,
just making sure there's no inconsistency.
He can change the message. So they're gonna go with the Io and the Faceless Void. okay, love the opener. Like these two paired up together, you don't necessarily need to get like an earlier defensive item, something like a BKB on Faceless Void, because you have IO, a lot of heal, and sometimes Faceless Void, it's all it takes, like that mech, that heal coming out, so that he can get this time lapse off. Why does Faceless Void have Weaver ulti on like 5-second cooldown?
That's a great
question. That's what's
Mm-hmm.
bothering me for quite some time now.
It's disgusting.
Well, Tidehunter now for Secret, but reminder, gents, in that series against Secret and ESL, part of mudgolem's success was pairing Wisp with the Undying in both of those games. And that's the Soul Rip onto the Wisp, right? The crazy, crazy heal. You'll notice that Secret have still removed Undying. So I guess my question is the Wisp in the hands of mudgolems still as scary without that secondary healer?
I think there's some key indicators that obviously Secret were aware that the Eye is coming. Of course, they're banning out the Undying rather than banning out the IO. And if you look towards mudgolems, they picked up the Sven in the previous position when they're presented with that Snapfire response to IO. And like they're adjusting slightly to cover the fact that they're not really going too crazy. It's a very predictable opening. So I think it's very much confident from mudgolems to go, okay, this strat we can play. But I feel like Secret, they're just aware of this and they're not like overreacting to it. You know, they're still allowing mudgolems to play into themselves, because in that game, the first game, right, you look at that mudgolems draft, like, damn, this is a really strong mudgolems draft, but then they're just completely kind of out strategized with the greediness, the ability to, you know, not die surprisingly and take objectives. It was the key piece of the puzzle to take down mudgolems in game 1.
All right, noted. Don't die.
Yeah, well, do your best to not die, but if you're
Coach
a support,
T
you're
got
allowed to die a
strikes
little bit
again.
more. Yeah, no, it's crazy. If you're position 5, you can die a lot. Position 4, sometimes. Position 3, you can debate it. 2, you get
depends.
kicked if you do. And then 1, if you're skidder, sure, go for it. Mudgolems play great with it, so keep going.
I think in this patch, it really hurts whenever you die on your carry, because it's all about the carries, and it doesn't matter which hero you're playing, it really hurts your team a lot.
Next round of bans, though, Spectre PA removed by mudgolems, so getting rid of some of those scary carries. And so far, Secret, they've removed the Viper. Nice to get rid of the key break against the Tidehunter. Kraken Shell is a big deal. So that'll
Finally,
be good.
he's not going to play Viper, guys. 33 might have to play a new hero.
What else does he play again? I've kind of forgotten. What's
I won't lie, I have too. Like, there once was a day where you could list great heroes for this player, you know? People would echo his hero pool, and now it's just Viper. What's happened, man?
Let's see. Well, his most played historically is still Earth Spirit.
When was that?
No, it can't
Is that
be.
Are you on the right page?
I think
are you on like
Yapfel
Yapfel
I
page?
think you're
or-
checking the wrong
Oh,
player.
Milan?
I think-
Yeah, you're on Milan.
I don't know what the hell I'm looking at. An imposter, that's who.
Ah, that's right.
So Tidehunter, Snapfire, a lot of
Dark
team
Seer.
fight.
That's his most played historically now. Now I'm on the right profile. Dark
There
Seer.
we go.
Guys, that was just a test. That was a pop quiz to make sure my analysts were awake. Well done, boys. You passed.
My initial reaction was the Lacoste play, which is Nod, and I was like, Earth Spirit. And then my cog started turning. I'm like, wait a second. No, doesn't compute. Doesn't compute.
Yeah.
No, I started to, thinking about it. I was like, what? My eyes went really big. Like, what's going on? Earth Spirit. I don't remember him playing the Earth Spirit.
Nope.
But
nope. Not even.
yeah, to go back to the draft, Snapfire, Tidehunter, most likely Snapfire mid. I think people starting to realize how strong of a mid laner the hero is. You get like a soul ring, a bracer, depends a bottle, and then you have unlimited mana and rush into Aghanim Scepter. You don't get anything else. It's super strong, one of the best ones in the game, where you can just initiate from very far away. Imagine just flying watermelon, and then you land that second ulti with the Aghanim Scepter, and then you use your real ulti on top of that. So there's going to be a lot of AoE, a lot of damage. Very hard to play against.
Yeah.
This is a really dumb question, but do you feel that Gobble Up, the animation, should have ragdoll? Because right now, it just flies like this, right? It just goes, ooh. Do you feel like it should be like this, as they fly through the air? A bit more kind of animacy in their gobbling of up.
I'm for it. I think Valve already have the ragdoll mechanics, so it should be pretty easy to just copy and paste that into Dota, right? Well, let's do it. I'm in.
Thank you. Okay.
I'm down.
That's it.
Elder
Right, 2 for 2.
Titan.
That's all I needed.
So after all that time, Secret settle on an Elder Titan ban. Okay. Didn't mudgolems pull that out yesterday? I know somebody did.
I think that was in the first series of the day against OG when it was like the Void plus ET combo running into that over aggression lineup on OG.
You are absolutely correct. That was game 1 VP OG yesterday.
Yes. Pop quiz victory. Thank you.
2 for 2.
But yeah.
And again, with the Rubik, like what I liked about the previous game is you have Rubik and Morphling. Well, you have one good spell. We're gonna have 2 of those, and one of those is gonna be better than yours, you know. So like it's gonna last longer. It's just the combination of these 2 heroes is extremely powerful. I would not be surprised if they once again go with the Morphling. I mean, they're gonna see what mudgolems is gonna get here, but yeah, just looking at these openers, Team Secret's lineup right now looking very scary. But then you look mudgolems, Io, Faceless Void. Okay, there's some sustain, decent team fight. Now even more team fight coming out with the Phoenix.
Looking pretty similar here.
And it's also Phoenix into Snapfire at the lower levels. Like Snapfire just punishes that.
So this is not Undying level 2 heals, but Sunray with Wisp, there's still some synergy there. They go back for the Storm Spirit. That looks like a Nisha Storm for Team Secret.
The thing about Storm, go ahead. I already said a lot of dumb stuff. Please go ahead.
No, I was going to say, obviously, the Storm now reveals the fact that Snapfire will be support. And it's mainly the fact that I think they're just covering themselves from the potential picks mudgolems want to play into, because obviously we're not seeing Boroniers here right now. Could it be the Leaners? Could it be, the additional spirits coming into play? And it does play into that same idea of when you have the big team fight, how would you punish that? It's the ability to non-stop be aggressive in your face. And they now, Secret, have once again covered themselves from this big team fight with, first of all, the front line of the Tidehunter, but they're now going to potentially have this carry and mid lane matchup that can be super in your face. And it's going to be very hard for Skitter again. If 33 doesn't have a game, how is he ever going to want to use Chrono in this game? Sure, he kills a Storm Spirit, but then the layered damage coming in over it, it is a scary game. Mudgolems need to find an explosive hero that can try and move through the map and kind of set the tempo of the game. Otherwise, we could just be in...
DK?
I think DK tempo, might just be the off lane here, right?
He might be the off lane here.
Okay.
Yeah. Usually he is, the mid laner against the Storm Spirit.
The Storm's already been revealed, and DK has been banned in the last phase once, if not twice already today. So if they wanted it, they might have had to take it here.
Yeah, but I still believe it's an offlane Dragonite, and I think mudgolems did a good job just, covering some of their weaknesses with the Io Phoenix openers, where you need a lower cooldown stun. Which Storm Spirit really punishes. And, Faceless Void, he also needs to be careful. Like, build these days on Storm Spirit is just 2 nulls, bottle, and straight into Orchid. Sometimes they don't even get the boots of speed, So you get that Orchid between 10, 12-minute mark. Like, what are you going to do as a Faceless Void? If they get one good hero to play with the Storm, it's a guaranteed kill.
You're going to buy a delayed Manta and then try to hide in the jungle.
Yeah. That sounds like a good plan.
Not great, but yeah, there's a big window there. Lifestealer now banned alongside the Doom taken out from Secret. What is the ideal position 1 for Secret right now? What do you think they really want from Matu? Now the Drow Ranger taken out of contention.
That question is always a weird one because they still get to see one more mudgolems hero, so that can quite easily change, right? I think right now the angle is for mudgolems, is it going to be an offlane DK? The bans kind of make me feel like it is because Lifestealer Drow would just do pretty well against said hero. But then again, it's like, what's Boronier going to be playing? He had a very good Void Spirit game. He was really dominant, but then his team just kind of let him down at the end of the day where they just couldn't really muster anything.
If it's offlane DK, do you consider like Ember Spirit here? Something relatively safe? Well,
for Secret?
No, for
I
mudgolems.
think they need
mudgolems.
For mudgolems?
Yeah.
Possibly, yeah. But for Team Secret, possibly a good Alchemist game. Like, into the Faceless Void, their damage is pretty limited, and if this last pick does not cover it, Secret might just go for it.
Yeah, I actually like the out pick. Yeah, you know what? I'm a fan of the Alk, actually.
Okay, Silencer mid versus Storm. Well, I'm not going to even. It's DP. Okay,
Okay,
so
DP,
they take a hero with a silence. Very smart play from mudgolems.
Yep. That's going to be able to at least get the ball rolling. They're going to have a team timing of, okay, play around DP and go aggressive. It's easier for Skidder to hit the Chronos now because this DP is a big kind of beacon of come on me, and then suddenly Void just jumps on in. So, yep, that'll be good. And
quick pick.
Anti-Mage.
Anti-Mage.
Okay.
Don't see him too much.
Yeah, for a reason. I think Secret was when the draft order came out, they were the first team to really kind of pick it first phase and play it out. But in the big picture of this game, it's going to be defend towers with Tidehunter, enable Anti-Mage to get his farm, and then you're going to see the classic game move. He can just go around and pick off these heroes, especially against DP. But it's going to be a much different game from Secret, where they're not going to be looking to punish the cooldowns. They're just going to be playing into the cooldowns, opening up the map, trying to take the fight away from objectives, and then eventually Man gets to play that game of Anti-Mage with a lot of farm. But I still kind of like what mudgolems have.
Are you going mudgolems, T-Gov? Is that what I'm hearing?
Kinda. I feel like it's a much different game for them to go aggressive, and they have ways to hit buildings for once. So yeah, I'm going with mudgolems in this game, I think.
They actually have a much better draft, something that I prefer when you play against a team like a Team Secret. Dead Prophet will be played by 33. They might swap things around, possibly. You know, it happened before with 33, like when there were specific heroes like a Broodmother. He switched back to the mid lane like 2 years ago and played it. Not sure if that's the thing here, but yeah, I like DP as a response to hero like a Tidehunter that you can't really cracken off the ghosts. So that's going to be something really good. And they have more damage to put inside the Chrono. Also, it's Faceless Void against the AM. This is the matchup. Like, if you get caught inside the Chrono with no saves, we're talking about like late game fights where there's no like disruption, there's no Viburnality to cancel things out. But yeah, I think this game should be much closer. And just by judging by the drafts, I'd still say mudgolems has this one.
All righty. Well, that's 2 for the mudgolems. Let's see what our casting duo thinks. Again, it's KP and Pycat. How's it going, gentlemen?
You know, that panel was so wonderful. They give us so many wise points to pivot off of Pycat. So I have to choose one, and it's the most important one. Do we need ragdoll physics in Dota 2?
Ragdoll existence?
Yeah. Yeah, because they run ragdoll physics on like Snapfire when you like pew someone in, you split them in, right? So they flail around. That's ragdoll.
All right. Oh, you mean like that? Okay.
Yeah.
No, I don't think we need ragdoll mechanics. I think
okay.
I think we're just fine the way it is.
Okay, would you like to see, hear me out, Dota Fall Guys edition?
I would like to see Dota Fall Guys edition. Yes.
That would probably like revive Fall Guys actually, they just steal our players.
It just might. I mean, yeah, I was riding the Fall Guys train for a little bit, but it kind of died down.
They don't have the competitive variability that our beautiful game here does.
Something I
can see. Oh, go ahead.
I also kind of expect, to be honest, mudgolems to kind of just die down here in this one. I personally, I really favor Secret's draft here. I think they have a lot of tools to do really well in this one. I think this is a very nice anti-mage game. There's some pushing power on the enemy team, but this is a very strong lane, anti-mage Snapfire. I think Tidehunter Rubik is quite strong against Faceless Void. I feel like he should have a pretty rough time against this one. Both the Fade Bolt and the Anchor Smash will remove some of his damage. And I think Nisha is also going to just have a pretty good game. So I really like Secret's draft here. I feel like they have some really solid tools here. They have Snapfire to kill the egg. They have a lot of mobility in many of their heroes. I feel like this is... I think it's going to be very tough for mudgolems to fight this one, unless they get off to this really good start where they can just snowball some towers. I think it's going to be very tough for them.
See, I love that kind of difference, right? It's because, T, Lacoste, they look at it from these different approaches. Then we come across you, and like most of your analysis was, let's focus on the carries, which I love. It's like a differing approach. Like, well, this is a great anti-mage game. Then you look across the immediately other side of the map, you're like, Skit is going to have a rough game. And then we can't overlook how awkward his game looked last time, right? Where these chronos were not really there. The panel did highlight that maybe there's a little bit less pressure because now the DP can kind of be like, hey, everyone initiate on me, and then we'll have a chrono to kill you. Like, do you think that's going to be a big enough difference here to maybe give mudgolems a shot?
The thing is, I feel like the last game, I feel like it was an okay Void game. I mean, it's not that fun to play against Centaur once he gets to this Axe, and Morphling can be kind of can go a little bit both ways. When you go into this Battlefield build, I feel like you're kind of shooting yourself in the foot a little bit because you kind of miss the timings that Void has. I feel like against Morphling, unless you take it to an extremely late stage, which seems very difficult to do against that secret lineup they had in the previous game. Whereas this one, I think it's just it's difficult to play this Faceless Void into Tidehunter. It's also hard to play against Anti-Mage once he gets the ball rolling. And I do think it's pretty hard for them to shut down this Anti-Mage. They have a Chrono to catch him, and yeah, maybe they have a Dragonite, but I feel like the other Secret heroes, they're going to have good lanes, they're going to have a good time, and they're going to be able to make a lot of space for this Anti-Mage.
I feel like there's a lot of pressure on Milan to like be on point with these relocate ganks as the game goes on as well. Because the weird thing about mudgolems is I'd say their draft was a little bit immobile. Obviously last game they had a Viper, so it's kind of like really in comparison KP. But when you look at the Heroes of Secret, right, they're going to have this long range initiation that Puppey will have as the game goes on. They've got a Storm Spirit, they've got an Anti-Mage. Like, how do you keep consistently catching these heroes out?
I mean, I think both drafts they're kind of mobile in a sense, right? I'm expecting Dragonite to go for a relatively early Blink Dagger. There's the IO with the Void, right? And even Phoenix has some mobility, so it's not like they're completely immobile. They have some mobility in that sense, right? But yeah. I just think that it's just the course of Secret. I feel like they're gonna have very good games here.
Do you feel like they also maybe have they have an easier time getting to their full potential, shall we say, right? Like I'm not gonna say this is a free Storm Spirit game, but you don't feel incredibly pressured.
Hi everybody, I'm here at the Team Nigma office in Cairo. I'm here to give you guys a small update about my situation and what's going on with our organization.
What is?
So basically, I haven't been playing with the team.
All right.
Rami, stopped.
Just
we love you, Kuro.
Brief interruption there. Some interesting thoughts from Kuroki.
If you want to see the rest of the thoughts, you'll have to tune in to the panel where they'll go over that. All right, well, back to the Dotes. So far, lane's looking pretty good for at least 2 of Secret members. I mean, you said this is a great anti-mage game. I'm assuming you didn't mean the first few levels, though, to cover your ass on his bad CS.
No, I think the initial levels, he's gonna struggle a little bit before he gets to this Ring of Health. It's walking towards him right now. He's gonna have the Ring of Regen with the Ring of Health, and now you can see also the Death Prophet is out of mana. Yeah, the IO can help a little bit, but I think with some levels in this lane, I think it gets a lot easier for Anti-Mage. Death Prophet has to be a bit careful at some point, and some slight miscommunication by Secret.
No, it's fine.
But yeah, you can see that Nisha's having a good time in this mid lane.
They couldn't grab the DD for Nisha. Yasuo had to pick it up himself, and obviously you don't really have any kill potential as a Rubik against a Dragonite once you have that DD. But at least they're keeping the pressure on Baranya. You're not usually expecting a DK to be behind this early in CS, I want to say, but this just seems to be the power of Storm Spirit these days.
Yeah, or the power of Nisha, whichever one.
So you have to multiply the power.
It's amplified quite a bit, yes.
Multiplicative or additive?
Probably multiplicative, to be honest.
Okay, that's scary to me.
Yeah, it's hella scary, Better watch out.
I mean, this could have been scary either way, right? Because the panel will kind of suspect him that this might be a Snapfire mid as well. He's definitely one of these kind of scary heroes. But has Anisha. Speaking of scary, there's a scary dragon, and he's found Yapsor randomly looming around the runes. So first blood finally drawn. Not really the most entertaining first blood. That was just showing how kind of ridiculous IO can be these days with the overcharge.
Yeah, I mean, I really enjoy the fact that you have this now, the 80 attack speed. You just become this heavy right clicker early on as II. It's very amusing to watch.
Yeah, of course. The big combo we see time and time again at the moment is, the Slardars and obvious ones. Not too bad with the DP, mind you, though. Having such a high damage, your right clicks will be felt by the anti-mage in the early phases.
Yeah, but you can see, you look at this mid lane, sure, Bornea got that first blood, but Nisha he was close to doubling the DK and CS just up until a few seconds ago. They're also going to claim, they're going to claim the rooms here. It's going to be an invis for Nisha. he's gonna go for that early Orchids after the boots. And yeah, I mean it's gonna be very quick, this one. It's not very easy to kill the Storm Spirit at this point. You know, you have to walk up into a Dragon Tail. And I don't really expect Nisha to be making such a mistake. There's even a rotation to the bottom lane now.
Yeah, he's invis. They don't have a clue. They'll feel too confident as well because they have this Observer Ward down. Means it should be easy pickings. They just want to get rid of the Eye first, really, here. Instead, they're actually on the 33. They'll drag him in. Cookie straight on top of his face, and they'll blast him down. They'll go for more. They realize Milan has no creep wave. Yep. They'll buy a little bit more time, waste some time in Nisha, but the problem is with Yapsel sitting mid, it's not even an opportunity for Baranya to hit onto the tower.
No, and you can already see, you know, the Secret. They have their heroes are online. Like, you look at the Tidehunter too. He's having a good time up on this top lane. He's ahead of the Faceless Void. Anti-Mage now is gonna start to catch up now. He's gonna have his 2 rings. He's gonna have the Power Treads very soon. And I think this lane becomes very difficult soon for mudgolems in the bottom lane.
It's also very easy for Secret to play as 4 with the start they're getting on these 2 cores, right? Like, you think of 2 that could kind of, you know, carry that space creation in the mid game. A Storm Spirit and a Tidehunter should take that box.
Yeah, and you look at Sai now. He's walking over here, just trying to take out some of these stacks. I think you have to be a little bit mindful here of the mudgolem heroes.
Yeah, free Courier. He's like, well, I came for the stacks, but I'll leave for the Courier. The clap helping out a little bit, but they just can't deal with the Tide. They just let him be. They at least get some of the gold in the pocket of the DK instead.
And Yapso's gonna give up the DD?
No. He's like, no, I will get it. Once again, double damage, Rubik. Not exactly that impressive, but at least it's not
doubling down on the double damage.
Nisha will be a little bit sad though.
Yeah, I like at least the choice here from Baranya. He's going for this the early Blink Dagger here. I think it's quite necessary. He needs to be the one to kind of try to make something happen here. Try to set up some kills on, you know, whether it's the Anti-Mage or some of these other heroes.
It's more you don't really have the best form of cheap initiation, right? Like, when you look at how mudgolems start a fight, it's like chrono or like a good reload, and they really are missing that cheap, easy way to like try and stun pick off someone. While when you look at the side of Secret, it's very simple because of this pesky Storm Spirit. It's like, oh, well, he'll just ball lightning in, no big cooldown.
Yeah, they're also
sniper support.
They're gonna have a lot of damage very early on with this Snapfire getting a 6, Rubik, you know, just sitting in his mid lane, just getting experience. And Skeeter up top.
The Hun again.
May very well be in trouble here.
And he has got the chrono. Yep, and they're gonna commit an Exorcism as well. Gonna move around the trees and move on top. Nisha is on the other side of the chrono. The Ravage is gonna buy enough time to break away though, and they'll be happy with that trade. You force these rotations, and it kind of felt awkward when you trapped them on that side of the chrono. Like, how are you ever gonna get the damage on top of them?
Yeah, now they made this rotation towards the top lane. Just frees up the bottom lane for Anti-Mage. He's gonna completely free farm.
There was an upside though. Baranya was able to get that mid tower out of it. So
yeah, no,
of course, fans had something out of that in the end.
Yeah, it's not for free, this rotation to the top lane, but at the same time, you're just making space for Anti-Mage. And Storm Spirit continues farming.
A lot of heroes dancing around the runes at this point. Yep, Saul being chased on too, but the lift buys enough time, but he has to leave the rune behind is the problem. As you said, AM now has a completely free lane. All the attention is being dragged around this top area, and I wonder if maybe mudgolems are going to kind of bait themselves into now trying to pressure Zai now that there's no Ravage threat, which feels like it could be a big mistake if so.
Yeah, pressuring the Tidehunter with this 3 points in Kraken Shell, the Bracer, 1600 HP, it's very difficult here to pressure at this point. I think potentially just, you know, making your way towards bottom with your Dragon Knight and some of your other heroes could be the way to go here for mudgolems. Once the DK form it is up, he might just wait for the Blink Dagger and try to maybe net a kill on the Anti-Mage while you make this rotation too. But trying to kick this anti-mage out of his lane. He obviously will just rotate to the top lane, but at least you're gonna get this area, and you can try to take over the Secret jungle. However, Secret are the ones rotating first here.
Yep, smoked up, moving in. Poppy has his 6th. They've got the kisses, and they want to give a kiss farewell to 33. As they'll drag him in, burn him down. At least they'll get this tower as well. I think the big concerning thing here is that because they haven't forced the AM out this early, Nisha is very close to this Orchid. Once he has the Orchid complete, he's out of the jungle, and that just frees up all that space for AM. And Matumbaman, I mean, he's only got one component left, 1,200 gold, and the Battle Fury is complete. Actually, keeping in to defend this. Most of the damage is done. Varanya will use the blink. I'm not really sure if that's the way you want to start using that blink, though. At least they stopped the tower push, but now that means you've rotated heroes here. There might be a move top. Ravage comes out. Egg is there in time, but it's a level 1 egg, and no one's attack speed has been slowed down. They'll be able to bring him down 33. Going to be poked and prodded at. They force out the X's and look to back away. They're going to drag him in, which will allow Zai now to TP out, and there's no way to stop Nisha. Once again, in this top lane, Mudgolems forced to use their ultimates a little bit inefficiently. And Matumbaman, ooh, not the one he wanted. He was trying to stun up Milan. If he catches him there, it's maybe a kill, but he doesn't even feel the pressure anymore.
Down here with this Invis rune.
He's got the brief fire as well. It's a decent amount of damage, but you have to kill Io.
Yeah, they do have the rotation from Fada coming here, and neither Zai nor Nisha has a TP. Nisha's going to be poured up in about 2 seconds. And I think we might see an engagement here in the bottom lane.
I think they're just trying to keep it shoved out right now. Like, you've got an AM by comparison as your cooldown here, right? You don't really want to fight. And I feel like Mudgolems with no egg, they can't get too cocky either, right?
Yeah, I mean, Secret don't have to fight, right? It's just if Mudgolems overcommit, they can, they can take this fight. They can defend their tower. They also see that the Dragon Form is down now for the DK. They have some stacks coming up for Skeeter here on the Ancients, and he's having a good time so far. He's hasn't died yet. We've only seen one chrono. Kind of didn't amount to much, but he's having a good time so far. Faceless Void that does get very farmed. Of course, you can deal with this anti-mage. So not all things are coming up Secret, but they're in a good position right now. Zai's gonna have the completed mech going towards the Greaves.
Yeah, the important difference between game 1 and 2 here is like Mudgolems more present, and with the ability to press these towers early, they have a way of like getting into Secret side of the map, of making anti-mage's life hard in this game, which was a little bit lacking by comparison to the last game, where they couldn't ever get on Secret side of the map.
Radiant's bottom tower is in danger.
And Fada here being smoked. It looks like Secret might just give up this bottom tower. They don't really want to commit to an engagement down here.
No, and Fada needs to be careful about how he shows on mid here. I mean, they do have the Orchid. Of course, Skira is nearby with the Chrono, but he's not going to hang around for too long. He wants to hit creeps, is the problem. Although, Mudgolems, if they do force a fight here, you have got the Io that can reload in this Dragon Knight, so you could easily outnumber Secret, especially now that Zai's showing bot like this. It seems like both teams are just going to end the status quo period here. No fights needed, we just farm. I say that. Straight away, Secret on the smoke. I mean, they got this Orchid, they got a DD. If there was any time to kill someone, it's now. Varanya's Dragon Form just ran out. DD, nice blink away. They used the kisses as well. They'll go for the Vault. They will at least find Milan. They'll bring him down, but that reveal, that ultimate, you were looking for something a little bit bigger than the broken heart of an Io. That was a turnaround. 33 looking to move into this area. I mean, you have to vacate, and the problem is, like, Nisha doesn't have much mana left, and he doesn't even have a TP. Shaft just says bye. But they're too slow. Is this kind of the limit that we may be discussing with mobility factors, how it works for Mudgolems? Are they really kind of shackled to this Io to give them that catch when Team Secret makes those type of plays?
I think they rely on the Dragon Knight, right? They need him to be the one rotating around. At the same time, you want him to be Nisha here.
Oh no! Oh no! He gets out of the Chrono in time. The Dragon Tail didn't last long enough. And he'll just walk over to Zai and say, "Protect me, Papa Tidehunter." This is a desperate attempt at a kill now. The problem is, if you take too long, and he does have a mech, then reinforcements could arrive. He has got the Ravage. They don't have any kisses, so he won't use his ultimate. Zai will just try and walk this off. Got the Guardian Greaves as well, but of course, you already used the mech heal. But with the Exorcism committed there, as Mudgolems, you're sitting in the mid lane now going, well, what's the move? What do we do with this? Baranya is trying to keep pressure on the Matumba man. There's no kill threat anymore. Not with the way that played out in the Radiant jungle.
No, the good thing though is that 33 got that last kill onto the Tidehunter, so he's very close to his BKB, and same goes for Baranya. He's actually quite close too. They are gonna have some strong timings on Mudgolems. Skeeter working towards that Battle Fury. When they get the triple BKBs, they are gonna be in good fighting shape. As a lot of the damage from Secret is magical, and they rely on a lot of their spells in the early game up until the point where the anti-mage gets too strong.
Now, one thing I will give him credit for, some of you highlight in the first game, is they're at least playing with confidence this time. It's not like they're holding on to that chrono until, the sun sets. But maybe a little bit too confident this time.
I mean, it's, that chrono hits, right? And the storm dies, it's a matter of... I think the execution was slightly wrong there. I think the relocate has to come out just slightly before that the Dragon Tail does. I think the relocate is... It's a bit too long for it to happen otherwise. I think they use the stun first and then the relocate, and the stun is not going to happen. The chrono is not going to follow on to the storm at that point, so just a little bit botched execution.
As a result of the way that it plays out, chrono still on cooldown for 40, but because Zai has this Ravage because he held onto it, you're going to have to back up and let him have this tower. Oh, while that's happening, Matumba man just continues to farm. He's getting close to having that man sign. He has surpassed Skidder on his Faceless Void now, who is getting closer to the Battle Fury, but there is going to be that race that will surely should be won by the anti-mage in terms of farm rate.
Yeah, the Void can't really farm at the same rate as anti-mage. Just the mobility from the blink is it's too much to deal with. But he is gonna be strong, he's gonna get to this Battle Fury. He'll probably go BKB next into maybe MKB, and he will be able to deal a lot of damage to this anti-mage. It's just the question is if anti-mage will be getting to this Abysso fast enough, and if so, if he can blow up some targets.
They got Blobs getting out. He's in trouble. He's trying to sustain him through this, but the Ravage will connect on the 2. The damage is way too much. They burst through them in time. And even with his TP, and Baranya now kind of stands here, not sure what else he can do. He needs to be careful himself. Quick and clean from Secret. No hesitation there. Get Void off the map and ensure that farm lead we were just talking about is going to be even bigger for Matumba man.
Yeah, and you look at... if you look at Secret here...
I'm looking at Secret. A specific member is Secret.
Don't look at Zai. Just look away from Zai. That's just... It's just a part of the process. You see even Puppey just rotates to this top lane, right? He's the one farming now. You look at the net worth on the supports of Secret. They are just, far ahead of these Mudgolem supports. The cores are, they're kind of close in terms of net worth. Whereas the supports of Secret are the big breadwinners here. Yaps are already with the Netherlands working towards the Blink. Puppey pretty much halfway to his Ags now on the Snapfire position 5.
Yeah, Zai's basically looked at this and gone, I've given Puppey the gold. It's like a really expensive Blink dagger. But, it's Snapfire Ag, so we definitely want that. And that's kind of the thing, right? Like, as a Tide, yeah, you could be on the Blink. He has queued it up next. But this is going to give you that free form of initiation where you just get in and Ravage. And even though he is going for that Blink, he could maybe still change it up if he sees it's a better item.
Yeah, if you look at how Secret actually distribute their net worth, it's almost like they have 3 4.5s, Zai is slightly ahead, but they have or 4s or 3.5s, whatever you want to call it, right? They have these 3 kind of supporting cast heroes, and then they have the 2 big boys in Matumba Man and Nisha, who they are usually allowed to be quite greedy. Picking Anti-Mage and the Storm Spirit together, it can be seen as kind of greedy, but they're making it work.
That's the way they evolved their kind of style of playing the game, right? Like at first it was Yapso and Zai playing this kind of 3.5 each. Now Puppey's in the mix. It really makes me question how you innovate it further, because There's no one else further down the net worth chain left to give a slice of the pie to at that point.
No, at that point, they just need to amass more gold so that all their heroes actually become cores, regardless of positioning. It's just going to be, they have 4 position 1s, and then Puppey is also, he's just a position 2.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. It just reverses, right? Puppey is like, well, step over, Matumba Man. You better buy wards. I've got this, buddy.
Fortunately for Matumba Man and Puppey nowadays, wards they're free of charge.
Hey, not those sentries, though. Those sentries get mighty expensive if you don't know where you're deep warding.
Yeah, and we do see a smoke here from Golems.
They want that Roche badly. They are just going to immediately hit it. This surprises me a little. I guess they're like, okay, no one's going to expect that this is happening right now. They're right. Team Secret have no clue that this is going on.
Yeah, Team Secret they're actually just backing off here. All of their heroes are pretty much just sitting at the side of the map. They're not really expecting this, and so...
Right now, I just love to see the Secret expression. Like, oh, okay. That kind of happened. Because you're right. You had Storm in the bot lane hiding in the trees. You had Anti-Mage in the top. They were both expecting a gank on them.
I think Bornea is doing a very good job at keeping up his farm. He's somewhat close to this Anti-Mage, which is very impressive here at this late into the kind of early game or mid game.
Also, the itemization. He's going for this Orchid, and it makes sense when you look at what Nisha's doing, right? He's already started to commit towards this Bloodstone, so it's not like he's going Orchid BKB, as we see quite often on Storms.
Yeah, I'm not, in general, a huge fan of this. Just going for this Bloodstone, I feel like it's too easy to deal with the Storm at that point. There are multiple silences, or are going to be multiple silences when the Orchid comes out of Bornea, and he has the Dragon Tail, so Storm is going to be quite vulnerable. What it does, though, to some extent, is, if Storm goes for this Bloodstone build, he goes for this tanky build, which means he demands attention. He has to be the target of focus, which sets Anti-Mage up for sort of an easier game.
And Anti-Mage will be ready to start fighting soon. You can see he's going towards the Bastion next. That's when you can kind of start to get involved in this skirmishes a bit more. It's just about, in this next few minutes, now that Mudgolem's got their hands on this Aegis, like, what is the plan? Is this just, we'll treat this as a farming Aegis? Can you afford to get into that farming race, or do you need to start kind of, pressuring on the Secret side of the map?
Yeah, I think they would like to probably use this Aegis. I think what more so, I feel like they just want to use the Chrono. They're waiting for this Exorcism on the DP. I like this choice of going Blink Dagger on 33. It gives him that additional mobility so he can actually get into these fights, maybe take out some of the supports, blink in, with Exo on the Rubik or Snapfire, pop your BKB, and bring one of the supports down. It's a good choice, I think. And Matumba Man here.
Oh, they get him with the Chrono. Reloading as well. Everything but the kitchen sink to kill off the Anti-Mage. It works. Absol's at least able to TP away. They can't stop him. And that was close, actually. Puppey came very close to breaking that smoke as they moved in there.
Yeah, it was right on the edge there. They're gonna attempt this kill onto the Dragon Knight.
This is bold. Yep, BKB gets out of bed. Now Nisha's screwed. Right, clicks her. Especially when you start like this, he's just gone. Cocky move, backfires quickly, and now Zai, he's stuck holding the responsibility of what follows next, which was another death. All the cores of Secret down. Exorcism used in the mid lane with the Dragon form. Now they can move into the towers.
Yeah, Zai didn't want to commit the Ravage there. The IO was kind of too close, and you can just save him with the mech. And very kind of strange engagement there.
Kisses. I get this feeling Puppey's not sure which one he wants to try and kill anymore.
No, and Secret is looking kind of off their game here a little bit. They just gave away pretty much a 4 or 5k gold lead in about a minute.
Love to see some stats on that one. Because that felt like quite a big swing this early on in the game. I mean, I say early, it's 25 minutes in, but Secret, usually the thing we always say is even when they take bad fights, there's this acceleration that's happening elsewhere. But that just felt like, the Congo line of death from the cores.
Yeah, and this is also why I really don't like this Bloodstone on the Storm. I think it's incredibly greedy. You also have an Anti-Mage. I mean, yes, you can soak some focus. But I think at this rate, the way it's gonna go is, he's gonna have to finish this Bloodstone. He's still some gold away, and even after that, I mean, he just queues up the axe. So it appears that he does not care about the BKB. The silences are not a problem, or the stun. It's not gonna be an issue for Nisha. We'll see how it pans out.
I mean, come on, Pycat. If they're all stunned, they can't stun you or control you. This is like snipers that build Daedalus in every slot in their inventory, and they say, if everyone's dead, I don't need defensive items.
Offense is sometimes the best defense.
And it might work out for Secret. They just need to make sure they're all alive when they decide to test this Fury next. Barani, in the meantime, is going to be much harder, by the way. He's going towards that AC next, and with, I feel like we're getting to a point where Milan might just look and go, Skidder, you're not my overcharge bro anymore. This Dragon Boy here, that's going to be our machine gun in this late game.
No, for sure. I mean, I think definitely that the Dragon Knight now he's the big damage dealer here. He's got, all the tools that you need. They're going to take out this mid tower. And also another concerning thing I would say for Secret is the fact that Fada is getting closer to his level 18. I think the level 3 egg is going to be very hard to deal with.
I mean,
they have the Snapfire, but
that's the thing. The Snap's good for like level 1, 2 egg. Then it's kind of Then you're going, okay, is it the AM or the Storm's job? And I don't feel like Matsuma Man wants to be standing there hitting the egg in the middle of this anarchy, because if they've got Chrono or if there's a Dragon Tail available, you might be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, it's not gonna be so easy for him to kill that egg. I mean, he's gonna need a BKB, and Skeeter is kind of, I mean, he's up there now with the anti-mage in net worth after that one death and those consecutive kills, and he's gonna be allowed to go for this butterfly, which means that anti-mage hero doesn't really like to buy MKB that much. He might be forced into it.
It just feels like because you got this Storm and this anti-mage who, for the last several minutes, it feels like they're playing the same style, right? Which usually you see it from anti-mage. You just want to split push and draw attention across the map. Now we're just seeing both of them be paranoid a lot of the time because of like, where is mudgolems? Are they coming in the tree line right now? Can they burst me from 100% to 0? They've done it already once or twice before. Yeah, puppy. Well, at least it's a support dying for this split push. Die nonetheless he will. The poor little Dragon Tamer goes to an early grave. Now Zai's going to move to the top. Just try and force them back and forth, I guess.
Yeah, they did use the Dragon form there on the DK, and the Chrono did expire, but they are going to just smoke up straight away, and I think they're just going to gun for this tier 2 mid.
Oh. They thought they were going to catch Matsuma Man here with this ward. Normal anti-mage behavior, leave no creep untouched. But looks like Matsu is, his carry senses with tingling. He's like, that is bait right there. I'm not fighting. The dodges what should have maybe been an assured death there, and now you can maybe try and push on this top lane a little bit. Oh, Yaps. Oh, Yapsel. He gets away with it, and he forces out the relocate. Now in the top lane they go, and they find the kill to Fada. They'll look to retreat now, and Zai does have that blink, so you can escape into the tree line. And obviously another hero here always has blink, as they'll get away. And it looks like they're just playing around at Benny Hills on mudgolems here.
Yeah, I think Skeeter might have actually had the Chrono there. Anti-mage had used the blink, and the 33 could follow up with the silence. I think potentially they could get the anti-mage. It's a little bit risky, but we talked about confidence and just going with it, so.
Right now, Milan's probably just checked himself for bullet holes there. He should probably be dead for all intents and purposes, but Nisha wasn't expecting an eye on the river there. He was just trying to yoink the runes, which means in 10 seconds, they will be at full fighting force. They have got their Chrono, they have got their egg, and it isn't a level 3 egg. But with the combo done right, could work. However, Secret has taken control of that high ground first. They are under vision. And they know about Matsuma Man. They're pinging it out right now. They don't know about the rest of this, though. They smoke up themselves. Branya goes in, blink forward, Dusty Storm Spirit. They're trying to go in. The lift's going to be there to disrupt him, but he's already touched. Now the Ravage goes out. Control is good. The Kiss follow up. They bring down the Phoenix, and now the Control is there. With the Chrono going down, Skinner's going to try and turn around the anti-mage to bring him down quick enough. Drag Control on the DK to make sure he can't assist. Matsuma Man gets out. Branya Man He's trying to chase forward here. He needs that stun, but he can't get him. Matuma Man, he gets the reflect, is able to try and blink away. He gets out of this. He's able to escape. And on the other side of the fight, they will lose Zai. But Anti-Mage stays alive. Now Chrono on cooldown. Nisha's kind of free to do what he wants. He needs to be careful because the Orchid is coming off cooldown. They've got the net as well. Gonna silence him instead. Reinforcement's gonna arrive. Now Nisha in trouble. Buyback's gonna count for Zai in the meantime. Is there enough damage though? Yapsor wants to help him out, but what can he do? He throws out the Dragon Tail, but it's too late. Storm is down. The reload is coming in. Now they're looking to pick off the supports. Dragon Tail comes out onto the Snapfire side, trying to zone them away with the Anchor Smash to reduce their damage. Means they do nothing right now, but Skidder comes in with full damage to bring down the Snapfire. Cookie forward, he's trying to control Piranha. He will still die. Now Zai needs to be careful himself. They ping him out. He did buy back into this, and he might be the dieback as well. Dragon Tail is going to come out. Anchor Smash will reduce the damage. And this is just all wasted time while Matuma Man farms the dire side of the map. But the bad news is that Roche is almost an instant spawn here.
I think Secret should be very happy. That's all they lost there. They came close to losing the tide once again, and also Matuma Man just survived by the skin of his teeth. And yeah, he was allowed some space to now finish his Abyssal, but things are definitely looking quite good for mudgolems right now. Skeeter has the completed butterfly, and it's gonna be kind of tough to deal with him. And yeah, you see already Piranha is a big threat. I'm very surprised Nisha is not he's not queued up the BKB still. I mean, he's just and this smoke is also spotted.
It is. They're moving away. They need to be careful because if you catch someone out here, Skidder doesn't have that Chrono. Of course, there's no Ravage on the Secret side, but they do have the Kisses and the Gobble to play around is the big thing here. The Skidder's been spotted. Jump in, Lift's going to be there. Dragon Tail as well. It's a long stun. The damage might be done. He's trying to sustain through with the Sun Ray. It might actually save his life here. BKB gets that bait. Anti-Mage stunned up, but Matuma Man bursted through. Going to be brought down. The egg is committed, so Nisha now needs to run. But the first hit bash, able to move away, will not hesitate to go for the max zip into TP. But losing the Anti-Mage like that, ay caramba, Zai is also going to fall. There's no way out of this. Now he has the Ravage again, but why would you even use it? And this looks like an easy opportunity for mudgolems to go into the pit.
The silence coming out there from 33 really saved the day. Matuma Man had already used his Manta Star, so he gets silenced. He can't use the Mana Void to finish off the Faceless Void. Skeeter gets to survive. They get two cores from Secret, free Roche. And Farah now, level 18 on the Phoenix.
Not only do they get the Roche for free, they might get someone else as well. Yapsel's going in. They're throwing out the Kisses on the 33, but that means Yapsel's been sustaining him long enough that he's fine. And now you have no Kisses. And now you have no teammates, because they're also going to find Puppy. My, oh my, this is getting out of control quickly. I mean, mudgolems, they are very much in the driver's seat on this one.
Yeah, I think Secret are making the game very easy for mudgolems to play right now. They are just kind of overextending. And I feel like Matuma Man might really need a BKB in this one. I mean, he needs more damage, he needs more durability, but these silences are a big issue for him.
So, I know you want to see a defensive time out of Nisha. Oh, pause that for Fada. Scramble egg. You did want to see a BKB out of Nisha, but is this okay as a substitute? He's queued up the Lincolns instead.
I mean, I would have definitely preferred the BKB, but, you know, a defensive tool, I would say, is to be preferred here.
Oh, he's getting a bit aggressive here. Big mistake. You don't have the defensive tool yet. Bloodstone is trying to heal him up. Reinforcements are coming, but the bashes are too hard from Skidder. Able to get away just in time. One more bash would have sealed the deal.
At the same time, Matuma Man and the Puppy did get a kill onto 33.
Well, they did. And now they're going to go back in. Stun control on the Piranha. Burn through all his mana. BKB gets activated. Now Nisha in trouble. He's going to burn out. The sword burn is too much. They turn around to Milan to try and force him away down to half HP. But reinforcements are coming. Buyback on Nisha. Ravage is used. Io brought low. They ping him. Trying to get through him quickly here. He's still with the cheese as well. They're trying to force it out of him. Moving in with the bull lightning, but the silence comes out to Nisha once more. And the damage is pretty high. Nice stun control coming out from Puppy to try and save the day. Will allow Nisha to back away. And the Dragon Tail does get dodged. Skidder is here once more, though. No mana for the Chrono. But he can just bash them all to death as Puppy's going to be brought down. And yeah, you buy back on Vada for that. But I mean, you just brought back on Nisha. He's the biggest liability in the game now.
This Storm Spirit has really, I mean, after the start that he had, it was quite a good start in this laning phase. He's kind of fallen off very quickly.
Yeah, it's gone from God to something else, that's for sure. I mean, Nisha, this build, I think I have to agree with you. The BKB, the amount of times we've watched now where he just stands in a fight silent and unable to move away is getting very horrifying for any Secret fans.
I mean, both Sai and Nisha are kind of just saying, you know, Matoma man, this one's on you. You know, do your thing.
You're an anti-mage. You gotta do it, dude. We're just creating space for you. Oh no. And you mentioned it. Whether he goes to the MKB, he's going for his own butterfly.
And I just don't know how are they ever going to kill this Dragon Knight. It does not seem like a very easy task for them.
Give him like a bristleback where you kill all his teammates first. The problem is, you know, in that kind of situation, usually the bristle isn't the most threatening target on the enemy team. This fella, however, is a nightmare.
It's not very easy to kill this the Faceless Void with the. He's got the Satanic, he's got the Aegis, he's got the Titan Sliver, so his status resistance is at almost 40%. There's the IO to back anyone up. Phoenix going towards the Aeon Disc with the level 3 egg.
Even the DP at this point, you know, he's got the 400 health talents, he's up at 2.6k, he's got the casual plate mail. There's not an easy breach target. Like, I want to say IO is the easiest one, but that Aeon Disc now fully complete, not so much.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, they're just going to move it. They say, okay, what you got? Come defend. We see tier 4s. We club tier 4s. Still the Aegis for another minute. Want to put it to good use.
They're waiting for the Dragon form.
Water pack, get low. Pulls out the Exorcism. Matoma's still split pushing. There's only so long you can do this, though. Oh, Ravage. Oh, wait, no, they're holding on to it. Now, Kiss is in. Decent damage. Control's going to trying to burst through that first life. Can they get it quick enough in the back line? Silence going to come out. The anti-mage has to run away. But they stand on top of it. They hunt for him. They see that Matuma is split from his team. Yules to buy enough time that Skidder can arrive with the Chrono straight away onto the AM space to bring him down. They do actually get the steal, so they now have a Chrono of their own. So they have to somehow eliminate Skidder on the side of the fight and then make use of it. Now, AM does not have buyback, but the way he just played, Mudgolems don't realize that. They back up to actually push out the top lane. And Secret, that is quite the gamble. They even get the Phoenix on the way out.
I think they kind of had to back up. They were going to lose their top fracks, the melee one. They did lose the range one. But, yeah, and they're kind of, it's like the DK had already used BKB. There's their stolen Chrono. You don't really want to get caught in this Snapfire, Kisses into Chronosphere, Tide Ravage, etc. And you did get the kill on the Anti-Mage. You know, Void is going to continue scaling now. Anti-Mage is quite far behind the Void. And I feel like not going for these BKBs on Storm or Anti-Mage, it's hurting them very much. They keep tanking these silences, whether it's from the DK or from the DP. This it's a 6-second duration silence on the Death Prophet, so many a times now Anti-Mage has been caught off guard by this, and same goes for Storm.
Oh. Vi, he's got the spider legs, and they'll look the wrong way, so they will get away. Do you think maybe it's this kind of over-focus on the Chrono Man, right? Like, oh, BKB does nothing for me if I get Chronoed. And they're thinking too much about that. They're too honed in on what Skidder does in these fights as opposed to the other cores.
I mean, it's just potentially, it's just, you know, like, you want to continue scaling, right? BKB doesn't scale in the same way that some of these other items do, where, you know, like, you get the BKB, you still get outscaled, but I just think it's kind of a necessity to be able to win some of these fights. It would seem that way.
All right, now you thought Mudgolem's heroes were unkillable enough. They just got the Whitler Shaka.
Yeah, and also what's more uncomfortable is that the fact that, you know, like, Anti-Mage now, Matobaman is getting close to this, he is getting close to his Butterfly, but at the same time, Skeeter is going to complete his MKB very soon. So he's not going to be, you know, he's not going to be very phased by this. He's still going to be able to most likely just man-fight this Anti-Mage.
The other thing is, it's not even as if you've got this extra burst of damage coming out to supports, because you gave all that. We talked about all that gold they gave to their supports on Secret early on, and I just noticed something. Puppey is only level 13. So you haven't even got like the level 3 kisses at this point. You know, you haven't got like your Snapfire dishing out the extra. That's got to be one of the lowest levels I've seen at 39 minutes into a game. You know, for anyone who's not playing Undying.
Both Puppey and I mean at the same time Milan is only 16. Puppey is just about to hit 14. It's Snapfire. It's one of those heroes where you're kind of okay with not being at the highest level. Of course, you would want more damage on your kisses, but you know, you're in a position where you're in the receiving end of this game.
Yeah, it's also the way they keep playing it, right? It's always Matumba Nisha out in the lanes, which means there's only one lane left, and you're usually kind of staying far back because, well, we need all the damage we can get if mudgolems come to fight us right now, so we can't afford to let our supports get picked off easily.
Yeah, and I'm interested to see how this one is gonna play out with Nisha going for this axe. You know, like they are gonna have this. Oh, I relocate and that Dragon Knight. The Dragon form used there. Matumba Man uses the illusions and kind of baits with it. So nice to at least force out the Dragon form and the relocate. At the same time, man, you look at this Dragon Knight. Ah, that is one spooky dragon. Now also with the Princess Knife. And that's also on top of the 15% cooldown reduction, so it's only 8.5 second cooldown.
Most heroes like CC or damage choose, but he's choosing both. Yapzor with the lift coming out, stolen Chrono. That doesn't work on Skidder. Yeah, it stops Sparta, but I guess he's like, I want to make some play with this before it goes off cooldown. Yapzor just about gets away before he's found that tree line by Skidder.
Yeah, I mean, Secret they're narrowly escaping some of these.
It feels like that type of play you're making to buy space, but then you look and you go, but I mean, at this stage, what are you buying the space for? Like Matumba Man, sure, he's not like fully slotted out, but you know the accelerating as much as you. And now stun troll onto the Dragon Knight, bring them low, they burst through, they kill him. Baranya gone. The blink of an eye. We wondered how you deal with the DK. That's what you do. You become Dragon Slayers. And they move in, they see Fardo the first hit bash, he gets the egg off. But what are you gonna do? Chrono's gonna go down. They actually look to get through the anti-base quickly with the BKB. They got a lot of damage. It will be enough to fell Matumba Man. They'll chase forward. They'll even find Puppey as he tries to escape. The time dilation is too much, though, as it's a double kill for Skidder. This time, though, Anti-Mage does have buyback if they head towards the base. Yapzor is going to be found as well, so 3 members of Secret dead. The way they kind of confidently played into that, you know, I'm not sure if that was part of Secret's plan. I mean, they're going to buy back on 1 now. Roche is still not up for another minute. I don't know if that was like a big brain maneuver or if they just, you know, did not expect to get Chrono in the face that quickly.
Okay, and Secret are heavily committing their buybacks.
They are. I mean, that's the M.
I mean, if they don't get this to Roche now, it's not going to be up for a while, eh?
No, it's not for 40 seconds, which means DK is going to be back.
I mean, mudgolems, if they don't take a really stupid engagement here, they should be in, you know, incredibly good shape.
Well, they're going to try and force an engagement.
They are going to get Spada here.
Goes out. Fada is going to be brought down. Control's going to skid up. The follow-up stun is good. The Ravage as well. Bursting through quickly. The kisses. Gets him low. He can't get the time walk off. He's dead. He buys back. Milan, Aeon Disc has already been popped. Goes Scepter to try and protect him, but the slows come out from the gush from Zai. They're body blocking him. He's got no mana. He's gone. That's a triple kill for Matumba Man. Skidder's moving in now, but he has no Chrono. Needs to be careful. Sun's going to come out. The Dragon control. The Cookie Fall as well. Both for the man. Skidder. BKB tries to turn around. Matumba Man does blink out in time, though. They heal up Skidder, but his BKB has been used. They'll chase him aside to burst through him and bring him down quick enough. They're able to do it. And there is no buyback on Zai. He's 500 gold short. And with the DK back up, they can feel confident to go into the pit, try and secure themselves in Aegis, Cheese, and Aghanims.
That must have felt too close for comfort there for mudgolems. Secret there, Skidder there with the Titan Sliver and the Satanic. The status resist was enough. He gets to press the Satanic and the Anti-Mage cannot man-fight him.
And now the only person who has buyback available right now in this game is Nisha.
Man here has to be
He's
careful.
a big liability. He gets out though. Now what is your plan though? Because for 5 minutes there is an Aegis on this Void, and we saw the impact he can get out of these Chronos at this stage. He's going to have it available again in 30 seconds. And by the time you fight next, I'm expecting Fire's probably going to have that Aeon Disc complete. He's only 900 gold out. So picking off the supports won't be as easy as it was that time around.
No, I mean we do see that Secret they have ways of taking these fights, right? But it's not becoming any easier. There's also now an axe on the
I've
Io.
never heard of before. Oh, Io, okay.
Yeah, Io is the you know, he's the
Oh yeah, the ball's just slime shape.
I'm surprised they actually gave the axe to the Io here. I think there are many good options.
Yeah, I mean, like you give it to Fada, just make that egg unkillable. There's an option, or DK. I feel like DK is the clear one here. Like Baranga's been the big scary dragon.
Yeah, definitely the DK.
But like, okay, no, we're just gonna keep constantly scouting for these balls. That's the plan now.
It's just very scary now for Matoma Man. You know, one Chronosphere, and if you get caught, that could just be it.
Yeah, and you're running out of towers that can kind of like pivot time for it, right? Like it's not like you know, you haven't lost a lane yet, and you can kind of just play the map on the outsides and dodge fights for 5 minutes. You're gonna actually fight right now. Ravage, they go for the DK again, trying to burst through him. It's good, they get it. He's dead. They'll chase forward, looking for more. 33 activates the Exorcism. They have already used the Ravage, so Zaya's gonna cut and run, but be left behind. And they'll hope that that will be enough to offset any aggression from Mudgolems for 90 seconds. The problem is, they might feel somewhat obliged to go for an objective with that Exorcism. It's just a matter of finding what that objective is gonna be. Because there's still tier 2s on the outer lanes.
I think a very smart play there by Secret. They want to buy time for this Chronosphere, for the Aegis on the Void to be gone, and then try to take a fight with the Void's buyback still being on cooldown. It's also going to allow Matoma Man to probably finish the Skadi.
I don't think Nisha knew how close he was to problems there.
Nisha does have the Aghanims completed. He does a buyback, and now he's queuing up the magical item.
See, this was the plan. Super late game BKB 10 seconds. You can be golden for the entire duration of the chrono.
No, like it's like the scalability, you know, of this item. It's of course the item kind of falls off in that sense, but you gotta wonder if they would have been in this scenario, situation if they had purchased that item earlier.
You have to give them credit where credit's due on the way they've kind of manipulated these outer lanes, though, right? Because if there's one thing, the comparison you got here is Mudgolems. They've still got tier 1 standing mid, but Secret have kept these tier 2s in the outer lanes up. It's kind of been that different fixation, right? Is that Secret aren't in a situation where this game is over after one bad fight because they've always kept those outer lanes pushed in.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at it, it's kind of impressive that despite being down 16k, they still have their 2 tier 2s, right? I think it's a testament to both Nisha and Matoma Man just kind of continuously going in these side lanes, even Yapsor. You see, they're still finding their farm, even though they're so far behind in terms of gold. They still understand how to play the map very well.
Yeah. And, you know, for all that power of the Aegis, at this rate, likely Mudgolems get 1 tier 2 out of it. You know, if there's a bad fight, maybe they can get into the base off the back of a kill. But it's likely what you can end up with here is Aegis will expire. You've taken out 1 tower, and Secret will just continue to push these outer lanes.
Yeah, I think this game now becomes a lot about just buyback status on heroes. You know, who has buyback, who doesn't. And yeah, it's just gonna come down to some of these bigger engagements.
The big bad carries of this game do have similar buyback statuses as well, like both being about 3 minutes out. So once that Aegis is gone, they're kind of on equal footing, or should be for most of it. I say that. Skidder has 8.7 thousand gold in his account.
The man might want to buy an item.
There we go. Ask and you shall receive. It's going to be an Aghanims. He's going to get the blessing as well. He's like, okay, so far, they keep killing someone with permastuns, so we'll just try and return that favor with our initiation.
Dire's top barracks
Hard to find the opportunity. Nisha?
It's kind of nice to see what Yapsor is doing up here in this top lane. Look at this. He's just clearing the creeps. These creeps are going to get this melee Rex. If they don't return to their base, they're going to lose this melee Rex.
I mean, they just reload
on the LAN.
Yep.
But all of this is just buying time, right? For the Aegis to hopefully expire for Secret. And then maybe they can
expire
take
in
a fight.
a few seconds. And the thing is, they use the Elder Dragon form as well. So they're kind of just sitting here feeling awkward right now. Aegis is about to expire. We've used Elder Dragon form. Like, what is the play? Right now, they're just kind of sitting there waiting for Nisha to make a mistake when he ball lightnings in.
Yeah, Aegis is gone, and yeah, I mean, they just keep using this this stupid Remnant ball lightning, killing all the creeps. Very difficult for mudgolems to enter the base without killing heroes.
Yeah, and in the end, they're forced back because Man did show top for a moment. The repair kit is keeping that melee racks up in the meantime, but they're just proven it. It's kind of like Achilles' heel for mudgolem. They're always looking back at this lane and going, don't want to give that over for free.
And Skitter is queuing up the Aeon Disc. This could potentially prove useful. Could also go for something like the Lincolns. He's going to be at least not getting bursted. That's kind of that's the way that Secret kill heroes, right? They jump on someone and just instantly blow them up. So could potentially be a very useful tool for him to have.
The problem they have right now is, Skit's not really the target of this primary initiation. It's always Baranya, and he's not going to be building it on disc. In fact, he's going for the Hyperstone. He's looking at completing the Bloodthorn.
Yeah, the scary thing now for Skitter is, though, he's not going to have his buyback, even when it's off cooldown for just a little bit at least. And he also doesn't have boots, which could potentially be a little bit worrisome. I mean, he is a very, very slow hero. Yes, you have the time walk for mobility, but at the same time, you are very slow.
You're going to be very reliant on Io to kind of get you in position. So I think now Milan probably has his primary reload target when they look to engage, and he's going to have to stand near Skitter for most of it.
And Farah now with the level 25, the extra 3 hits for the egg. This egg is not going to die. It's very unlikely. It's 13 hits, and they have a chrono to back it up, so...
Very hard to chain lock him before he can hit that button as well. Because that Aeon Disc will give him that, maybe millisecond window to just press one button and... Boop,
yeah, he's also got the Minotaur Horn and the Yules, so... Mudgolems, though, they're getting kind of annoyed, I would say, at the Upstore here. He's just continuously sitting up here, It's like you don't want to invest to killing this Rubit too much, but at the same time, he just keeps this lane pushing. They constantly have to worry about this top lane.
It's the cast range as well, because he got that telescope. It's so easy for him to stay in the tree line and just fade bowl like this. And always make his escape very easily. So he'll just TP out, says, see ya. Once again, Secret continuing to buy large amounts of stocks in time. Only one person now in this game without buyback, and that's Skitter. And it won't be long before he's got his as well. And then you're kind of looking at going, okay, if you're talking about kind of equal footing, and then we resort to buybacks on both sides, who has the edge here?
Well, in terms of net worth, obviously it's Mudgolems, but this game could potentially start shifting at some point. The mobility of the Secret heroes here. Anti-Mage Metomaman queuing up the Rapier here. He's feeling quite bold.
Bold moves win games. It's not often we see Rapiers and we look and we go, oh, that's going to lose the game. I think at this stage, it's kind of a fair point. Because you highlighted earlier, you don't really want to build an MKB as an anti-mage. This would give you a way to get through that evasion that Skitter has. Especially considering he took the level 25 backtrack.
Yeah, the Roche is up though. Mudgolems still haven't checked the pit. And Nisha does now have his BKB coupled with buyback. But Metomaman, he's bottom. He knows they just left this area.
Yeah, but now he knows they left it for a good reason. And I don't know if they can respond in time. That's going to be another Roche. This time there's a refresher. So, it's not just one chrono and then maybe we can play around the fight. You're probably going to have to deal with 2 chronos this time.
And this should also be an axe for the DK now.
In before it was
There
not.
we go.
There we go.
And there's a cheese still in the pit.
It's the tip for the waiter. Well, we have fed well on this pit so far this game.
A Secret Dow in the bottom lane now.
Interesting.
They don't want to commit
themselves.
to the Faceless Void.
No. They'll get out in time. Apparently, we're just going to go into the Benny Hills by 5 minutes again across the map. But I've got a feel Mudgolem's impatience will lead them to just aggressively push an objective this time around. Poppy. Oh,
Poppy?
no!
Oi! Baranya there.
Baranya had Blink.
I'm not sure. He had Blink, yeah. I'm very surprised. He thought maybe someone else was gonna. I don't know.
Maybe it's one of those moments where you're looking elsewhere on the map, you're like, well, what's our next move? And then everyone's like, Piranha, right next to you, dude.
They're all hoping someone is gonna cancel this port. You know, no one's doing it.
You got this one, I got the next. Oh, we'll still just smash their way through the back door and get that bot tower. Yeah,
Nisha with the pesky Storm Spirit, the ball lightning, continuously just clearing these creeps.
Definitely buying a lot of time. He's still going towards that Lincoln's neck. He's pretty far out. He does, of course, have his buyback. He doesn't want to have to use it, though. Nice drag to interrupt a little bit. They need to move away. Ball line away before Skidder can use a chrono. They're still hunting, though, and Sight has been slow, so it looks like he's going to go down. He does have buyback. We'll commit it straight away, because they've got exorcism in your base and a scary black dragon. But look who's back at it again. The filthy rat with Timberman trying to just force them away from his base once more. And they do look back.
Yeah, that is the buyback though on the side. Should he die now, you know, things could get dicey.
But if he stuns people, they always stun for a while because he has got that timeless relic now. But it's just, you've got the clear weak point. He's now the only person who's brought back. And
yeah, for sure, he's the target right now.
And we already highlighted,
yeah,
right?
You are the
like
weak link.
Easily goodbye. But I was gonna say, we already highlighted. It's not like you can easily now counter that by going, oh, we'll just make one of Mudgolem supports the weak point. DK really is your only option in this game. And I feel like Mudgolems have kind of adjusted as well, right? Like they're not leaving him alone anymore.
No, they're sort of just bundling up, and yeah, it looks like they're just gonna barrel down mid now. The question is, can Nisha once again clear these creeps? However, there are two catapults.
You're right, there's two catapults. It's gonna be a problem. Jump in with the Abyssal. Skidder, being burst low. They can't get through him. They need to move away. He's got no mana though, so he cannot chrono. They need to get through that first life. There's gonna be the heal that gives him the mana though. So they have to back up. Piranha's down to half HP. He's a bit of liability. Jump in with the anti-mage. Goes forward, pops the disc and moves away. They are kiting them. They're juking and jiving and dragging them low. BKB forced out Piranha. Nisha's still able to move away in time. They lose the IO. He's going to be brought down. Has got buyback. There for a long time as well. There it is. It's going to come out. Piranha. They jump in on Sunsmart as well. Skid's trying to go in. Egg on the side. Drag control is there. Boy not able to use the chrono. He's able to throw it down and catch on the Nisha. They turn around the bigger target. Trying to burst through with Timberman quick enough. He's surviving chrono. Did drop the other side of the fight though. Sans is good. They get rid of him. Oh, that comes out. The Timberman. He needs to do something. He needs to do it right now. Skidder still has a second life. Ravage is going to be there from side. Got the back line. Trying to deal with them. Drags them in once more. Bursting through them. Going to bring them low. They get rid of the Vegas. And they get rid of the DP and the Dragon Knight. And he's coming out into a world of pain. Skidder trying to move away, but it's looking bad for Mudgolems now. Chrono's going to be the refresher. Turn around with Timberman. Brought down. Bash control is good. Getting him low. Anti-mate. Will he survive this? Needs the Manta. Can't move away. No! They get him! Now 425 seconds. Ball on Anisha as well, but he gets away with the ball lightning. But now, Mudgolems, they have the numbers to run this one home. Nisha trying to buy enough time. Buyback comes out from Yapsel, but who is going to kill Skidder now? Nobody. He's going to kill everything in front of him. He goes for the prone. They're trying to pick off the easy targets, but Science comes out and Anisha. Control is good. The storm is gone. He does have buyback, but Skidder, he's got eyes on the prize, trying to end the game right now. Enough damage coming out, though, to slow them down. Yeah, you will delay this, but it looks like we are getting a game free as Mudgolems strike back and bring the score to 1-1.
And this game, it's the redemption story for Skidder here. You know, after that first performance on the Void, you know, you might have thought, oh, faceless Void for Skidder, you know, is that really a good idea? And then, you know, he bounces back. You know, he's got the refresher, he's got all the gear. He lands the nice chrono with the refresher shard. And yeah, he brings them down. I think overall, kind of, I would say sloppy play from Secret in the mid game. I think they gave away a very big advantage that they had. At the same time, Mudgolems did a good job of kind of capitalizing on these mistakes. And I think Piranha, except for a few of these deaths, I think he played an exceptional game on the Dragon Knight.
Yeah, I mean, like, he got quite a few times. That was Secret's execution later on, right? Like, you're right to criticize them early on. Anyone who tuned into this game around like the 35-minute beyond, they're like, Secret Pog, Maze and Secret. But they, as you said, they shouldn't have been in this situation where the game felt this hard. And your credit to Mudgolems to pull this one off the way they did and show us, you know, the confidence we wanted. And as you said, Skidder, the way he played this compared to game 1. I guess the only question on mind is, do you roll the dice? Do you give him Faceless Void again in game 3?
I mean, to be fair, if I'm Secret, I look at this game. I think we I don't know. I feel like they just messed up quite heavily. You know, a lot of these engagements, they gave away a bunch of kills. They initiated. I personally think that Nisha's item choices were maybe not ideal. But you know, it's anyone's guess. I feel like, you know, giving away the Faceless Void or not, I don't really feel like that was the big issue here. At the same time, you know, taking mudgolems out of their comfort zone could also be a good thing.
Yeah, that's fair to say. You know, a few fumbles here from Team Secret, but credit to mudgolems where credit is due. They took full advantage of it, and they do draw this up, which means we are going to need a third game after a short break.
Well, hey there, Dota 2 fans. It's been a while since you've seen us. It was a long one, a nail-biter until the epic finish, and of course, mudgolems did do it, taking us to a Game 3 decider. We'll have that Game 3 draft coming up in a couple of minutes here, but first, Game 2. Gentlemen, the shit hit the fan in that one.
It really did.
When do you want to start? Laning phase, end game? Like,
well, I guess maybe a simple point, Void versus Anti-Mage. Definitely feels like things are maybe a little bit easier for the Faceless Void in that head-to-head carry matchup.
Yeah, because in the late game team fights, Faceless Void just wins against AM. They get the first jump, and there's no counterplay to Chronosphere. There's no Wyvern, there's no Shadow Demon, nothing you can do about it. I think this game could have been different if Zai somehow managed to finish off his Ethereal Blade. He was very close to it, and that's the save they needed. They had no magical damage that they can, throw once E-Blade is used defensively on target like an AM, and yeah, it could have made the difference, but Skeeter really redeemed himself. Considering the performance in game number 1, he was landing some really nice Chronosphere in game 2, and the Borania, man, I'm not sure how's that possible. How's he staying on top of net worth with a Dragon Knight while he has Faceless Void on his team with a Battle Fury and AM on the enemy team with the Battle Fury? It's pretty impressive.
Yeah. Tiga, what were you thinking? What was your big thought that game?
Big thought to me was the game looked very much like exiting laning phase, and the way in which Secret played around the map. I thought it was really good, forcing Anti-Mage to have all this open space. But then the way in which mudgolems kind of realized that and just started kind of moving together this unit was just kind of undealable. You had to then just open up the split push game. But to me, this game was really, really close because 31 minutes when Anti-Mage goes to jump the Void, but he can't kill him. Suddenly Anti-Mage dies and gives away Roshan. And then that next Roshan fight when Skidder buys back, he then, of course, realistically, is he going to die with the Satanic? Is it actually that close? But there's so many times where Secret, if they just got that Void kill, they'd have got Roshan. They'd have suddenly had no Void buyback going down mid. And it could easily have gone the other way. But the way in which mudgolems were able to keep each other alive, sustain through that damage, was, just very game winning in the end. And it just shows how goddamn scary Secret is as a team, because they just don't give up, right? Like, they have this Storm to zip through mid. They've got Yapsaw sitting at the top lane, always pushing out these waves. And then Matumba Man just farming up. So Secret adapting to their early misplays, but then prolonging the game long enough that they could easily have won that game. They could have had that E-Blade on Tidehunter. They could have had these big game-winning kind of clutch plays at the end, but they also gave themselves many opportunities to come back into the game, and it's why they're such a scary team. And but yeah, props to mudgolems for being able to push through that.
Yeah, I think in the end, when they were defending tier 4 towers, you can see the strength of Team Secret, like how they are using their spells. Like, no one's overlapping their abilities. Like, everyone knows what they need to do, who needs to go in first. But to go back to the talk about mudgolems, because they had a pretty impressive game. Couple of mistakes here and there, leaving cheese in the Roche pit, giving eggs to Io. It was a mistake, I talked to Barana, asked him, like, is there any chance you wanted it to be picked up by Io so that you have the balls all the time, you have a better vision? Like, for me, it looked like a mistake. Like, there's no way you're giving it to Faceless Void. He said, yeah, Milan made a mistake, but, in the end, it didn't matter. And also, Barana had an extremely good performance, going for Orchid against Anti-Mage, against the Storm Spirit, and also keeping Clumsy net, which is one of my favorite tier 2 items for a very, very long time. Just ensnare the root mechanic. Is extremely powerful against these two heroes.
Dude, Control changed this game. I mean, that match, I really felt the impact of the Dragon Knight. So many specific Dragon Tails that were either part of a CC chain or set up that first stun to lead into the silence, lead into the chrono. He is so annoying when he's ahead like that. It can just run into whatever target he wants to because he's so damn tanky.
Have you ever had a series, guys, where the drafting is basically a domino effect? Game 1, Mag Lone Druid wins, team bans it out. Game 2, IO Void wins, team bans it out. So we've just pushed down the dominoes of drafting, and now
Lifestealer's back, baby. He was taken out last game, and now he's back in the fray. So mudgolems will be happy to grab the first pick Lifestealer, but Slardar, the big bad counter to Lifestealer, as we saw yesterday, still available.
But normally it is with an IO. That's like the traditional lane. Of course, Slardar in that pure 1v1 is still pretty good. But again, we might see it. I don't think... as I say, this is one of those moments where Secret will just pick it, but like I don't feel so Secret will auto snap pick. Oh, all right, fine.
What was that?
I was just guessing.
What was that about?
I covered myself, Zayori. I said it. I said Secret would do that.
Sorry, you just got bested by a play-by-play bullshit commentator. What was that, Mr. Analyst? I'm just kidding.
I love. Oh, what? I was about to say that.
No. Keep going, Zayori. I like it. I love it.
Chad.
Just rub it in. Put some salt in it. Squeeze in some lemon juice in that.
I gotta finally get some pokes in while I can, man. The human punching bag over here will throw a jab every so often.
Yeah, it's fair. And thanks for making me the replacement punching bag. That's fair enough. Love that one. But no, I was gonna say I feel like Secret might at least pick another hero first and kind of allow their draft to develop by one more pick. But either way, it doesn't matter. It's a good hero. Moving away from that, let me at least go for a positive. Fun fact, in this series, 33 has died at the 33-minute mark in both games. 33 minutes and 1 second and 33 minutes and 16 seconds. So yeah, 33 living up to his name, I guess. And hopefully in game 3, everyone keep an eye out for that 33-minute mark. Will he die for a third time?
Betters beware.
Did you just made that up? Like, where do you get the info? Were you watching the game and you're just like, yeah,
Lacoste, he was actually watching the game. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah. Okay.
Wow.
Okay.
Oh my God. Wow.
Zayori, calm down.
My man, Zayori. Let's go. All right, Mr. Play-by-Play. What's the next pick?
Well, we got Enchantress, and this one I didn't have enough time to think about it. Morphling, though, for Secret, this is classic. This is comfort zone. We saw Nisha play it in game 1.
This is a very.
It's also opening. A great, counter pick into Lifestealer where you just morph into him, you get a free BKB.
That's pretty cool.
Pretty cool stuff. And with just these two heroes, like if Morphling gets Morbid Mask, like you can Roche 15 minutes in with just these two heroes inside the pit while the rest of the heroes are showing in the lanes.
Very true.
Question is for Secret. What are your bans going to be right now? Like Beastmaster, Snapfire, are kind of the ones that
maybe.
Maybe, yeah. We have seen mudgolems try and run that before, I think, against Error. Did they not lose that game? They did in the end, yeah.
Good question.
It might deter them, especially I think that was the first AA game they played as a team as mudgolems in like 60 plus games, and it didn't look too kind of hot from them. So, we'll see. The important thing to note though about this opening from Secret is the fact that you have the Slider to deal with the lane, but then the Ench kind of covers the lifestealer from there in terms of like that sprint, but the Slider doesn't really need it too much in that lane. He just sits inside the creep wave.
I have a
in
question.
The game, though, will be very annoying.
How much do you guys value infest bombs when you see a lifestealer picked up like this? Is that sort of an old school take on lifestealer where you need to do infest bombs? Is it just like a nice to have kind of thing?
It's good to have, but I would not rate it like super highly. It's good to have an initiator with a lifestealer if you can pair it up. It's a nice thing, but I don't think they're thinking too much about. Yeah, we need a vehicle for a lifestealer. Dota's not.
Yeah.
Okay. And the good thing for mudgolems, and I think one of the reasons why they wanted to pick Enchantress is like it's a position 5 hero that dominates the laning stage, and also like Slardar Sprint is dispellable, so that's kind of a big deal.
Oh yeah.
The other thing as well with lifestealer.
Why is that dispellable?
Why is it dispellable?
Why not?
Because Ice Frog said so.
I mean, Ench is like that's pretty. That's like almost a hard counter in some ways. No sprint is rough.
He's running away. I feel like Ench should be allowed to, like slap him and to stop him from running. He can also bash you, stun you, take away your armor. At least to have one thing to be taken away.
I'm glad you reminded us though, because that's a mechanic I think a lot of people forget about. That it's a way to stop the Slardar. Anyway,
that's why I'm here. Why are you here again, T-Gov?
I literally said that like a minute before you, but you just didn't pick up on it.
I'm not listening to you.
I know. I'm just here nodding like, yeah, Lacoste.
Well, now you're making me look dumb again.
Well, no, because it's equally as smart, right? Like we're both saying the same good point.
But what I can do is just repeat what you say, the smart
but
stuff,
better.
And then I pretend I didn't hear it.
Exactly.
I can use that only once in a while.
Yeah, that's true. And your delivery was a lot better, to be fair. I think I lightly touched on it, but you really went into that nitty gritty, and that's what the viewer wants,
Tide Hunter now banned. That's what Secret settle on.
Interesting. Snapfire actually went through this phase.
Is the Shadow Demon banned from Secret to cover the Morphling? Is Shadow Demon good against Morphling? Why ban Shadow Demon here, I guess? I don't understand what... We haven't seen him at all.
It's another layered purge onto the Slardar in terms of the team fights. The save is very annoying, especially when you... Like, these two heroes, they don't enter a fight slowly, right? They're just in your face and bam. And that big save from Mudgolems, you pair that with a Lifestealer Rage, Ench Chill with Glimmer. Like, if you have suddenly 2-3 heroes that have a way to innately prolong a fight, Secret might run out of gas in the kind of the middle portion. So it could just be one of those...
breaker.
Exactly, yeah, combo breaker.
I'm surprised we don't see too much out of Shadow Demon. I still think this hero is extremely powerful. Like in most of the games, when Faceless Void is available, he's gonna get picked. And I think this hero just completely destroys Faceless Void. You have this guaranteed save inside a Chronosphere if your positioning is good. And like knowing Milan, he really enjoys and loves playing that hero. He played that hero when the hero was not as strong, and maybe they just know something from the scrims, that they picked it a couple of times, they have some stuff prepared, and they did not want to play against it.
I think Mudgolems is that team that has like attempted to play a couple times, and they have really showcased why it is so dominant. But again, it feels hard to pick, especially with all these like earlier fights and this big skirmishing, like in between that 10 to 12 minute mark. Shadow Demon doesn't really excel too heavily, right? So we might see them value the ability to make quicker moves on the map with the Earth Spirits and those type of heroes compared to the 30-minute plus like fight dominators.
Love the CM against Ench, becoming classic at this point. Easy kill on the creeps. Some more control, one more route. Decent setup for Slardar.
I want to see some burst damage from Mudgolems. Lina is available, one of the better heroes for Barania against the Morphling. And I just love the rivalry between the brothers, between the sisters. Lina against CM. Here we go.
Nice.
Okay. That's a classic against Morphling, though, right? Big time burst.
Yep.
Very
the question
nice.
is now for Mudgolems, they need to try and cover this hero because they don't really have that kind of team fight construct right now where like Lifestealer can run up front, but who's protecting your like the squishier heroes in the back lines? You're not really seeing that like kind of layered fight construct.
I'd like to see a Mars for Mudgolems. He's still in, something I know they like. feel like that would fit this tempo a little bit. Somebody that has a pretty low cooldown ulti to pair with the Lina.
Well, Storm is available once again for Secret if they want to go for it. With Crystal Maiden, I'm going to say unlimited mana, but you benefit a lot from it. And I just love Storm against Lina. They have like no real stuns. It's hard to land LSA pre-Yules. And, if Lina, and she pretty much always goes for Yule Scepter, uses it defensively on one of the heroes or just on herself, then Storm Spirit can just jump on, because right now they have no control. They're focusing on the laning stage.
I think the issue with reacting to the Lina straight away in the draft, they can just put it into that 4 role, and then suddenly they pick up like the Mars, like Zoe said. You have a strong lane combo, and you're kind of forced into having a kind of mid counter, and then suddenly Mudgolems just answer that later on. So I think Secret are trying to be aware of that, and not kind of get too baited into the Lina pick.
Who is this hero? Somebody was shitting all over Earthshaker the other day, saying he feels terrible. And was it you, Lacoste? All right, so hit us with it. What's going on here? Is Yapzor just the chosen one that can still make Earthshaker look good? Is that what it is?
If I had to put my last money onto one guy, that would probably be Yappy, and especially with the Crystal Maiden. But if you compare Earthshaker with some other position 4 heroes, I don't think he does as much as the other position 4s. And Fisher got nerfed. It lasts 1.5 seconds less on level 1, so it's kind of a big deal in the laning stage. And also, if I would compare Earthshaker right now to Tiny, I think a lot of the teams know how to play against a Tiny. You don't get any kills, you just delay his Blink Dagger, and you don't really feel that impactful in team fights.
So what now? The stun duration on Fissure scales, or how long it lasts scales? Is that what you're talking about, Lacoste?
The duration of Fissure, like
how long
Fissure
it lasts.
block.
Like
it was 7 seconds before.
And now it's 6.5 at level 1.
Then it was 8. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm just making stuff up, but it's nerfed.
They nerfed
the important thing to note,
though,
here is simply the reason why Earthshaker can work in this type of lineup is that value of instant initiation against Lifestealer, because of course you need to be able to press rage. We saw how, I think it was Just Error, 404, utilized Shaman against the Lifestealer, against Mudgolems to great avail. And it's the same kind of principle, which is you want to walk up high ground with one hero, we can turn that fight around. And the saving grace for Secret is you're in a matchup where Slardar should do pretty well against the Lifestealer, because again, Slardar does favor there. And as long as you have this Earthshaker that can have some presence in stopping pulls, blocking the Enchantress from having a good time, getting the lane back to some degree, that's why you can see the combo working, because you have that good laning partner. But then in going into that later game, how does Lifestealer ever be that solo sieger? He will just get blown up from Morph plus Earthshaker just collapsing.
Yeah.
These are some squishy heroes for Mudgolems. Looking at their last 3 heroes, very burstable. I'm a bit afraid. Like, they need someone. They might shift things around, put Lina on for Void Spirit mid, Void Spirit off lane, or they can just get a tankier off laner. But, there's still combination, Morphling, Earthshaker, once he gets the Aghanim Scepter, that's also a possibility. Like, if things are not going well for you, something that you can rely on and think about a different route, how you want to win the game.
The TA ban is interesting from Mudgolems and Chaos Knight. That's a classic.
It's an indicator of Lina, right? That's kind of an indicator of the mid Lina to some degree. Even the Void Spirit in some scenarios. But I just like how Mudgolems, they have this kind of openness, potentially. Depends what they pick here. But like Void Spirit offlane in this game, if he goes for an early pipe and he goes on the aggressive, it is going to be very scary to deal with. He can also go for like an early earn, just like 33 light stat item. But again, they could just pick up an offlaner, and Void Spirit's your mid, Lina's your 4. So
I think they still need some catch, though. This Mudgolems draft is a little weird to me. As you guys have said, a lot of flexibility, right? We don't know exactly where Lina and Void Spirit are going.
Yeah.
But like, I almost feel like LC or something to like catch them could be helpful, and they go Clockwork. Okay.
So that is then most likely going to be, like I said, the Void Spirit offlane, the Lina's mid, and then this is your Clock 4. And I just like the idea that this Void Spirit, we've seen it played on General and other players like that. You can just go for that tankiness. I love how Void Spirit as a hero, you don't always need to be kind of utility, like in terms of like Yule's Ags and the silence play. You can just go for, I will be beefier, I will enter that fight, tank up a stun or 2, and then suddenly, Lifesteal is coming in. You've got that layered damage from Lina. So I like the overall idea of Mudgolems lineup. It is very skirmishy, very quick pace. It can beat the single jump that you have on Secret.
Very low cooldown.
Exactly.
Here's a guy that likes to play relatively fast, the Nature's Prophet for Secret, and that'll be for Matumba Man.
Yeah. And this was the but part. I'm concerned about what Secret last pick in terms of what they bring to that lane, into that offlane Void Spirit. Can you kind of shut that hero down? I don't think you can shut down Furion, especially with Clockwork as your support. And that instant initiation from Earthshaker, if he's not shut down and you kind of remove him from the game early on, then I don't know how they ever completely go high ground unless they're taking that fight outside of that base. And yeah, I feel like I favor Secret this game.
Yeah, I really like this Secret draft. It looks scary.
But it is like, it takes time to come online, though, to be very clear. It's scary once it's online. Before that period, mudgolems should dominate. Can they consistently dominate to punish? That's where we have to question, because like it just took an hour for them to win that second game, right? Like, it's difficult to say.
Looking at their last pick, like Clockwork, I think they got so much value out of their last pick because they needed an initiator. They needed someone to scout things out. He's going to provide vision where Earthshaker is standing, possibly cancel some blink daggers, and like Maiden, Earthshaker, they don't have any escape abilities. Once you go on them with the hook shot, it's kind of a guaranteed kill. But looking at the whole lineup, the idea how it needs to be played out to win a game, I still prefer Secret's lineup where they have good roche taking potential, good push, and I don't think they're gonna get pressured that much in the laning stage.
Yeah, Secret a tough team to close it out early. If your window's on the earlier side, Secret's a tough one against that, but we'll see. The Game 3 decider for this group stage coming up now. Once again, we've got a casting pair for you. It's KP and PyCat. Their turn to drive the stream.
Thank you, folks. And what a Game 3 we've got here, PyCat. Game 1 looked pretty dumb from Team Secret. Mudgolems Game 2, they went for this super late game scenario where they came out ahead. But is it me, or this time does it feel like they've switched around where Team Secret has a lot more scalability than Mudgolems?
No, for sure. They definitely do have way more scalability. They have the Morphling against the Lifestealer. They have Slaughter against the Lifestealer. And
anything else?
Yeah, they also have a Shaker. They also have a Shaker. I mean, the thing though that is kind of nice about the Mudgolems' draft is that it's an incredibly fast-paced draft. If Mudgolems do get the ball rolling, they could they could potentially run away with this one. It is a little bit though the way we talked about, like the Nature's Prophet. He's probably going to have a pretty good lane. He's got the backup of the CM. It's two range heroes coupled with the Treants against these two melees. So the off lane for Mudgolem should be a bit rough.
Yeah, it's kind of surprised to me that the Clockwork got through, because we were kind of messaged a little bit when the draft was going on. Like, it seemed like Secret had plenty of time to respond.
It's going to be the first casualty of the game.
I mean, this is pretty smart because we haven't seen a skirmish like that so far in this series, right? There hasn't been like a first blood at runes type skirmish. So catching Secret off guard.
No, definitely. It's going to be kind of helpful for Branya to just get that additional bit of gold. And yeah, I mean, he should have a pretty good lane. The harass, the damage from Lina against Morphling, it can get a little bit annoying. But it's Nisha on the Morphling once again.
Mistakes have been made. Yapsor, it's going to be close. He might just get away with this. His eye is there. Yeah, they couldn't stay on it. Oh, well, maybe. Well on. Nope, he just baited himself in. Yapsor. I mean, you could tip if you want at that point. That was a little bit greedy from the Clockwork.
And Zai even, he missed the stun there. He actually skills up the stun and he whiffs it.
Well, also Puppy yoinked the rune, by the way. So
yeah, they did get one rune though. It was 3 runes for Mudgolem, so they're still gonna be pretty happy with that one.
Also, this Slardar now has leveled this Slivering Crusher level 1. It's not the worst thing to happen in the world, but it does mean you can't instantly just start pummeling into Skir here.
No, exactly. Against Lifestealer, generally, it's nice to have the bash, but might not be the biggest thing.
Yeah, you can already see how they probably were going to play defensive anyway, because it is a Shaker, right? When you think of Shaker, it's not this hero that in the dual lane setups is going to necessarily make many kills happen in the first few minutes.
Yeah, and anyone who has ever kind of watched, I think, 33 play knows that he's a big fan of just pulling creeps. I remember it was always a very big topic when we were back together. The team, this man, he really likes, dividing up these waves. I mean, and it's kind of efficient in lanes like these where you don't really want to have this 2v2, the Maiden and the Prophet against the CM. Sorry, the CM and the Prophet against the Clock and the Void Spirit. You just divvy up the lane. The Void Spirit just gets to sit here. I mean, he's even farming up this big camp, but it's such a big creep wave on top of Matoma Man now that he has to deal with, and the Void Spirit is gonna get his levels through doing this.
Milan just kind of interfering in the mid lane because he actually dragged the creeps all the way across to there because Poppy was staying on him at all times. It is kind of that deceptive hero. I feel like CM, it's a hero that's been slept on for a while.
Zai here's up. He might be in trouble.
Ooh.
He only needs one more impetus, and it looks like he's gonna get it. He's got the enchant.
It's fine. This won't hurt that much, right? Oh god. This is the painful matchup. I think this is... I'd say this is probably one of the better supports you can actually choose against the Slardar, right? The panel hit on it, you can dispel the sprint, so really it's not much value in leveling that early as the Slardar. And usually the build right now seems to be to prioritize and max out the sprint first.
Yeah, no, for sure. Slardar does not really enjoy playing against this Enchantress. And he's also got the Shaker as a backup. In a lane like this, the Shaker offers very little in terms of support. I wouldn't be surprised to see him going for some sort of creep pulls or just try to divvy up the lane, kind of.
Now, there is always gank potential, mind you, because it is Alina, right? So if you catch Branya a little bit too far forward, good place Fissure with rotation could pay off, but it almost feels like that's going to be the predictable thing in this game. Is what else can YapzOr really do in the early phases?
Yeah, and so far, most things are coming up mudgolems, so they're kind of early game centric draft is for now having a good time here.
We did say that's going to be key. The panel hit on the fact that Secret, they're going to need a little bit of time, but once they get going, there's a lot of ability to fight, but also an ability to kind of pressure lanes and easily snipe out towers.
Yeah, for sure. Once we see that 6 on Matoma Man, expect to see some rotations. Use their Wrath of Nature to set up some kills. And you can see Poppy has already rotated off of this bottom lane. He's going to leave Matoma Man solo here.
I'll just try and offset the pressure that Fighters bring in, but that does now mean also you're going to have the Slardar kind of slow down in terms of XP more. Do you think they'll be able to actually pressure Skiddo as free now, or is it kind of still going to be even because you do admittedly have this Shaker?
It's not that easy to pressure this Lifestealer, especially with the support of that Enchantress. I think they're just going to give some more levels to Matoma Man, put this 1v1 down here, which 33 is doing really well in right now. He's pretty much topping the net worth. But yeah, I mean, Zai he's catching up in this lane despite going down once. He's also quite high up there. Yeah,
although the pressure's on Yap. They're bringing him low, not enough to finish him off though. And Fada actually needs to just plant a tree so he can just block the path and move away. Let's get away with it. Mid lane so far is looking a little bit better for Lina. I say a little bit. 13 denies on Baranya.
Yeah, it's not very easy for Morphling to play in a lane like this. It's a hero with such long range, and the nuking power of the Dragon Slave is very strong early on. And it's difficult for Morphling to deal with. Baranya might hear... he misses the Dragon Slave.
Yeah, he wants the rune. That's why he's done it, because he's got the haste. So you can just yoink one away. And he does get the LS to stay out. I don't know if it's enough to bring Nisha down. It is. Level 3 Dragon Slave. He gets it. A little bit cocky from Nisha as well. I thought he would have just hit the morph and then waveformed there.
Yeah, no, I also kind of expected him to just be morphing up, but he messes up a bit. The SR goes down
and Poppy. Oh no, the core as well.
Zai though.
Okay, that's painful. And they get Poppy. Fada kills him. Zai now in trouble as well. Or is it Skidder? Yaps was trying to move across, but the damage is negligible with a level 1 enchant home. A nice Wrath of Nature to snipe out the kill in the end from the Timberman.
Yeah, this mid lane, this might become sort of an issue. Baranya is off to a very good start, and the same goes for 33. They are going to have a lot of in the early game.
I was going to say Nisha is definitely suffering as well. Like, look at the net worth difference now between them. It's 1,000 difference already.
Yeah, Nisha is currently a resident of Struggle City. He's going to be living there for a while.
But let's look at it like this, right? Last game, he had an amazing start as a Storm Spirit. Then mainly through like item choices, it kind of got worse and worse for him. So maybe this is like the reverse. If he starts off rough, all right, it's up from here, and Nisha will just like constantly improve.
Yeah, maybe that is the way to go. The rough start into a great game.
Hey man, when you start at the bottom, there's only one place to go. And he's at the bottom of the cause in net worth at least. There's a rotation. I don't think a level 2 CM is going to work. They know about the ward at least. More top.
Yeah, Puppy's trying to find a place in this game.
Zai has been jumped on, but man, he joins him in here. They turn around on Skidder and bring him down. Now the stun follow-up is good in the clockwork. Troll looks nice, but the root's going to come out on Zai. Try and bring him down. Timberman with the Wrath of Nature bouncing through. Milan's going to get a big chunk of damage. There's enough for the Nature's Prophet to get a double kill.
And Secret also kind of like counteracting this very early on, early centric draft with this Nature's Prophet. Timberman making good use of his ultimate. And it was sort of that scenario where, you know, like I'm not trapped in here with you, you're trapped in here with me. The Slaughter there with the Lifestealer.
And then Pfeiffer in that situation feels trapped in that bot lane. Because that's the difference, right? Is when you're in that status quo, yeah, this Void Spirit's getting a lot of early gold, but it's much easier for Timberman to find impact in the first 10-15 minutes in this game.
Yeah, no, I mean, at least for the first, 10, yeah. The thing is, the Void Spirit, though, he is getting these levels, and once he gets to, whether it's the phase boots and then some, or just the phase boots, he's going to be able to make some hefty rotations. And, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see 33 kind of just rotating off of this bottom lane once he gets whatever the item he's looking for and trying to be active.
Yeah, there'll be plenty of rotating in general because Baranya, he just completed the boots of travel. They're on the way out as well. So it will be about that kind of quick mobilization where, yeah, Secret, they could always have Timberman just pushing out and arriving. But when you've got something like the Morphling, you're not ready for that 5-on-5 engagement at these early points.
No, speed is the name of the game in this one. And Skitter up top.
Speaking of speed, I try and sliver in, and they will not be able to get him. He's at least cross paced up, so they know where he is. They just want to zone him out. It looks like they could push on this tower with Timberman being here. That's freed up the other lanes, though. You can already see that Baranya, he just kind of dictates mid. Nisha is more or less in the jungle half the time. And now 33 will go top. Zai in deep. Stun gets dodged out, but they dissimulate. A lot of burst damage, bringing him low. Not enough, though. Now the Fisher turn around. Wrath of Nature gets them low. They're in retreat. Able to get away, though. Timberman once again just offsetting their aggression. Oh. Q-Jaw's theme tune music right now. She's speedy. She's dangerous. She got a lot of burst. Yapsor gonna be brought down. Only one they'll get for it, though. And it looks like Zai, he hasn't got TP for 15. They're pinging it.
Timberman in the bottom lane. He's gonna get caught by the top now. Lina ports in.
They get Zai top in the meantime. And it looks like they'll be able to get the Timberman bot as well as they just chase onto him. The body blocks are good. They've got LSA again. He can't sidestep it, so getting pickoffs on both sides of the map.
Yeah, and this very kind of early game centric draft is mudgolems are making it work for them right now. Puppy's only level 3 on the CM, and
yeah, he's gonna stay that way. He just wanted to stack. They knew it as well. Like after those kills, they go, okay, rune control's completely in our hands.
Yeah, it's also gonna be 4 bounty runes for mudgolems here.
Up to a 2k net worth lead. It's just they need to find a way to convert these into towers at some point, right? That was the critical weakness that was highlighted in their draft. Skidder, a lot of pressure onto him, but it's just a lifestealer. You need at least one more hero to ever really make him scared.
Yeah, this is quite uncommon, I would say. I mean, secret supports are down in the dumps right now. They are very much having a rough one, both of them. Puppy being level 3 and Yapsor level 5 now. Not sure if he already used the tome. No, he's gonna get the tome, so he's gonna get 6 at least. Puppy is, I mean, he's an aura basically at this point.
He's reached level 4. Will he commit to being the aura? Probably. I think the standard build is usually max out Arcane Aura, maybe like 2 points in Crystal Nova, I want to say.
Yeah.
From what I've been seeing recently.
But as for the tower taking, I think that what mudgolems are gonna do is they're just gonna try to fight. Their heroes, they're not amazing at taking towers just yet, but they can definitely fight. They're very strong right now. The Clockwork is in tip-top fighting shape. Same goes for the Void Spirit and Selena. So they're ready to just go and fight Secret pretty much wherever.
And this is kind of the key thing is around those 5-minute marks when you got the catapult as well. Like that's where Secret like to keep balling up. This time around, mudgolems, they go for the trade in the bot lane. But it wouldn't be surprising if next time when those Kati waves arrive, they'll just look to counterattack wherever Secret go.
Yeah, and Morania has gone for this, the maxed out Fiery Soul. Just more attack speed, more ability to kind of farm and also take objectives.
Meanwhile, Puppey is still holding the point. Been curious on this one. He's level 4, but he hasn't committed into one way or the other here.
Yeah, he's really, you know, dwelling on this one. Should I go for the extra point in aura, or should I just hold it? Does my team really deserve more mana?
He's like, well, I'm getting max mana as it currently is. I mean, I'm Gucci. I don't get more value out of leveling that spell. Meanwhile, Bo3, he has made his choice on what's going to be next. We're not going to see some cheeky Ags rush. I mean, it is a decent game for it, but he's going for the Yules instead.
Yeah, just nice to have it against the Starter.
But Timberman, gone. Oof. Mudgolems, this response, like it's just a SWAT response team. You know, you phone the helpline, they're there in a few minutes. And it's actually punishing Secret a lot here. And I guess, like, the more I'm just looking at this draft, it's always I'm just looking at Nisha. I'm like, well, when's the Morphling going to be ready? And will it be too late?
It's going to be a while before the Morphling is ready. He wants to get to, you know, like a Manta or something at least. Of course, it's going to be very useful to have the Lifestealer in the game. You're always going to be able to morph into that Lifestealer, get the Rage, so you're going to have sort of a free BKB.
Speaking of that Lifestealer, he's got the armor coming out now as well, so just probably looking to fight even more. I'm expecting likely a Deso would be good for Skitter after this. That would address what we talked about, the issue of taking towers not being there.
Yeah, could be Deso. I would say quite likely they do like a bit of damage, physical damage. So it would not be a bad choice. Could potentially be an MKB or a Halberd, but Deso probably a more likely choice. And the Secret, they're kind of... They want to get to these Blink Daggers on both the Slaughter and the Shaker, but they're quite far away.
And now they're going to be food. Selena instead, hook shot in, throws them up, and he just runs Eye down. Easy peasy. Meanwhile, the pings in the mid lane, they see Nisha as well. They'll back away in time, though. They just want to make sure he doesn't get any value elsewhere on the map while they're getting these kills.
They do have the completed Orchids now, and the Summerman, he's going to go for that BKB next. And Puppey's still holding on to 2 points now.
This is getting more and more curious. Like, this is the thing. I kind of kept clicking on, like, by 5, he'll make a choice. We're back here again. It's like, by 6, will he make a choice? It'll be interesting to see what the kind of average, like, breakdowns are in terms of build. Bot lane, Yapso does get caught out. Puppey looks, he goes, well, you know, if I'd skilled anything, it wouldn't have helped there. Just gonna keep farming creeps.
I mean, just imagine if he does go for the aura now at this point. Imagine the amount of mana that they've been missing out on, you know?
Don't. There's a flicker in my eye. I mean, to be honest, most of the heroes shouldn't really be running out of mana. I guess that's what... Like, he's kind of leaning on it. It's like... I mean, they shouldn't be running out of mana. I mean, my mana pool feels really small, and Frostbite gets more expensive. He's just rushing a BKB, by the way.
I mean, Puppey, he's gearing up, you know? He's ready to battle.
And while that's happening, Slardar still desperately trying to get something cheaper in the Blink Dagger. This was clearly the plan. Puppey's like, look, this is the safe area of the map, but it belongs to me. BKB really crucial. You guys go risk your lives on the lanes.
And Skitter, he goes for something sort of offensive, but also defensive. He's going to rush the AC here, which is obviously going to be very useful against the Slardar. And just the physical damage from Team Secret.
I mean, I don't think anything is as offensive in this game as what's offensive to CM players, which is now he's level 6 and he still hasn't leveled his spell.
He's got 3 points, you know? He's ready for that one engagement where he's like, I need 3 points in this.
I mean, maybe he's just respecting Fire. He's like, Fire is such a mastermind that if he saw me cast a spell, he'd know whether I've gone for like the Frostbite or the Crystal Nova, and I don't want to give that away. All right, I want to catch him off guard in a fight with it.
Yeah, I mean, he wants to catch him off guard with the instant skilling up of the aura. 2 points.
Either that, or Puppy is like, he's kind of reminiscing the old days where you could level stats, and he just keeps trying to click stats, and it's not working.
It's definitely an option. And Barania here is, I mean, he's in a very good spot right now. He's level 14 already at the 15-minute mark. He is going for the Bloodstone, so not kind of committing into this just right-clicking, but rather going for a more magical build.
Oh.
As Yapsor in the bottom lane, he does give him the juke, ring around the rosy, circling the tree there.
Yeah. And Milan was doing some fancy things with the hook shot. Didn't really pay off in any meaningful way, which means he'll have to just back away. He has already got drums on this clockwork, though. And everything about the way that this team is building is about that. How do we just accelerate this? It's escalation time, and mudgolems feel it.
Yeah, they are trying to give the Upstar this blink. He is getting close now.
Kind of feel sorry for Zai right now. Yeah, almost has the blink, and then you just look at Zai, and he's barely shifted. More than 200 gold since we checked in on him a few minutes ago.
I mean, is Poppy actually just gonna... So he does go for the maxed out Frostbite now.
Okay. I see, I was thinking because it's slightly cheaper on the mana, that's why he didn't level it up when he was farming creeps, but... I mean, it would make sense, right? Because you don't get extra damage against creeps by leveling.
Right.
Big brainless. Now he's going bot. There is an infest. TP's coming in. Problem is, I don't know if Matsuman wants this. He jumps straight in, and it's a little bit of trouble. Puppy does get the ultimate off. Vision to block them in. Matsuman, Sprout will get him away from Skidder and from the clockwork. Now Skidder in a lot of trouble. He doesn't have any rage. They're going to move in with the Morphling, able to burst him down and kill him off. They do lose the Slardar elsewhere. But big brain play coming out from Secret.
I mean, Sai, he's space. You know, he's the spaceman. He's an astronaut at this point.
I mean, he is. Yapsol's now got his blink. He's like, well, good job, buddy. You kept him off me, and now I'm going to carry the game as a shaker.
Yeah, and through some big brain plays there of Team Secret, they managed to get the kill on both the Lifestealer and the Clockwork. And now you see Nisha. He is starting to get back into this game. He is level 14, so he's getting some levels. He's going to have the Manta completed once the courier respawns. The Ultimate Orb is in there. Yapsor now with the Blink Dagger.
I've seen if Barani gets a bit too cocky here. The problem is Remnants were down, so they got spotted out. They just pinged the Blink. They know about it. I'm excited to see what this Shaker could do, though, because it has been someone that's been kind of, talked about a lot in panels, right, and in kind of graphs. It's a little bit too slow. We want something a bit easy to execute as a 4 or like a little bit quicker. And this hero requires space and a Blink Dagger and doesn't really pressure on the first few levels. But, if there's anyone who's going to pull it off, probably Team Secret with this more kind of greedy approach to their 4-5 roles.
Yeah, I mean, Secret are close to hitting kind of a lot of their timings here. They've got the Blink on the Shaker, Blink on Slardar now, flying out. Atomoman is going to get to his BKB very soon, and they're going to have the Manta on the Morphling. So they are going to be ready to fight very soon here.
Milan. This is the thing. Clockwork counters the Shaker. Instead, they go for Matsumaman. Catching on him, Fisher to try and cut off, but he's too close. Sprout will push him further away now. He stands his ground, but they can cut through and kill him off. Courtesy of the Void Spirit. Now, so far, these Blinks not really getting any value. They're just giving me full retreat, which means they're going to give away this tower, and they know it.
There is little hope for Dire's middle tower. Top tower is...
And this is the big worry, right? Like, we're just bigging up this Shaker, but you are always against this Clockwork. I mean, he didn't go from that time, and we saw how that cute play with the Sprout and Fissure worked to their advantage down bot, but it seems Mudgolem's already adjusting.
Yeah, and Mudgolems, they have net worth on a lot of their heroes. I mean, Farah already has the mech. Their Clockwork, yeah, he has the drums, and Orania is getting very close now to this Bloodstone.
Not to mention 33, who is just about 1,000 gold away from having the Axe. And yeah, Morph now has the Manta, but of course you have 2 silencers, so you can just force out the Manta for the first silence and And they still
Could be very
burst.
big though if they manage to find this Lina here on the Bounty Rune.
Zai.
Yeah, this scan though, it
It's too
blocks
late.
everything.
Yep. Read it too clearly. He gets all the way away, and yeah, you get a bounty room. You were really hoping for that kill, especially with Branya having almost 12k net worth at the 20-minute mark.
Yeah, great use there of the scan by mudgolems, and they're just gonna go straight into the pit here. I'm not sure if Secret do have another smoke. They do have one on Yepsor, but they might not be aware of this.
I thought they wouldn't be quick enough. They found the Alpha Wolf, and with this Lina being this high level, hitting this hard, it's not going to take them long. There you go. Mudgolems extend their lead further now to 7,000, and they've got an Aegis in the hands of Skidder. This map is going to get very scary very fast for Secret. You know, the other thing is, last game, they kind of dragged this out with this split pushing the out lanes. And this game, we've already seen it's much harder for them to do that because Mudgolems are much better at rotating.
Yeah, and also, you look at the 33, he's been farming a lot of this game. He hasn't really been rotating all that much. And he's getting close now, like you said, to that Aghanim's. He's also got high level. He's almost at the same net worth as Mr. Nisha here. So picking these heroes off is definitely going to be possible for Mudgolems.
The good news for Secret, at least, is so far these hook shots don't really seem to be landing.
No, at the same time, Secret do have some timings coming up. They're gonna have the level 12 on both Shaker and Slardar, which is going to help them. They do have the BKB now on Matoma Man, and Nisha is getting closer towards that Skadi. And at some point in this game, you know, this Morphling is going to be the raid boss of the game.
Yeah, and that's the pressure that the Mudgolems had to know was going to be there. You know, it was talked enough about in the draft. We all saw it that while Secret do have this delay on their fuse, when they explode, it's going to be pretty painful. But so far, Mudgolems, you know, they're keeping it under lid.
My sprites are with us.
Fada actually scared Nisha enough that he didn't even finish off the mid tower, which is surprising because they can easily deny this now if they want to.
Yeah, it seems that Nisha just remembered that he actually does have this Shaker on his team. So he is queuing up the Skadi and then going for the Ag next.
I was wondering if we were going to see the not balanced Water Boy in action.
Bringing it back.
I mean, it's even after the nerfs, it still feels powerful. It's still fun to see as well. Like I always talk about Shaker having the funnest Ags in the game.
You gotta be wary though. Puppey is getting ever closer to the BTB.
He is. He just needs a way to get next to the targets as well. Luckily, so far, kind of Mudgolems have been running at them so hard that they already arrive next to him. But I have a feeling they'll adjust as soon as he has magic immunity on his side.
Zai might be
in
here.
Hook shot. It's on the mark this time. Zai will once again. He doesn't even bother to move. He's like, I'm done. Space for Yapsor to live is what we'll call that. It really does feel like this series as it's gone on, Zai has just been more and more the sacrificial lamb compared to game 1, where, you know, like very, very big, very scary. Game 2, kind of tanking the big late game ganks, and now game 3, they don't even wait to late game before they make him tank all the ganks.
The Zai Slardar, he's not in his happy place right now.
Uh-oh. Neither's Yapsor, they found him. The rocket flare spotted him out. And they'll just burst him down. And while that's happening, they do get the tier 2 as well. So it's not like they were wasting time. They split up and looked for clues, and they came out much richer.
Yeah, Mudgolems just keep pulling further and further ahead. No luck for Nisha with the runes. And Farah now with the Glimmer Cape on top of the mech. So providing a lot of assistance for his team.
Yeah. At least the good thing for Secret in that situation is that they are quite heavily into the right-click damage, right? It's not like you got this E-Blade Morphling, so the Glimmer Cape doesn't completely destroy your ability to burst down heroes, but it is going to be quite the boon for Mudgolems nonetheless.
Just the AC on the Lifestealer is completed. He's going for a BKB next. Wouldn't really be opposed to seeing a Basher on him, but kind of just wanting to be survivable. Secret are going for a smoke here, but it's going to get spotted from this Clockwork sitting in the...
Milan, he's going in. Hookshot deep. Cogs onto multiple heroes here. Nisha has to move out the Cogs, but leaves side behind to bash up on the lifesteal. Reinforcements do arrive. They'll cut through and bring down the Slardar and move forward on the Puppey. The stance goes out to 33, but he's so tanky. They have to back away. They at least got the Clockwork for their troubles in return, but they're going to lose more. Puppey gets brought down as well. And they're turning to a bigger target. They just found the golden goose as Nisha, caught out and away from safety, will be burst low. And they finish him off, though. They're trying to cut him off. Remnant is going to be there on the Yapso instead. They'll be able to eliminate him. He at least saves the life of Nisha, but each time this kind of happens, each time you're throwing a meal to the mudgolems, you got to question what for.
Yeah, Nisha has gotten to the Skadi now, and you know he's capable of fighting, but mudgolems they're very far ahead on a lot of these heroes. Borania is, I mean, he's all over the map.
Yeah, no, he's just kind of running back and forth now. And decapitating a secret hero, cracking their skull open, just pouring the blood into his bloodstone, and it's scary. I mean, they don't really have the means to punish him either. It's not like they have, for example, a Void Spirit that could just quickly, you know, poke at you, maybe catch you out of position. The heroes that Secret have are very much, the moment you're in, you're committed.
Yeah, and this Slardar has pretty much turned into a support.
Oh, I love me some support Slardar.
They're going to rely on their cores, but they're about to get another core now. It's Puppey with his BKB. So the level 10 Crystal Maiden he's ready to deal some damage.
Hey, this is impressive. You know, last game he was level 13 at 39 minutes in. He's already level 10 at 26. What an improvement. Oh, Zai, no, not again. The hook shot in. They find something a little fishy. Right now, Zai feels about as useful as a level 9 Magikarp. Moving in. Puppey cut off from his retreat, but they can't really do anything against Bo3. Light Strike Array is a whiff, but Puppey almost dead just to the damage. We'll throw out the Frostbite. There is a stance as well on the Skidder. They're bursting low. They're able to get through him in time. Good kill. We'll offset the aggression, but Mudgolems looking to just move away quickly now. Secret, I'm not sure if they've really got many resources left to kind of aggress with now that the Echo Slam's on cooldown.
And this is what they need. They need to find these kills on the big juicy cores. Sacrificing kills for Mudgolems obviously means a lot more than it does for Secret. They're kind of allowed to bleed on this Slardar and, you know, the Shaker CM. It's okay.
All right, now the important question. Was that kill worth more than Zai? It was.
Probably.
It was worth over double more.
To be fair, he's already got the BKB though, so you know.
Yeah, it's Fada. It's not a quick kill, but nobody's going to come and save him. Looks like Milan is going for me done all the work, me nap time now. He has actually queued up the Ags, and you know, we've seen these hook shots are getting better and better as the game goes on, and are quite frankly already a scary point when he only has one.
Yeah, Brania is going for some sort of hybrid build here, queuing up the Daedalus next. He is just dishing out the damage.
Yeah, it's really clean so far as well. None of this, oh, I assisted with a kill. 12-0-0. Anything he...
I mean, you can see who the true carry of this team is.
Mm-hmm. He's been making quite a name for himself on this team. You know, people that kind of came in, they're like high hopes for Fada, 33, you know, Milan, he was Skidder. But then Baranya, of course, he'd been on kind of these tier 2, tier 3 teams a lot. And finally getting his chance to shine.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely the kind of the rising star of this team. The one to look at.
Just gives the rest of his team something to live up to. And so far this game, Same's going for 33, really good performance. 3-0-5 on the Void Spirit. Of course, he did take a lot of time to kind of farm up, realize Baranya was creating that space, but he's at a spooky point. Because, you know, there is a BKB queued up on Zai, but with the rate he's been gaining gold, there's going to be a few more opportunities to exploit the fact he has no protection.
Yeah, and there's also now this A on this on 33, so he doesn't really have to carry it in the same way about this the Shaker or the Slardar, you know, the Orchids from the Nation Prophet. He can play a bit more aggressive.
And both teams thinking about Roche. It's up in 45 seconds. Not that they know the specific time, but they want kills. Milan goes in with the Infest bomb out. Straight away, the hook shot on the Puppey. He's gone. No chance to use the BKB. And now we're seeing the cat side going for a rush to BKB. First, you're in the high ground. Drags Nisha in and goes away. TP out is successful by Morphling, but I think that was a core Slardar that just got 2 or 3 tap there. And now
I think
they can just rush.
they lost their 3 supports, basically. Roche is
too
gonna
big.
get kind of soon.
Hey, look at it like this. They've still got the 10-second BKB to play with on the Crystal Maiden. But Timberman is desperately trying to make something happen here. He has to BKB in. He will get the kill and TP away. But my God, the damage! All right, that was a little bit too close for comfort right now. But Timberman's probably making some uncomfortable noises.
And I think Milan, he actually just saved Matombaman there. He forced half them not only away from the stun of the Lina, but also away from the damage that Lina was about to deal. So he narrowly escapes thanks to that force staff from Milan.
Matumbaman's right now looking good. Would a 4-star be good on me? It seems to just about get me away. But no, he needs some sort of big impact. He's going towards that Hex next. The problem is, when you pick a Nature's Prophet, you don't really pick it to be trailing at this point in the game. And that's very clearly the case. Sure, you know, you're ahead of the Lifestealer and the Void Spirit, but Baranya is the true raid boss in this game. Going for an MKB next.
Yeah, you can also see, I mean, Fada is ahead of the 3 supports of Team Secret. And Secret are going to try to go for this quick Roche here. It's going to get spotted by the Courier, though.
But it is very quick. They need to get across quick. Clockwork's not here yet. 33 jumps in. Controlling the Nisha. Trying to cut the fight. BKB out Puppey pretty early here. He'll commit the ult now. Luckily, he does not get bashed by Roche there, but there's no damage. It's complete waste. They might just have to give this over now. There's no way they can fight this. Secret. Very paranoid and quick on the buttons to their detriment here.
It looks like Secret has some very different ideas there.
Oh, Milani goes in, he catches them. Puppey being brought low side as well. No chance to do anything. Laguna on the side to zap down the targets, but Timmerman's going to be burst through and killed off. Skidder with a BKB to run away. Morph will go in deeper. The LSA off the mark. Oddly from Baranya. Milan is able to get in the pit. Doesn't quite get denied by Roche. No bashes, thankfully, for him. Yapsel does go down to 33 in the meantime, as he's dancing around the backside of the fight.
On Brenya.
Moving in. Oh, can they get him, though? He's so fast still. The net's going to come out. No LSA. He will buy some time. 33's on his way. Nice stun. Control's good. A lot of goal gain. BKB comes out from a Timberman. Moving away from 33. Buyback's going to be there from Baranya, though. Look, re-engaged in the fight. Skidder. For a target. Looks on the side. Stun's going to come out, but the control is not good enough to save his life. That's going to be his dieback. They have to retreat after a well-fought effort. Mudgolems, yes, they do have to commit a big buyback, but now they're going to have a second life for Baranya in a different form.
Yeah, I think the Sai has sort of given up all hope on the BKB there with that dieback. He is further away than he's been for a while now. They do force out buybacks from both the Lifestealer and the Lina there, so Secret at least getting some buybacks, and yeah, at least there's some gold there for Nisha. He's getting close to this butterfly now. Of course, Baranya is going for this MKB next, so he's going to still be able to hit that Morphling, but you can see that the Morphling is becoming an ever bigger threat.
He is. The key here is they have to kind of split the fight a bit, right? When Baranya's not in range, they can kind of, you know, simplify the maths here. We kill this one, then move on to the next. But it's just the worry if you get caught out with Lifestealer and the Lina on top of you, life isn't as simple anymore. And now with the Aegis and Cheese, yes, they did commit those buybacks, but they have some sort of buffer zone against, you know, feeding this lead away.
And Secret here, it's a tough position to be in. I think ideally for them, if they can get on top of the Lina, you know, if they can stun the Lina, she can't really deal any damage, you know, there's no BKB or anything like that. You do have the Aegis, but getting on top of the Lina is kind of the ideal way for them to do things.
They find Puppey again. BKB, just to try and stay alive. Movement in is good, though. 33 gets the kill, makes his way out. He did pop his A on this. They're going to actually punish him for this. Slardar stun, not exactly what you're looking for, but the control looks like it's good enough to bring 33 down. Milan will also be punished for this. LSA slows down the approach, but like you said, Nisha's becoming a problem. He secures another head. Buyback comes out from 33. They're trying to punish Nisha now. He has got the rage, though, able to move away from the moment. Turned on to Fada. Has he got enough right click to do this? Yes, he has. Gets to Nova, moves away. Mudgolems, they are starting to realize that Nisha may be a bigger problem than they originally anticipated.
I think mudgolems are a bit too trigger happy there on the buyback button. All 3 cores now having used their buybacks. That's a lot of gold being kind of sent back the way of Team Secret. And yeah, like you see, Nisha is becoming this. He is becoming the main hero, the focal point of this game very quickly.
There is kind of a question of how do you deal with him at this rate, right? Like, you know, usually you say, okay, someone like our core is going to be able to Skadi, but that's not really the case. You've got 2 going for MKB, and you still have this issue of staying on top of Nisha. That is the real crux in the plan here. How do you stay on top of this Morphin?
But they need to, you know, get a remnant. 33. He was queued up. He queued up the Hex before, which I think would have been a really good choice. But I went for the A on disc. He did die once, so it's gonna be quite far away. And landing a stun on the Morphling is not incredibly easy, especially when you have the Lifestealer Rage as well.
No, maybe at 1,000 gold when Milan has Ags. But I feel like he needs to keep buyback in this game as well, now that the cores are all a big liability, not having buyback themselves.
Yeah, you have to be a little bit careful now. Of course, there's a cheese on the Lifestealer. He has the BKB, so kind of multiple tools to survive these fights. But yeah, you have to be worried. You can't just, you know, you don't want to lose your cores now if you are mudgolems.
No, the Aegis hasn't got too long left on it either, so the kind of worrying part for mudgolems is, you know, off the back of this Aegis, the way you kind of pivot these fights, and with those buybacks, you're probably thinking about the scenario where you could have got a lane. But now you're going to lose that Aegis soon. You're going to have buybacks on cooldown for a few more minutes, and that would be Secret's time to strike.
Yeah, you can already see that. I mean, Secret, they are sort of still just playing aggressive with the 4 of their heroes. They have the buyback on they have buyback on Nature's Prophet, and they have it on the Morphling. Oh well, Atomic okay, he does not have buyback for another 3 minutes, but there's a buyback on the Morphling once he gets some gold. He's actually, it looks like he's just committing to going for the Satanic here. Nisha not being a big fan of the BKB, especially when you have the Lifestealer in the game.
Also, Man going for the Satanic almost has it complete at this point. So just kind of getting rid of the weaknesses. Like we said, this is a 2-core lineup now anyway.
A Spell Prism now for could be potentially the Lina or for the Void Spirit there. And Morphling finds the Illusion State.
As I say, probably it's going to be for the Void Spirit, because I don't think Baranian wants to drop this Witless Shaka at this point in the game. After the exposed weakness of his last fight, proving he can actually die.
Yeah, Nisha now is going to have to complete its Satanic. So some additional status resistance. It's going to be really difficult to kill this Morphling unless he slips up. There's going to be a Hex on Brania very soon. The Aegis does get reclaimed, so...
Now, this is kind of the careful point. Mudgolems, the best thing they can do now is the next 2-3 minutes, you just kind of try and keep the map pushed on the Secret side, grab your next item, then look for a fight when you have buybacks, because the reality is at this stage in the game, Secret could push on your bases quick. However, easy pick off on a Yapsor, caught out pushing.
Yeah, Milan with the very nice hook shot there. Even Yapsor pops the ninja gear, they're trying to smoke away, but Milan being a sniper.
Said these hook shots been getting better and better, and I believe he just got something shiny and new and it's on his way. Ags on his way out in the Courier.
Yeah, the
very unkillable as well.
He's a very beefy boy, yeah, with the craggy coat and all of that HP. It's not easy to kill this clock.
No, it's one. Sometimes when you have to go for a nap after the overclock, you feel a little bit scared for your well-being, but in this game, it's just chill. Just sit there, let your team follow up on the anarchy you've caused. Speaking of which, he is looking to be a little bit more archaic here. Hook shot off the mark. They don't know. Well, he thinks they don't know about the Ags. The problem is this ward here would have spotted out, so they now know that he has 2 hook shots to work with.
Yeah, Zai finally has that new shiny item in his inventory.
Wow. And a flicker. Not bad.
Position 3 Slardar with the 40-minute blink PKB is.
Hey, man, at least he's kept his third position in terms of net worth, at least on Team Secret. staying ahead of Puppy despite his fervent farming in the early stages of the game. I'm still concerned about Fada, who has decided, wait, I'm sprinking pretty hard right now. I think it's time to convert my build a bit, as he's now got the Hurricane Pike.
Yeah, he can deal a bit of damage in these fights, although he is also... It's very easy for him to just die, you know, very quickly to the amp, and then Morphling just a couple right clicks, and that's that. And Prince is nice now on the Summerland.
Hook shot in. They found Zai again. When will they let him be? He has a BKB. Swims real fast, but he does not want any of this. That's a defensive BKB if I've ever seen one. But at least for once, he gets to live. That's all that matters here. By the way, pretty good game to have a Flicker in. Like, usually it's the Dispel value, but if you get cogsed, you have a secondary means of getting out of them.
Yeah, no, the Flicker could prove useful.
Does allow him to move like a race car in this game, of course, as well. So right now, it's kind of like a back and forth skirmishing. And Secret, they're just skirmishing for creeps, but Mudgolems, they're looking for heads because Roche could be up soon. Factors up in 30 seconds time. Secret have to be aware of this. This TP, ooh, no, that TP, dangerous. He throws out the Hex, but they're able to get away. And I don't think he realizes just how close that was to backfiring hard. Hook shot in. They're going to punish him now, though. They jump on top of him. BKB gets activated. But Timberman trying to heal up the Satanic, able to do so. On the other side of the fight, Yule's control comes out. Boy Spirit trying to move away. Has to actually charge away from this fight. Zai goes in with the BKB on top of Rania. They found him. They move forward with the waveforms. They need the back. They'll get it. Follow-up stun is good. They have lost with Timberman, but if they get Varanya, it could be worth it. Buyback comes out for the Nature's Prophet. Varanya now in a lot of trouble. LSA buys him a bit of time. Reinforcements do it right, but he goes down. Dead for 125 seconds. 33 with the follow-up damage. Stun control comes out, though. They've got the Corrosive Haze out onto him. Yule's to dispel it. In the meantime, Nisha trying to turn around on a different target. Does get the kill in the end, though. They've got rid of 33. Stun is good on the fire as well, and the follow-up damage is too much. As Nisha is taking over not only this fight, but this entire game, as they're going to wipe everyone on the side of Mudgolems. And Zai, the Flicker, buys a little bit of time. They'll get Skitter in the end. It did cost them the Slardar, but now they can go into the pit and secure a big advantage over Mudgolems.
Yeah, Nisha has become the raid boss that we did talk about it a little bit. He is now in fully operational mode. Scary Morphling.
He's not quite full. Yeah, okay. You see what he's got coming now? That's when you're in full raid boss mode. Not only do you dish out the clicks, but you can keep up because, of course, we are going to see some friendly neighborhood enchant toteming from the Morphling.
And there are not a lot of buybacks on the course of Mudgolems. This could potentially, if Secret are going to go for it.
That's very polite. You say not a lot.
Yeah.
That's 0 buybacks on the side of Mudgolems. They're doing it.
I think that's a very kind of anticlimactic ending
really
to this game that was looking pretty intense. Mudgolem Heroes just completely without buybacks, and
wow,
that's all she wrote.
I mean, that Secret bouncing back, you know, he said anticlimactic. I think most people would have probably preferred game number 2 was the final one to decide this series, but Team Secret, I mean, it was a formidable fight around the Roche pit. Afterwards, they do not wait around at all. And that's what we kind of expect, right? These top teams, one thing they're very, very kind of critical with is their cutthroat. When they see the opportunity to end a game, they will not hesitate.
Yeah, Nisha might have to visit the chiropractor after this one. I think he did a lot of heavy lifting in this game. Of course, the Secret cast, the Secret kind of supporting cast, you know, they were trying to do their job. You know, they were trying to buy space, but this was the Nisha show.
Yeah, most definitely. I think it's a case of when you look at the performance game too. Like we said, we were critical with his iron build, but this game, he done everything he needed to do. He ticked every single box. It was very much all the options were given to him. As you said, we had 3 supports on the side of Team Secret, but credit to him for following through on that Morphling.
I mean, why would you need more cores when you have this Morphling, right? There's just, it's okay.
Spoken like a true POS one. All right, well, we're going to throw it across the panel so they can break this down and tell us what they thought of this series. Well played to Team Secret, taking it 2-1 over Mudgolems.
All right, welcome back indeed. Game 3 complete, and excited to see who we get to interview after that one. Boys, somewhat scripted, right? We knew that the early game would go towards mudgolems. We knew that the late game would go towards secret, but my gosh, that one flipped on a dime, and what a sudden ending.
Yeah, I mean, Nisha just popped off. I think they had a great understanding that they don't need like a secondary carry. Nisha can do it with the morph. Like Zai, man, he was struggling throughout the whole game, dying multiple times. Like both him and Yapsor, but in the end, it doesn't really matter because they won that game. And Nisha, he was silently farming, joining team fights whenever it's needed, not dying. That's the most important part. They only managed to kill him once, which is pretty impressive. I think we gotta give credit to Barania. His performance on Lina was extremely powerful. And one thing I'm a bit concerned about what Mud Golems are doing. They're, very fast on using those buybacks. Like, okay, we need to buy back right now, and I think they might need to tone it down a bit. Sometimes it's going to look good, of course, but if you buy back, you lose a fight, or if you don't have it for the next fight when it matters. Also, Barania did not have a buyback in the last fight. He was just like 500-ish gold away from it. But definitely great performance, great series to watch, and we still have one more.
We do. Yeah, it's gonna be a long day. I mean, wasn't that game so classic Lina though? She plays so well, gets so many kills. She had like a 9-0 streak or something at the beginning of that game. Couldn't really ask for much more. Even when that game ended, still an amazing net worth. And it just takes that one bad fight, and you realize, oh man, my net worth doesn't translate the same way Morphling's net worth translates, and that's when you're in trouble.
I will say that this game is a testament towards the value of Roshan and buybacks, because you see how Secret, they rush in at like 31 minutes, they go to Roshan. Everyone watching is like, what the hell are they doing? They're just going to like die here and give away free Aegis. But the way in which they have like Matumaman dies, he buys back, but he forces out like the Lifestealer and that Lina buyback. It gives that window of aggression. And then not only that, Mudgolems with that Aegis then want to play aggressive, and they fall victim to that over aggression, 3 minutes later, barreling down mid and then dying. So I feel like the way in which Secret, when they're behind, they'll try and come back into the game, not by only split pushing the map. And also, you have to give props to Milan, always finding those split pushes, making the game really hard for Secret. Yeah. But it's the fact that they were able to use Roshan, not as a tool of getting their own advantage, but by breaking the economy of their opponent and giving themselves a window where if they kill Lina, they win the game. Because like the fight after around that Roshan pit, they basically locked all eyes onto Lina. Skitter then ran at the Furion, but guess what? Once again, Furion has buyback, Lina doesn't. So it's all a product of those plays, those smaller plays.
This was a huge misplay from Mudgolems, where I'm pretty sure he said, I don't have buyback, I need like 500 gold, and they were not protecting the Lina. Like, she was really isolated in that fight. Clockwork was already on Nature's Prophet, same goes for Lifestealer. Like, they needed Enchantress to use like Mech, try to Glimmer Cape, but Slardar was already on her, so even that Glimmer Cape wouldn't save her. They needed, just to play around Lina, be concentrated more around her to be able to defend her because there was no buyback.
Yeah. Definitely. I also want to mention the Nisha Aghanim's that game. A lot of folks in Twitch chat were making fun of us because we didn't talk about the Earthshaker Morphling combo. That's obviously why they're picking Earthshaker, you idiots.
What do you mean? I've said it. People are just not paying attention.
Well, there you go. I wasn't
paying attention. Tune on in.
But
you need to tune in on time.
They didn't even really use the Aghanims for the Earthshaker that game. It was more about the Lifestealer for the ultimate on the Morphling, right? Did he ever shift into Earthshaker before that game ended? Did I just miss it?
He did right in the end, and they just used the totem, got some extra damage, and finished the barracks and the towers. You have something smart to say, T-Gov. You're going to flame that guy that actually said it. That's how I feel, what you're going to say right now.
I was just going to say, it's one of those games where if he did buy Ags and try and go for that, the ancient pubs meme, then they would have kind of had a lack of tankiness and damage, and they probably would have lost the game. He needed to be slotted. He needed to be able to, frontline and get into that fight and do damage. Yeah. So I see this item, the Ags, it's like his 7th item. He wants to consume at the very end and then try and get the game going. So yes, it's a combo. Is it a good combo this game? Probably not. You got a Lifestealer on the other team. That's like dollar bills printed for you. It's easy.
Free BKB.
He was thinking about it.
Feast is pretty good.
He was.
Turns out
if the game was
wounds
closer,
is nice. Yeah,
it's just naughty. Like
it's
that's
the full package. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah, like they first pick Lifestealer, you Slaughter plus Morphling, you have a set combo, and like the easy thing to say though is I think mudgolems against any other team in this exact lineup and draft, I feel like they'd have won this game. I feel like it's just because of the utilization of buybacks and that kind of resistance is why Secret are able to keep this game. And I feel it just shows how good mudgolems are progressing and just in generally are as a team, because even though they lost this game, it was so close that you don't think many teams would have had that ability to come back in this type of way.
Right. A very tight series. In production, can we get confirmation that we are going to have an interview? I know we're pretty far behind schedule, so I wouldn't be surprised if we jumped into the next one. What are we doing here? Currently waiting.
You're getting teased right now.
And can they hear you on stream production, or do I need to repeat everything that you say? They can't hear you. Okay, so we're waiting for confirmation on the interview. All right, cool. Yeah. So we're just hanging. Gotcha.
By that, you mean by waiting on confirmation, it's like if they hold it long enough, OG and Alliance will want to play. Therefore, Secret doesn't have to do an interview, right?
That's the secret. They're like, hold on, guys. We're spinning the wheel right now. We need a few more minutes to decide who's turn it is. Zai's in the bathroom. Nisha's out to dinner already. Yeah. It's not
Matthew's
Puppy's
back
turn.
on his boat.
Yeah, what are we going to do?
How beautiful. Do you have any good questions lined up for Secret by any chance? Are you going to...
I'm not gonna lie, it's really hard doing an interview of just like, and we're doing Nisha and go.
Go.
Like, okay, hold on. Let me think about Nisha real quick. What do we want to ask Secret? This will give us time to brainstorm. Unfortunately, we can't ask Twitch chat because of the delay, but
so I was thinking maybe we'll need to, fill for quite some time so Twitch chat can ask their questions and we'll still be able to get them.
Well, technically, you could also type in Twitch chat right now and be like, spoiler, interview's not coming, give me questions, right? So you can circumvent the delay.
But that is also a good point.
That's a smart play. But no, I'm thinking maybe talk about the break. Timberman's not been playing pubs recently, but have they still been scrimming? Or was it just a break from online work type of thing? And if it was a break,
burnout and motivation. You win 18 grand finals in a row without losing a single game. How does that affect motivation? Because I've heard people say it's easier to play as an underdog. Because if you win, everybody goes crazy. And if you lose, everyone's like, well, we thought you were going to lose. So whatever. It's when you're the heavy favorite that mentality shifts. And it's just like, well, if we win, everyone expected that. And if we lose, it's like, are they going to explode? Is the team done?
Yeah, just keep being mediocre and, be that underdog, never reach the top level. And then you can, always make people happy. Like, this is such a great performance because you didn't raise the bar high enough for yourself.
It's a good problem to have when you've won so many games that you're a 10-1 favorite and you have to deal with that, mental warfare of not being an underdog. It's still a thing nonetheless. Cost. I know you've never experienced that, so you can't empathize. But...
Yeah, I mean, this is how I played. I was always the underdog, never reached the top level, and I'm just sharing some of my experience. You better write that down.
Actually, I'm curious, Lacoste, what's the most successful run you ever had playing competitive Dota? Did you ever play on like a true team? Like, were you ever a salaried player, or were you always just like a top tier, kind of on the cusp? But like, have you played on a main stage at a LAN event, for example? I'm genuinely curious, by the way. These aren't like
I know the
questions.
answer, Lacoste, don't worry. I remember this exact conversation and questioning. But don't worry.
All right, you can answer it for me.
This man has played at a TI, Zayori.
He's played at a TI? No,
yeah,
all right,
one of those early ones that people don't really remember anymore.
Okay, so
some orgs still cling on to the victories.
TI1 or TI2. Both? You played in both?
Yeah.
Let me guess, on like MYM?
No, it was a different team. MYM was a bit before that. But...
Okay. All right, so which teams did you play? What's your most like proud Dota moment as a player, Lacoste?
Retiring and becoming an analyst.
Great answer.
I'll tell you what my most proud Dota playing moment is. I've got two of them. One was the Twitch Rivals event, the first one that they did, where it was like the tiered, you had like one pro on each team and then kind of staggered players. I had Cinderin and Gork on my team, and I had to play support Drow and then support PL, and I made some fucking space on that PL. Gork told me he's making a lot of space, actually. That's like the most proud compliment I've ever had in my life. I didn't feed as Position 5 PL and then playing Position 1 Dazzle in the Ability Draft show match on the main stage of Captain's Draft 4. I carried that game. It was awesome.
Yeah, my question about that event is why did not they invite any of the good players?
Well, I don't know. I don't know how I snuck into that thing, but
like this sounds like, you know, team of equal skill. You, Cinderin, Gork. Who else was on the team?
Oh, that's a good question. I have to look it up. I can't remember. Those were the big two. I know Trent wasn't. Let's see. It's got to be on the internet
Well,
somewhere.
Trent kind of fits the profile.
It was Cinderin, Gork, Ketchy, Rocco, and Zyori. I don't know who Ketchy or Rocco are.
I was about to say I don't know who Cinderin and Gork are, but Rocco, man, that
you know Rocco
that
from
rings
Turkey?
a bell, yeah.
Yeah. What was that production? Okay, so sounds like Secret's gonna dodge on the interview. Oh my gosh. To be a tier 1 team and be able to just say, you know what, guys, none for me. Thanks. We'll see you next time. Technical issue. Okay, so their headsets broke. They won, and then they slammed their headsets down, and now the interviews aren't going to happen. So
during the game, they were communicating with the pigeons. You know, just sending out the messages. That's why we had a game number 3.
They're lighting their campfires out their windows. You know, the smoke signals. That's why they were dying.
Well then, okay, so Secret gets out of this one. We're going to have a break, and we're going to come back in about 10 minutes. We'll have our final series of the day. That's OG versus Alliance. Stick around, folks, because there is more Dota 2 coming your way from Zyori Lacoste and the T-Governor. Hello there, friends, and welcome back. Long day so far, but it's been some epic Dota 2, exactly what we hope to see here at Epic League, and we've got another whole best of 3 ready to start. This is OG versus Alliance, yet another match here in our group stage. Lacoste, T-Gov, welcome back. How we feeling coming into this last series?
You know, I'm feeling great. I've been working the whole day, but it doesn't feel like it. I'm just, at home watching some good Dota. Like the last series was extremely entertaining to watch. Even though like mudgolems lost, we still got to give them a lot of credit for their performance. And now we have kind of a treat: OG against Alliance. Even though OG doesn't look like the hottest team lately, they can still put some fights in it. They still have some heat. Maybe they need to think about their drafting a bit. Like their latest game was against Virtus Pro. Virtus Pro looking very, very crisp. It's the old VP Prodigy, now the main VP squad. But, they're experimenting stuff maybe on OG. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But that's how they play Dota. Very chaotic. They played position 1 silencer. It didn't work out for them, but
it always comes back to the silencer, man. Always comes back to the silencer.
I just love the hero. I love talking about the hero.
You have to remind them, like they did try it. Did it work? Not really, but it could have worked, maybe.
It's just funny how in Dota, everybody does have that, right? Everyone has those 2 or 3 heroes that way better than all of the other heroes. Every cast, I have to hear Trent talk about Pirates and Kunkka and why he's amazing in this draft. T-Gov's always talking about Undying. I'm always talking about Dazzle. Odie Pixel's always talking about Pudge. I don't know what's going on. Drow Ranger banned out. Okay. We have not seen her banned in the opening couplet like this very much at all. That's interesting.
Yeah, I think the main thing to note here is simply that Void ban, especially against Alliance with Nico Baby, and also the fact that VP did just kind of handle OG with a back-to-back Void mag game. So I can see very much why Void is suddenly up in that itinerary, especially if you think about OG's playstyle, a lot of skirmishing, a lot of engagements, and that big overwhelm team fight might be their big shortcoming. So yeah, I can see that ban. But the Drow, again, is an interesting one. It might be setting up for a draft they have in mind. OG are very much, they enter the game with a clear plan. You think about like the Alchemist game. They had like the Alchemist, the Beastmaster, and eventually that Morphling that they're going to try and enable. But yeah, so we'll see if there's more reasoning for the Drow in the upcoming picks.
Okay. Well,
so whenever I see IO, like first support that is good against IO comes to my mind is Grimstroke. I just love to play the hero. I think hero brings so much to the table where like you have a stun, you have someone to give more move speed to. Great when you have a good initiator just to throw that Inkswell on him. You have a silence, great ulti, especially with the IO. So, the ulti is always going to connect onto 2 targets.
And we've got a decision. It's Snapfire.
It's interesting, actually. The last time that these 2 teams played was in ESL 1 Germany, when Alliance won 2-0. And when Alliance had first pick, they also banned out the IO themselves. So in between then and now, they've kind of had that kind of confidence or a better game plan around what OG wants to do. So pushing the IO away from the bans and actually just picking up themselves, it's an interesting adaptation over the couple of weeks that have passed.
Yeah, and reminder as well, we did see OG play Alchemist yesterday in that first game. So something else that's just in recent memory that they've been experimenting with, let's call it.
The question is, what is the IO pairing? Like, again, when you think of Alliance, I think Sven is pretty up there, especially for these lads.
Just pick the Slardar. Just pick the Slardar and cover yourself.
All right, here you go. Zoro with Slardar prediction.
Another bold silence. Well, I thought you'd be all about it because last time you told me, well, normally that's with the Wisp. And it's Mars. Damn it. I was right there, dude. I was right there.
I know. That's why I was silent. I was giving you, that cliff moment where you can really berate me as the host, and then Desada comes in and you crush me.
I do love Mars, though. I'm not upset to see this at all. A great hero. I love the short cooldown on that ulti. Great laner as well.
I think that's the main thing, right? Go on, please.
Yeah, having Mars against hero like a Snapfire, they're going to be grouping around that arena. So I think it's going to be much easier for Snapfire to actually use the ultimate. And now with the Spectre, you have this instant initiation to see where they're actually standing, just providing vision for the team. Great against IO. Just, this is the hero that you always want to pretty much kill first. The Storm Spirit, available. I just love Storm Spectre combination where you have this out of nowhere ganks coming up, and still one of the better heroes against Io. So I would not be surprised if Alliance decides to ban it out.
Yeah, the key thing, it isn't going to be this second pick Alk or Silencer carry. You know, like they got their way through the creativity, and you know they're back to the bread and butter that is meta, which is always nice to see.
Yep, the carry meta and some global presence, or at least a budding global presence with that gobble up. Also Furion comes to mind. We haven't really seen Zeus very much, but something else that OG have picked before. I think Thompson's somewhat comfortable with that hero. They can farm pretty well with it, and a lot of global pressure there as well.
That hero is actually very filthy.
I think as OG, you need to start thinking about banning Viper, banning out Sven, which is, Sven, Viper together are strong against Spectre, or just Io Sven. Usually Spectre comes on top of Sven when we are talking about like 45, 50-minute games where Sven just falls off and Spectre is just getting stronger and stronger. But there's not too many heroes in the game with the break mechanic. Like Viper's the one, Nyx Assassin, which is not that popular of a hero and a bit harder to execute than Viper.
Like
they
Doom,
might not be banning the Viper though. They for sure can if it's like they're thinking about that mid lane. But in terms of just the pure laning phase, with the Mars already being shown, you're expecting there not to be that Viper v Spectre laning, which is normally what forces the Spectre to have the hard time. And then of course you still itemize for the BKB no matter what the Viper is in the game, if it is mid or side lane. But they might not be banning it just with the idea of we see Mars, let's not bother too much because we can play a stronger like team oriented kind of gameplay rather than just the lanes. Or they could just ban it. I wouldn't be surprised with either option.
Now Earth Spirit taken out alongside Undying and Chen, a pretty good supporting cast to pair with that, whatever else OG want.
Or especially if it's going to be an Io Mars offlane duo, right? You don't want to play up against Undying because he'll just handle both of you. And then same again with Chen. I think Enchantress could easily be like the hero kind of replaced after that. If you think about that laning presence with the creep, etc. But depends. It's an OG hero for sure.
Yeah, Ench is great when you have a really hard carry like Spectre that needs someone that can put all that pressure on like right away in the laning phase. Ench is so good at that.
Yeah, the good thing about Ench is that you can mix the abilities. Like you show up in the lane with the enchant, you take the creep, then you get like 1 point in the heal. You show the heal. They don't want to play that aggressive, and then you just max impetus. I've seen it happen so many times where you just like, where does this damage come from? I like this. This is the hero that I think is one of the better position fours right now, where you have all the boxes checked. You have a block, you have a save, you have Roche taking potential, a lot of solo damage, and BKB piercing ability coming on from your position 4, which is kind of rare.
Yeah, I think the key thing here is just that save as well. Like you now have like a soft double save in terms of Snowball, but also eventually with Snapfire with the Gobble Up, we've seen a lot of times people use that defensively if needed. So yeah, it's going to be very, very strong for OG with the initiation tool, but also if the fights get a little bit difficult, there is that potential outplay coming in. Also Cookie, so...
I think Tusk can set up for some really good pressure combos, like shut down the enemy carry in the first... Like his damage output once he hits level 6 is so easy to underestimate, especially if you have any kind of minus armor mechanic or the enemies just have low armor heroes. That's where Tusk is just dumb.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but like Mars can spear people onto the Tusk shards, right?
Yes.
He can, right? It works the same way as Fisher. So
yeah, I would think so. I don't see Tusk enough to be able to say definitively, but
it does work.
Okay.
It's always scary when someone asks a question and you do hit it does or it doesn't, because then you have like 30,000 people.
No, you need to say it with confidence. Like it does.
Exactly.
Like you say straight away. It doesn't matter if you know or not.
Yeah.
Well, there's the
so
Ench.
Alliance go for the Ench.
Ooh.
Which I kind of like that pick for the idea. One, it's potentially a block pick, because if it is like Snapfire offlane Tusk 4 and they have this Ench in 5, that triple threat of just skirmishing heroes running around the map paired with any active Thompson lane would be insanely difficult to deal with. So now
it's
OG,
a lot of sustain, but
it is.
I'm not a big fan of Enchantress IO combination from 2 supports where
that is very
you
true.
can't. It's
no
very
control.
very static. You're sitting in lanes, more counter reactive, and Enchantress in the lane, she's a strong hero. Don't get me wrong, but like we're talking about the post 10-minute movement around the map. Like if they manage to shut down your Mars, if he's not getting a good time, not getting that blink dagger earlier on, and like your safe laner is a bit passive with no stuns, like you're relying so much on your mid laner to make aggressive moves. Okay, this is definitely the hero that I did not expect to see.
Yeah.
Counterplay to the Mars arena in some ways, right? You got the
Yeah.
Ignis to try to break things up. Huge radius on the Ignis as well, so there is some synergy with that team fight of like Snapfire, Gobble Up, throwing Mortimer Kisses, and the cover of Spectre Haunt. These are going to be chaotic fights as now Alliance grabs Phantom Assassin.
But these early fights, though, you can see the potential outplay that OG does have. Also, I think you have to ban Pugna here if you're Alliance. I think if they have Kotal Pugna running at you with the support, like the combo of Snap and Tusk covering that would be devastating to deal with. But just in the principle of what OG has, like it's going to be so annoying in these early fights with the blinding light, all this kind of cheap spells that they have to throw around. And Alliance, where is their damage right now? Arena Spear, maybe if the Ench gets some good early levels in Impetus, but you're going to be on the waiting game that maybe we have to tank some of these ganks with the Ench. The Eye comes in with a couple saves, and you have to give away so much of your map, or at least defend these towers correctly with Mars.
And I think Alliance needs
blinding
to ban...
light is really sick here too. I didn't mention that before, but against PA,
yeah, for sure, yeah. Early on, of course.
Yeah, before
ban
BKB.
another spirit. Like they have no real lockdown. They ban Riki. Interesting. They ban Riki and Ember. So it's kind of a mixed thing where like Riki is usually a safe laner, but also can be played at mid at certain situations. And, he attacks Mars from behind. Mars just wants to be attacked from the front. It
is an interesting ban. This is clearly one of those things where they've scrimmed a couple times and like there's
probably
a strategy come out, right? Like, but in theory, it does look like a weird game to pick a Riki in because all that sustain, that kind of way to prolong fights, Riki doesn't really like playing into. And that kind of early itemization does offset your ability to truly go and fight early on. But I guess it's clearly worked for them in some scrims, so I can respect the ban, especially if Alliance have fell victim to it.
And there are a lot of mid laners still left in the pool here. Storm and Quap removed by OG, and they are thinking about this. Like Lina is still in, for example, and there's the Void Spirit removed.
And OG has last pick as well, so you're going to have pretty much free reign on any kind of tops in here that you want. Alliance, they're the ones that are going to have to put...
I think they have to pick some control here for Alliance. Like Puck is coming to mind. I don't think they'll pick Puck, but they need somebody that can set up a little bit. You are like all in on Mars Arena right now.
I'm thinking about Tiny if they want to go like full aggressive. These heroes are very burstable. PA, Ench, IO, and then you put Snapfire on the off lane with the Tusk. It's a pretty strong lane. Okay, I'm liking this hero. Like this is
I like this.
This is a hero that allows them to play extremely fast. Like you can just play with other 4 heroes while Phantom Assassin is farming her items.
And you have the varying damage, right? So when you're dealing with the Leshrac running at you early on, when you get over that hump, then suddenly you have to deal with this desolated PA running at you as well. So it is that kind of 1-2 punch that is very scary. But I still feel like Pugna is a strong pick. It's not too great. Like your ward doesn't really do much against like the Leshrac with his ult running and stuff, but it's more like the principle of you have a quick game to play, but you can easily fall victim to, oh wait, they're just running at us. How do I itemize for everything? Yeah,
Pugna destroys PA with the ward.
Are they just going to pick
all
Tiny?
the abilities from PA, all these high mana cost? Nice. Just kidding. I was trolling, but
it's fine. Strong troll. But the key thing here is it's the Kotal combination, right? It's the idea that you have this Timber offlane now, so you're going to put the Snapfire mid, which we never actually mentioned this entire draft, but sure, Topson can play that. But the key thing here is when the No-Tail pairs up with Timstor in these fights, he's going to do so much explosive damage to this IO and maybe even the Mars. It could be very hard to deal with, but can they stop the Leshrac running at towers? I think they can. So I kind of like OG's draft.
Same. Like I think last pick Timbersaw kind of seals the deal where he's going to put so much pressure, and it also allows Tusk to roam freely around the map, try to get some stuff going on a mid lane, on the bottom lane. I mean, Timbersaw's the hero that want to be left alone and wants to get that solo XP, doesn't get threatened by Phantom Assassin and IO, so I expect him to just play the first minute and a half on top and just complete the live Timbersaw alone.
Going to be a tough game for Nico Baby. A lot of pressure on him to put out the damage, and he's going to need a lot of items this game. I fear they might get stuck in that, but I need this next item before I can do what I want to do kind of syndrome. It's going to be hard. Predictions, real quick, before we hand it over?
I predict that our host is going to cast the next game.
No.
Whoa, that's a bold
way.
prediction, Lacoste. That is so
I think it's
bold.
supposed to be Lyrical and Trent. Let's throw it over to our casters for game number 1, OG versus Alliance. Ahoy there, sailors. Welcome to game number 1 of OG and Alliance. Zyori here, filling in for Lyrical, who's still missing, and casting with Trent Pax. Trent, welcome to the broadcast, buddy. How are you?
Thank you. I'm so glad to be here. What did you think of our panelists?
Oh, they were fantastic.
And that host in particular.
Some bold claims. Discount Sheevers looking real good these days. And, well, I'm glad we could make it into this game. OG Alliance, how you feeling, bud? Who's your favorite coming into this series?
Coming into the series, probably Alliance, simply because it's again, I said this before we saw OG in this tournament, and I'll say it again, it is so hard to judge what these guys are up to. However, after the draft, I'm feeling a little bit better about OG than I was before, because this just looks like some pretty quality Dota here. Not quite as crazy as some of the other stuff they were throwing at us before.
All righty. I already had to reconnect, but good thing we've got our in-game observer here.
That's right.
To carry us through the match. And, well, hopefully Lyrical turns up for the rest of the series. But, yeah, my in-game camera's bugged. I'm like, I don't even know how to describe it. So I'll be using...
Oh, nice. Were you watching some replays on player perspective? That's a classic.
Probably.
Yeah.
I think that's...
You have to restart your Dota client. That'll save you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, don't worry. I have all the solutions for you, bud.
You're a real pro.
Yes, yeah, when we told Lyrical that he wasn't casting Secret, he actually just quit. Full on retire. He's like, no, I only do the best teams. I don't do double TI winners. And he just vanished. So we'll see if he ever makes a glorious return. But for now, enough about us, about the game. We have beautiful OG versus Alliance. And we got the last pick, Timbersaw, here to shift that Snapfire into the mid lane. And can't get enough of this hero lately, right? We get the Aghanims, we get the BKB, some Boots of Travel. Seems like a pretty good hero versus the IO +1.
Yeah, sorry, I'm trying to get my
AOE.
client back
Yeah,
in
I
here.
got you. Nice AOE coverage. Yeah, you see an IO tethered to somebody. You can get them both with the Goblet fire out. Maybe you see the relocate coming through. Can preemptively strike with the Goblet as well. So, looking forward to this one.
Yeah, me too. I think this will be a really fun game. I really like OG's team fight. I think it's going to be a bit hard for Alliance once they start to come online, but we will see. Topson, Snapfire mid. I'm starting to get used to this Snapfire core thing here, Trent.
Yeah, it's very strong. I mean, there's not really a lot of problems with it. I guess the only problem you could say is that the Aghanim's timing is very, finicky, because when usually you get it around 20 minutes or so. We've seen the Soul Ring into the Aghanims alongside the bottle, and we've also just seen the Bracer build. Looks like Topson's angling more towards the Bracer, obviously, with the double gauntlets. So maybe double Bracer into the Aghanims right after. But the reason I call it finicky is that I've seen it go both ways, where the game's going well, they get the Aghanims at 20 minutes, they smoke up, and they start going for kills. And if you don't have great vision, it can very easily lead to a suicide mission because you get a little... overextended firing in your allies. Then again, if you get good kills, it can really snowball the game in your favor.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's check in on this Radiant safe lane, though. I want to see how this Spectre lane is shaping up alongside the Coddle. I was surprised and kind of happy to see this pick. I know Coddle's not conventional right now, but I think he's a little bit of a sleeper support. He still contributes a lot to the team fight. I think this Blinding Light is going to be huge in the early game. I don't know. I'm a little bit on the Coddle hype train right now, Trent.
Yeah, you can already see a Coddle issue, though, as we watch the kill happen up top. Timber and Tusk getting one with the tag team on the early end. It's like the enchant early not able to help. I mean, Tusk pretty good versus Ench because she can't do any sort of dispel or anything, right? The tag team is just a negative debuff coming off of him.
Yeah. Okay. Well, strike early for OG here.
But, yeah, issue with Coddle, I mean, you saw it was almost 2 minutes in, and he hadn't even skilled up an ability yet. He, just took Blinding Light. He's like, okay, I can, do something now. I'll try and save. It's a little bit tough. Now he's got the combo of the Chakra, but not very effective with Dagger, unfortunately. It's a 16-second cooldown.
Definitely does feel better when you have more of a classic pair. I always think of Coddle Bristle, right? Coddle PL. These are those really historically broken combos. Spectre not quite there, but at least Coddle can keep you safe with the boot. I think really hard for S4 to ever really threaten mid one with a kill, unless something crazy happens.
Radiant's courier has been slain in cold blood.
Well, with Tuska leaving top lane, gives him more space to FNG to roam around there, man, just to grab a kill on the courier. So nicely done. And even has that Harpy for a bit, too, to try and harass down Seb. But Seb just getting annoyed by this Blightstone Ench, as now the Satyr comes through. All right, Seb might be in a bit of trouble in these next few minutes up here.
Yeah, looks like it. That Impetus is going to chase him down into the tree line. Nico Baby looking for some right clicks. And he'll be okay. Just not enough damage yet against that reactive. Thoughts on item build for PA this game? Do you just go Deso BKB, keep it pretty standard? Like, no way you go Battle Fury, right?
I mean, it all depends on the game, right?
Well,
I would also assume
we're watching
with,
it, bud.
They're less dragon. Yeah, but I mean, it depends on how the lanes go and everything, right? Like,
okay, all right.
Sometimes
Well,
you get into a
pretty good.
situation where that's kind of where you have to go, right?
I'm just worried about even if he gets it in a relatively decent timing, it feels kind of punishable this game. I guess down bottom, though, could see a little skirmish break out, but in comes Hanskin, healing up S4. They'll be just fine.
I mean, I like the idea of playing around the early arenas and the Leshrac, so yeah, I would like a more aggressive build, personally. Like a Deso on the earlier end.
Yeah. Maybe a drum. This could be an okay drum game.
I don't know if you're allowed to buy that on ones anymore.
Really? Is that just totally gone? You know, now that you say that, it's been a hot minute since we've seen the drum on a one, huh? Okay, yeah, drums are dead. Yeah, you told me this. I didn't listen.
It gives you one more stat, maybe. You know, it's a hard one to convince the carry players to give their gold away for some of those smaller items. You know, and anytime they can buy drums, then they start looking at Midas again. As Soxa gets the rotation in the mid with the snowball into the tag team. Nice and easy. Another good feature of the Snapfire mid, too, right?
Yeah.
Just can sync up with a lot of different heroes for those kills.
Yeah, and the Lesh, very delicate. This is a hero that wants some momentum. Obviously, he like clears stacks and can farm very well, but he does not want to be taking those early tumbles. We'll see some bounty runes come out.
Soxa got it.
Bottom. Yes, indeed. We'll see what happens up top. So that's 2 for OG so far. Looks like it could be 1 to 3. Never mind. FNG is just going to run in and grab it. 2 to 2.
Man, I definitely thought that Seb's time was going to get a little bit worse once he picked up that Satyr, but he's still hanging out up here, doing pretty damn good. Thought those 4 Hadoukens were going to be a real problem, but so FNG's just kind of gone off to his own devices and clearing out some camps here with the troll. Down bottom.
S4.
3 heroes on S4, but I think he's all right.
That's not an easy kill. Hanskin is nearby, but not able to do much right now, and doesn't matter. No kill.
Yeah, Coddle just doesn't really have any good partners right now.
Yeah,
in this lane.
He's also just like, let me get level 6, then we can do stuff kind of support. He is definitely very quiet in these early levels. That is a big weakness of him as a support right now.
Did you see him just deny his sentry to respawn that camp in time? That was pretty cool.
That was badass. I like that.
Yeah,
no
he's like, all right, this is the wave's about to push. I'm going to get this respawn. It's a rather large brain. Unfortunately, yeah, he was out of Tango, so Mid1 had to run over and get the Quelling Blade on there.
Snowball mid, but nope. Cookie on Soxa gets used defensively. Now they come back in onto Limp. Pulse Nova, but a TP in from the Wisp. This is going to be close. I don't know if OG actually have the damage here. Now PA also making the rotation. It's Soxa that gets turned on, and a 1-0 in favor of Alliance. Now Thompson repelled. Stunned up. I think he's done here. I think this Snapfire's in big trouble. She does not have mana for a cookie, and that's it. Almost. No tail came in, but too late.
Yeah, if only. And big save to come through and help out Limp in that moment. Sure, more space for Seb, whatever. He's level 6. That's a bit of a problem, but at the same time, you could argue, like, well, Seb was hitting 6, so it's not like Nico Baby can stay up there. So not only does he get a lane rotation, but he gets a kill on the way. It looks like Soxa wants to get a ward up here to make it easier for Seb to pressure this tower.
How are we looking on net worth? Oh, wow. Great stuff for the PA. Now up by a good 500-600.
Not much Soxa can do to finish this. Doesn't have the shards.
Yeah.
Oh, that was cool. Had the
and
aggro from the creeps to save him.
PA's here again. Nico Baby getting involved. Soxa, obviously no snowball. There's the split earth, and he's done. Seb looking for a potential counter kill, but it's a 4-on-1. Timbersaw with 3 points in the reactive. He'll know his limits. He's just fine.
Well, 3,700, 3,800 gold now. Nico Baby kind of rolling. He's got the Battle Fury queued up. He's digging it. We shall see. I mean, you want a lot of items versus Spectre. It's not the worst thing.
Yeah, I mean, I like the way they're playing the active PA for sure. Mid one Blade Mail looks like. Yeah, there it is. That's the adaptation, Trent. No boots, Ring of Tarrasque, Blade Mail. Look at this beautifully clean inventory from mid one.
Yeah, we've seen this a lot this tournament. It seems to be like
as well. Blade Mail's situational. Certain games.
Did you see that cookie play mid?
Nope.
Oh my god, he just cookied the illusion.
Oh, that's a bummer.
All right, sorry. Thompson just cookied his illusion.
Well, you called it.
An ulti.
Oh, now the Spectre ult, though, trying to get out of dodge in the bottom lane. It looks like he'll be successful, but back towards mid, it looks like they're chasing somebody down. FNG is going to get caught. Can they actually find this kill, though? Nature's Attendants, the blind. Snowball, yeah, the attendants are not going to be enough. A little bit close, though. So Spectre does still end up dying despite all that chaos, though. Not able to actually reality out despite committing the haunt.
Yeah, that's a bit of an issue.
Kind of an odd sequence.
Well, they essentially traded for the kills mid on the Leshrac.
Yeah.
So our game stays relatively even. But if I'm Alliance, I'm extremely happy with what's going on. I feel like Nico Baby is in all the right places this game. Even though he's roaming around so much, like he's been top, he's been middle, now he's down bottom, he's still getting a lot of farm on this Phantom Assassin.
Yeah, I would rather have this dynamic for Alliance as well. Thompson getting turned on a little bit, another TP in, even Spectre's here, but it's Limp that's now in trouble. He's going to fall, and they're going to get shards on too. Nicely done by Saksa, and I think this is a trio of kills. OG with big-time momentum in the mid lane, 7-4.
Snapfire is terrifying right now. It's just like so beefy and so much damage when you have that maxed out scatter blast. You can get in so close. And I like this double bracer. This again, not one that I really see that often, considering how many mid Snapfire games I've seen. It's rare to see the second bracer get committed for, but Thompson is just like staying in their face, and it kind of reminds me of like the mid Earth Spirit.
Well, they'll deploy an Ignis to ensure they get this kill, or will they? The Wisp comes in, no relocate, but that's some regeneration, and S4 actually lives. Oh, my. Easy saves.
Yeah, now if they can, like, fly out a salve, they could try smoking up with this arena. Oh, they're just going to smoke up right now, actually. It was close to that Radiant Ward, but I think it was missed.
Headed mid. Seb does finish off the tower. Jumps in. Now the snowball onto Limp. They should have plenty of damage for this, but no, again, Hanskin's here. Can't get there in time for any meaningful save, but Arena comes down from S4. Nice spear onto Thompson. Plenty of follow-up damage. Now Thompson falls. No Tail with a level 1 Illuminate. Throws it over the fight and does set up that turn onto S4, but now Saksa dies as Nico Baby gets into the backline. Nico is going for the Battle Fury, by the way, Trent. One of these games where he's both getting active and also investing in the farming tool. This often feels pretty darn good. No Tail in big trouble. He should get finished off. And Seb, not enough damage to finish off the Wisp.
Yeah, it's kind of like having the IO is somewhat like having the Magnus, where you can just, like, if you want to, you can double down on the aggro and just be like, I'm going full out, or you can get, like, kind of double farming in a sense. But, like, obviously the IO can't really help you farm up when you're in the jungle, but it still gives you this big empowerment during the team fight. So essentially you can join fights, be aggressive, while still building towards this, like, game-securing Battle Fury for later on. So, yeah, Nico Baby is absolutely slaying it right now. I will say Seb is also quite stacked. Like, he's the one who created all that pressure in the mid lane. That could have gone a lot worse for OG too, if that rotation in from the Io and the Mars was like 10 seconds sooner. So that very, very quick-footed timings here from OG. But this is the hardest part of the game for the Timbersaw, I feel, is when you've taken your safe lane tower and you've taken the mid tower, and now the question is, where should I be pressuring? And
what do I do?
Like, yeah, what am I supposed to do to help my team right now?
Absolutely. I like his item build, though. He's got this Hooded Defiance, so that'll make him very survivable, especially against this Leshrac. Really smart investment as he works towards the Bloodstone. So we might see Seb just stay present up top, work the jungle a little bit, and farm up towards that Yule Scepter. He did have Bloodstone queued up. Looks like he's changed his mind already. Bottom. Sox thought he might be in trouble here, but Nico not going to dive it, and they will have a 2-hero TP reaction. Seb jumps in. Limp, he's going down quick. There's mid one with the Haunt. The chaos has started, but S4 is a beautiful arena. No Tail trying to counter it with the Ignis, but doesn't do a hell of a lot. They will finish off S4 And that'll be the only casualty in this engagement so far. On the backside, though, it's Thompson. He's in deep on an Invis rune. Sets up onto Limp. Nice cookie. And now Seb's here with the damage. But Hanskin relocates save. Keeps the Lesh alive. Now, what are we looking at? Is Wisp going to bring him back? Nope. Looks like Hanskin's going to come in solo and look for a tether escape.
Oh, that was
not
nice.
happening.
Preset snowball off the ancient creep.
Yeah, that was good. I like that. Okay, well, 12-7 now. It is OG that take that skirmish.
Oh my god. Look at that smoke. Just it gets picked up right away from the IO because they still have wards lingering there.
High ground.
The IO actually circled up here and was like, yo, they are coming. Like, you are not safe here. And Nico Baby just starts running.
Yeah,
He's going,
Limp.
yeah,
I think he's okay.
Too.
Oh, blocked out. And now the snowball. Oh, poor Limp. The Mortimer kisses on top of the shards, though. They are going to trade 1-for-1. Limp for Soxa. Make it 1-for-2. No tail also falls. Seb, chain away. Nico looking to pursue. And we'll see another TP out. I think Seb's okay here. And yeah, they're not even going to try to chase him down.
Yeah, don't waste your time. Might as well go back to hitting creeps.
So, buddy, talk to me about this Battle Fury. Are you loving it or what?
Yeah, I think it's fine. I think they had options, right? They could have gone more aggressive and just tried to like keep diving and like hacking them under towers and stuff with these like Deso builds, or moving in towards earlier, deeper, aggressive items. But I feel like you're gonna get all that with the Battle Fury anyway, and they're not under a ton of pressure. I feel like mid one's items this game are just kind of hard. Like he's going Radiance right now.
Oh.
As we see Thompson get caught out by the arena.
Yep. They were stalking that one out for a moment and finally catch him.
But you think, like, does mid defusal look good this game? Well, not really, because, like, the Manta's, like, kind of nice when you have the Desolate damage, but they're going to be clumped because IO. Oh, misses the spear, unfortunately.
They're going to find S4. There you go. 1-for-1 after it's all said and done.
Yeah. So if Manta defusal is kind of ugly, it's like, well, then do I go old school Radiance?
I mean, I think so. We'll see Hanskin fall down to the bottom lane also. I still think Radiance is really good on Spectre. It's just that teams have gotten a lot better at punishing this really long grind to get to the Relic and then the recipe. And it's a really big window where you can pressure towers, kill his friends. Buying the Blade Mail first makes that a little bit harder, but I don't think the issue is the Radiance once you have it. It's, can I get the Radiance at a reasonable timing? And it seems like the answer to that question is yes in this game. He's killing an Ancient stack right now, so that's good.
Yeah, the Blade Mail, pretty helpful for these. That passive send back as well as the active.
Absolutely. So you seem a little cynical on this Radiance, though.
Well, I just think that, like, it's not ideal Spectre. Like, because they just picked it early, and then once you get to the end of this draft, then it just, I don't know, Radiance is still okay, as you said. It's just, I don't know, I like the Manta Defusal build a lot better because then you're getting all that bonus Desolate damage onto everyone.
Yeah, it can certainly feel safer, but we also have to factor in that OG have a 4K net worth lead right now. So they're also fairly comfortable in this game. They know PA is still doing well, but if they're controlling the rest of Alliance this effectively, S4 gets ganked in the bottom. I mean, this has been a couple minutes of pretty non-stop kills going in favor of OG. Things have really shifted in a short amount of time.
Yeah, they needed this Blink Dagger finished on S4. It is now done, but then it's taken down by the Chakrams. As Timber and Kalo is a terrifying duo. He's definitely the best hero in this game with the Chakra with the Chakram, because he's got really low cooldown spells anyway. So it just refreshes everything, right? It's actually kind of nuts.
Yes. That's funny. The Chakra Magic and the Chakram.
That's why they work so well together.
Engagement, though. Mid one is here, and he's got that Blade Mail. It makes it hard for Limp getting healed up by the mech from Hanskin, but he's still done. The Blade Mail's just too much. They bring him down, and now Hanskin doesn't have any options. No tether even. And that'll be a 2-for-0 as OG continue to invade. Not going to dive past the tier 2, but Seb will finish off this creep wave. Meanwhile, mid, Thompson does have that Aghanims now, Trent, so get ready to gobble him up.
This is a bit of a tough spot here, because if this Leshrac ever gets hit by an enemy hero with that gobble up, Lesh is just dead. Like, the BKB is so far away to try and survive something like that.
Yeah.
And the other coverage isn't that great either.
It kind of feels like Blade Mail is too good against Lesh. You know, it's such a cheap investment for how much it prevents him from doing what he wants to do. TP out from S4, very nice, but it's just so easy for Spectre. Blade Mail plus Dispersion. You just run at the Lesh and pop your shit, and Limp has to turn off his stuff and run. If he's already popped Edict, he's like, well, this is me now. I mean, it...
Yeah, but have you seen Leshrac hit a tower? I think he deserves it.
Yeah, well, that's true. I'm not saying it shouldn't work that way. I'm just pointing out that it looks so easy for the Spectre to counter everything Lesh does with 2,200 gold.
Yeah.
That's a feels bad, man, for the team with Lesh.
S4 is making the big call for the wraparound here. He's saying we're swinging all the way back here. I want the person farming in behind. How does everyone set up right now in Dota? One group here, pressuring, and then the hard carry is always way back here. So S4 is making the call like, yo, the Spectre's going to be back here, guys. And now he sees the dagger come out, too.
Oh, here
Big brain S4.
Mid one, caught by the arena. Spear, easy follow-up from Limp. That's the split earth. They've got some friends, and mid one is down.
That
Beautiful.
Was a sick call.
Does get the Radiance before he dies, though. So mitigated his losses there. Still a very nice gank from Alliance.
Ooh, that is kind of rough. Yeah.
So a little unlucky for the Dire side. And the lead does continue.
Yeah, he's already at 3K, though. So yeah, he's going to get himself in towards that Deso and then to the BKB right after.
Okay. Yeah, the Deso is normally that's a great power spike against the blind and the Radiance. Really going to need that.
He might be dead here.
I think he might be. Phantom Strike away. Shard's not going to be there.
They couldn't get the sync up there.
Yeah.
With the if they had hit the gobble up, he would have been dead.
Radiant should look to their top tower.
Soxa looking to cut off the retreat here potentially. I don't know if they plan on defending this.
Looks like it. OG moving up top. This is a 3-on-3 right now.
He's 1,300 HP with no items. He has one.
And there's mid one. It's a 4-on-3. Limp without a wisp.
Oh my
Very
God,
easy to bring
dying.
down. Yeah. Bodies hit the floor once again.
Man, that's a brutal amount of damage. I mean, it's not even just the blade mail. He turns off the blade mail. He's still taking, what, like, you know, hundreds of damage from dispersion as well.
Yeah.
For the part that he can't turn off.
Yeah. Bottom, Seb. He's going to get stunned up. Timbersaw, though, quite beefy. Remember, he's got Yules. He's got that Hood of Defiance. And he's got support inbound. In fact, he's going to go in aggro. Nico Baby tethered up and on the run. Snapfire, actually not far away. Remember, OG had a lot of reach. But
Seb
now
is
the
just
TP's
committed
come.
to not going home this game, right? He has Yules, Kaya, Arcanes, and Soul Ring, and he's still running out of mana.
Yep. He's going for Bloodstone soon. That'll help. If he can stay alive. 9-0-2 so far on Seb. So, yeah, trending well for the Bloodstone.
Yeah, and at that point in the game where you're talking about, like, okay, they've taken top, they've taken mid, what do you do? Where has Seb lived since then? And this is very unusual for a Timber. He's basically been in this triangle, or kind of controlling this bottom lane, like when you saw him get the kill on the S4. He's just been extremely aggressive, but with the help of the Keeper of the Light and the far range that the rest of his team can join him, it's very effective.
Limp once again. Might need help from the Wisp. There's a Yule's Scepter, some setup, follow-up damage. He's done.
This is beautiful Timber play. He owns all of this. If he initiates on anyone, they have Gobble up to catch, they have Snowball, they have Haunt, and Coddle is just really fast. And also has a very long range of initiation with Will-O-Wisp.
Exactly. He's fast and has a lot of reach. So this is like a field day for Seb playing Timbersaw. Like, guys, I can go as hard as I want, and you guys will back me up? All right. Let's do this thing. That's the kind of stuff you want to hear. Now, Deso is up on PA. Remember, even though it's been a rough game for Nico, or for Nico's team, I should say, he's 5-0-3. He's the one with all the farm, and he is maintaining tempo. Not that far behind Spectre, but starting to get outpaced. This BKB is going to be out in about 2,500 gold, not far away. And I do think that BKB is a power spike Alliance can fight around. They desperately need to win a big fight around the BKB. But if they do, this game could start to swing.
If this Spectre gets dangerous, though.
S4, nice initiation. They blow up No Tail.
Seb's just stuck.
And the Snowball, this could be the end of Soxa. He's already low, and he's done.
Yules here on Limp. Seb sticking around.
There's the Haunt, though. A little chaos injected into the fight. Hanskin able to tether away. Mid one, though. Reality's forward. And Hanskin is just dead. Can't survive against the Spectre. And now without the Wisp, Limp becomes an easy target. Another fight happening on the south side. Looks like Thompson is going to get chased down by Nico Baby and S4. but overall still fairly convincing
FNG?
for OG, especially
the
since
dagger's
this fight
coming.
started in favor of Alliance. Now FNG should go down. He'll burn. Seb getting pretty low, though. These crits are scary.
Oh, Nico, baby!
Oh, mid one. He's got the dagger, and it's enough. That's an ultra kill. It's a rampage. Mid one secures the team fight in favor of OG.
He did
Wow.
7,500 damage in that team fight. That was such a good Radiance fight. It was actually unbelievable. He was just in the middle of all of them the entire time, and now there's going to be a Radiance Manta Spectre with an Aegis.
And that was without Ignis, right? That was with Tusk dying at the beginning of the fight. That looked okay for Alliance at the beginning. I really thought that was going to be their fight, but they stuck around too long. They got burned, and now Roshan will fall. OG get the Aegis in the hands of mid one.
They sort of pincered them in, right? Thompson came from the top outpost area, and he suddenly appears at the top of the ramp. Mid one sandwiching them in. They annihilate the IO right away, which of course is always the goal, right? Kill the doctor guy. And then the rest of the fight was cleanup mode after that.
Video games 101, Trent. Kill the healer.
Yeah, that's how it goes.
That's a cross-game bit of advice there. Ooh, Ignis comes down in the arena to try to counterplay. Snowball, a lot of resets here, but No Tail and Soxa still stuck inside of the arena with no option. Now Limp low. They use the Wisp, but Limp stays alive. Not for long, though. Mid one will finish him off, and now Hanskin, he's going to get popped. Double kill secured for mid one. All of a sudden, it's a 2 for 2. This is what happened last time. Gobble him up. Mid one trying to close the gap mid, but Nico, I think, is going to make it up to the high ground. Okay. Alliance showing there's still a little bite behind that bark.
And this lead is just growing and growing, though, as Limp keeps on falling in these fights. He's just paper.
Yep. The weaknesses of the Leshrac. Oh.
As they get Thompson? Oh, all right.
That was Nico Baby solo. I mean,
Well,
Nico does hit hard. That's
yeah. Sometimes you get hit for 2,500 damage. It's just how it goes.
Is that really what it was?
No, his death summary actually counts the last time they engaged each other at 2432. So it's just adding it all up. That was a 1,400 damage, a crit. That's all.
Still pretty nasty. Down bottom, though. Uh-oh, this is the target they want. Nico Baby has no out, no friends nearby. And there's that global presence. Mid one sets up another. Now 12, 2, and 7.
This is not battle. It is slaughter.
Yeah, they just kind of marked their territory in this game and held it the entire way.
Yeah,
I really think this Timber was one of the best Timber games I've seen in a long time. Just like the way the entire draft works around it. It almost feels like a draft that was like considering Timber throughout the entire thing.
Yeah, we're definitely seeing it all come to fruition. This is a very good play from ahead draft. It's like once you start to get a little momentum, they can play so aggressive, and it becomes really oppressive when you have all these different ways to initiate fights between Gobble Up, Haunt, everything that Tusk has with Shards and Snowball, Timber jumping in and out. Like you can't avoid the initiation. Oh,
just gone.
See ya, Hanskin. Well, that's a mid lane of Barracks, and starting to look like this could be OG's game number 1. 14k net worth, still tier 2 standing in the side lanes.
Oh, the blink forward.
Oh, No Tail sets it up. Blinding Light almost pulls him back into the Ignis, but Lesh just a bit too fast. Not like it'll matter here. Yule Scepter, buy him a couple of seconds, and Link's done.
They're now into the BKB as well, and the Phantom Assassin. This is like a BKB rapier game or something. It's like the only hope, it feels like.
Yeah. I think it's going to end before he could even get the rapier, unfortunately.
I'm very certain that it will. Hey, he gets basically the one-shot on the No Tail.
Yeah, and pops the BKB. Can he get lucky here with a couple of crits? Not trying to focus down mid one. Instead, gets Soxa. There's the Wisp to bring him on back and a buyback from No Tail. But Hanskin gets finished off. They don't have an answer to this Spectre right now. Can't kill him once, let alone twice, as he's still holding the Aegis. Mid one continues to dive in onto FNG. The Chakram slows him down and sets up another kill. There's still a tier 2, mind you. This is a complete dive past the immune tier 3. OG just kind of playing with him at this point.
Yeah, I mean, mid one is way too scary. Even at half HP, it's just not worth it when he has that Aegis. Plus, if he doesn't have BKB, he actually can't commit onto the Spectre because of the Blade Mail.
Tier 2 dead, and looking towards high ground. No reason to slow down this train. They've got ultis coming up. Everything except the Coddle ult, and that'll be there in 30. And as we look towards high ground siege, buyback status, not great. Enchantress, Wisp, and Lesh, the 3 that have it on the Dire. That's 4 now, caught outside of the base. BKBs, mid 1, needs to be a little careful on this Aegis. It's out in 10 seconds. And maybe they'll just reset with that BKB
He's just leaving.
Yeah.
He's retreating for the potential Haunt comeback.
Okay, no tail gets popped again. He did just buy back, but there's the Haunt right back into the fray. Nico with a double as he brings down Seb. FNG will burn. Hanskin also falls. The battle of the carries right now. It's Nico baby low. He now gets the BKB off. Will survive, but without Wisp, he can't heal back up. Has to play defensively. And mid 1's still pretty healthy. Will press forward. It's still only 1 lane of barracks down on the side of Alliance.
Purely defensive BKB, though. Nico maybe again couldn't even commit because now this time he's just, even with the BKB, he's too low to try and fight mid 1.
Can only fight with the Wisp. I think that's his only option here. You can see how important the Wisp is and how much priority OG are putting on bringing down the Wisp.
If they get a cheese, is that going to be enough? Probably not. Well, I mean, that's a step, of course. It just has to keep growing. They have to get themselves... I think it is actually Basher and Rapier. Possibly even Rapier first.
Okay.
I mean, it's got to be feeling like one of those games, you know?
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, it sucks. But
he agrees. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I like that.
I'm like trying to play devil's advocate, and I kind of can't. This game is in dire straits right now. FNG going to be left behind. Another Ignis from No Tail. I like that he doesn't hesitate. It's a pretty long cooldown, but No Tail uses it very aggressively. Any opportunity to find a kill, he throws it out. It's a good style of Coddle. Even with the long cooldown, you don't want to be too conservative with Will-O-Wisp.
There were also a lot of buybacks, too. Like, that was Ench's dieback.
Oh, true. Good point. Yeah.
Just like guaranteed 60 seconds of no Ench. Potential Roche in 70 as they're looking for someone to appear down bottom lane as they kind of chill. But no one's coming for this one. Oh, but wait. Timber. All right, let's see, guys. Let's do some quick maths here. 2365. If I BKB for 8 seconds, he does not die. Without a Basher, there's no way.
Yeah, that one's a tall order. You'd have to get some real lucky crits, I think, to find that kill. As Limp, he's going to get brought down mid. Immediate buyback from Limp. Not many remaining on the Dire. Still 20 seconds on the Ench, but they get a counter kill on the tops, and he actually doesn't have buyback at the moment. Hanskin out of mana, out of life, and now PA has to run. If Limp dies here, this will be bad. Buyback on the Wisp.
Who does he tether, though?
Spectre. In deep, Soxa low. Nico does get a crit. Spectre survives, but has to retreat. Actually, no, that was a snowball in. I'm sorry. It was a save from the Tusk, but turned aggro. Mid 1. He's trying to make it out. It looks like he will survive. S4, though, on the other side. Chakram bringing him down. He does end up falling. Soxa, same story. Pretty even trade here at the high ground. But, of course, that was 2 buybacks on the side of Alliance, so another good fight for OG, all factors considered.
You gotta give some credit to Nico, but he's on a mega kill streak right now. He's 14-2-5 in this game. I mean, they're obviously trying to spoon feed him as many of the kills as they can, but it's impressive how much he is scraping out of this game.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Like, total desperation mode.
I don't think you can ask for much more from your PA at this point.
Yeah. Mindbreaker? I mean, that's not bad for trying to catch Timber.
That is true.
Although he has Yules and Bloodstone, so probably not gonna
true.
All right, there it is. Team, let's go. And it's under reward instantly.
Oh no!
Got pinged by Soxa. He's dead. He's just playing cameraman, you know. He's on cams. He's trying to find the imposter.
And I think he's found it. Out comes the Ignis. FNG caught again. A good ult from No-Tail, but gets juiced by Nico. They are well aware of the Divine.
Woo!
Tops in, almost dies, but gets off the Ghost Scepter. Should still fall, I think. They're trying to bring down the Wisp first. They know not to get baited. There's no buyback. Seb also dies to the Rapier. This is where it gets interesting. Nico Baby's actually carrying this right now. Saksa explodes. Nico on his way over, trying to get to mid one. They've got the Yules. Oh, no. There's the stun. No Blade Mail. He does get off a Manta, but the Blade Mail's on cooldown, and mid one's done. Limp gets the big streak. They don't have any buybacks. There is a Roshan up. Alliance are going to walk right into the pit. Holy Toledo, my man. Is this Rapier actually going to turn it around? You said it a while ago.
Beast.
I thought you were full of shit, and it's happening before our eyes right now.
There's like 2 heroes this works on, and it's PA and TB. That's pretty much it, right? Where you're this far behind, but they can manage to get this kind of gold out, and you just like all in on that one fight, and that was the kind of fight that you need.
Yeah.
Now they have Aegis Rapier on Nico Baby.
My.
As he cancels his TP. Oh, because there was a DD sitting right there. Now he's going hunting.
So this is where it gets really scary. You know, the Divine without an
He's
Aegis.
over here with no IO and no TP. Like, please,
Yeah.
Nico Baby. I know it's a DD, dude, but
Still.
this is kind of scary stuff.
I guess you know Spectre's dead. He might have buyback, but
I mean, the odds of them having wards here are so low, but they actually do have wards on the rune itself, so... And now they ping him out. They're just like, yeah, okay. This guy's nuts.
wow.
Does get some TPs delivered, though.
So, let's see what happens. With the Aegis now, they've got a couple minutes of breathing room where PA doesn't have to be super nervous with this this Divine. And this is where the potential closers start to happen because remember, he's going to be powering up towards the Abyssal also. Very scary item in tandem with DR.
He's so greedy. Like, he's lurking for so long, just thinking like, yeah, but what if they think that I'm not here, you know? They'll get the tower eventually anyway, so it's not a big deal. In fact, Ench even gets it with the creep. Nice. Oh, a couple heroes thinking about some bounty runes here. Go get him, Nico Baby.
So, Trent, without cheating, not trying to estimate what Dota Plus thinks, what is the Trent Pack's win percentage right now? Because obviously Spectre, very good for the late game. But PA with a DR, it's only 1 lane of barracks down. OG actually didn't punish that much.
I think that fight was pretty magical. I would still say it's like 75% chance in OG's favor, if not a little bit harder. I'm going to guess Dota Plus says like 83. Am I right?
Dude, it did say 80, and it just updated down to 76. So you're right on target.
All right. Not bad.
Yeah, you're in the neighborhood. Mr. Rogers
out.
says hello. Other big items for OG that we can look for the power spike. Because Snapfire, right, the dataless, eventually she'll start to become more of a right clicker.
Wait, what? She's
Are
not
they
going
smoked?
MKB? Am I crazy?
You're not crazy. She is going dataless before MKB. Big fight, though. OG on the back foot. They lose Thompson and No-Tail straight away. Hanskin's low. Mid one's still very healthy. Nico Baby, remember, has Aegis.
This is a bad place to fight.
BKB. Now S4 is here. They need to kill this Spectre. PA coming back to life momentarily, and Limp also survived. There's Nico Baby back at it. Spectre down for 95. Still no buyback. Step down. They get him mid-timber chain. He doesn't have buyback either. Now, Spectre's short gold, but the Timber is short cooldown. So they know that he's going to be sidelined, and they're going to pressure. They might deduce that Spectre's out of the game. This gets scary, Trent. Now, safety structures as well. Same deal that OG had to face. Alliance now have to factor in Tier 2 top and bottom. So at most, 1 lane of barracks unless they could somehow close it out here. Very doubtful.
He made some, he's back in the game. After having an extremely hard one, he managed to live through that fight, partially because of how much they had to focus down the IO, of course. And they have any hopes of dealing with Nico Baby. Yeah, exactly. But finally getting his revenge on that Spectre.
Yeah. So Alliance, I think, likely to retreat after this. You can see S4 like,
it's not even worth
do we
it.
stay? Do we stay? No, I'm out. We're out. Okay. Let's not throw it here, guys. We just turned this game around. We're not throwing it here. They get an Orb of Destruction also.
Now they get outpost too.
Oh, the PA is actually going to stay on the Vampire Fangs for the extra lifesteal and night vision.
I think it's really useful just for the, as you said, the night vision is actually huge because that was pretty big in that fight. That's why he was able to get Seb under that tower.
Yeah.
But as well as that, it's just the blade mail, right? Because he had Satanic queued for the longest time. I'm not sure what his progress is right now.
Yeah.
Looks like he's gone for the full Abyssal, huh?
Think so. A couple 100 gold left. And situation where no longer an Aegis, but for PA, you're not really worried about buyback. This game ends if you die anyway.
Yeah, for sure.
They don't have the best Divine carrier, to be fair. There's no, like, Medusa or someone. Even
There's
Spectres.
a Tusk.
Okay. Yeah.
Pow!
Kapow! Nice.
Yeah. It's
nice
true, though.
analysis, Batman.
Thank you. I do what I can.
Now, to be fair, he does have a double damage rune right now, so it is going to be a real kapow.
It's a fish punch.
Radiant are scanning for enemies.
She hurts. Yeah,
Let's
to give Tusk the orb.
I always
Okay,
get the,
Spectre did take it.
The enchanted quiver on the Snapfire too. That's actually really nice.
All right, so PA gets a Minotaur Horn. That's dude, the dream. Dreams are being realized right now. So much so that I'm stuttering. He's got 2 BKBs with a Divine Rapier. Is there a more perfect item?
Ah, well, there's also now a cape on mid one. That's pretty nice as well.
Agreed.
That's the one you're looking for.
Yeah, for sure. Now that puts Spectre up at 3,800 HP. Very tanky. Smoke up on Alliance right now. And not going to hunt too aggressively. Spectre also does have buyback available. That was a key factor in these last 2 fights.
Oh, 40 minutes coming up here, and they don't have either outposts. No tell just ping the bottom and telling Seb he needs to go get that.
He definitely has time. It's a Timber.
Yeah.
But
they're going to see him channeling.
Uh-oh. This is a 4v5 right now. Timber doesn't have a great access point, but Alliance, they don't want to commit for it. A little surprised. BKB popped by S4, and on the other side, the Tusk almost killed. Glimmer Cape keeps him alive. Ghost Scepter keeps the Snapfire alive, and now the Wisp is low. Nico's running in circles. He's afraid. This looks bad. Nico in big trouble. He's isolated. BKB now on the run. Jumps onto Thompson. If they kill Nico Baby here, OG get right back into this game. He is on the hunt. The Wisp is bought back. The Wisp is healing him up. They don't break the tether. This could still be Alliance's fight. A dive back for the Wisp, but if it was enough to save Nico Baby, it might be worth it. The snowball, the Minotaur Horn, he jumps across onto S4. Seb trying to chase. He gets juiced. Nico throws the dagger, eats him alive. The sacrificial plays from Hanskin, unbelievable. Throws his body at the cause to keep the game alive.
That dagger bashed and did 1,430 damage.
Uh-oh, S4 now, though. Limp here. Yule Scepter, small misfire with that spear. Limp, I think his eyes were a little too big. And they shut him down. Does have buyback available this time. Oh, and now S4 greedy on the TP. They will catch him. And he's also going to get brought down. So a nice sequence for OG despite the PA staying alive. Pretty big punishment.
Yeah, not necessarily game ending quite yet as they still get to keep their rapier, but the Roche is coming up in 30 seconds, and if it's an early spawn, I mean the potential that is, if it's an early spawn, that could really hurt Alliance here. Mid one trying to force some buybacks.
Middle tower is under attack.
Is it worth it? Probably not. Unless they're going for megas, you probably don't buy back.
No glyph right now.
They're holding.
OG
fast.
need to
They
make
don't
a
wanna hit those
decision, though.
buttons.
I think OG are playing with it. They're like, if they don't have buyback, we should go all in. But if they have buyback, we shouldn't go all in. It's a tough decision to make. They do have buybacks, and it looks like OG will hesitate. And the end result is that both barracks will stay standing. And instead, they just take a tier 4. Now the less buyback comes. Nico Baby jumps out. This is a bold play. There's the horn. In on the mid one. He's getting pretty low. They've got the detection. He's done. Nico Baby gets the crit he was looking for.
Still has Abyssal.
Oh. FNG does get killed. The Mortimer kisses are too much. No Tail with a big ultimate. But Nico Baby's here. The horn's got a short cooldown, but he no longer has BKB. Thompson jumps in. Nico desperately trying to live. Blur is there. Buyback from the Spectre. No haunt, though. Now S4, BKB. This is a 3v4. Can they hold here? OG looking to end it. They're going to focus the throw. There is a glyph. Alliance have a chance here. Oh, they also have a repair kit. This is huge. This will really delay this push. Will it delay it 40 seconds for Wisp and Enchantress? It looks like it. Now they're going to shift
with the arena. It will.
They're going to try to focus the tower instead. Delicate glyph usage here. And they are not going to sack this barracks. Alliance want to defend. Nico just throwing daggers from the back line. BKB up in 5 seconds.
Strax really doesn't matter. It is not worth risking anything.
And they are going to sack it. Okay. I thought they were going to try to mount a defense, but it looks like somebody on Alliance made the call.
There's just no point, right? Like, does this really make a big difference? Everything just matters with this next Rosh anyway.
Yeah,
and you have top, so.
It's more you just want to harass and slow them down. You want them to take the barracks as slow as possible so you have a chance at maybe making a counterplay if they linger. And I think Alliance successfully did that, but S4, oh no, way too far out, and he gets put to rest. That's S4 down without buyback. DA jumps in. Yules has the horn. The BKB still available. Has to jump back defensively again, though.
Sam's kind of alone here.
Oh, he dies so fast. That was the Abyssal. Okay, so just as the Mars goes down, they also get a counter kill on the Timber.
I don't know if the Dire have spotted the Rosh yet. The Radiant have. They've already scaled it with a courier.
And
that's what brings
it's a
the
shard.
Oh, the TP. They're going
Whoa,
in.
they jump in. Nico, this is an aggressive play. Buyback from the Timber, though. He has his BKB still.
He has Tether, too, so they can just get out.
Okay. All right. High risk, high reward. Oh. So with Mars dieback, does this mean OG get Rosh? Do they go for it?
Radiant are scanning for enemies.
I think they kind of have to.
Okay, they will.
I mean, they have Manta on the Spectre. They do it really fast. With his cape, too. Rosh is going to die. Minus armor from the Snapfire.
Got it. And Alliance, well, none the wiser, maybe a bit suspicious, but without Mars, very difficult to contest. That refresher shard, though, that's probably the better of the two options for OG. Mid one now having 2 ultis. That sounds pretty good.
Does not have buyback, though, so not that useful. I guess on the Aegis respawn, he could haunt and reposition, though, which could be helpful.
Yeah, it's still pretty damn good. And it also doesn't expire, right? So 5 minutes, it could still come in handy.
Yep.
But fair point.
Thompson just sitting on 5,000 gold. Has 2,800 surplus.
So actually hasn't committed to the data list. What do you think he's considering right now? Like, is it MKB or data list, or maybe like a BKB?
He's thinking like BKB, yeah. He might just be thinking like, I just need to like get out with my Ghost, get out with my BKB. The problem is the BKB doesn't do anything versus the PA, which is probably why he's just not straight committing for it, right?
I wonder if he's considering an Eon Disc. That is also a play against the Divine Rapier Phantom Assassin.
Well, he had E-Blade queued up for a while too, which I thought was like, all right, we're firing in.
Oh, here we go. Spectre charges forward. They find Limp first. Brought low. Arena. Is it going to be enough, though? The Lesh has survived, and it's actually the Coddle that could go down. Seb will fall first, and now Hanskin's getting turned on very low. Nico Baby pops his BKB, struggling to find a target, trying to jump onto Soxa, but the Lotus Orb actually helping him out. PA instead jumps back defensively, and they just trade 1 for 1. Wisp for the Timber, both of them sidelined. Buyback still on cooldown.
And Nico Baby's just straight up flickering here. Probably to try and deal with the blinding light as well as the just the positioning and the dagger slope.
Oh, gobble up again.
Can't dispel it.
Mid one in onto Limp. No Tail so low, playing with fire here, but does survive. Glimmer Capes coming in handy. Uh-oh.
That's ugly.
PA getting low. Mid one trying to seize the opportunity. Doesn't quite have the damage. They need a little more. Nico jumps in. They get No Tail. He needs something and he finds it. Now Thompson's dead. Soxa low in trouble. He falls. 4 sideline for OG, and mid one should have no chance to survive here. There's the first Aegis. It'll be a 4-on-1.
Split Earth.
Well, sorry, mid one. Dispersion not going to save you from this one. Not even going to be able to use this blade mail to any avail.
See?
Okay.
All right.
Well,
I mean, we're pretty sure, but we, you know.
So yeah, I guess heartbreaker for Alliance that there's no Roche to take following this, but Spectre is sidelined now for 1:15. That's a buyback cooldown, so they should be vaguely aware.
They have everything here. Limp could buy Refresher. They could go for the game ender. He's got level 25 talent. He just takes it. He's been holding that.
Oh, mama. That's the Edict explosion.
Yeah. I actually would not mind him just straight up buying a Refresher. He doesn't have buyback for 2 minutes anyway.
This certainly feels like a big opportunity. How do they stop this without Spectre? Normally, I'd feel like Timber can do a lot, but PA kills him so fast that I don't know if Timber's actually going to be enough.
Limp just straight bought an Octarine.
Okay.
That'll do.
There's the glyph. So there's one glyph. Maybe a repair kit. Is there a repair kit? Negative. There's the glyph. So this is it, the 4v5. What could be the final fight. Still a tier 2 up top. Alliance, don't get cold feet now. Is this the fake back? They smoke up in the base.
They're dropping wards under the tower to try and give him the good jump.
Now the Mars jumps into the back line. They get no tail. He's obliterated. Buyback, though. He is back into the game. Hanskin taking a lot of damage here. The Mortimer kisses are a bit too much, but Soxa will fall in exchange. No tail on the run. Go. Thompson with the gobble up save. That might keep No Tail alive, but no. S4 finds the kill, and now OG on their last leg. They're going to get cleaned up, and this one's going to end. 5 heroes, no buybacks. The Divine Rapier Nico baby, 29, 2, and 12. If you ever doubted this guy and his chops as a position 1 player on the competitive scene, I reference you this game.
That was an amazing match. That was so well played by Alliance to get this victory.
Wow.
I mean, think about how much territory OG controlled on this map, and somehow Nico Baby manages to find his way into this Rapier, and they get like the absolute perfect fight to
Look
play
at those graphs. Look at those graphs, dude. Oh my gosh. What a story that tells. I had like a 99% win rate.
Yeah, you know.
I just got a DM that says, good old PA. I don't know if I can summarize that game up any better than that, Trent.
That's that was the classic pub experience versus PA. I remember hating that hero when I first started playing Dota because I felt like that happened all the time. Suddenly got an item and then it gets blown up. But this isn't a pub. This is 2 of the best teams in Europe right now for our pleasure here in Epic League. So thank you so much for that one, Alliance, because that's certainly a match to remember.
Yeah, and thank you so much, Lyrical, for letting me cast that game because that was a hell of a game of the Dota 2. We're going to take a break, and then we're going to come back to the panel, and then we've got Trent and Lyrical to carry you through the rest of the series here. That was just Game 1, folks. Game 2 of Alliance OG up after this.
EGB, your esports betting world. The only place to find the widest choice of popular games and matches to win real money. Choose your bet on a single event or express of several matches with dizzy odds. Serving the market for 7 years with over 800,000 users. Join now to get your bonus for the first deposit up to $600. EGB, you know for sure who's gonna win.
Hey, y'all, and welcome back. Game number 2 already begun for Alliance OG. We'll get that score screen updated for you. Don't worry. It's 1-0 in favor of Alliance. We just saw Nico Baby pop off to epic proportion. An amazing Divine Rapier pickup, and then never lost it.
Yeah, I mean, if he bought any other item than Divine Rapier, they would just straight up lose the game, man. The balls on this guy, like, he understands how to come back into the game. What a performance. And, just allowing him to blink out multiple times. I saw Aghanim Scepter queued up. He goes for the correct item build, gets that Satanic instead, so he has sustained some extra status resistance, extra HP. But I mean, I felt like that game was, just one guy playing against the whole team. The other team, members of the team were also doing stuff like the buyback from Handscan to be able to get some heals going onto that PA. But pretty much to sum it up, it was Nico Baby's show.
Yeah. Hanskin definitely did a few things that game, though. I just want to go on record and say that there were some really clutch Wisp saves that absolutely kept that game going. So some good support action, too.
Yeah, that's the key thing, right? It's the easy look at that game is like Nico Baby carries it, 1v9, but it is the supporting cast that is consistently allowing him to, blink around the fights, have that extra something. Like, it's the small things that really add up and why you get those big comeback plays. But the key thing that I just wanted to touch on that game was in a game where you're like 20k down, Dota Plus is like, it's 100% OG's going to win. It's already over. Nico Baby's already like 12-2. He's really like picking his fights really well. Sure, they give away mid-racks, but it's that ability for him to continue keeping his own game going under that much aggression and OG aggression, right? Like, it's not even just like the simple, 1 or 2 guys running at you. It's the entire team running at you, and he's still able to find all the kills and all the farm necessary. And then after that, making the clutch play. So what a game.
Like, clutch play was his first 10 minutes of the game, how he played it. Like, he's playing into Timbersaw, into the laning stage, and he's making rotations. He understands, like, if I stay here, I'm just going to die. So he makes moves around the map, gets his level 6, gets some kills going for his team, continues to get the good farm, buys that Battle Fury to match up the pace and farm of Spectre, and in the end, like, he just gets on top of... top of that game, on top of that mountain, and just completely dominates it. So, yeah, let's focus on this one. Okay, you have something else to say? Go ahead.
I was going to say one thing, Lucas, just one thing, all right? Because this OG, after watching them yesterday, right? Like, it was a bit worrying, or whatever day, was it yesterday? Either way, it doesn't matter. Previously.
Yesterday.
Okay, cool. And then today, like Satsuka, he like 22 minutes, he had like 19 assists, he was like the best in this tournament so far. The general play of OG was really enjoyable, but then they just had to come up against this just Nico Baby X factor, right? So I think it's just a great showing of this second game. Like, OG dominated. Can they maybe just make that small tweak to get, the win? And can they shut down Nico Baby? But yeah, it's just beautiful how OG played, but then, this Nico Baby eventually just brought it around. So sure, we talk about Nico Baby a lot and Alliance, but we have to remember OG was dominating for like 30 minutes. Then a Rapier came into play. So
cool. So both teams are good. Was that the TLDR
exactly
there? Okay,
thank you.
cool.
Yeah, because you can't forget that OG did play pretty darn well. Thank you, host, for the TLDR. Thanks, Iori.
Yeah, I mean, same as in previous series. We had Mudgolems against Team Secret, where both of the teams are playing well. Like, we can't take anything away from Mudgolems, but in the end, they lost. Doesn't matter. It was still good Dota to watch. Same as the previous game. OG looking better than they did yesterday. One thing I'm concerned about is lack of Heaven's Halberds against the PA.
Yes,
they could have made multiple. Like, they had the heroes to do so. At least one could also make a difference.
Absolutely. That was an item I would have liked to see last game for sure. But here we are, game 2. Wisp Magnus banned out, and then the Faceless Void and the Pugna taken out by OG, giving us this Rubik Mars up against a Snapfire Clockwork as we move into the second banning phase.
It's really interesting to see OG always banning out like the one push hero. First game it was Drow, and this game it was like Pugna. And when you look at like previous Alliance games, there's like a sprinkling of Pugna there. There's maybe like the odd one game of Drow, but to put it up to that order, clearly within like the 2 weeks or so of ESL1 Germany, Alliance have been maybe bringing out more of this in their own kind of scrim time, but interesting that they are banning out these heroes specifically.
I love combo of Snapfire Clockwork paired up together, where like you have cogs, long range initiation. You're gonna have another form of initiation once Snapfire gets that Aghanim Scepter going, and it's just easy to set things up. Clockwork Hookshot, cogs, Rain of Fire on top of someone. Right now they have Rubik, who's a good hero against the Clockwork. Doesn't really care too much about his rotations on Rubik since he can just take him out of the cogs. But yeah, I mean, Rubik, whenever, pretty much. That's what I think. Feels like a good hero to have. It's just that stable position 4 hero, sometimes being played as 5 in certain situations by some teams, but overall, one of the best position 4 heroes at the moment.
Well, luckily, it won't be a 404 mid Rubik. That's going to be probably one benefit. I think,
yeah.
So far.
Yeah. I kind of forgot about that.
Yep. Yeah. It was OG that played that, right? It was a Topson Rubik?
Just Error. It was
just
Sumail
Error.
who played it.
Sumail.
Oh, no, you're right. It was the Sumail. Yep.
Yeah.
Totally right. I misremembered.
But obviously, you thought OG because Sumail previously played on OG. Don't worry. It's it's early days.
Yeah, it all
don't worry, I
ties
got you.
together.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we got you. Don't worry.
Yeah, but I'm not a big fan of that core Rubik. It ultimately starts to feel like a support Rubik. Doesn't really matter how well you do in the lane unless you can just close it out in like 20 minutes or something. But that's not practical in this current meta. I can't remember the last time I saw a game end before 20 minutes. Oracle.
I remember.
Do you? Which one?
I do. 5 men. They GG'd out in 16 minutes.
All right, other than 5, we're talking about like Dota Summit. Oh, all right, okay, that's fair. Okay. All right, yeah, that's true. Poor 5 men though.
I think I missed that one. It's a pretty early GG though.
I mean, you can watch it 5 minutes on 2 times speed.
That's true.
Easy to digest.
Why does it have to be 5 men of all the teams, man? I'm not having a good time.
Because you remind me of 5 men. That's why.
Wow.
Are you still doing anything for them?
Not really. No, the teams kind of got to a point where they're just playing. There's not really a lot of the same kind of oomph as previous, but maybe it'll come back around soon. But no, I'm not really. I'm just kind of chilling. Maybe that's the correlation. My assistants made them do a little bit better.
I was about to say it. Probably that's it.
Then again, I never watched them scrim really, and I never really spoke to them about drafting. But clearly, my presence alone in the Discord was enough. Moving on, guys, we have an OG Alliance draft.
Are we going to see this Alliance Chen stack as much as we saw the Liquid Chen stack the other day?
It was insane. Like there were 5 or 6 stacks, 6 or 7 minutes in, which is pretty insane. Where Stormsphere just completely cleared them out. Like looking at these 3 heroes, Rubik, Mars, Chen. If I didn't see the teams, I would pretty much say, yeah, this is Alliance draft. Could possibly be Secrets draft, but looks like one of those standard, like we're going to have some sustain, we're going to play some easy, simple to execute Dota by Alliance.
The question is right now, is Alliance going to be picking up their carry so that they can have that big int mid hero that can utilize the Chen later on in the draft? Or are they just going to go for like the Leshwek or something that can abuse this Chen TP? Of course, Storm isn't in the pool, which is one of the most classic Chen Storm combos. So yeah, right now they have the option of
Storm's banned out.
You know, exactly, yeah. So that's already removed, so they can't do that, but they could maybe do like the Leshwek or something along those lines. Has the same kind of philosophy.
Like the Lina is also still in. Pretty much anybody that has some AoE damage to clear the stacks. That's the
Spectre's still available as well if they just want to go. Oh, they go for DP. Okay.
Same category.
Another Alliance kind of classic hero. A lot of push. I think this ET also wanted to block the morph pick. That was a possibility for Alliance, judging by the Clockwork, Snapfire. Looked like a decent morph game. Nico Baby just loves to play it, and I think they just shut it down with the ET.
Yeah, I think as well, after OG tried playing a very aggressive lineup and lost to Prodigy, or VP, sorry, and they were playing into the ET, I think they kind of have the same realization, which is, well, if they're going to run at us, why can't we pick up the ET? You know, Seb likes to play it off lane. We can play it 4 if necessary. Like, if that's their idea.
What position do we think the ET is right now? Because Topson has even played it in the mid lane. I've definitely seen him do it against Meepos, but I've seen him do it just in regular matchups.
I would assume 3, in which it's going to be Snap mid again, Clock 4, ET 3. Obviously, OG's next pick will make that clear. I think if you're watching that first game and looking at the Snapfire mid, you'd question, well, where was Topson's presence in the late game? But he did have a difficult game where he had to go like that Go Scepter for the PA. He never got a BKB. He never got to like the MKB Daedalus time that we've seen like Boromir dominate with on Mudgolem. So it was a very difficult game, especially against PA and Leshrac. So if it is mid again, I think it will be a better game overall, as it's not like he has to go, all right, I need a Go Scepter and this defensive item, and so. Oh, there's a Sven. All right.
It got weird last game for sure.
It did. It got very funky for sure.
There's the position 1 though, nice and safe. Sven. So looking for, I guess, a 4 for OG and a safe laner for Alliance. Depending on
Most
the clockwork,
likely.
is he 4 or 5? I guess I'm not sure.
Yeah, exactly. They got a bit of flexibility there, right? Like this ET could easily be 3. It's
yeah.
But for Alliance, it's very easy. What's Nico Baby's hero?
So OG start with taking out the Life Stealer. I also think about Troll Warlord a lot when it comes to Nico Baby. Would Troll be good here? How does he pair against Sven?
Could be a possibility, yeah.
It would be good against the ET offlane, right? Like if it was that role, then it sets you up just to have a good laning phase, and the same idea of take Roshan. I think that's maybe the key thing is when they get an Aegis, who's like your big activated Aegis carrier? So I think that's maybe what they might be looking for as well. That's a big timing they can play around.
And I can't imagine if you're OG right now, like, do you ban the PA? Are you afraid of PA without Wisp? Probably not. Do you just
have
ban
some
it anyway?
sustain with Chen, but I'd prefer if they go like Troll, maybe even. Well, they ban out PA.
Okay.
I mean, it's still scary. Sven doesn't naturally buys MKB. Like this is something that he struggles against. You
He
can't
goes
do
for
it. Don't get
Silver
me
Edge,
wrong.
right?
Yeah, but he gets Silver Edge.
Yeah.
Because of the Echo Saber upgrade.
Exactly. Yeah.
It's okay though. It's not quite the same, right? MKB feels real nice on some heroes. Zeus banned out by Alliance. Kind of an interesting ban.
It gives
an
like
Arc
troll
Warden.
vibe. It gives like troll or TB vibes, right? They're like the 2 heroes I'm thinking of right now because Arc and Zeus dominate both of those cores because they can't they like to stand still in the fight, and obviously Nimbus does dismantle them.
They will get Morph.
Well, there's your late game for OG.
I think you go troll, right? Like if you're going between those 2 options of troll or TB, obviously you don't really want to TB into Morphling per se because obviously you have that matchup. But troll, you can buy like the diffusal if you really want to, and that can dumpster Sven and Morphling in terms of the once you lock onto them. Realistically,
What about
don't buy that
Slark?
anymore.
I'm not a big fan of Slark in this current meta. Like he's much weaker than the traditional carries that we see being picked more often, but could possibly be a good Slark game. They don't have much time left. They have only 6 seconds.
It's like Ursa is the only other hero I can think of.
Oh,
that
that's so all in.
Yeah, I know, and it's not good. So it's the troll. All right, we're gonna stick to our guns. I like it.
Nice, good.
Yeah, it sounds like the best option because this is gonna be Seb playing the Snapfire, and they're gonna flex things around. Position 4 Clockwork or position 4 ET tops and mid morph.
Sure.
I still feel this is a really good troll game where you have sustain, you have a good front line with the Mars, with Dead Prophet, a lot of heals, and there's some really nice spells to steal by Rubik in this game.
Yeah, that's a nice thing when you have Snap and ET and you have that flexibility, because I think if they put ET core in this game, it doesn't really do anything into troll, so you're kind of forced to move around your heroes a little bit. But I still feel Alliance's overall their team presence will be very overwhelming. The question is, will this ET kind of high ground defense with the Snapfire covering it, will that be strong enough to repel them? Because eventually, right? But it's that greediness. Can they play enough around the map? You don't really have these like instant wave clearing heroes like that can quickly get in and get out. So with items, sure they can, but early on maybe not. So I am favoring Alliance's draft overall.
Lacoste, what's the call? You same? Alliance favorite?
I'm going with Alliance. I think they sealed the deal with the last pick. Troll Warlord. Also not a big fan of Morph and Sven. OG tried to do something similar when they played against VP, and it was too greedy. Like Morphling was the one buying time. They're a bit limited on the burst against the Morph, but I don't think they're looking for that timing. Like they can easily take the Roche with the lineup that they have. A lot of sustain, a lot of survivability, and I'm just going to go with the Lions.
All right. Well, we'll see if they can do it again or if OG can control the map to make the most out of this greedy lineup. We're going to find out. This time we've got Lyrical and Trent. Boys, you're up. take it away.
Thank you so much, Andrew, and the fabulous panel out there. Trent, we're all here. We're ready for another great game. They took away the PA, though, so we're not going to see any crazy crits. How you feeling about the drafts? You agree with the panel? Lions got it?
Oh, whoa. Hold on. Oh, you guys can't see. Oh,
there's some cool things.
There's yeah.
You'll see in a second.
My thoughts on the draft, it got a little, like, kind of weird at the end with the Morphling, but at the same time, it, kind of what you expected to, just like filling it out with the Troll. I think the Troll already looked good, and then the Morph comes out, and you're like, okay, yeah, we're definitely going Troll. So, to me, I really like this mid-Morph style when you have another hard carry. I think when it's played well, like, I think, like, 4 Zoomers have done it to pretty good success. Where you're trying to like create space around the map. I think it was just Error who also were just doing it recently, if I'm not mistaken. I might be mistaken though. But this concept of just being like a mobile, aggressive Morphling who's trying to create space, when it works out, it's just it's fun to watch because part of that effort is utilizing the Morph to an actual like aggressive potential, right? Which to me, it's just like carry Rubik, which is really cool.
Right, and you can still have that like crazy late game potential later on, but now you have this hero that can move around, has like a mobility spell, and can just get in there and take down some quick kills. So you definitely like to see that one, as it looks like No Tail is just hiding off here to the side nearby Limp. Not sure what they're trying to do there in the mid lane. Maybe try to go for a courier snipe or something. I haven't seen this in a while. Interesting.
Yeah, I wasn't sure whether No Tail would take the clock or the ET, because they can kind of go either way, right? Like, definitely seen the Soxa Clockwork plenty times. I think he's very good at the hero.
Right.
But there's also that temptation of the ET too, because obviously we know he's a good ET player too. So more importantly, it's probably just the lane setups that they're concerned with.
Right. And that nice play there.
Yeah, he basically camped it out to guarantee the bounty rune for himself, right? Because everyone expects the angle from like the river and from there, but then he kind of created a new one himself by going to the mid.
They did ping it out, but they couldn't quite get the movement over in time either. So.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Nice play there by No Tail, able to sneak one away. There's a little bit of a trick there for your pubs, everybody. If you want a way to sneak a bounty rune, just do what No Tail does. This guy's a killer.
Don't. You guys will die.
Just die to tower
I'll
randomly.
just guarantee. Yeah, just don't try that.
There's randomly going to be 4 heroes there. Meanwhile, up top lane, we'll keep our eyes on this one, see how it ends up working out. I am a little bit interested too, because it feels like there's a different pace to the game that you're trying to play in Alliance as opposed to OG. Like, yes, you can go around and you can make plays with the Morph. It's amazing in theory. But at the end of the day, this is a Death Prophet. This is a Chen. This is a push lineup from Alliance. They're trying to make things happen early.
Yeah, it's a particularly worrisome game if you don't end early, though, being a Morphling and a Sven, and assuming that you're not like closing out enough territory early on, taking down towers and getting some space. But finally, we go to where it's really important, as we immediately leave bottom lane. Seb with the Dire Tide Snapfire said, my goodness, how can one TI winner afford so much? Well, he won 2 of them. That's how.
That is so ridiculously cool looking. Man,
he's got the emblem too. He's just he's dropping all that cash. He's reinvesting into Dota.
That's what you love to see. Yeah, very cool set from Sub there. Also, the No Tail like clockwork looks like a freaking ghost. Literally cosplaying DP. And well, a little bit of extra damage there on the FNG down bottom. First blood. Drawn. Seb picks it up.
Yeah, I gotta say, some of these Dire Tide ones are a little too intense. Like, what if this guy buys Ghost Scepter? Like, legit.
That's a really good point.
You actually can't tell.
Oh my god, that's
this troll's gonna be like, what's happening?
How do I deal with this? Yeah, that's a really good point. And it's gonna be better on certain heroes as opposed to others.
Now, will Ghost Scepter's win rate go up during Dire Tide? That's the question. That's how we'll know.
Yeah, maybe Ghost Scepter like turns him red or something. It's like the weird, change up in the colors. Who knows?
That's what we need. That will really help clear up the visual clutter and clarity.
So,
we'll just add a new...
say, by the way, Thompson kind of get embodied here. Needs to make something happen against Limp because it is 12-4 versus 5-0 for poor old Thompson. It has been a rough going so far for him.
Yeah, it's got to clean up a little bit. I mean, you would think it would go kind of well. Just because you have ways to distance yourself from the Spirit Siphon. The Spirit Siphon has percent-based damage, which is kind of weaker versus the Morphling, since you can just like lower your max HP. But at the same time, you're threatening with Crypt Storm. So by having that duality of like the flat nuke and the percent base, you can kind of target the Morphling at either end.
Right. and he can't really afford to keep at the low HP where you would want to be maxing out your last lane potential. So far so good across kind of I guess it's just mainly the mid lane. The other one's looking relatively even across the board, but I don't know, as long as he's still getting some good levels, he can make some movements around in the mid game. We'll see how it goes.
There is little hope for
You know, it'd be a good thing to practice would be flaring his clockwork and stack that camp by mid.
Ooh.
Like when you know, people used to do that where you could flare block the small camp. I remember knowing that timing from the top tier 2, or top tier 1 rather, but that would be a good one to do for your Morphling is no-tail this game.
Yeah, that'd be really nice. I think that's one of those things that like is not used as often. It reminds me of like the sort of the Kunkka ship stuff, or the torrent stacking that we saw, where like it makes such a huge difference if you're able to get it. But you know, it's sort of a weird interaction as we see the rotation over there, denying the rune from Topson. Didn't have his bottle yet, but nonetheless could have helped him out a little bit in the laning stage. And yeah, just continuing this absolute dominance in the lane, 21-8 versus 8-4. And Topson, it's not going to get taken down, but still, it's so much pressure being put on him by Limp early on here.
Yeah, not a lot of answers here, right? I mean, he's out of regen. He's not bringing anything out. He's just trying to irk his way into the bottle. Doesn't want to really spend anything. Probably just going to wait for the bounty runes and kind of suck it up until then, right?
Yeah, seems reasonable. It's pretty much the only way that you can play. And I guess that this sort of speaks to the thing we're going to need to watch in this game is like how much wave clear can you get on the side of OG to deal with the pressure that's going to come. Also where those first couple rotations going to be as the bounty rune battles going on. Handskin will sneak one away there from No-Tail. Not bad.
To me, the most concerning thing is where does Limp do the first exorcism? Like, can he create enough space to do it in the mid lane? Because that's the disaster if that happens, right? Using your mid tower like right away. Yeah, that's a lot of damage on the troll, but no cookie left after the first, so it should be all right.
Couple more punches. Yeah, they won't be able to get in on him. This ET actually going to be pulled back in. Doesn't quite get in range from the tower. And the Scatter Blast wasn't enough to push back Nico Baby any further.
Yeah, good
but
call
it
with
did
the
force rotation.
Yeah, good game for those.
Right. Well, the other downside to that is it does leave S4 alone up in this top lane for a little while with that Rubik rotation. So we'll see if they can make anything happen because of that.
Well, I mean, they just send Nico Baby home. TB's home, gets called back by Chen.
That's a good point.
Yeah, big value in that hero. To me, the most concerning thing for Alliance will be caution on their first pushes, as they will grab stocks if it looks of here.
Oh,
is it not enough damage?
Oh,
they didn't get the slow in time.
And he's very, very fast. The chase down coming. They want to finish him off here, but he's away. Oh, just walks into range of the creeps. The Fade Bolt finish. Nicely played by Handskin.
No good option there by the looks of it.
And you mentioned where's the first exorcism? Looks like it's mid. Limp going to be found. Can they bring him down in time? No points in adaptive strike. And Limp able to barely walk away from this one. Mid one needs one more hit and is going to connect on it. So mid one coming in and salvaging the mid lane for Topson. Great play.
Oh man, that is so harsh. And he's just gonna start farming stacks now, right? He even is gonna hit the 53 if he wants to stack that bird camp.
Oh,
but he's too busy. He's like, maybe I can clear out these mud golems.
Oh,
One swing,
No-Tail
get out. Oh,
No-Tail
nice.
Oh, nicely played.
Thanks, team.
They also managed to get the deny on the mid tower. So yeah, you lose your mid tower, but get a little bit of gold for the trouble. And yeah, things looking a little bit better now for OG.
Okay, so now consider that the game isn't a like snowball. Like, let's say